The story begins in a dungeon. At that moment, terrifying sounds came from here. The guy bleeding was incredibly angry at the old man who told him about this place. He couldn't understand how this could happen. Looking at the approaching monster, the guy knew one thing for sure. He cannot die such a death. At that moment, a giant snake attacked him. His name is Juhyun. He is 38 years old, and it looks like he will die today. Looking at the monster, he wanted to understand at what moment everything went wrong. Perhaps it started 15 years ago. In 2025, tombs suddenly appeared all over the earth. People in horror tried to escape from the rays that began to appear directly from the sky. The appearance of the tombs was accompanied by a powerful earthquake. But in these tombs there were various things, so-called relics. It was all these relics that people found in the tombs that changed their world. Myths, legends, traditions, fairy tales, all of this has long had some kind of power. These things endowed their owner with all kinds of power, and gradually, here and there, rumors began to appear about people who changed their lives by acquiring the relic. Of course, in this case, all the people began hunting for relics, in fact like our hero, even though he decided to do it late. At some point, he finally got what he wanted, and was able to take possession of a very powerful relic. Archaeological relic. It gives the owner knowledge of all tombs and relics. It was a real jackpot, because with the help of this relic, he was able to put an end to his miserable life, and with the help of new abilities, start all over again. But as it turned out, he was a little late. A new order had already been firmly established in their world. People who captured most of these relics created a society where no one else could use them. But still, having received recognition of his archaeological abilities, he was able to become an employee of a large corporation called TKBM. Director Kwon Tae-jun promised to help him. In any case, the work was hard, and you often had to get your hands dirty. Smuggling, theft, espionage, and tomb robbing. He retrieved all the relics hidden in the depths. Of course, he was proud of what he was able to achieve as a tomb robber. After several years, the director received the status of the strongest man in the world, all thanks to Juhyun. The more influential the director became, the more our hero was condemned. But even so, he simply endured and worked on. But he could not imagine such a terrible end. This job was a trap prepared by Director Kwon. He sent Juhyun and several other colleagues to a deadly place. Luckily, their abilities were good enough that they sensed the danger. What a freak Director Kwon turned out to be. And again, the action moves to the present. At that moment, the monster attacked our hero. Grabbing a stone from the ground, Juhyun threw it at this insatiable snake, which ate all of our hero's subordinates. Does she really want to eat him now? He told her that she could try it, but then he would tear her to shreds. At that moment, the monster attacked our hero, but a certain voice told the guy to shut up. The guy, perplexed, asked what kind of voice this was and who was speaking. The monster also did not expect this and began to look around in bewilderment. The voice asked if Juhyun could really hear him, to which the guy replied that he had been hearing him for a couple of days. Our hero began to shout that although he did not know who or what was talking to him, the best thing to do would be to remove this snake and let him go from here. The voice pointed the guy to his feet and asked, "Does he really think he can live in such a body, with these two stubs?" In any case, he won't last long. The guy continued to look at the floor, and the voice added that these were his last minutes of life. At this moment, the snake attacked again, and the stranger continued to taunt our hero, telling him that, having such strong abilities, he could not enter the new era. Bleeding Juhyun asked in bewilderment what the voice even knew about him. Once again, the guy started screaming, saying with all his might that he would definitely find and finish that old man. The voice began to laugh and say that in such and such a state, he would definitely not have enough abilities. A moment later, a very bright light appeared in the air. As it turned out, it was the bird that spoke to our hero. She said she would give him a chance to be the best at something for once. After a moment, Juhyun's eyes began to open. He analyzed the bird's words and tried to understand what it meant to be the best. And anyway, what was it? Was it really a divine relic that looked like a crow? At that moment, the guy looked down and noticed something incredible. He immediately jumped up in bewilderment. His legs, which had previously been eaten, were back in place. Juhyun realized that his legs were fine, just like his other wounds. What happened? Then our hero turned around and realized that he was in a crowded place and all the people were looking at him. As it turned out, the guy ended up in the police station. But what actually happened? Some guy at that moment turned to our hero and asked, was he just talking to himself? He recalled that he asked him for personal information, and it was better to finish this quickly. Joo-hyun apologized after a few seconds of silence and sat down in his chair. The guy immediately asked the name of our hero. It was at this moment that Joo-hyun again began to think about that crow and what happened in that place. Maybe it was a hallucination? Meanwhile, the police station officer was losing his temper because the guy again did not listen to him. The police, who by this time were already tired of the shouting at the station, asked to finish their business as soon as possible. At this moment, one of them casually mentioned that the year is 2025. Our hero turned around in bewilderment. Didn't he hear? He looked at the date and time sign and was horrified. It actually said it was 2025 on January 1st. Joo-hyun then turned his head and looked at the guy. It turned out to be familiar to him. Apparently, now is the time when that guy attacked our hero and everything reached the police. Our hero was incredibly terrified. Apparently, all this is true. He found himself in 2025. Again. Then he realized that if it was January, their world was still normal. That is, the actions take place before the relics appeared. This is quite a convenient case because the divine relics still lie untouched in their tombs. This only means that Joo-hyun will be able to get all these relics this time. He still has the memories and knowledge, so he can take them as a basis from the very beginning and clean out the tombs. Joo-hyun liked the idea. He laughed and thought, what will happen in this case over time? After the world was consumed by the power of relics, our hero believed that nothing could surprise him, but today is full of surprises. First of all, he would never have thought that there was a tomb that would make even such an experienced robber as Joo-hyun tremble with fear. Secondly, his last mission turned out to be a trap prepared by that scoundrel Kwon Tae-jun. And finally, right before his death, he suddenly returned 15 years ago. Although Joo-hyun didn't understand how this was possible, this was definitely the greatest chance to get the relics before anyone else. At that moment, the guy's mother approached our hero and, in bewilderment, began asking if he was listening to her. Is this all a joke to him? How dare he hit her child, a high school graduate? What if it left him crippled for life? She started talking about how Joo-hyun had to pay compensation. Our hero was incredibly infuriated by this woman. Of course, you first need to deal with it. Although all this happened 15 years ago, he remembers everything clearly. This schoolboy was looking for a fight himself. He wouldn't let go, so we had to teach him some manners. Everything was planned because the guy literally immediately collapsed on the floor. All he could do was apologize and beg to reduce the amount of compensation. Unfortunately, Joo-hyun didn't have any money for them right now. Just like they didn't have any income. How then can you get all the relics? Our hero tried to find another way out because what was happening was most likely fiction. Meanwhile, the woman was losing her temper because the guy was ignoring her. At that moment, she began to say that if someone contacts him, then he needs to listen. Immediately after that, she swung her hand. To our hero's surprise, he was able to block her blow. Apparently, his fighting skills have improved, as he retained all the accumulated experience and knowledge over the past 15 years. Of course it was to his advantage. He asked the woman to calm down and not do anything stupid. The guy screamed and said that her son was the first to get into a fight, and besides, had she ever thought how funny she looked now? At that moment, her son, the same schoolboy, jumped up and said that he wanted to be generous and let him go in an amicable way, but Joo-hyun was not at a loss and with a slight movement knocked the guy to the ground. Our hero felt that his body was definitely lighter than before. Apparently, this is due to the fact that he has not yet received any side effects from the relics. The police immediately came running to the fight, asking the guys in bewilderment what they were trying to achieve by starting a fight at the police station. Our hero told the men that he would not be able to pay compensation so they could put him behind bars. The woman, perplexed, asked what he was doing. Is it really better to have a criminal record than to pay them money? He's making a big mistake. Joo-hyun, of course, understood that a criminal record would lose its meaning. When the relics appear, the world will be mired in chaos and lawlessness. After some time, the guy sat in the cell and was immersed in his thoughts. It was necessary to quickly find means to search for his old relic. While the guy was thinking what to do, unexpectedly he noticed a strange inscription in front of him. He began to hit himself on the head, thinking that his vision was beginning to fail him. Only this didn't help. The inscriptions appeared again, and our hero decided that a relic was definitely involved. That raven is 100% involved in this! Joo-hyun started screaming and looking around. He asked that the raven show itself again, and not quietly watch him. At this moment, even more inscriptions and all kinds of information appeared in front of our hero. The window showed the guy the basic skills of a tomb raider. The open skill allowed him to observe the area within a 1-meter radius. Joo-hyun was even more unhappy about this. Does this damn raven really think that his life is just some kind of game? At this moment, a new window appeared which said that you need to open 4 basic skills of the Tomb Raider. Apparently, now there will be more tasks. Also unexpectedly, a policeman turned to the guy and asked in bewilderment why he was so noisy. With these words, the guy realized that only he could see all these tables and inscriptions. Then our hero realized that he could see in detail everything within a radius of 1 meter. This skill is no different from what the archaeological relic gave him. Could it be that all his past skills are now inside this mode? If only one of the 4 is open, does that mean he can open more? Joo-hyun realized that if all his skills were like this, then there was no point in going after the archaeological relic. Of course, all this is very convenient, but what is the Raven up to? Relics usually don't help people just like that. At this moment, our hero was called out by a stranger who was greeting Joo-hyun. After some time, they were on the street. The guys laughed, and Joo-hyun's acquaintance told him that that schoolboy was an inveterate criminal. He told our hero that he is not the only one who has been to prison. In any case, he will take care of this incident. The guy thanked him for this. This is Detective Kim Jeon-woo. This is the older brother who sheltered our hero when he was an orphan. He treats him like his own. The guy smiled, looking at his brother. He had never noticed before how young he looked 15 years ago. Our hero called Kim Jeon-woo and said that he wanted to ask something. Joo-hyun asked his brother if there had been any reports of paranormal activity or related to supernatural forces. Kim Jeon-woo said in bewilderment that if you think about it like that, then his wife definitely has supernatural powers, because then how does she find his stash of money? A moment later, the brother asked our hero to go home and rest. The guy understood that tombs would soon appear, but the owners of the relics had still not been found. In other words, it's time to act, because he can already use his skills, and then there is a high probability of realizing all his plans. But unfortunately, the problem was that he had no money. First, the best relics appeared in Europe or America. Our hero immediately began to think about how he could pay for the flight. But at that moment, some gang of hooligans called him, who were interested in why he was walking around here with nothing to do. Previously, these guys were scary for Joo-hyun, but now they are a great source of income. At this moment, Park Kyung-tae asked our hero why he doesn't respect them. In their opinion, he should have immediately bowed when he saw them. This guy used to be a street punk and now works as an art dealer. Together with his sister, he opened an art gallery. In fact, they are good for nothing. Joo-hyun worked part-time for them because he urgently needed money to attend high school. He didn't plan to stay long, but they weren't going to let him go. It wasn't that he was useless, in fact. On the contrary, he worked like everyone else, and maybe surpassed others in some ways. But was he respected? There was not a drop of respect in his direction. These people treated him like a dog, keeping him on a short leash and threatening to reduce his salary. A guy with blonde hair walked up to Yoo-hyun and asked why he wasn't answering. Our hero decided not to hesitate in action and therefore immediately hit the freak with all her might. A bunch of hooligans looked at the guy falling in bewilderment and were perplexed by this. Joo-hyun looked at these idiots and asked them to tell their boss that he was no longer working for her. Park Kyung-tae immediately began to threaten the guy, saying that he was doing something stupid. Our hero smiled and told them that it would be better to give his salary and severance pay, and the sooner the better. Park Kyung-tae just laughed in response to this and immediately attacked the guy with his fists. He was too slow for Joo-hyun, so while he was swinging, our hero landed a quick and accurate blow to the face. After that, he grabbed the freak by the head and hit him with his knee with all his might. All Park Kyung-tae's friends were horrified by what happened to Joo-hyun because before he was not so fast, and besides, he did not know how to fight. The young master told them to shut up and attack the guy instead. This is what they decided to do. These Joo-hyun clowns were not for anything, so he immediately knocked one out with his fist and kicked the other in the head. A moment later, the two of them were lying on the ground, and Park Kyung-tae and his friend were confused. Our hero just liked it. The result of his 15 years of combat experience was certainly pleasing. Then the guy asked the trash if they were all there. Park Kyung-tae at that moment took out his knife and said that they accepted him and raised him as their own. And this is all gratitude. The guy at that moment asked Park Kyung-tae to be careful with the knife because Joo-hyun already had a buyer. The guy didn't care and said he didn't care. Looking at the knife, our hero thought. Apparently it was a relic, but where did he get it from? In any case, the guy decided that this was not surprising because most of the relics attract the attention of people, creating tombs, and some are hidden among people. Our hero smiled and decided that this was a great meeting because soon this knife would belong to him. Park Kyung-tae went on the attack at that moment. He swung his knife, but Joo-hyun easily dodged and moved aside. A moment later, the guy's hand wrapped around Park Kyung-tae's hand and the knife. Our hero was surprised that such a freak had the courage to point a knife at him. The guy, without another word, snatched the knife from Park Kyung-tae's hand and said that he would take good care of it. Then he turned around and told me to watch carefully and learn how to use it correctly. This relic allows you to look at a person from the inside. Thereby you can see all the organs. The guys ran up to our hero and together tried to grab him, but everything was even. He disappeared. To their surprise, a moment later the guy appeared again, but this was horror for them, because he cut both his arms and legs. Then, looking at the knife, Joo-hyun decided that this knife seemed to have extra strength, which was quite convenient. Meanwhile, all the hooligans were screaming and whining. Our hero asked them to shut up because he slightly offended them. But if they refused to give the money, things could get worse. The guy immediately flew into a rage and ordered them to give him all their money if they didn't want to die in this alley. Of course, they couldn't say anything else because the lives of these pathetic monsters are important to them, so they gave everything they had. The action moves to the city, to one of the offices. Meanwhile, Park Kyung-tae's sister, Park Kyung-ju, was on the phone and was in disbelief that Joo-hyun had kicked all their asses and taken the money. She asked her brother if he really thought this was a normal excuse. The guy told his sister that he also had no idea how this happened. This slug Joo-hyun just yesterday did not know the basics of combat, but he became completely different. Even his look changed. The girl sighed heavily and then asked how much money the guy took from them. Park Kyung-tae scratched his head and said that he took all their money and the product sample they were going to use in the deal. Besides, as it turned out, he didn't take everything. Coming back, when Joo-hyun was counting all the money, he said that this was not enough and that he needed more. The guys told him that this was all, to which our hero looked at Park Kyung-tae in bewilderment. The guy asked what would happen if he found something else, in which case they would be out of luck. With half-hearted grief, one of the guys still handed over the Buddha statue, which our hero was happy about. Park Kyung-tae asked to take anything, but not her. Joo-hyun smiled and guessed from the phrase that just came out of Park Kyung-tae's mouth that this thing was valuable. In this case, it is confiscated. Our hero silently began to leave, and Park Kyung-tae, almost with tears in his eyes, shouted at him and asked him to stop. Buddha was very important to him. After listening to her brother's story, Park Kyung-ju seemed to go crazy and screaming. She ordered these idiots to return the figurine. The action moves to the pawn shop. It was here that Joo-hyun came in the morning and offered the figurine. The seller said that it wouldn't even cost 50,000 won, so it would be better to put it at home. The guy asked in bewilderment how this could be, to which the man told him that he understood at first sight that no one would buy it. At this moment, our hero thought. It was strange that Park Kyung-tae acted as if she was worth millions, but in reality she was just useless trash. A moment later, the guy was walking down the street. In fact, he also thought that this statue was quite valuable. Was his assessment wrong, given that he doesn't have his old heirloom? Suddenly, an incomprehensible energy began to emanate from the figurine, and within a second a window with inscriptions appeared in front of the guy. There was a suspicious entity hidden inside the Buddha. That's it. Our hero felt that something was wrong with her, and that freak would not have held on to her with all his might. Taking his knife, a satisfied Joo-hyun decided to check what was inside. Cutting the figurine to the ground, a certain flask with a strange liquid inside fell. Taking the flask in his hands, the guy immediately realized that it was a liquid drug. Just a couple of drops per cigarette and you are ready to smoke. Our hero immediately began to turn around so that unnecessary eyes would not see this, because in fact this is quite an expensive thing, and those freaks also sell drugs. Looking at the cone, Joo-hyun thought and guessed that they must have hundreds of exhibits, meaning that they could all be filled with the same thing. The guy immediately took out his phone and called Jeon Woo-hyung. He said hello and asked what the reward would be for denunciation of smuggling. Meanwhile, Park Kyung-ju was on the phone with the president and told him that his order was not ready yet, and also that it would be better to lie low. The girl said that they were most likely being watched now, and at that moment, a real nightmare was happening on the other side of the speaker, because the speaker was bursting with screams. Park Kyung-ju could only apologize once again. Then, after listening to all the screams, she said that she would soon contact him. As soon as the challenge ended, the kind and sweet girl turned into an angry and perplexed one. She was shocked and wondered why she would pocket all the money. At that moment, the sounds of a door opening sounded behind her. As soon as she turned and saw her brother, she asked where they had been. and if they had returned the Buddha. Park Kyung-ju looked at his sister with a sad look and said that they were completely trapped. The girl was certainly not happy with these words, and so she, in bewilderment, asked her brother what was happening. At this point, Kim Jeon-woo said that they were informed about the illegal distribution of drugs. Park Kyung-ju said that they sell works of art here and nothing more. The guy picked up the zip bag that contained that same flask and asked why criminals always cover up when they are caught red-handed. Kim Jeon-woo also said that they know and more. He asked if it was true that they kept all the exhibits in their warehouse. The girl's face changed with every second. Park Kyung-ju was definitely shocked that they knew about the warehouse in Gyeonggi. Anyway, each warehouse has its own access code. The girl came up and told the guy that she didn't understand what he was talking about. Unless they have stronger evidence, it is better not to make false accusations against innocent people. Park Kyung-ju looked into Kwon Tae-jun's eyes and said that even though he is a police officer, that does not give him the right to interfere in other people's business. At that moment, the guy picked up the radio, from which the investigators were just saying that they checked more than 600 exhibits and drugs were found in each of them. Park Kyung-ju was immediately handcuffed, but she only asked in bewilderment how they opened the storage room. "Each one has its own password." The guy smiled and said that everything is true, but they have their own methods and it's good that someone from the inside is cooperating with them. At that time, one of the police officers turned to our hero and said that the premises were closed. The guy was a little surprised, but in any case he opened it without any problems. The men were surprised by this act. Joo-hyun turned to them and said that he just had a good memory. He really has a phenomenal memory. One might say this is his only talent. It was because of him that Park Kyung-ju used him later. At first it was difficult to work, since the warehouses have different passwords, but it was really annoying. So he just remembered them. Of course, he never thought that his knowledge would ever be useful. The main thing is that everything went according to plan. He understood that soon he would receive a reward and he would finally have funds. Then he can start hunting for relics. Meanwhile, police officers checked the exhibits and found drugs in literally every one. They were surprised at the self-confidence of those people. The men smiled and said that Joo-hyun did the right thing, to which our hero replied that he was glad to help in the investigation, and then asked them for a favor. At this time, the police were taking Park Kyung-ju away, and Kwon Tae-jun was calling his brother. He asked in surprise why he called. Did he really want to talk to him? Then the guy asked him a question with a request. The guy, of course, complied with his brother's request and immediately called Park Kyung-ju and asked him to stop. He said that his assistant wanted to convey something, and after a moment he put the phone to her ear. Joo-hyun told the woman that they should have treated him better. He continued to say that they had to pay the entire salary when he worked. After a while, the girl realized whose voice this was, and in bewilderment, asked if it was all because of him. Joo-hyun laughed and told her that she should have changed her passwords more often, like once every 6 months or something like that. The guy wished them to enjoy their stay in prison, and a moment later the girl was taken to the car. As she left, she screamed that she would definitely kill him. Already at night, our hero returned home and laughed at this whole situation. It was definitely fun. At that moment, the guy received a message from his brother on his phone, in which he said that he was proud of him and that he would soon receive his reward. But it was better not to spend it all at once. The guy smiled and said that he would spend it wisely. He was glad that Kim Jeon-woo cared so much about him. In any case, he won't have to worry anymore, because as soon as he receives his starting capital, he can start searching for tombs. Of course, in this case, he will find the tombs first than that freak Kwon Tae-jun. As soon as the guy approached the place from which he had always seen his house, he was a little shocked because he simply wasn't at home. A huge tomb arose on the site of their area, and it definitely appeared here for a reason. The people who lived in the area were terrified and desperate. They didn't understand what was happening. They were arguing with each other and asking each other to stop yelling. Some of them ran up to the soldiers and asked what was happening, but they themselves had no idea. Joo-hyun understood the state of all these people, but this will happen more and more often until the world finally plunges into chaos. The guy even remembered how it happened last time, and all the situations were reported to him over the phone because that day, as usual, he was working for that bastard Park. That day he returned home, and, fortunately for himself, he did not see anything unusual. And this only means that someone cleverly cleared the tomb in a few hours. Apparently, this someone was now among all these people, and this time he cannot let him get to the relic. Suddenly, the guy heard a familiar voice behind him. One of the people asked not to shoot. As it turned out, it was our hero's neighbor, Kim Dong-hyun. Meanwhile, the soldier was yelling and telling everyone to shut up. Everyone needs to stop panicking and just stay where they are. Our hero decided not to stand on ceremony and not tolerate such an attitude towards ordinary people, so he knocked him out. The guy's neighbor was surprised by what he saw, and Joo-hyun asked the soldier if he was too crazy to be waving his gun around here. After that, the guy smiled and told his neighbor that they had not seen each other for quite a long time. He's still the same good-natured big guy. As soon as the soldier stood up, Joo-hyun asked if he had come to his senses. The guy apologized and said that he didn't know what hit him. Our hero said that this was not important and therefore immediately asked what was happening here and why there were so many soldiers here. The guy was speechless. Having not heard an answer, Joo-hyun continued to ask questions. He asked if they tried to get into that tomb. The soldier said that he had no right to answer this. Our hero decided that it was clear that they tried. In this case, the main thing now is to identify the government dogs. The guy approached the soldier again and said that this was their house and they wanted to know why a crowd of soldiers with guns was hanging around here. He looked at him and added that he most likely should know what would happen to him if Joo-hyun decided to report to his superiors what he was doing here until the guy pacified him. It was better to help each other to avoid problems, so it's better to tell it like it is. The guy resigned himself and said that their task was to destroy the object, first removing a certain thing inside it. He assured that no one or anything would be harmed. Joo-hyun understood that they had no idea what they were dealing with. At that moment, the soldier added that there were several other scientists with them who knew what was what. As soon as our hero heard about the scientists, he immediately began to grasp the idea. The guy immediately thanked the soldier for his honesty. He immediately turned around and said that they all believed in them, so he wished them luck. The guy was flattered by this and said that they would definitely cope. After the conversation, Kim Dong-hyun approached his neighbor and asked if he had achieved anything, to which our hero said that he had not learned much. All that remains is to wait. After that, the guy turned around again and left. Kim Dong-hyun, of course, was shocked by what was happening, and also could not help but notice that the guy was strange today. The action moves a little closer to the main object, which the men in black grabbed. CIA agent Linda Walker asked by phone to check the information again, because the Korean government should already know about the tombs. The caller on the other side assured the girl that they knew nothing. It was quite strange for her because there were a lot of military people here. The caller continued to say that everything was under control and that they were not acting on their instructions, and he also asked not to mention tombs in their conversations. All this is classified. Then he asked her to report the situation. Linda Walker said that everything is in order here. The dynamite has been successfully planted, which means they will soon be ready to enter the facility. The voice said that was very good and reminded them to follow the protocol. They must not miss anything because every relic must be delivered intact. At that moment, Abe Kiyoshi from the archaeological unit approached the girl, and looking at the perplexed girl, said that they were definitely not the only ones to reap the benefits of one world. He then added that they should rather be surprised that they arrived earlier than they did. He hoped that Linda had a good flight because it was a long way. The girl said that unlike them, they extract relics for scientific purposes and make them the property of the whole world. Abe Kiyoshi laughed and asked if she believed in her words. They won't let their scientists get anywhere near the relics, then why this circus? They are either blind or trying to make fools of them. It's better to stop this idle chatter and finally go and take their artifact. Our hero, looking at the quarrels of these two, assumed that these guys were in charge here. He also suggested that they were representatives of the CIA and Japan. Despite the fact that tombs had already begun to appear around the world, their nature was initially unclear to the public. So when all this started, only a few of the most advanced countries were actually competing for the spoils. The USA and Japan were, of course, among them. The governments of such countries formed a special team to conduct excavations and extracted artifacts all over the world. Our hero was sure that these freaks would not get anything this time, because the relic would be his. Looking at their quarrel, Joo-hyun decided that this was very good for him, because he could take advantage of their idleness. In this case, the main thing is that the tomb is not blown up while he is inside. Turning around, he saw the glyphs. She also loves relics as before, because they, like living beings, crave acquaintances and attention. Those who can read the glyphs will easily find the information they need for a safe adventure in the ruins. Information about traps, passages, and secrets of the tomb. The guy knew that most people, of course, could not read them, But he was not the majority, and besides, he had found the entrance. At this moment, windows appeared in front of the guy as before, which indicated that he had unlocked a new title, skills, and abilities. The new skill was Young Linguist. It provides understanding and learning of existing languages, and hidden glyph deciphering skills are also available. Joo-hyun decided that this is a good skill, but once again it's time for the windows to disappear, because he can't see anything. After some time, the action moves to a flowing river and a bridge. There was a strange glow on one of the columns. Our hero suggested that this is the same place, so there is no need to hesitate. He immediately grabbed his knife and swung it. He was incredibly excited that the time had come to become a tomb raider. An incredible amount of energy immediately flew out of the column and soared into the sky. As soon as the guy destroyed the column, a dialogue box appeared in front of him, which said that an unknown creature was approaching. Meanwhile, Linda Walker and Abe Kiyoshi, who were most likely still arguing at the time, noticed a pillar of bright light in the sky. One of the agents approached the girl and said that most likely someone had just opened the tomb. Abe Kiyoshi decided not to hesitate and immediately ran towards the source of this light. He ordered the soldiers to remain in their places, because a release was possible, so all residents of the surrounding areas needed to be evacuated. The guys ran on, and Linda Walker said that they could use some support, to which the guy said that they would only get in the way. As soon as they ran to the source of light, they began to look inside, but did not see anything because the beam of light was too bright. Linda Walker picked up a pebble that was lying nearby and simply threw it inside. After some time, he reached the bottom, but made a gurgle. Abe Kiyoshi immediately said that there was water below, which means there was a fairly deep reservoir there. The guy decided not to waste time, and if, according to Linda Walker, he is deep, then he needs to act. He flew down. Meanwhile, the action shifts to our hero, who was walking through the tunnel. He felt that there was a tail behind him. The guy walked up to the glyphs and began to read them. After a moment, he smiled and said they could play a little. And again we return to Abe Kiyoshi, who meanwhile got out of the water and could not help but notice the stench in this place. Linda Walker came down the rope at that moment and said that she was trying to warn him. Suddenly the guys heard a rather terrifying sound. The girl asked in bewilderment what it was. The guy listened and realized that he was approaching. Within a moment, a huge pile of water began to fly from the dark depths of the tunnel. The guys started to run away, but still couldn't understand where there was so much water coming from. Unfortunately for them, the water began to engulf them without any problems, and they set off to follow the stream. Our hero, meanwhile, finally came to the end of the tunnel and, emerging from it, he noticed a bright and beautiful pond. Holding the blade in his hands, he decided that it was not in vain that he took it with him. Without thinking twice, he threw it into the water. At first there was a gloomy silence in this place, but after a moment something began to happen. Within a second, a giant snake crawled out of the water and told the guy that his blade was not missing, God told the man. It's easy to find him once he recognizes his. Opening its mouth, the monster asked which blade was his. Maybe gold or silver. Our hero smiled and said that he knows this fairy tale. This is the Tomb of Two Axes, and in fact the story is as old as the world but came down to their time like Aesop's fable, the woodcutter and Mercury. Looking at the two blades, the guy understood that the artifact would definitely be his. He said without hesitation that his blade was not like that. The monster was at a loss. Closing his mouth, he opened it again, but there was already one blade there. He asked, "What about this?" In the fable, the poor man cried out, "Here's mine this time," and then received all 3 axes from Mercury as a reward for his honesty. Our hero then told the monster that he looked similar but was still not sure about it. He asked to take a closer look at him, to which the monster agreed. Joo-hyun walked up to the monster, which opened its mouth even further and took its blade. The guy, as soon as he grabbed the dagger, immediately cut the snake's mouth. In bewilderment, she began to shout what he was doing, because he had already almost won and almost received his reward. And our hero said the first rule of the robber is to never trust relics because they are pure evil. He asked, where is the guarantee that his reward would not be some kind of curse? The snake was perplexed that this guy knew so much about them. Joo-hyun said that the man who wielded the axes soon turned into a serial killer, and the number of his victims was simply uncountable. The guy smiled and added that he knows much more than the monster thinks. It's sad that a test of honesty has just turned into such a scam. Our hero ran forward a moment later and decided to finish what he started, because he saw no point in leaving this snake alive. The monster looked into the guy's eyes and asked if he thought that now he would become his servant after such and such. Joo-hyun said that this was the next problem. It's not enough just to pass the test and receive a relic that will give you power or a curse. It is necessary, first of all, to establish some kind of connection with her. Kinship. And usually the relationship between a person and a relic develops without any problems, but not always. Another characteristic feature of the relics is their deepest hatred for representatives of humanity. They infect their owner with various curses, diseases, etc. There are also artifacts that allow you to recover from such effects. Their owners are real lucky ones, and this is another reason why the guy could not leave that freak Kwon Tae-jun. In any case, it is not always possible to make friends with your relic, because sometimes the only way out is to subjugate it to yourself. The monster held on with all his might and begged the mortal to spare him. He wanted the guy to end his suffering. Joo Hyun laughed and said, "Does it really hurt that much?" He looked at the snake and said that he had suffered enough from it. As he continued to press his dagger into the snake's scales, he knew that he would suppress its will. Controlling relics is the same as using ordinary inanimate objects. One wrong move and you will be swallowed up. There are 3 ways to interact with artifacts. Of course, the obvious one is friendship, a healthy relationship between man and heirloom. The second way is dominance. We are talking about the brutal subjugation of an artifact. And finally, the third way is compatibility. The strongest bonds formed through shared ideas and interests. For example, a musician and a musical instrument. Of course, he tries to make friends, because this is the easiest way to gain the trust of the artifact, and accordingly use all its power. But there is one misfortune. Relics that do not share the owner's ideas or are not under his control gradually drive their owner crazy. It's like a user fee. The guy said that in this life he is not going to waste time on slowly destroying friendships, so he will force the monster to obey him. He continued to hurt the snake and said that either it would serve him or he would destroy it. After all, he will find a worthwhile replacement without much effort. The snake screamed in horror because it did not understand why this was happening now. Mortals should desire and revere them. Eventually, the snake decided to give in and submit to the mortal. She turned into water again, and in the hand of our hero was an axe. And again windows with information appeared. The rank and skill have been unlocked again, as well as a new skill, basic archaeology. It made it possible to accumulate knowledge about the tombs. Joo Hyun was glad that a new skill had been discovered, but there was still one that was not discovered. Just as he was about to leave, another window appeared, which said that a title and talent had been opened. Dominance gets an A. The guy was glad that his dominance had increased, but why his convictions had dropped. In any case, he decided that he would not coddle with the relics. Suddenly, behind our hero, screams were heard from the guys who had finally reached the pond. Abe Kiyoshi, coming closer, said that everything was exactly as it was said in the prophecy. And our hero was surprised that they dealt with the trap so quickly. The guy took out the object and joyfully looked at the pond. Linda Walker, perplexed, asked her friend what he was up to. The guy, without answering, threw her into the water, and the girl still wanted to hear the answer. Joo Hyun laughed and said that they were a little late anyway. They need to be on their guard and keep an eye on this couple. This will definitely not be the last time he sees them. Then, grabbing his dagger, he thought, what if we just ended everything right here? Suddenly, the guy noticed that inscriptions appeared on the blade. The blade's strength was already a little more than half. Our hero realized that he would not be able to use it for a long time, which was undoubtedly sad. But this was a hint that he should not get into a fight in vain. Abe Kiyoshi, meanwhile, did not receive any magic and was at a loss, because the prophecy clearly said to throw the artifact into the pond. Linda Walker immediately said that they still had the seer's relic, and the guy told her that it didn't make any difference, because everything was much worse. He directly said that someone had recently stolen their artifact, which meant someone else was here. Linda Walker at that moment remembered that she had seen someone's footprints near the runes, which means the tomb had already been cleaned. Suddenly a noise was heard behind them, and they turned around in bewilderment to find out what it was. Our hero was making fun of them at that moment. These guys are really like little children. Then Yoo Hyun looked at the found artifact and said that it was time to get out of this place, because soon there would be nothing left of it. The guy picked up the relic and ordered the snake to seal his tomb. A moment later, the weapon began to emit a bright light. Almost immediately, the tomb began to collapse, and Abe Kiyoshi and Linda Walker understood that they needed to escape from here as quickly as possible. Our hero, meanwhile, proceeded to the exit without any problems and after some time climbed out of the tunnel. Shaking off the dust, the guy said that those guys should have taken care of their escape routes. In any case, now it's time to blend into the crowd as if nothing had happened. By his return, the tomb had expectedly disappeared. And for a long time, people could not come to their senses from what they had seen. But over time, everyone went home. A moment later, our hero approached his neighbor. Kim Dong-hyun, in bewilderment, told the guy that the embankment had simply disappeared. Joo-hyun was incredibly happy about this because he was incredibly hungry. The guy, in bewilderment, asked if he was serious when he said this. What if it appears again? Abe Kyoshi, meanwhile, was talking on the phone and was incredibly angry. He asked why he was not immediately warned how everything would turn out. He said that in the future he wants to know about every detail because otherwise there is no point in them at all. The voice on the other side said that the prophecy appeared just a few hours ago, and of course they still have difficulty reading it. The guy's hands began to tremble incredibly. He asked if they could not read the words again. The voice silently confirmed this. Abe Kyoshi lost his temper and again asked what they were doing there then. Why is that kid still so dumb? The voice said that he was not in the mood today. In any case, they said they understood the disappointment and promised to do everything in the future to prevent this from happening again. It would be better to catch up. Then the voice said that this thief seemed to be a rather unusual person. Abe Kyoshi asked again. They may have a pretty bad translation, but the prophecy says that this man will swallow the world. Our hero, meanwhile, was studying the internet. His linguistic skill is a godsend because it allows him to read information in different languages. The only negative was that there is no information about the tombs on the internet. Only after some time the whole world recognizes the relics. He wanted to know how he could find out what Kwon Tae-jun was doing now. There is no information about him, nor about his organization. At that moment, Kim Dong-hyun approached our hero and asked in bewilderment whether he really understood what was written here or whether he was just looking at the screen. Joo-hyun asked him what he thought. Do you need to read what is written? Kim Dong-hyun said in bewilderment that it would be okay. It's strange to live with a genius and not suspect it. Our hero at that moment asked his friend if he had heard of an organization called TKBM. The guy said that he didn't seem to hear, and then asked why he was asking. The guy said that he just needed information about their director, to which Kim Dong-hyun asked another question. What interested him? At that moment, our hero caught one thought and assumed that he understood how he could find information and find out more information about this freak. Once again, the action shifts to those freaks who were beaten by Joo-hyun. They examined the office, which had been completely demolished, but tried to find at least something. The guy said that without Kim Dong-hyun, they are screwed because they don't understand anything about business. Another guy said this is definitely a problem. Having taken out the secret, he said that it was all because of that bastard Joo-hyun. He was sure that at the next meeting he would beat him up. The guy supported the boss and said that he was right. There is no forgiveness for him. They offered to find him and show their character. Suddenly, a call started coming in on their boss's phone. They took out their phone in bewilderment. To their horror, Joo-hyun called them right now. They immediately tensed up, but still decided that they needed to answer him. As soon as the guy accepted the call, he said in a trembling voice that he was listening carefully. Joo-hyun pointedly asked why they didn't pick up the phone faster. All three tensed up because this guy really doesn't see the shore. The guy immediately started screaming and saying that he would find him because he was a freak and ratted them all out. Joo-hyun said only one thing, to close his mouth and not interrupt. He has a proposal for them. Of course, he knew that things were just a nightmare for them. They asked if he had messed up something, because things were going wrong for them precisely because of him. Our hero calmed them down and said that everything could still be fixed. He wants to hire them for one businessman. He needs people on Midas. Midas is the world's largest underground auction, a place where the greatest treasures and values are concentrated. From time to time, Kwon Tae-ju visited this place in order to acquire relics of the highest quality. That's why he needs people there. Joo-hyun told the guys that he needed to deal with a certain product and person as soon as possible. He told them to look for a man named Jack Kamen. This is one of Kwon Tae-jun's aliases to divert attention. The guy said that he needed any information about him and therefore it was better not to deceive him. They immediately started screaming and asking if he knew that Midas was in Las Vegas. How can they get there? Our hero said that this was certainly not his problem. Joo-hyun added that they are free to refuse, but assures that they won't once they find out how much he will pay them for the work. And again they began to shout, saying that he was a fool if he thought that they would fall for his pathetic handouts. They all also wanted to know where he was. Joo-hyun was losing control and realized that they didn't want to make contact. In this case, you will have to convince them differently. He guessed that they hadn't realized last time that a lot had changed. That is why he goes to them to beat them until they themselves ask to work for him. They began to say in horror that they were not finished yet, so it was better to wait a little longer. Joo-hyun told them that they would see each other soon, and then canceled the call. He knew that after this they would agree, which means that while they were getting information about that freak, he could work on another tomb. Entering a store, the guy immediately saw urgent news. Tonight, a woman tried to burn herself right in the center of the city. Joo-hyun was literally sure that this was a harbinger of the appearance of the relic. Although the guy wasn't sure about it, it was definitely worth checking. At that moment, a man behind him began to shout, saying that he was blocking the passage. As it turned out, it was Abe Kiyoshi. The guy didn't understand what he was doing here because this was exactly the man he saw in the tomb. He understood for sure that a man would not just walk here, which means that soon a new tomb will appear somewhere nearby. Our hero knew that the Japanese unit was working with the seer, which means he knew exactly where the new release would occur. All this time, Abe Kiyoshi was saying all sorts of bad words in Japanese when suddenly our hero asked what he had just said. Does he really think that he didn't understand? The man, in bewilderment, asked if he was also Japanese. He immediately apologized, saying that he had had a hard day. This is definitely another plus to the linguistic skill. Joo-hyun laughed and said that he didn't understand anything, but he should have seen himself when he said that he knew Japanese. Abe Kiyoshi became even more angry about this. Does he really think this is funny? Our hero said that he was the first to start saying nasty things, to which the man said that it was his own fault for blocking the passage. The man stuck out his finger and asked in bewilderment if the guy knew who he was. At that moment, our hero felt a powerful presence. The strange thing was that he didn't even try to hide the aura of his relic. What if you try to steal it? Meanwhile, the man ordered to go out and talk one-on-one. The guy said that he likes interesting dialogues. And then, as soon as he unwrapped Joo-hyun, he poured the contents of the can on him. Abe Kiyoshi was incredibly angry. Our hero laughed and said that he did it by accident, after which he asked how he felt. Joo-hyun added that it's likely someone stirred the contents. Abe Kiyoshi talked about how he's all sweet now. He now has to pay for the laundry. While the guy was shaking his hand, he deftly reached into his pocket and felt that it felt like a small bracelet. However, stealing it now would be too noticeable. Joo-hyun added that he would gladly give money for laundry, but he spent his last money on beer, and this would be a reason for a man to exchange his rags for new clothes. At this moment, our hero said that the man dropped something. He handed over the documents and asked not to lose them. Abe Kiyoshi immediately snatched them away. I wouldn't want anyone to see his archaeological documents. Besides, he understood that he should calm down. Unexpectedly for everyone, a loud sound was heard, and then an earthquake began. People began to run in different directions in panic, but the earthquake became so strong that they literally fell to the ground. Joo-hyun knew that the fun would soon begin, because the new tomb was already on the way. Abe Kiyoshi, meanwhile, was glad that the seer was right again. You need to take advantage of this chaos and take the relic. At that moment, they called the man and asked if everything was okay. He said that everything was going according to plan, but the voice told him that this was not all. He was given information that the man who cleared the tomb of the two axes would again stand in their way. As the voice said, the child told them something else strange. In short, he should avoid alcoholic beverages. Abe Kiyoshi immediately remembered the nasty guy who poured beer on him. He clutched his phone and realized that this was the same man from the prophecy. He began to look around and look for this one. But as it turned out, he had already escaped. Without thinking twice, Abe Kiyoshi rushed after him, because he must stop him and find out all the details from the last prophecy. The action moves to our hero. Meanwhile, he felt that this relic would not be as simple as the last one. Just moments later, a voice called out to him and told him to stop. Of course, it was Abe Kiyoshi. The guy asked in bewilderment if he had really come again, but this time the man was not going to joke. He ordered to open the backpack. Once again, an earthquake began, and windows appeared in front of our hero again. They said that an unknown aura was approaching. Within a moment, a strange glow began to appear under their feet, breaking out from under the ground. After some time, most of the area was swallowed up by strange blades that appeared after the glow. Our hero, looking at people, understood that things were bad because he was in danger. This relic clearly craves blood. The guy immediately saw a large number of weapons and began to think where he saw this place. Then he remembered that this was the tomb of Muramasa, or the abode of the deadly katana. Muramasa was a famous swordsman and blacksmith who lived in Japan during the Muromachi period. His blades are known for their incredible characteristics and mystical stories associated with them. One of them was the curse of the shogun Tokugawa Ieyasu. The man did not agree with the politics and the shogun who sought to seize power over all of Japan. Everyone knew that a series of accidental deaths in the dynasty were associated with Muramasa swords. The answer was predictable, and most of the swords were destroyed. This is all that Ju-hyun knew about this relic. Well, she also has an incredible hatred for all humanity, of course. Suddenly, the system began to tell our hero that he had attracted the attention of the relic and had also received minor damage. Our hero looked at his hand and saw that scars were beginning to appear on his hands. This only meant that the tomb must be cleared as soon as possible. Everything would have been much easier if it weren't for the guy Abe Kiyoshi standing behind him, who was still holding him at gunpoint and wanted to see the contents of the backpack. Ju-hyun immediately started shouting that this was a robbery in broad daylight, and why should he listen to him? Abe Kiyoshi laughed and said that it was probably because he was pointing a gun at him, so it was better to stop playing to the public, because this is the last warning. The guy decided to take the man weakly and said that in that case, let him shoot. The man became angrier every second. Finally, he told the guy that he didn't understand what he had gotten himself into, but maybe he could understand something once he shot him in the leg. Ju-hyun said that he would not advise doing this, but it was too late. The man pulled the trigger, and at the same moment the gun in his hand exploded. Abe Kiyoshi immediately winced in pain. Our hero smiled and said that he had warned him. The guy said that tombs have their own rules, and that's why modern firearms don't work here. Otherwise, everything would be too easy. The man looked at this guy in bewilderment and asked how he knew all this. And besides, now he is absolutely sure that he took their relic. Ju-hyun grabbed him by the collar and said that's the way it is. They can forget about him anyway. The man asked what he was up to and why he was dragging him along. Our hero apologized to him and said that he would have to get rid of him because he was too annoying. A moment later, unknown substances began to crawl towards the man, and he shouted in bewilderment where they came from. Immediately after this, Ju-hyun ran into the tomb, and Abe Kiyoshi shouted after him not to relax because he would still get to him and kill him. After that, the man looked at the people and asked them not to panic because everything was under control. After that, he asked if they spoke Japanese, but they only whispered to each other. One of them began to walk forward, and Abe Kiyoshi immediately began to ask him to help him quickly. Only other people standing nearby advised him not to approach him. They said that the guy had a gun and that he could be dangerous, but the one who originally went to help said that they couldn't just leave him here. Abe Kiyoshi, in bewilderment, pulled out his ID and said that he was an archaeologist from Japan and that he was here to deal with the situation that happened. Meanwhile, our hero made his way further and further. Well, finally he decided to examine the little thing that he had successfully taken from that man. Fortunately, he was able to go through his pockets at the last moment, and he was certainly glad that humanity still knows little about the tombs. So the guy took out everything he pulled out and realized that it was just a bracelet and a pie. When he saw the bracelet, he realized that it was a piece from a Korean fairy tale about a brother and sister who became the sun and the moon. In it, a tiger kills their mother for rice cakes and also tries to kill the boys. However, they are saved with the help of a rope that came down from heaven. Of course, this is hardly a powerful relic, but it can also be useful. In any case, this is not the main thing now, and therefore he will deal with it later. At this point, a new skill was unlocked, agility. It was time enough because now our hero has all 4 skills open. Sleight of hand made it possible to understand the nature of a thing only by touching it. It also made it possible to restore damaged relics and steal them. After this, a new window appeared. It shot our hero with all the basic skills unlocked. To receive the reward, he had to leave the tomb. Ju-hyun, of course, could not forget the raven who did all this. But on the other hand, he is only for doing this as long as everything works for his benefit. Suddenly, the guy heard women's screams behind him, so he became interested in what was happening there. Approaching the cliff and looking down, he saw a woman standing with a knife in the middle of a crowd of other people. Is this a trap again? An incredibly deadly energy emanated from the girl. Other people asked her to stop, but most likely she simply did not hear them. Our hero just looked at her and realized that she had become obsessed. And besides, if someone touches her now, they will become exactly the same. The more people who fall under the influence of this sword, the more difficult it will be for others to escape. Everyone here will die eventually, and that's the only nature of this place. The more people die here, the longer the bridge will become, so it is somewhat reminiscent of a sacrificial altar. Ju-hyun started shouting to the guys and asking how they ended up here. Was it because of that Japanese guy? One of the men shouted that it was him. The guy started singing a strange song and several traps gradually disappeared, and when they helped him get out, this is what gratitude came out. He told people that to maintain confidentiality, everyone should die here. Ju-hyun was shocked by this action. The guy knew for sure that there were some relics here. Our hero started to climb down the cliff, but he had to be very careful because of all those blades. Along the way, Ju-hyun cut several swords to get down without injury. At that moment, the girl turned around and noticed a new and dangerous person, so she immediately rushed in his direction. Our hero picked up the previously found bracelet and threw it at the girl, asking him to stop her. Within a moment, the rope tied her, and she fell to the ground. This battle certainly turned out to be quite easy. He asked the girl to remain in place, and he took the relic in his hands. She was confused by the owner, but in any case, she asked to go and kill all the people. Ju-hyun asked in bewilderment how dare a simple relic tell him what to do. Moreover, it was a C-rank relic, which means it is completely useless. But what kind of ego does she have? He threw it aside, saying that it was a waste of time. It was necessary to find the main relic of this tomb. The girl, meanwhile, came to her senses and was already asking to be released, while this relic was flirting with her. The guy immediately took her. Just think, as soon as you turn your back, the relics start doing whatever they want. Ju-hyun addressed the people and asked them to follow him. He will get them out of here, but there is no need to ask too many questions. It's enough that he's not bad. Abe Kiyoshi, meanwhile, was jubilant. He got rid of all the problematic witnesses and also found the relic room. Now all that remained was to find Muramasa and get rid of that annoying kid. At that time, he already knew that the guy had stolen all his relics, but he knew that he would still make that kid suffer. Handling katana after katana, Abe Kiyoshi realized that these were all just fakes. Where is the relic itself? At that moment, a voice addressed the man. As soon as he turned around, he noticed a bunch of people who were furious at what he had done. He asked them in bewilderment how they were able to get out, but the people did not let him say a word. They grabbed him and started kicking him. Ju-hyun laughed and told the man that he looked too ridiculous. The man in turn said that he knew that he did it. The guy laughed and asked who else could have done this. And it was also difficult to believe that he could not discover the relic, even though he came here first. Our hero picked up an axe and ordered him to find the relic of this tomb. Within a moment, one of the swords began to glow. This made our hero even more bewildered, because the relic was right in front of Abe Kiyoshi's nose. It was strange to see such a piece of debris, but from the looks of it, it would reveal its true form when activated. Within a moment, the relic made contact, and she was perplexed that another person was trying to take over its power. If he wants to gain its power, then he must make 10 sacrifices. He needs the blood of people to restore his original power. People immediately began to ask in bewilderment if this meant that 10 people from the crowd would die. Our hero asked the sword if this was really a test for him. The sword said that it was true and again ordered people to be killed for him. Ju-hyun replied that he refused. The guy, perplexed, asked why he should do all this if he could just fix it. Incredible energy began to emanate from this katana. Our hero said that now the test subject is not him. Now the katana will be tested by him, and if it does not submit to him, he will simply smash it into pieces. Ju-hyun told her to hurry up and obey him quickly. The relic asked in bewilderment, how dare a mortal do something like that to him? A moment later, there was a small bang and the entire field was covered in smoke. Once the smoke cleared, people saw Ju-hyun with the subordinate relic. The tomb has been cleared. After that, the guy made a rope and told the people that they needed to climb up, and so they could safely leave this place. Among all these people, Abe Kiyoshi was hiding and trying to escape. Our hero grabbed him and asked him to slow down. He knew that the man was again planning to get rid of them as soon as they got out. Abe Kiyoshi paused awkwardly and began to assure our hero that he was not going to do this. He just wanted to leave this place. He said that if he let him come back, he would make sure that his bosses hired him and he could work for them. The salary will be around 10 billion yen just working for the team. The man added that they had a prophetic relic on their side. If he can get this power, it will make his life much easier. What about this proposal? The guy said that he was amused, because things about the relic can only be activated by its owners. Then how will he activate it? The man continued to say that a team was working on her and would do their best to help the guy. Our hero smiled and said that it sounded quite interesting. In this case, he can use the rope, but he will be the last to rise. Within a moment, the man was apologizing to our hero for his words because he looks like a smart guy. Skillful people are always welcome on the team. The guy at that moment offered to talk about the deal. He wants to know more about the Japanese team that owns the relic items, because it will be difficult to work with them without trust. Abe Kiyoshi asked Ju Hyun not to worry because they are a famous group TKBM. Hearing only these words, our hero kicked the man and threw him down. The man, perplexed, asked why he did this. As soon as he landed on the ground, he realized that he had broken his legs, and Ju Hyun said to thank his chatty mouth, because now he knows all the important information. Looking into Abe Kiyoshi's eyes, the guy asked who would even want to work for trash like him. After that, our hero began to get out of the tomb, and the man asked in bewilderment whether he was really going to kill a person in such cold blood. After some time, the guy stood in the toilet and cleaned himself up. Having examined his hand, which hurt so much, he was upset. But this was all because of Muramasa, or rather because of the consequences of the submission used. Usually, in order to take possession of a relic, one must pass its test. But ignoring the test of the relic and attempting to take possession of it causes considerable damage to the body. Of course, the stronger the relic, the longer it will resist, and if he continues like this, his body will not last long. Looking at the relic, which the guy dipped into the toilet because his tongue was too long, he said that he had no other choice. Because if he did not subjugate all the relics, they would betray him. Finally, a window appeared that said that the tomb had been cleared and also that a reward had been received. Looking at another window, our hero saw that he was faced with a choice. He could choose the path of submission or the path of friendship. Turning to the Raven, he asked if he really wanted to know how he would control the relic. Why does he need this? After examining his hand, the guy said that he was not going to stop just because of minor problems with his hand. He chooses the path of submission. It seemed like something incredible was about to happen, but to Ju Hyun's surprise, nothing happened. Shouldn't some semblance of a reward be given in a situation like this? He asked the Raven to imitate the gaming system, at least qualitatively. As soon as the guy reached into his pocket, he felt something strange there. As soon as he pulled it out, he realized that it was a silver pill that was consumed with food. Having decided that the guy has nothing to lose, even if he dies by eating it, he can only blame fate for this. Taking the katana out of the toilet, he regretted 3 times that he had put it there, because the stench was strong. The guy said that it was time for them to go home, and Muramasa told the guy that he would kill him. At this point, Ju Hyun began to feel that the pill was already working. In surprise, he dropped his katana to the ground. Looking at his hand, our hero noticed that early on his hand they were disappearing. Apparently, this is a healing relic. This was quite good because healing relics are very expensive and rare. At this moment, a system window appeared in front of our hero again, which said that he had withstood the side effect of the relic, which means he was able to recover and activate a new skill. The new skill was immunity, and it was actually a thing that Ju Hyun had seen for the first time in his life. Suddenly, the guy realized that this could be a unique ability created specifically for him. Meanwhile, on TV, they said that a major earthquake had occurred in the Seoul area, at the epicenter of which an unidentified object had arisen. About 50 people were stuck in this facility, but according to eyewitnesses, there were a huge number of deadly traps inside. One of the victims says that there was someone on the premises whose plans included eliminating the people there. Of course, the government has already contacted Japan and is awaiting a response from them. On the other hand, due to this situation, they require explanation. A moment later, the TV turned off and a voice said that they were all fools. The action takes place in the central office of a Japanese research team. The leaders asked the guy if they understood what they had done. Information about tombs is now on every screen in the world, and not only that, they also brought problems to their country. Their subordinate caused a colossal scandal and also died somewhere in a tomb. Death in this case is the best thing that could happen to him. The guy just apologized. The head of the Japanese research team, Mori Hiroyuki, said the cause was unforeseen circumstances. The man said that he assured them that he would deal with the situation despite the appearance of the Korean. The guy said that this was true, but it turned out that there were too many side factors. Mori Hiroyuki added in bewilderment that now everything is different and they can use the relic to find the location of this kid. He said that they could do this because their subordinate made contact with the target. Although there will be errors, they will be able to track his location. He added that scientists who do not own the relic are looking for a way to activate it without being exposed to it. The man said that in that case, they would give them another chance. Mori Hiroyuki began thanking him and promising that they would do everything possible to eliminate the target. Meanwhile, our hero was lying on the bed and thinking about immunity. If it protects him from the harmful effects of the relic, then that will be pretty damn cool. All owners of the relic suffer from this disease. In his past life, they went so far that the healing relics became the most valuable treasure. If this ability can protect him from the effects of the relic, then it is definitely a rare ability. Looking up somewhere, the guy turned to the Raven, trying to understand what he was up to. What benefit will he get from his health advantage over others? He asked me to answer him because the Raven is very talkative, and besides, he uses all these windows to talk to him. There was no answer, but at that moment, Ju-hyun received a call on his phone. As it turned out, it was Seung-woo. Picking up the phone, the guy asked how the work of his henchman was going. Seung-woo, of course, started up, but after a while he decided to score. The guy said he checked the auction visitors sheet. Meanwhile, they were already in Las Vegas. Our hero, hoping to hear accurate information, heard the words that there were 3 people with a similar name here. Getting out of bed, the guy said that apparently he would have to go there and check everyone himself. Seung-woo laughed and asked if he was really coming. At that moment, a window appeared in front of Ju-hyun, saying that his future had been foretold by the relic. This, of course, started to really piss me off. The guy told Seung-woo that he would stay with them a little longer than planned. There is a place they will need to visit, an apocryphal work by Prince Shotoku, containing a prediction about the fate of Japan. This legendary relic was mentioned frequently in many ancient writings. However, it was one of the first relics to be introduced into human society. Instead of creating a tomb from the relic itself, it chose its owner. It was found by a girl who had no idea what it was. Realizing that this notebook might get dirty if it continued to lie on the ground, she picked it up. But for some reason she left her, Sasaki Yuka. She was the one chosen by the prophetic relic. After this, the relic thing followed her wherever she went. Even after being burned and torn to pieces, the book still reappeared in front of her. This made the girl fear her even more. Soon, Japanese authorities learned of the existence of the relic and recruited the girl into the ranks of the Japanese research team. Thanks to this, the Sasaki family no longer knew what poverty was, because with the help of the gift of divination, Japan could find a huge number of all kinds of relics. It turned out her future was predetermined, but not everything always goes according to plan. Because the girl gave up her studies to concentrate, she could not understand the meaning of many difficult kanji. Accordingly, she could not fully use the power of the relic, and, as a result, she was overtaken by another owner of the relic's items. This was the cause of the girl's death. Initially, our hero was not going to touch the owner of the relic, since she would soon die anyway. But because they dared to try to track him, they would have to change plans. And besides, the fact that they were associated with that freak Kwon Tae-jun does not say anything good about them. He will destroy all their plans. The action moves to Sasaki Yuka. Meanwhile, she was sitting in front of the TV and watching the program, but a voice was calling her. Without waiting for an answer, the man entered the room and told his daughter that it was time for her to get down to business. An upset Sasaki said that now would be the most interesting part, but her father reminded her that this was the 4th time she was watching this. The girl asked what it was that she really liked about this program, but they still went about their business. Sitting down at the table, she realized that she again had to read and interpret complex inscriptions. The guys said that she could rewrite complex symbols exactly and give them to them. The girl sighed and said that she remembered all this. After she began to read, a moment later a loud scream was heard. Sasaki Yuka jumped up and said that she would die. The inscriptions this time are so legible that there can be no mistakes. The girl began to say that it was all 100% because of that Korean, because Abe Kiyoshi also died due to his fault. The woman asked the girl to calm down and read everything in more detail. Because if there is a threat of attack, then they can predict when he will come and what they need to do. Looking at the book, she said that she could see the future. Within a moment, her eyes sparkled, and she said that they were right. She won't lose to him. The action moves to Haneda Airport. Meanwhile, Mori Hiroyuki declared combat readiness, because their target from Korea had arrived on the scene. Their main goal is to observe him using a prophetic relic. There shouldn't be any problems since the relic can sense his presence. The man said that by using this opportunity, they could solve the problem once and for all, and the first step would be theirs. Ju-hyun, meanwhile, decided to have a snack and try some sushi. As expected, the sushi made by a true master is simply amazing. In any case, our hero tried to understand how long they would delay the attack. The guy continuously threatened the life of the owner of the relic items. Given this, they should have already proven themselves. The prophetic relic had to inform the girl about what he wrote here, because something like that would definitely attract the attention of the relic. But since it was quite difficult for them to track him, he moved as slowly as he could. He was absolutely sure that the Japanese soldiers should already be here, which in fact was true. Meanwhile, they stood behind the screen dressed up, just like Sasaki Yuka. The man asked the girl if she was ready. The girl said that this person was going to kill her. Then why should she go inside? The man told her that she just had to meet his gaze. After all, by doing this, she can easily track him and then they will know everything about him. And besides, the guy has absolutely no idea what she looks like, so everything should be fine. The man added that if the situation gets complicated, they will do everything possible to get her out of there, so there is no need to worry. People told her that her prophetic relic is the strongest here, which means she has an advantage over the killer, and it is true that he does not know what she looks like. The girl came into the room and said that the order had already arrived. Joo-hyun looked at her with all his charm. Sasaki Yuka was crazy about this one because he looks even cooler than Susuke-san. She was disappointed that they were going to kill such a handsome guy. What a loss this is. The guy thanked the girl and asked Muramasa what he knew. Looking at the girl, he said that she was the owner of the relic items. Of course, it was impressive that she came here in person. The guy immediately reached for his sword. Meanwhile, Morihiro Yuki announced the alarm, saying that the guy had pulled out a sword, which means everyone needs to get ready because the girl is in danger. They did not understand what the girl was doing there and why she did not leave immediately as soon as she completed the task. What is she thinking about? At that moment, the girl simply closed the door from the inside. The guys were not ready for such an action at all. Sasaki Yuka turned to Joo-hyun and asked if she could be his fan. Our hero was absolutely bewildered, and the girl laughed and apologized because the guy was probably not an actor. The people who watched her were completely bewildered. What was she thinking and why did she close the door? At this point, the man pointed at the camera and said that she was talking to him. She may be trying to get more information. In this case, everything needs to be agreed upon with the captain. Joo-hyun asked the girl what she wanted. She immediately began to say that she just wanted to communicate with him, and for this, she even began to enter the translator. She handed over the phone, which, even in the translator, was completely confused. Our hero was perplexed by what was written. It seems to him that she understands what she's talking about, but what is wrong with her? How can you act so carelessly in such and such a situation? It doesn't matter anyway, because this is a great opportunity for Joo-hyun. After a moment, he handed her the phone with a message written for her. The soldiers, meanwhile, continued to stand behind the screen and wait for any action. Suddenly, a table flew in from somewhere from the side, as well as the same rope that began to envelop everyone. Minutes later, they were all tied up. They looked at the opened door in bewilderment and asked what was happening. Joo-hyun smiled and told them that he initially knew that they would try something like this, so he installed the relic here in advance. The guy told Sasaki Yuka not to worry about it, because he just made sure they wouldn't be bothered anymore. After that, he asked to go on a date with him. What happened in the room that made the girl take his side? In that message, the guy asked if her words meant that she wanted to go on a date with him. The girl looked away embarrassedly and asked if he really knew Japanese. Putting on his jacket, Joo-hyun asked if it was true that she did not come here alone. The Japanese army should be with her. Sasaki Yuka said that it is. The guy directly said that they didn't like him, so they wouldn't let her go with him. Then he added that they were probably boring, which the girl agreed with. With his hand on her head, Joo-hyun suggested that she run away together, but the main thing is that she doesn't lag behind. Sasaki Yuka admitted that he doesn't look so scary now. Once again, the actions are transferred to reality. When they left 3 fools behind them, and the girl wondered if this was really the one who was going to kill her. Sasaki Yuka knew that if she met his gaze, she could now read his future, so she still had an advantage. Joo-hyun turned to the girl and said that they had run away enough. At that moment, the girl realized that she had left the prophetic relic at home, deciding that this was not very important because the guy was a good one. She couldn't figure it out because at that very moment, a dagger appeared in front of her neck. Our hero asked her not to make unnecessary sounds and just show her mobile phone. As soon as the girl took it out, the guy threw it on the ground and broke it. She asked in bewilderment what he was doing, to which he replied that he was simply getting rid of traces. This will be another problem if the Japanese military forces are able to reach them and interfere with them. Moving closer to her ear, Joo-hyun asked if she really thought he wouldn't know who she was. Sasaki Yuka realized that the guy knew about her from the very beginning. It turns out that he is even creepier than she thought. After some time, the guys were in the cafe. The waiter had just brought them ice cream and soda and was leaving. As soon as the door closed, Joo-hyun tied her up. The girl began to say that he was a pathetic liar and that he had deceived her on a date. The guy laughed and asked what she was talking about because they were having a great time in a cafe for couples. What is this if not a date? Sasaki Yuka asked in horror what he was going to do with her. Is he going to kill her, as the prophetic relic predicted? Ju Hyun admitted that he actually planned to kill her before. If she had come any closer, then he would have cut off her head. But fortunately, she turned out to be much stupider than he expected, so they were able to go this far. At that moment, he told her to take out the prophetic relic and copy from there everything that she saw there. The girl started to say that she left it at home, but Ju Hyun lifted her sleeve and showed her the signs that appeared as soon as she used the book. This means that she only needs to touch this place and call the prophetic relic. This way she can summon her here. Ju Hyun sighed heavily because he couldn't believe that she didn't even know the basics of using this relic. She did as the guy said, and to the girl's surprise, she actually appeared in front of her. The guy said that's great, now she needs to write everything she can. Besides, if she misses even one line, he will kill her. At Ju Hyun's order, the girl began to write. Of course, this was not a quick task. During all this time, the guy managed to finish his ice cream and complete several levels in the game. At some point, he noticed that she had slowed down, so he asked her what happened. The girl said that her hand hurt, and then asked how much text was needed. Continuing to look at the phone, he told her that he needed everything that was written there. Sasaki Yuka suggested that she give him the relic and go home. Still with the same indifferent tone, he said that he refused, so she needed to continue writing. Of course, our hero could have taken the prophetic relic a long time ago, but he simply did not do this, since its rank is S, and this is one of the highest ranks on the list. Even after subduing Muramasa, who is a rank below the relic items, his body suffered quite a bit. At that moment, 3 soldiers entered the cafe. The administrator asked them to stop because they were scaring away all the visitors. The man said they would finish here quickly. The man told his subordinates to check if there were other exits here, and also to make sure that they checked every room. Our hero understood that they were already here. He asked the girl how much she had managed to write. Sasaki Yuka replied that she was almost finished filling out her notebook. He took it and said that was enough. The girl asked in surprise if this meant that she could go. The guy said there was one more thing. At this moment, he took out his katana. Sasaki Yuka began to ask him not to do this because she would write even more predictions. She asked if it would be better if she stayed alive. Ju Hyun laughed and asked if she really thought she was that important to him. The guy said that she didn't understand the main thing. She thought that she was using the relic, but in fact she was using it all this time. Swinging his sword, our hero said that this was the only way for her to survive. At the same moment, the guy hit the book with all his might, and it even started talking. She began to ask the mortal what he was doing. Sasaki Yuka couldn't even understand what just happened. She came to her senses when everything had already happened. After killing the relic, many windows appeared. A new title, the title of Great Hunter, was unlocked, and the ability to track relics increased. All the soldiers came running at the noise. They finally found the bastard. The main one immediately asked what happened here. The man also noticed that the prophetic relic was no longer in usable condition, and therefore, in bewilderment, asked what happened to it. Our hero asked why he was so surprised. The man was incredibly angry, so he immediately ordered his subordinates to deal with him. Ju Hyun said that it was a pretty good joke and they could try it if they were sure they had the strength to do it. The guy at that moment threw them an incomprehensible object and told them that they could eat it. He added that it was a relic that belonged to Abe, so he was returning it to them. At this point, the guy began to disappear, but finally he added that the taste of this mochi could kill. A moment later, our hero disappeared, and Mori Hiroyuki grabbed the mochi. He was trying to figure out what this guy was up to. Suddenly, the smell emanating from this pie began to intoxicate the soldiers' heads. Within a moment, they almost began to fight for him, but the main one stepped aside. Taking out a gun, he said that they are idiots because this is his mochi. They must show respect to their superiors. Sometime later, Ju Hyun was at the airport. There is certainly no better escape heirloom in the entire world than the housewife's mochi. It charms the enemy and teleports the owner. Be that as it may, now he needs to see what the prophetic relic predicted for him. TKBM supported the use of relic items, so there is a chance that Sasaki Yuka locked eyes with Kwon Tae-jun. If this really happened, then the prophetic relic should have predicted something about him. After some time, he finally found it. For a month, head to the underworld, filled with greed and lust. Our hero immediately realized that this was about the underground auction in Las Vegas, Midas. I remember in this place the Sungwoo group collected information on the old freak Kwon. He would have to be there, and the relic also indicated this. The only thing that scared me This is the last part of the prediction. Predictions of a great disaster. Perhaps we are talking about a global catastrophe. World catastrophe. This particular event is associated with the enormous influence of the relic on the world. It was after him that the whole world learned about the tombs. Tomb robbing began to rapidly gain popularity. But if Ju-hyun remembers correctly, the global catastrophe did not begin so early. In any case, the main thing in this prediction is the following lines. The deity who understands your greed will ask you for cooperation. This line means that a divine-level relic will appear at the auction. This is most likely why that freak became so influential in the past. If this is the case, then one thing is obvious. Ju-hyun should definitely pick up this relic. The action moves to the meeting room of the Japanese research team. The soldier said that the girl had already regained consciousness but was very weak. But as for the relic, it was most likely completely destroyed. The man then said that during this time, Mori Hiroyuki and his group shot each other for mochi and ended up getting injured and not attending the meeting. The chairman jumped up and asked if it really mattered now. Do they really think this is all just a joke? Other people tried to calm the chairman down, saying that now they must. But he interrupted them and asked how he could remain calm. Meanwhile, the girl spied on them and said on the phone that the relic was destroyed and the Japanese forces were faced with huge problems. The voice asked if one person really did it. The girl confirmed his words. The voice asked in bewilderment, "Who is this madman who is doing all this?" He asked what actions they should take, and whether they should take revenge for the losses they had suffered. She replied that there was no need for revenge. She just said that all the money spent on research into relics went down the drain. The man said that this is true, but you can look at it from the other side. If this person could destroy such a thing so easily, then he must have enormous power. Wouldn't it be more beneficial to bring this person onto their team? The girl said that this man, without a shadow of a doubt, destroyed an extremely important relic. What if he did the same to their company heirloom? The man laughed and said that this would definitely not happen because they would promise him a good income. The action moves to Las Vegas. Our hero at this time was sitting at the table and drinking lemonade and also waiting for his blockheads. After some time, Seung-woo and his subordinate finally appeared at the restaurant. Ju-hyun looked at them in surprise and said that they were 30 minutes late. Seung-woo pointed to the guy who was trying to send them out and said that he didn't let them in. The guy said that only auction participants can be here. If he is not a member, then he needs to leave this place. Ju-hyun at this point told Seung-woo to look at themselves, acting as if everything was allowed to them. How can you ask him to speak Korean? The guy smiled and said that these three were his guests, so he would look after them. The man apologized for his mistake, but Ju-hyun said that it was okay because his actions were understandable, given their disgusting choice of clothing. As soon as the auction employee left, Seung-woo asked in confusion how he spoke English. Ju-hyun told them that it doesn't matter. It's better that they sit down and tell them everything they learned. They handed over a notebook saying that here is information about those three people with the initials CK. Our hero told them that they had done a pretty good job. Looking at them, he thought that they might still be useful. Seung-woo asked the guy if he was able to find the person he needed. Our hero nodded and said that he had found it. This is exactly the fake identity that Kwon Tae-jun used in his past. If he came to the auction, there must be a truly valuable relic. And he checked this in advance. It is possible that a divine-level relic will appear in this place. Seung-woo, in bewilderment, asked the guy what he was looking for in the catalog, because only very rich people could afford such things. After looking at the entire list, the guy realized that a divine-level relic was not listed here. Then what did the prediction say? At this moment, the guy began to list the names of the relics. Overall, there are a lot of things he would like to see. Seung-woo jumped up in confusion and asked, "Is he really going to participate in the auction?" Ju-hyun just nodded. The guy reminded me that the starting rates here are 20 billion won. They came here to establish connections with rich people and did not plan to buy anything here. Slamming the catalog shut, our hero asked if they really thought he didn't have enough money to buy anything here. At that moment, he got up from the table and went out. He told Seung-woo and the others that they had forgotten that Las Vegas is a gambling city. He smiled and added that here you can do whatever you want with just a handful of money. After some time, the guys came to the casino. A large crowd of people sat and watched our hero in bewilderment. He had 10 more moves and the sum was incredible. They didn't even know that slot machines could show such numbers. Some told Ju-hyun that if he didn't withdraw the money, he might lose it. Seung-woo was worried about something else. For example, he could earn several million won just by playing these machines. After some time, the guy pulled out a check for a big prize from the machine. He said it was time for them to go to another establishment. Taking the check in his hands, Seung-woo could not imagine this amount of money. Then he said that he had overdone it a little because some freaks could kill them. At that moment, a casino employee approached Joo-haeon and asked if he would mind if the man carried out the inspection procedure, since this was their first time. The guy, of course, smiled and said that he didn't mind, but in any case he had nothing. Then he looked at the guy's finger and asked what this thing was on his hand. Our hero held it out and said that it was a trinket that he had bought. He found its color very interesting. The man examined him and admitted that there really was nothing unusual. But as it turns out, this is only true at first glance. This knife is actually a golden axe in disguise. He, of course, was not very happy that he was in such a small form. The golden axe has the ability to sense wealth and values. Just because of this, he knew in advance which machine would give him the jackpot. He could also know in which casino he could get the largest amount of money. The man apologized to the guy and told him that he was very lucky. Joo-haeon told the guys that this only means that it is time to move to another casino and that they should not be surprised by everything. Approaching the cash register counter, our hero handed over the check and asked the girl to reset it. The girl, perplexed, said that first she would take him to the VIP room. The guy refused. Instead, he asked to hurry up and give his money as quickly as possible. After some time, they sat in some cafe and celebrated their victory. Seung-woo looked at the bag with incredible surprise and said that he had not seen such amounts. Joo-haeon laughed at that moment and said that they apparently didn't understand something because it wasn't their money. The guys said they understood, and then Seung-woo asked if they really needed to participate in the auction. Wouldn't it be better to take all the money and return to Korea? Our hero's goal is to get relics at this auction. If he wants to compete with Kwon Tae-jun, then he needs some more money. Having finished the lemonade, our hero told the guys to finish too, because the second round of the casino awaits them. 10 minutes later, the Golden Axe found the right casino. Joo-haeon asked not to start his monologue, but to immediately lead it to the desired machine. At this moment, a window appeared that said that they had arrived at a place that the relics really liked, so the level of friendship increased. In places where human suffering is most pronounced, relics feel great. He wouldn't want to do things to please these relics. At this moment, one of the Seung-woo guys called our hero and asked what was in his backpack and what was going on. Opening the backpack, there was a silver axe that said it was coming. This will happen very soon. While the golden axe senses benefit, the silver axe has the ability to find and mark people who are against the master. While the guy was trying to understand why the axe was reacting this way, some chaos began around him. People shouted at each other and blamed everyone. Everything was flying around. But people were not going to calm down, even despite the requests of the casino employees. Seung-woo would also like to know what the hell is going on here. But at that moment, a man jumped out in front of him and ran towards our hero with a knife. Joo-haeon, of course, hit him. Judging by his clothing, this man is a local worker. Has he gone crazy? So no gate should open here. Why then is this happening? Turning back, the guys noticed a beautiful blonde with gorgeous eyes and hair. Seung-woo and his friend were immediately delighted at the sight of such a beauty, but our hero only tensed. The guy shouted at them to quickly pack their things and quickly leave here. Joo-haeon, I didn't expect to meet this girl here. In this case, it was clear where all this crowd was coming from, and therefore they needed to beware of this girl. This is Irene Holton, the youngest daughter of a family of bankers. But that's not all that can be said about her. Divine relics are the most powerful. Users who are able to pacify these relics can easily rise above the rest of the people. Therefore, such people began to be given nicknames known as divine titles. These people had enormous authority in the relic era. And among these people, Irene Holton was the user of one of the most terrifying relics. She was nicknamed the Goddess of Failure. Everything that was near her was losing luck. Some could lose their money and end up going bankrupt. It caused the global financial crisis, so it should definitely be avoided. While the guys were leaving, a female voice called them. As soon as Joo-haeon turned around, he noticed Irene Holton running towards them. The guy turned around and began to walk forward at a moderate pace, while she asked him to wait a little. Having touched the exit, our hero received an electric shock, as well as windows with information. They said that a terrifying aura emanated from the door. Unfortunately, his main relic takes more damage, and the number of possible uses of the relic is reduced. Just because the door did not open, the girl still managed to run up and ask the guy to listen to her. As soon as she touched him, the guy immediately received a bunch of negative effects. Luck has been suppressed, relics are degrading, and efficiency is reduced. The guy hit the girl on the hand and threw her away. She began to apologize upset because she was worried when she saw him, and therefore crossed her boundaries. Shangwoo asked in bewilderment why Ju Hyun was behaving this way. Did he really see a ghost? At that moment, one of them said that he remembered who this girl was. Looking into her eyes, he realized that it was Irene Holton. The girl, meanwhile, asked our hero if he was really the one who, according to rumors, had won an incredible amount of money in the casino. Irene Holton said she looked everywhere for him, and the only thing she wanted to know was the story of how he achieved such results. It was strange that one of the richest people was interested in this. The guy said that he is not the man she is looking for. Seong-woo approached our hero and said that he was a crazy idiot, because Irene Holton came all this way just to find him. He asked if he could hear him and told her to stand still, and at that time they would talk to her. Don't waste your chance. As soon as they approached her to ask a question, thanks to her aura, they all ended up on the ground with different problems. Already sitting on the street, after Ju-hyun pulled them all out, he told them that they should avoid this girl at all costs. He then told them to set up somewhere as soon as they came to their senses, and they were also obliged to protect the bags with money, and he would go to the auction. Ju-hyun was a little disappointed because he was going to earn a little more before the auction started. In any case, he cannot afford to lose before it starts. Already going to the auction, the guy thought that there was not a single reason for that girl to follow him. Suddenly, he heard a smug voice that still put itself above other people. This is Yoon Si-woo. This is Kwon Tae-jun's right-hand man. He is much younger than in his memories, but his plain face hasn't changed much. He knew that if this freak was here, then Kwon Tae-jun must be here too. It was at this moment that they met. Yoon Si-woo accompanied the director. Of course, when the man looked at our hero, he did not recognize him and is unlikely to recognize him. Ju-hyun only knew for himself that he would take all the relics that he wanted to get at this auction, and therefore he would be the winner. The guy suddenly heard the disappointed voices of people who suddenly began to lose money in shares. Our hero began to look around because he understood what all this could be connected with. As it turned out, the girl really came for him. Did she really follow him right here? The guy immediately decided that he needed to leave, but the girl noticed him and began to beg him to listen to her. She said there was nothing else she could do. She is in real despair. At that moment, Ju-hyun hit a door he didn't notice and fell to the ground. Irene Holton, in bewilderment, began asking if everything was okay with the guy because he had hit himself quite hard. Ju-hyun started screaming and saying that he definitely doesn't look like someone who is okay. He asked her to stop following him because it was all because of her. Irene Holton smiled at him and said he was right. But therein lies the whole problem. Our hero, of course, did not understand what kind of answer this was. She approached our hero and said that she didn't know if he would believe what she said, but apparently she brings people bad luck. The girl, looking at the guy, told him that she wanted to be as happy and successful as him. She believes that thanks to him, she will become lucky. Ju-hyun remembers that she is the goddess of misfortune, who has destroyed the lives of a colossal number of people, devastated many states. He couldn't understand why she behaved this way. Is he really pretending? She took his hand and asked him to tell him what she should do so that she would be the same as him. She will do anything. At that moment, the guy no longer listened to her because a window opened, which said that tolerance had been activated. Apparently, this is the same skill that he saw after using the silver pill. He knows about the existence of this ability but does not know how it works. At that moment, the girl asked if everything was okay with the guy, to which he said that he was just thinking about something. Looking at her, he realized that now he had no reason to avoid her. In addition, this girl's constant attack from the relic increases his tolerance. The guy said that she could also help him during the auction, destroying the opportunities of the others participating. 1 stone, 2 birds with 1 stone. Meanwhile, Kwon Tae-jun felt the full power of the girl's relic. Their factory in China caught fire. This was literally just conveyed to Yoon Si-woo. Ju-hyun was certainly glad that this freak was also under the influence of her relic. But if this had happened in his past, he would have immediately left this territory. This means that he does not yet know about the existence of the goddess of failure. As they say, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Ju-hyun turned to Irene Holton and said that her request didn't seem that bad. The guy said that getting good luck is a very difficult task. The girl said that she understood this perfectly. Our hero also told her that he would soon need to attend an auction, and he would like her to keep him company. The girl was even happy and said that this was not a problem for her. Ju-hyun, of course, knew that she would agree. For her, buying this admission ticket is like buying gum. Looking at how the girl ran to the cash register, our hero thought about what she would eventually become. After some time, the auction began. The presenter welcomed everyone present. Ju-hyun was incredibly happy that the place was practically empty, all after he allowed the girl to join him at the auction. In just 3 minutes, the number of people was halved. Many left to solve their unexpected problems. But Kwon Tae-jun remained, even though his factory in China was consumed by fire. This means that there is definitely something for which he is ready to make these sacrifices. The girl asked which lot he was interested in, to which he replied that the lot he was interested in would be shown towards the end of the first half of the auction. Looking at Irene Holton, he could not believe that this was the same goddess of failure, because she was completely different from herself in his memories. Moreover, the strangest thing was the fact that she knew nothing about the relics. This is only possible if the relic is tied to her without her consent. This means that initially the goddess of failure was a person with a kind heart, but because of the relic influencing her, the girl's life changed dramatically. At that moment, the girl called the guy and said that she was sincerely grateful to him for what he was doing. He asked in bewilderment what she was talking about, and she said that the fact that he listened to her and believed her made her very happy. She admitted that she feels much better simply by having someone with whom she can relax and talk about her problems. The girl smiled and said that this made her incredibly happy. Only, as it turned out, because of her mood, the aura of the relic began to intensify. An earthquake actually happened in this place. The relic's aura spreads rapidly, and the terrible bad luck began to take effect again. Our hero could not verify that the happier she was, the stronger the effect of her relic. What a terrifying relic. Although tolerance grew, the relics could crumble. Ju-hyun asked the girl not to rejoice ahead of time. He said it would be terrible if they couldn't come to an agreement, and they hadn't even discussed the terms. He then asked even if she became luckier. How could she be sure that it would stop bringing bad luck to the people around her? The girl at that moment became upset and said that he was right, because there were no guarantees that everything would be exactly as she had planned. Fortunately, everything returned to normal and her impact decreased. As soon as it was over, the presenter said that apparently there was a slight earthquake, but everything was in order. The current bid was $700,000. At this point, one of the participants said that he was raising the bet to $1 million. The people around were perplexed. Another participant said that he was wrong, to which he replied that if he doesn't like something, he can raise the rate and he will still beat him. Ju-hyun understood that they could not think soberly about the actions of the relic. Suddenly he became thoughtful. He can use the girl to get rid of the remaining people. He turned to her and told her that she should not be discouraged. They can't say for sure whether her luck will affect the luck of other people. Our hero suggested getting down to business. As she said, she wants to become luckier, so he will tell her everything to achieve this. Thus, he told Irene Holton things that would lift her spirits so that she would become happier. Because she was incredibly happy, the aura of her relic intensified. As a result, the participants lost their heads and competed for all the lots they saw. Because everyone spent their money in the first half of the auction, he was able to safely get all the relics he wanted. There were, of course, several relics that Kwon Tae-jun had to fight for. He apparently did not succumb to the insane aura of the relic. In any case, his knowledge of the relics is superior to him because the relics that Kwon Tae-jun took were not that useful. The strangest thing was that the auction was nearing the end, and the divine rank relic mentioned in the prophecy still had not shown itself. Strange. Irene Holton at this point asked whether he agreed with the terms of their deal or not. She began to form the opinion that he was just stalling for time. He apologized and suggested moving to a quieter place. There, they will discuss all the remaining details and make a deal. Suddenly, the host shouted, saying that they were starting a special event, and this mystical tree, which was heard in the press. This tree is the elixir of Qin-shi. This is a divine-level relic and also a healing type. Our hero was sure that he had to get it by any means necessary. Looking at Kwon Tae-jun, it seemed that this freak knew the true value of this relic. Emperor Qin-shi was the monarch during the Qin dynasty. There were rumors that the elixir of life had appeared, and therefore the emperor sent all his subordinates to all parts of the world. After many years of searching, the elixir of life was found. It turned out to be an almond tree. In his past life, this relic belonged to Kwon Tae-jun. At that time, his body was in agony. He was a hostage to a situation where he needed the fruits of this tree to survive, and instead of salary, he received fruit. Simply put, this relic allowed Kwon Tae-jun to control him by tightening a noose around his neck. Now it was clear where that freak got the relic from. He was sure that this time he would take her for himself. If this relic falls into his hands, his current life will become a repetition of his past. The presenter was glad that attention was paid to the tree, as expected. The fruit from this tree is known for its ability to restore male strength. Joo-hyun was incredibly embarrassed by the host's words since he still needed to hold his hand. The starting price was $200,000. Immediately, the bids began to outbid each other, and everything came to the point where the price was $800,000. There was also another strange thing. Others also entered the competition. Suddenly, Kwon Tae-jun shouted that he was offering $10 million for this tree. Looking at Joo-hyun, he knew that this guy was crazy, and that he really wasn't going to give up. And our hero understood that the man knew exactly the level of the relic. Unfortunately, he didn't know how much information he had about this relic, but one fact remained. He simply has no chance to beat him in terms of money. Our hero turned to Irene Holton and said that their deal was going into effect. He promised that he would find a solution to her problem, but in return, he asked for help in getting this item. The girl stood up and said that sounded great. When it comes to money, she will never lose. Meanwhile, the stakes had already exceeded tens of millions of dollars. At some point, the mark, because everything reached up to $50 million. The presenter was certainly at a loss, but asked if anyone else wanted to place a bet. Kwon Tae-jun immediately intervened and said he was betting $100 million. Our hero understood that any amount more than $100 million was beyond his capabilities, which means that he lost from the very beginning. The presenter announced that the current rate was $100 million. He asked if anyone wanted to interrupt her. But in any case, this is the ideal solution for her. Irene Holton stood up and said $150 million. Kwon Tae-jun definitely found his opponent, but he was not going to give up. He said $160 million. The girl didn't even bat an eyelid and named the amount as $200 million. The man was perplexed that she had not even participated in the auction before, but suddenly decided to join right now. Yoon Si-woo advised to stop. Kwon Tae-jun asked again in bewilderment. The guy said that if he's not mistaken, that girl is Irene Holton. That is, she is the daughter of one of the richest families. The amount of money she has to use is simply unimaginable. Kwon Tae-jun immediately stood up from his seat and said $220 million. He wasn't going to give up after coming this far. Following this, she named $300 million. Joo-hyun understood that the stakes were reaching another level. As a result, they were able to beat Kwon Tae-jun twice. As a result, the elixir tree went to Irene Holton for $500 million. After some time, the guys were sitting at the table. Our hero said that $500 million is quite a big price, even for a person like her. The girl replied that it was not much money for her. The guy laughed and said that this was to be expected. At that moment, she asked if he would help her. She asked how he was going to share his luck with her, or would he give her some kind of amulet. At that moment, the guy said that he had nothing to give her. Irene Holton asked in bewilderment if this meant that he had cheated on her. Joo-hyun immediately asked the girl to calm down, because it was better to listen to the end. The guy said that her problem could not be solved by using talismans or other items of that type. To solve her problem, we need to extract something from her. The girl asked in bewilderment what it meant to extract. Our hero told her that she just needed to give a certain thing that she owned to him. This is the only way to solve this problem, to get rid of the relic of bad luck that she possesses. Of course, this will also allow him to obtain the relic of failure. The guy said that he was sure that she noticed a strange object in her possession that followed her wherever she went. It needs to be given back and all problems solved. The girl thought about it and said that most likely she would not have something like that. The guy said this couldn't happen. It would be better to try to throw away the things she has with her. One of them must be what they are looking for. Irene Holton admitted that she tried to do this, but nothing came back to her. Our hero stood up and asked if she had any new tattoo. Maybe something appeared out of nowhere. Looking at the girl's reaction, he realized that there was still something, which meant that a solution to the problem might be close. Relics can be divided into two broad categories: general and personal heirlooms. Tattoos appearing on a person's body are a sign of ownership of a personal relic. That's why Sasaki Yuka had a tattoo on her arm. Having formed a connection with a relic, a personal relic, a tattoo appears, confirming that the relic has chosen its owner. Anyone can use a shared relic, but they have a limit. Personal relics, on the contrary, do not have a limit on the use of powers, but only one person can use them. All the strongest relics monopolized in the past were of the personal variety. At that moment, the girl said that she could show the photo. She held out her phone and showed her changes on her body. Our hero was a little confused. As it turns out, the Irene relic is a parasite. These relics are quite rare, but they forcefully enter the human body and reside there. Due to her divine-level relic's power to bring bad luck, he expected it to be something like Eris's golden apple. It immediately becomes clear that he will not be able to remove this thing from her body just like that. Our hero said this directly, because he thought that everything would be much simpler, but apparently he was wrong. He wrote his phone number and said that when they have more time, they can meet and try to solve her problem. If he can't get the relic out of her, he can make the girl his ally. This will definitely help him one day. Actions are transferred to the tree sellers. Our hero was told that after they cleared the check, the almond tree would officially belong to him. Joo-hyun said that he understood, and in this case he will call his henchmen with his money. The only strange thing was that none of these idiots answered the phone. Obviously something was wrong. At that moment, our hero called the man and said that he would have a request. Although there is nothing serious there, they will be well rewarded for this. Meanwhile, Seung-woo and his friends were running, thinking with all their might that if they ran too far, Joo-hyun wouldn't catch them. At some point, Seung-woo said that it would be better to take a little rest because he was also exhausted. The guys said that they are now insanely rich. This is literally enough to live the rest of your life without worries. To Seung-woo's surprise, at that moment, an axe flew into the wall right next to him. Of course it was our hero, Joo-hyun. He immediately asked how they dared to take his money and run away. Seung-woo asked in confusion how he found them. Obviously, thanks to the golden axe, finding them wasn't that difficult. The guys wanted to say something, but our hero advised them to finish their words if they didn't want their heads to fall off their shoulders. Taking out an incomprehensible object from his pocket, Joo-hyun said that he would have to use it. Seung-woo asked if this was a stone. Our hero asked him to watch carefully, because soon he himself would understand everything. Code of laws, created by King Hammurabi during ancient Babylonian times. One of the most famous phrases contained in this law is, "An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth." You can understand from the name of the phrase that no matter what the enemy does, it will come back to him. A wonderful protective relic. The guy said it was one of the new relics he got at the auction today. He was able to get it earlier thanks to a small favor from one of the employees. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. The guy said that he would repay their betrayal with the same coin. The guy's hands were immediately shackled with invisible chains. Joo-hyun wasn't sure that everything would work out the way he wanted. And as it is said in the Code of Hammurabi, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. This is a phrase meaning the return of any attack, regardless of its level and strength, back to the enemy. And since the Code of Hammurabi is a law, he wondered whether this relic could limit the actions of an opponent in the present and future. A moment later, the invisible shackles disappeared. They asked in bewilderment what happened. Joo-hyun smiled and said that it was really nothing special. It's just that from now on, if they don't dare to betray him, nothing bad will happen. But if they want to do something like this again, their body will be torn into pieces. Our hero said that this was some kind of contract to become his slave. The guys approached Seung-woo and said that most likely the guy was telling the truth, because literally before their eyes a huge pillar appeared. Our hero also said that they should know that the world will soon turn upside down, but they will be okay, because from now on, they are his slaves. Looking at them, he said that this was even useful because he would reward them if they did their job properly. They may even make even more money than is in the bag they were trying to steal. Of course, if they want. Seung-woo and the others said that they understood. But what should they do? Actions are postponed to the next day. Everything was ready for transplantation. The guys just arrived even though they had to arrive at 9. They immediately asked what it all meant. Joo-hyun asked them in bewilderment why they were so surprised, since it was all part of their job. He pointed to a tree that was lying on the floor and said that their task would be to grow and feed this tree. They screamed in bewilderment and asked why the tree was squeaking. Joo-hyun said that it won't bite them, so they better hurry up and put it in this pot. It would also be better if he didn't have to repeat it twice. The guy also added that this tree is worth $500 million, so they should be more careful. Tonight, Joo-hyun fortunately managed to make a contract with the tree, but it was so loud that it was not possible to sleep properly. Elixir plants hate users with a high level of the submission path, preferring users with a high level of the communication path. Apparently these guys are great nannies. He gave them this task because he didn't want to get his hands dirty, but he didn't even think that they would be so good at it. At that moment, our hero received a call from a number that he had already seen very often before. Even without having this number saved, he will always remember it. Of course, it was Kwon Tae-jun who decided to contact Joo-hyun. The guy sighed and then said that he understood. He asked what business he had with him. The man decided not to delay and therefore immediately got down to business. He heard that Joo-hyun was the one who took the almond tree from Irene Holton. Our hero was amazed that the old man quickly sniffed out everything. Kwon Tae-jun invited him to meet and discuss everything. Joo-hyun immediately said that if it was an almond tree, then he had nothing to say. In any case, he is forced to end the conversation because he is busy. The man was incredibly angry. Yoon Si-woo asked him if everything was okay. Did the conversation really not go according to plan? Slamming the table, he said that the guy didn't even listen to him and ended the conversation. Kwon Tae-jun remembered all the curses he could remember and wished them on Joo-hyun. Yoon Si-woo was amazed that the guy spoke to the president like that. The man said that even if the guy is an ignorant fool, he still has an almond tree. Of all the relics he had previously encountered, this one has the most powerful aura. He knew that he had to put everything on the line to get this relic, and if it weren't for Yoon Si-woo, he would have done it. The guy, of course, apologized, but to himself he thought that he was in no way to blame, because fighting with Irene Holton is the stupidest thing that can happen. In any case, he assumed this was his ideal chance to prove himself to the president. Yoon Si-woo said that he will take full responsibility for this situation and will do everything possible to resolve this misunderstanding. The guy said he was just a simpleton, so it shouldn't be too difficult. He asked permission for some of the relics they have. Meanwhile, from Joo-hyun's room came the perplexed screams of Seong-woo, who didn't understand where Kwon Tae-jun knew him from. He asked in bewilderment what the hell the guy was doing. Maybe he doesn't watch TV and doesn't know that he is one of the biggest shots in our country. Joo-hyun turned around and said that he was somehow too rude to his boss. Or is this his way of asking him to use an axe and deprive him of half his body? Our hero said that he would go out for a while and they should continue to care for the tree. You also need to make sure that they have done a daily photo report. As he was leaving, the guy reminded the guys what would happen to them if they tried to do something stupid. In the corridor, our hero was thinking that that old man and the type of person who having his eye on something would try to get it, so we should expect guests soon. If he wants to keep the elixir intact, he will have to deal with his people. Since Silver Axe began to react, the old man had already made his move. He deliberately moved a lot in open areas in order to hook his tail behind him. And of course, our hero managed to do it. Already sitting on one of the benches, he noticed Yoon Si-woo, who was working alone. The guy also felt that this idiot had a relic with him. Although the aura was weak, he felt it. In this case, you need to act. Yoon Si-woo, meanwhile, spoke with one of his workers and asked if he was sure that he had seen the right target. He said that if this continues and they can't find the guy's trace, they won't even wait for their compensation. As soon as the guy entered the bar, he noticed something that left him speechless. He finally found Joo-hyun, and now it was only a matter of time. Yoon Si-woo approached our hero, apologized, and asked if this was a case of Joo-hyun. The guy was glad that this fool took the bait and came here. Yoon Si-woo had no idea that he himself had fallen into the trap that Joo-hyun had prepared for him. After the guy didn't hear an answer, he hit the bar counter in bewilderment and said that if someone starts a conversation, they should at least. At that moment, our hero turned sharply, and from such sharpness, the guy fell to the ground in horror. Joo-hyun laughed and asked where he learned such disgusting manners. How dare he yell at someone he's meeting for the first time? Yoon Si-woo, sitting on the floor, immediately shouted that he himself started it all. Our hero now clearly felt the aura of the relic and could sense it. Looking at this poor fellow, he clearly understood that no matter what this relic was, he would take it for himself. Kwon Tae-jun was able to find out that the almond tree was in Joo-hyun's hands. As he expected, this old man sent his man to keep an eye on him. However, the only person performing this task is Yoon Si-woo. He is quite an experienced relic user, and has quite a few of them at his disposal. Our hero, meanwhile, waited until Yoon Si-woo, muttering under his breath, rose from the floor and asked what business he had with him. The guy sighed heavily and said that for the sake of Mr. Kwon, he would pretend as if nothing had happened. He asked if they met yesterday in Midas. Joo-hyun thought for a moment, and then said that he didn't remember seeing him there. Yoon Si-woo asked not to be a fool because he knows that he saw him. Our hero finally pretended to remember and said that he was probably the same loser who always follows Kwon Tae-jun. With every second, Yoon Si-woo's patience became less and less. He yelled and asked our hero how dare he say such a thing. At this moment, a system window appeared, which stated that the opponent was beginning to lose control, so control over the relic began to decrease. Yoon Si-woo has always been easily provoked. He constantly tries to show how important he is because of his inferiority complex. He was often fooled, and only thanks to Kwon Tae-jun, he was able to achieve some success in life. He works extremely hard just for the president's recognition. In the past, when he worked for TKBM, Yoon Si-woo constantly took the opportunity to get to the bottom of Joo-hyun, but when pressed on his complex, he goes into a rage. Because of this, he cannot control high-ranking relics. This happened because control over relics comes from the mental state of the owner. This is what you need to take advantage of. Ju-hyun said that Kwon Tae-jun called him, but there is a problem that he needs this male plant. Yoon Si-woo asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about, to which the guy directly replied that he was not going to give up this tree so easily. Ju-hyun looked at him and said that if he asked politely, maybe he would give it to him. This plant was received as a gift. The guy struggled but still bowed and thanked our hero for working together, and then asked to give the plant to him since this item is very important. He was already waiting for the moment when the guy would give him the tree, and then he could tear it into pieces. Ju-hyun at that moment began to laugh very loudly because he could not believe that the guy would really do this. He missed such dummies as his subordinates. Finally, Yoon Si-woo's patience ran out, and he immediately went on the attack, saying that he should have done this at the very beginning. Ju-hyun, looking at the thing in the guy's hands, advised him not to use it. The guy looked at the flask in bewilderment and asked what was wrong. Why doesn't it work? But our hero, using a proven method, grabbed him by the head and hit him on the ground, asking if he had warned him. The guy told him that the relic didn't work because he lost control over it. Yoon Si-woo asked Ju-hyun how he knew about the relics. Our hero took the flask from the guy's hands and said that he would definitely tell him someday, but for now he would take the flask for himself. Taking it in his hands, he told the mind-affecting relic that he was now its new owner. She felt that his control power was quite good, so she would be on his side. The guy immediately started pouring everything on Yoon Si-woo. The name of this relic is Zombie Voodoo Priest Powder. This A-rank relic has one amazing ability. Woodism began to spread in Africa. At that time, there were many slaves there. One of the beliefs of Woodism is that people who commit sin will be held accountable and become zombies. All sorts of rumors and gossip created the backbone of knowledge. In the end, everyone believed that this was true, which in fact created this relic. If you touch or spill this powder, your sanity will leave you and you will become a zombie. Being defeated by his own relic seems like a great fit for Yoon Si-woo. Of course, such an incident should slow down the old man's actions against our hero, but he should hurry up and pick up the relics while there is still time. The next day, Kwon Tae-jun came to the police station because he was called. The man asked if it was their employee. The old man sighed heavily and silently turned around. The police officer, perplexed, asked the question again. The guys who were with Kwon Tae-jun said that it was so. This is Department Head Yoon Si-woo. It turns out that last night in the central part of Las Vegas, a man staged a striptease. He scared those around him and was eventually caught and put in prison. Kwon Tae-jun, scrolling through the newsfeed, could not believe that it was possible to screw up so badly. The guy asked the president what they should do. The president said there was nothing they could do about it, so they had to obey orders. Kwon Tae-jun said that information about this incident has spread not only in America but also in Korea. His name was trampled into the mud. He told his subordinates to go anywhere and find all the relics that this idiot was using. At this point, the guy said that when Yoon Si-woo was discovered, he had nothing on him. Relics are either lost or stolen. The guy said that they will start studying the places that Mr. Yoon Si-woo visited. The man told them that there was no need for this, because it was already clear that it was the one who made Yoon Si-woo like this and took all the relics. The guys, in bewilderment, recalled that Yoon Si-woo is a professional relic user. His skills and experience are enormous. Who could do this to him? Kwon Tae-jun was sure that that freak Ju-hyun did it. Apparently, either someone is behind him, or he is also capable of using such relics. The man asked to bring Lee Jin-ah's assistant to him. He knew for sure that the guy would sit quietly if someone gave him sweet candy. Actions are transferred to our guys. Seung-woo asked Ju-hyun what was going on, to which our hero reminded that he asked to call himself Hyung-nim. The guy asked Seung-woo to make sure that he didn't lose anything, since all these things belonged to him. The guy looking at it said that none of this looks valuable. Ju-hyun was incredibly happy that he received an incredible amount of relics in this place. All that remained was to transport them safely to Korea. All of these relics are more than enough for the initial number of relics for his use, and from this day on there will be even more. At that moment, the guy was called out by a voice that said that he was a special agent working for TKBM. Our hero sighed. Another henchman of that old man came again. He wondered what this girl could be up to. The girl said that they know that he took Yoon Si-woo's personal belongings, and there is no point in denying it or trying to justify it somehow. Lee Jin-ah added that the point is completely different. The president appreciated the guy's skills, and that's why she is here to offer the guy a job in the search group. Our hero sighed and said that he hoped that this was not what she came here for, but it turned out that she came with an offer to go into slavery. The girl said that his words were quite rude. He definitely couldn't get any better offers than this. In addition to his base salary, he can receive $100 million. Putting the glass on the table, the guy asked what would happen if he rejected the offer. It simply has nothing of value to him. He understands that the old grandfather is plotting against him. Lee Jin-ah asked if the guy had ever thought about what kind of punishment he could get for stealing things. What if Director Kwon Tae-jun just wants to bring justice? For example, if another bug dies in a store, then no one cares. She asked Yoo-hyun not to think that he was some kind of exception. The guy laughed because he finally saw the girl's true face. She tries to intimidate him. Our hero also decided to give her advice. When she tries to grapple with someone, it is better to choose an opponent based on her own strength, if, of course, she values her life. The guy took out the zombie relic and said that the only person who will disappear without leaving a trace behind is her. Lee Jin-ah laughed, saying that he definitely wouldn't use his energy in a crowded place. He doesn't want the existence of the relics to become known to society. Joo-hyun at that moment understood why she was so arrogant. He asked, "Does she really think that he can't do this?" At that moment, loud screams began to be heard from the room, which even Seung-woo and the others heard. They wondered if they should go inside. Meanwhile, the girl was lying on the ground and screaming at our hero to get this rubbish off her. She asked our hero if everything was okay with him. She couldn't believe that he was actually using his relics. The guy said that it makes no difference to him whether the world knows about the existence of the relics or not. This makes him very different from them. He started telling people to hurry up and film it all. Isn't it fun to look at the scattered powder? Looking at the girl, he said that if she was still fine after touching the powder, then her control over the relics must be pretty damn high. He advised her to use the relics that she took with her, if there were any, of course, because the next attack would not be so easy to repel. The girl jumped up and, waving her hand, told Joo-hyun to taste her water cannon. It was at this moment that the most important problem arose. Our hero had a relic in his arsenal that could ruin everything a little. Having said the phrase written in the history of the code relic, he returned her own attack to the girl. After this, the guy took out a silver axe and asked to chop up the enemy who had coveted his life. The girl immediately began asking him to stop. At that moment, Seung-woo ran into the room and asked in bewilderment what he was doing. Is he really going to kill someone in broad daylight? Joo-hyun smiled and said not to worry about it. It certainly won't kill anyone, but it will destroy something valuable to the person. After some time, a group of police officers ran into the cafe, having heard noise from there. They ordered to block all entrances and exits and protect the territory. As they found out, some naked girl was harassing passers-by near the cafe. Kwon Tae-jun, who overheard their conversation and couldn't believe what he was hearing. Picking up a certain thing from the ground, Seung-woo said that he could not believe that all the rumors about spirits and some things were true. Our hero at that moment said that that girl had dropped her relic and it would be nice to know what ability she has. The guy asked what relics he was talking about, to which Joo-hyun told him that he would soon find out everything. Suddenly, an unknown voice began to address Yoo-hyun and told him to follow him. The voice told our hero that the place in which he was now would soon be mired in chaos. The guy asked the voice of a crow if it was. Seung-woo looked at his boss in bewilderment and asked him not to scare them by talking to thin air. Apparently, they did not hear this voice. The voice continued to tell the guy to hurry up and follow him. Joo-hyun told the Raven to stop bossing him around. After that, the voice said that the guy would regret not listening to him. Joo-hyun asked to stop talking nonsense because he would not believe the words of the relic. At that moment, Kwon Tae-jun appeared behind our hero and admitted that the guy put on a good show. The guy turned around and told Mr. Kwon Tae-jun that it was him. Seung-woo was already looking forward to what was about to happen. Of course, this is their first meeting, and at that moment the guys began to greet Kwon Tae-jun. Seung-woo wanted to introduce himself, but at some point he realized that he could not control his body. Our hero immediately realized that this was all the work of this freak, from whom an obvious aura emanated. The guy took out a blade and rushed towards the man. Within a moment he was behind him, and the knife was at Kwon Tae-jun's throat. Joo-hyun told him that it would be problematic if the man decided to act so carelessly. He should not resort to domination over people who are already someone else's subordinates. Our hero advised to let them go, and the man only said that he understood why Yoon Si-woo and Lee Jin-ah are in such a terrible state. Joo-hyun certainly has abilities much stronger than Kwon Tae-jun expected. Apparently, he has a special talent in controlling relics. At this moment, the man said that it was most likely better not to hold back anymore. There is one prophecy that he heard. It said that people would learn about the relics. Ju-hyun immediately realized that he had collected several predictions using the future guide. The man apologized again and said he didn't mean to, but he came to the decision that he would get rid of all the people who knew about the existence of the relics. Thus, the prophecy will be delayed. Using his deadly relic, the man released a blast of dark energy, saying that this was the perfect opportunity to get rid of Ju-hyun. Ju-hyun was disappointed that the man showed his true colors so quickly. Kwon Tae-jun asked the guy in bewilderment why they didn't disappear. This relic was supposed to send them to an alternate reality. Our hero took out 2 pieces of paper and asked if this was what he was talking about. He said he stole them from him earlier. Smiling, the guy said that he should take advantage of this too. The man started screaming and asking in bewilderment how the guy dared to steal his relic. Ju-hyun advised us to better protect our relics. Ju-hyun asked the Raven to evaluate the relic they found. As it turned out, this was an invitation from a lonely god. Divine-level relic. So far, the forces are not enough to subdue her. What a pity, because I wanted to send this freak to another dimension. Kwon Tae-jun told our hero that he made a huge mistake by thinking that this was his last relic. Strong energy began to scatter throughout the room again. The guy thought that Kwon, although he carries a certain number of powerful relics, but this is one of the most powerful relics. Relic of the Enslaver. It allows you to take the mind of any person and gain absolute power over him. In his previous life, he was unable to find out anything about this relic, because Kwon Tae-jun had it at hand all this time. It would be nice to cut off the limbs to get more information, but it won't be easy since he has defense-class relics. In other words, one could say that this freak's body is like an impregnable fortress, armed with powerful weapons. Moreover, this relic affects the human condition after its activation, becoming incredibly noisy. If he is going to increase his influence, then everything will be mired in chaos. Ju-hyun smiled and asked the man what happened. Wasn't he the one who wanted to prevent information about the relics from leaking out to the world? The man said that there was nothing special about it. He would just have to deal with the rest. But he would be the very problem if he allowed himself to get out alive. Kwon Tae-jun shouted that now the time will come when the guy will completely submit to him. At that moment, a voice told the two of them to stop this circus. It was a raven who said that they were in a place where fierce jackals slept. If they don't stop, they will awaken them from their sleep. Looking at the raven, Kwon Tae-jun felt incredible energy, so he immediately realized that it was a high-ranking relic. Our hero, meanwhile, was thinking about jackals. Apparently, it may be about the god of death, Anubis from Egyptian mythology. Kwon Tae-jun decided not to listen to the raven, so he activated his ability even more, and thereby decided to kill Ju-hyun and take the relic. Literally immediately the nightmare began, because a bunch of windows appeared that spoke of an incalculable amount of deadly aura. Looking out the window, the guy realized that a great disaster had begun. The scene that the guy watched really appeared to her. This was a turning point event for humanity. The airport was destroyed to pieces by ancient Egyptian structures that emerged from the ground. Of course, this was the tomb of Anubis. Airport. Although rather the whole world was turned into a giant tomb. In short, the great disaster is the appearance of giant tombs. This wave passed throughout the entire planet. Deadly Egyptian tombs began to appear all over the world, which means it all began. Ju-hyun thought about what to do. Seong-woo, meanwhile, asked in bewilderment what the hell was going on around him. Our hero said that they were just locked inside a dangerous tomb. Looking at Kwon Tae-jun, he said that it was all thanks to him. The man, perplexed, said that this had never happened before. Our hero said that all they had to do was clear the tomb, and only then would they be able to choose. But the problem is that cleaning it is not so easy. It took Ju-hyun 3 months to clean out the tomb created by the Great Disaster, but things are now very different from what they were before. Our hero told the guys that in any case they were lucky to be right in the center of the tomb. They need to follow him. They will meet the owner of the tomb. Kwon Tae-jun at this moment again reminded that he was still here. He didn't allow them to leave this place. Our hero laughed and asked if he was really going to act the same way, even considering what had happened. It would be better to clear the tomb first. The man said that he might think about it after he kills them. In addition, he will thus be able to take the tomb relic for himself. Ju-hyun couldn't believe that this old man was such a selfish freak. The worst thing is that most likely it was not just a coincidence. At that moment, the man shouted and ordered everyone to obey him. The guys immediately fell to the ground. Our hero said that Kwon Tae-jun is very stupid, to which he replied that the guy's speech is still a little rough, like for a person who obeys the master. Seung-woo, in bewilderment, asked the boss if they would really just die here, because if everything continues like this is what awaits them. Kwon Tae-jun looked at the guys and didn't understand why he couldn't suppress them right now. Usually people lose their minds at the very beginning. At that moment, a voice began to say that he was right. Humans have the potential to dominate them. Looking up, Kwon Tae-jun asked the monster who they were in bewilderment. He screamed and said that this was his phrase. Who are they that dared to create such a mess on their territory? At this moment, Kwon Tae-jun's strength weakened and the guys were finally free. Looking at the jackal, he realized that it was Set, a relic of divine rank. Because of them, the tomb of this freak was opened. In Egyptian mythology, Set was one of the 9 main gods. He was the god of the desert, darkness, chaos, and evil. His relic is extremely cruel. Anubis, who was standing nearby, said that being subordinate to a person is simply unthinkable, so they must get rid of them. Seth just agreed. They will do a good deed by destroying these pathetic people. Of course, Joo-hyun also recognized this black hound, because as already mentioned, this is Anubis, and the necklace on his neck is Osiris. And Sirius was one of the 9 main gods. He was the god of fertility and the afterlife. Anubis was the god of death and ruler of the tombs. Our hero couldn't believe that there were 3 god-level relics here. Seth, being in the air, asked Anubis what test he should come up with for mortals. At this moment, Seth shouted, saying that they might not even be so kind as to give the little people a test. Anubis asked him to be patient. Joo-hyun, watching this picture, realized that everything looked interesting. He also noticed that the level of immunity began to increase due to the harmful aura. Seth, meanwhile, finally came up with a test. The best way to deal with mortals is to show your absolute superiority in strength. As soon as the relic of Set began to attack them, the others also joined him. Within seconds, a terrifying aura engulfed them. The guys didn't understand what was happening. Many of them immediately began to lose control and spat blood. Joo-hyun, as expected, without immunity, the body cannot stand it and begins to quickly collapse. As it turned out, even the damn old man is not able to resist this aura. Our hero looked at Seung-woo and told him that they should run away from here and hide. They are literally bugs for these relics. The two of them lifted the most wounded man and began to move towards the exit in concert. Kwon Tae-jun, meanwhile, lay exhausted on the floor and asked our hero how he could even stand on his feet. Joo-hyun smiled and said that he could consider this as a difference in their abilities. Seth and Anubis were perplexed that one of the people was still standing. They thought it was because they didn't put enough effort into it. Our hero activated his already beloved relic and asked the monsters if this is all they are capable of. Anubis immediately began to laugh as he looked at the man and his pillar. Seth said that the difference between them and this relic is colossal. He promised that the guy would still regret that he dared to look down on them. At this moment, Seth released a deadly aura. Of course, this is exactly what the guy was waiting for. Having said the phrase, he wished him to taste his own power. As it should have been, the beam was reflected and flew back to Seth. Anubis was perplexed. Joo-hyun smiled and said that this is what happens when you look only at rank and weaken your defense. Anubis told his comrade that they should become more serious. They should use their abilities and attack the person. Seth immediately said that he refused, because if they use their abilities, their vital energy will decrease. In addition, he was now absolutely sure that the smell that he had previously smelled belonged to the raven. He still feels it. After all, it comes from that guy. Osiris was at a loss. Are they really talking about a traitor who sided with the people? But how can this be if that idiot was sealed away a long time ago? Osiris told Seth that his sense of smell was most likely failing him. The jackal immediately asked how he dared to say such things about his nose, which was in perfect order. Joo-hyun was wondering why they didn't fight each other in the beginning. Considering that Set and Osiris are now together, their fight is simply inevitable. In Egyptian mythology, Set committed a terrible act. He was so jealous of his brother Osiris that he ended up killing him. It seems that these stories written in the past also influence how the relics interact and communicate with each other now. Either way, this is the perfect opportunity for our hero to attack them while they are distracted. Anubis, looking at the guy from below, said that he was literally sure that the boy was up to something. He advised the brothers to focus on the task. When the normal reaction did not follow, the relic realized that it would be better to deal with this problem on its own. Joo-hyun, looking at Anubis, said that he is most likely the most sensible one here, but even then he will kick his ass first. At that moment, Anubis said that they would first check whether he could survive something terrible. The ground under the guy suddenly disappeared. He went into open fall. I told him that someone like him would never be able to pass his test. This means that this is still a kind of test, as our hero thought. After some time, he finally landed, but... Libra? Anubis said that these are the scales of justice, so now they will begin Juhyun's trial. Our hero realized that he had decided to use his trump card. If he can pass this test, then this idiot will be his. Anubis realized that his aura had no effect on him. Therefore, he decided to switch to another method. Only this created the opportunity for him to be captured by a person. In his previous life, he dated the owner of Anubis. He said that the relic will ask a series of questions. All you need to do is answer all questions in the negative. The guy said that he couldn't remember what kind of questions there were. But all the questions were incredibly easy. And if they were easy for a child, then he had nothing to be afraid of. After some time, all the judges were in place, which means it was time for the trial to begin. Anubis said he would ask 42 questions. He said that if the guy can answer all the questions no, then he will pass the test. But if he lies, then the beast hiding in the darkness will read his sinful heart and eat him. The first question immediately followed. Anubis asked if the guy had ever stolen. Juhyun immediately began to get nervous because the answer was yes. That, not to mention how much he earned from it. The jackal laughed, but the guy asked to wait a little. At that moment, Anubis said that he could listen to the second question. Has he ever lied? The guy, of course, understood that he was lying, and more than once. Then the next question is whether he hit anyone. Did he destroy anyone's property? Juhyun finally understood the point of it all. That kid was only able to win because he didn't live long enough to do anything on that list. Starting to stretch his hands, Anubis suggested that the person was even thinking that he would not be able to answer no to at least one of the 42 questions. Is not it? Grabbing him, he said that this was expected of a man filled with sins. Holding him in his hands, the god of death said that the guy's heart is heavier than iron. He ordered to go to hell, because this is the only place to which he belongs. Our hero asked in bewilderment what the hell this was, because he only needed a couple of seconds to think. As it turned out, Juhyun screwed up again and again. He was in an open fall. After some time, our hero finally landed. He was in an unknown place, a desert in which quite a few people died. As soon as the guy stood up, he noticed that he was being attacked again, this time by some spirits. Not a second to rest. Taking a bone from the ground, he told these freaks to attack him, preferably all at once. The guy started waving the bone in different directions, saying that he would tear them all into small pieces. Continuing to easily fight off these monsters, our hero realized that there were too many of them. At some point, one of the monsters jumped on him and began to hold him. The guy understood that apparently this was another end. Will I really have to die a stupid death again? Suddenly, a raven intervened, noticing that the man needed help. He added that the guy was a complete idiot. Raven at that moment appeared in front of Juhyun and added that a lot of time had passed since they had seen each other. Our hero asked in bewilderment what he meant, because they are now in the past. Raven laughed and said that it doesn't matter, because in what timeline they are, the fact remains that he is still the same. The guy again said that he didn't understand what he was talking about, and then turned his head to the side and noticed that those freaks were going to attack again. The relic said that nothing could be changed here, so he would help him escape from here. But about the gods, it will be quite fun if they die from their own powers. Our hero, in bewilderment, asked the raven what kind of monster he was and why he was helping him. Without giving an answer, the raven decided to free the guy from the trap and, opening his wings, began to emit a bright light. Actions are transferred outside. Set and Osiris, meanwhile, enjoyed the sphere created by Anubis in which that little man was. Set asked if they were finished here, to which Osiris replied that he felt like the space created by Anubis was being destroyed from the inside. Seth said in bewilderment that the strength of an ordinary person was not enough for such a thing. At that moment, the sphere scattered in different directions. The jackal, upon breaking the space, immediately began to say that he felt incredible power. This is the power of the sun god, Ra! A moment later, Juhyun and the raven were outside. Seth immediately started talking about how he knew the damn raven was alive. Anubis also appeared, but unfortunately for them, he was unconscious and did not wake up. Set told Osiris that even the scarab understood that it was the raven who did something to him. Moreover, he is sure that the guy was sealed. But how did he get out? He looked at the raven and reminded him that he still remembered how he sided with the people to destroy their brothers and take their power. Juhyun looked at the relic and asked if what those jackals were saying was true, but there was no answer. Osiris began to say that it was time to use their powers. They should take care of it and let others know. Seth himself understood that they had no other choice. Since things have taken such a turn, he will tear everything here to pieces. At that moment he began to do what he had planned, and within a moment the tomb was destroyed and changed. This time he decided to use something more powerful, so the dead will appear all over the world. Raven said he couldn't help anymore. Our hero said that he knows, but nothing more is needed from him. Looking at the guy, he noticed that he was not trembling. He reminded that the others had escaped and now he couldn't get out of here. Juhyun smiled and said that the situation has changed dramatically. Here he can use his relics. He also knows that they are here somewhere. Their real forms are just things that cannot even move. The guy went on the attack, and the Raven took it as a funny performance. Finally, he said that he would definitely continue to watch him. Our hero at that moment deftly wielded his katana and made his way deeper and deeper. Meanwhile, the three dead men watched the guy in bewilderment, talking about how much fun he was having. Seth replied that even he has a limit. The army of the dead is not endless. Anubis, meanwhile, still didn't feel very well. All their appearances were their true forms. Osiris asked Anubis to gather her strength. He then turned to Seth and said that he would have to try harder. Sethu laughed and said that he didn't mind. At this moment, the dead began to change. They were wrapped in bandages and their aura became stronger. A moment later, several giants stood in front of our hero, who were aimed at killing the guy. One of them immediately launched an attack, but Juhyun dodged it without much trouble. After that, he launched a counterattack and struck him in the side with his katana, but it remained there. As it turned out, these freaks were much tougher than he thought. Well, nothing. Fortunately, our hero had another blade. Altar blade of an Egyptian undertaker. This blade felt omnipotent with Lord Anubis so close to it. Juhyun told the dagger to find him, and they would go together to greet him. Meanwhile, the relics were glad that they did not increase their form, because it was definitely more comfortable. He now has a lot of free space. Of course, they couldn't help but be disturbed by the relic-hunting crow that showed up again. Anubis said that was why he was defeated. Seth said that the timing was also bad. They need to warn everyone else about what's going on. At that moment, an enraged Juhyun flew into Seth's back and immediately swung his blade. The jackal asked in bewilderment how a mere mortal could understand where he was. His brothers immediately screamed in horror because they did not expect such an event. Following Seth, our hero found Osiris and destroyed him. As a result, only one remained. There was only Anubis left, who had lost 2 brothers and was the last one alive. But of course, this was not for long. Within a moment, Juhyun had reduced the shell of the relic to dust. Being defeated, Anubis asked the guy why he was doing this. He replied that he didn't really have a particular reason. He asked to start the tests again. He knew that the result of the previous test was incorrect. Relic said that she had never done this twice for the same person, but even if he started the test again, he would not be able to pass it. Juhyun saw Anubis that this time he would definitely not fail in this test. Only this time he indicated one condition. The relic must change its list of questions, unless of course it wants to be cut into small pieces. The relic of Anubis had no choice but to begin the trials all over again. As a result, giant scales and 42 judges reappeared. But of course, not all of them were in good shape. Anubis, who was gigantic the first time, could barely stand on his feet this time and was smaller. At that moment, our hero grabbed him and told him to shut up and ask the questions he was telling him. The first thing he should ask is, "Have you ever stolen?" Anubis was incredibly angry, because the question should sound like that. Is he involved in theft? In this case, I didn't understand why they needed 42 judges if the questions were so stupid. Continuing to squeeze Anubis's neck, Juhyun asked why he should care. This is not a posthumous judgment, and he is not dead. Putting the jackal on his knees, he told him to do as he said, otherwise he would cut him into small pieces. The relic asked why he was doing this. The guy smiled and said that he would take over the power of Anubis, but if all else failed, he would destroy him. That is, they are not destined to be together, and there is no point in such a relic. Deciding that there was no other choice, Anubis nevertheless asked the first question. The guy proudly said that he did not steal. After that, he thought about the next question, and the relic was shocked that he was going to do this with all the questions. The guy said that it was obvious, and thus he answered no to all the questions, changing them to suit himself. Relic was about to burst into tears when the ordeal ended. Thus, our hero successfully completed the task in the Great Tomb, and one of the 3 relics became available to him. Thanks to the fact that the guy was able to obtain a divine relic, many of his characteristics improved. After inspecting all his new ranks, Juhyun ordered the relics to close the tomb and go home. Meanwhile, Kwon Tae-jun, who realized that the tomb was collapsing, could not believe that that guy was able to take possession of a relic, and such a one at that. Finally seeing him, he recognized that this guy was a terrifyingly capable person. He wasn't a newbie that he could easily dispose of. Kwon Tae-jun was obliged to win him over to his side. A window appeared in front of the guy, which indicated that part of the great tomb covering the earth had been destroyed. He decided it was time to go home, but then they called him. Of course, it was Kwon Tae-jun, who said that he initially did not notice the guy's ability and was too rude towards him. He knew he should say it more appropriately, but didn't know how, so he directly asked if he wanted to work with him. Our hero looked at him in bewilderment and said that he initially thought that he wanted to kill him. The man replied that this was only due to ignorance. Kwon Tae-jun then pointed out that the relics would change the world, and people like him would have great potential in the transformed world. The man assured our hero that he, as the head of TKBM, would help him in all his endeavors. Joo-hyun must swim in the ocean, and he will help develop his potential and abilities. Raising the katana, the guy noticed that the man first said to work with him, and now he told him to work for him. This is an indicator of his true intentions. Joo-hyun understood that Kwon Tae-jun would indeed invest in him, but then he would demand 3 times as much, and then get rid of him completely when he wanted. The man laughed and said that he owned a lot, unlike the guy, and that's why it would look like the guy was working for him. Kwon Tae-jun asked our hero to think about the future, because he will have to go through a huge number of dangerous tombs, and it may become too difficult alone. He continued to say that if the guy gets any injury, he will immediately contact the hospitals that belong to their company. Our hero could not restrain himself and finally swung his blade. He simply could no longer stand still and listen to these blatant lies. Suddenly, the incredible happened. The gushing blood began to return to the man's body. He really didn't expect this action. The cut healed before his eyes. This is the power of the protective relic that Kwon Tae-jun possessed, the body of Achilles. Achilles is a warrior mentioned in Greek mythology. His mother, Thetis, was an ocean goddess, and his father, Peleus, was a man. Thetis wanted her son to become immortal, so she dipped Achilles into the river Styx while holding his heel. He gained incredible strength, and that same heel became his weakness. As a result, Achilles died due to an arrow that hit his heel. Our hero understood that if the relic was connected to Achilles, then it must have a certain weakness. The only problem was to find this weakness. Kwon Tae-jun, as soon as he recovered, asked the guy if he now understood why he was better than him. He looked into Joo-hyun's eyes and told him that he was not even his equal, so he could not defeat him. But he did not want to fight. But on the contrary, he was trying to become an ally. In response to this, our hero only laughed and ordered the katana to gather all its strength. As soon as the katana began to emit energy, our hero asked Kwon Tae-jun if he had heard of such a thing as a rebellion. That's exactly what he was going to do now. Joo-hyun said that it's a no-brainer that joining him is very profitable, but he's not going to do it. The guy laughed and said that he might think that he doesn't like Kwon Tae-jun's face. After this, he added to his words that Muramasa was an ideal weapon for the uprising. It becomes stronger if the relic's rank is higher than the opponent's. He rushed forward and decided to check whether Kwon Tae-jun would shut up if he used the maximum power of the katana on him. Running up to him, he delivered an accurate blow, and at the same moment there was a loud explosion. Joo-hyun hit him with all the force he could pour into Muramasa. Kwon Tae-jun also said that the guy put in too much effort. He was right, even though it was reckless. But is it really possible to just let go of your worst enemy? Of course, this is literally unthinkable. Our hero assumed that sensing a threat, his relic activated automatically. It would be too dangerous to fall within the range of this relic. But the option was to reflect back part of the attack using the Code of Hammurabi. This will help destroy the old man again. As expected, the relic worked as intended, and the entire fired charge was reflected back at Kwon Tae-jun. The relic of Achilles and the relic of domination had definitely received gigantic damage, so the man would not wake up soon. The only drawback of this battle was that Muramasa was broken, and in general the relic of Hammurabi was pretty badly damaged. Approaching the barely alive Kwon Tae-jun, the guy couldn't believe that he had put so much effort into it, but still couldn't take the man's life. It was annoying. Just at that moment, Seung-woo and others came running to our hero. The guys asked what happened. Seung-woo immediately asked in bewilderment why there was a dead body lying there. Joo-hyun said that he would like it to be like this, but he is alive. In any case, the guys suggested that our hero leave him, because the man would remain in the hospital for a long time, and Joo-hyun understood that he could not kill him. Immediately after this, the guy turned around and said that he was hungry, so it would be better to go and get something to eat. Alternatively, one of the restaurants was able to survive the incident. As soon as all the events were over, the news began, in which the presenter reported on the destruction caused by the anomalous events. The victims talked about their experience of encountering monsters that rose from the ground. It all looked like some kind of movie. Meanwhile, our guys had dinner and watched TV. News about what happened was on every channel, so the whole world now knows about the existence of relics. Only Seung-woo still didn't understand what relics were. Our hero pointed to the sofa and said that he was talking about the things that were there. As he said, the world has changed dramatically, so those who can take possession of good relics will gain greater power. Looking at all the relics, Seung-woo asked in bewilderment if they were held together by snot. Joo-hyun continued to eat and replied that that was the problem. Our hero said that he also has a solution. Fortunately, he has helpful friends. At that moment, he dialed one of the numbers and immediately began talking. He apologized to Irene for calling in such a situation, but he found a way to break the curse. The girl was incredibly happy to hear this. She even asked if it was true. Of course it was not true, but not all of it was a lie. To cure the disease, he needs to be more active. Joo-hyun told the girl that it was true, but for this he would need to find someone for him. Our hero hoped that she could help him in this matter. The girl, knowing that she would have no problems with the search, just asked who this person was. It was necessary to find Yoo Jae-ha. They are real experts in repairing relics. Unfortunately, all relics lose strength, and there is simply no way to restore a relic from scratch. But even so, there are relics that have the ability to restore other relics. People who possessed such relics were called masters. Yoo Jae-ha was one of the best among them. This guy monopolized the market and was given the nickname King of Scams. Of course, like other powerful people, Kwon Tae-jun became interested in him. They ended up on the same tomb raiding team. This guy was a genius, so he must be on Team Joo-hyun. In this case, restoring the relics will not be a problem. Meanwhile, the guys were already in place. Seung-woo asked who this guy is if Joo-hyun decided to go through all this for him. Our hero answered him. Seung-woo asked in bewilderment why they needed it, since Joo-hyun knew everything about relics well. Our hero said he was right, but repairing relics was something else. Besides, most of the relic masters are eccentrics. They demand a lot, and since he cannot fully give it, it will be better to get someone who can do it as if nothing had happened. Just at that moment, an Irene Holton helicopter appeared in the air. She apologized for being a little late, and then said she would be down as soon as she could. The girl, as soon as she came down to the guys, said that she was not very far away, but there were huge traffic jams on the roads, and she wanted to come as quickly as possible. Joo-hyun, of course, was surprised, but in general, what else can you expect from the rich? He said everything was fine, and then suggested we go somewhere and discuss the plan. Already in the cafe, the girl wanted to find out more about the person she needed to find. Joo-hyun said that this is a Korean guy whose name is Yoo Jae-ha. Our hero said that perhaps she doesn't know about him because he uses a fake passport. Maybe she knows someone who collects art-related things. Irene Holton at the same moment said that her brother knew someone like that. Moreover, he even meets people with similar interests. Joo-hyun said it was just wonderful. He assumed that she could have seen him at least once, so he handed her a phone with a photo and asked her to ask her brother about similar people. Looking at him, the girl asked if Joo-hyun was sure of what he was looking for. Exactly him. The guy said it was true, to which the girl replied that last month he deceived her brother. The girl said that she saw him when she visited her parents' house. She remembered him because he seemed like a good man, and she was very surprised when she learned that her brother had been fooled. She said that her brother bought some piece of art from him that turned out to be fake, and that about 20 people ended up buying similar items. Lost in thought, our hero thought that the nickname King of Scams was given for a reason. Apparently, he was deceiving people already during this period of time. After this, the girl added that she was not sure whether she could find him because she heard that this guy died. Yoo Jae-ha was caught trying to trick her brother's friends. Her brother and his friends saw everything with their own eyes. She didn't know if the fence was weak or if he was driving too fast, but Yoo Jae-ha's car rammed the fence and fell off the cliff. Even the police reported that the guy was dead. Our hero couldn't believe it. There was definitely something wrong here. Remembering the past, the guy realized that Yoo Jae-ha must be 26 years old, and it must have been about 5 years since they first met. How can he be dead? Was this future distorted due to some reason? Now that our hero thinks about it, not everything goes the same as in his past life. In the past, the relic that caused the giant tomb was Indian. This time it was Egyptian. In addition, the sequence of events is now completely different, but this simply cannot be. Our hero really needs the ability of that genius. Joo-hyun asked to try to find him anyway. Irene Holton was very surprised that the guy believed that Yoo Jae-ha could still be alive. Smiling, our hero said that that guy is really a tough nut to crack. At least they should believe it. And the news started again. The presenter spoke about a phenomenon that is spread throughout the planet, which has similar signs to the tombs that appeared earlier. He also said that the government has decided to examine the relics. Kwon Tae-jun, meanwhile, couldn't believe the nonsense they were saying on the radio. He was disappointed that he had tried so hard to keep the existence of the relics a secret, but because of one freak, everything had gone down the drain. He knew that he had to take revenge on Joo-hyun, but his body still had not recovered, and this infuriated our hero incredibly. Suddenly, a man entered the room, interrupting Kwon Tae-jun's irritated thoughts. He asked the subordinate to leave the room. Sitting down on the chair, Edward told the man that he had done a good job. You still need to be able to summon a tomb of this size. Kwon Tae-jun said that he had no idea that the tomb existed there. The man replied that it did not matter, because he was able to influence the appearance of the tomb. Edward told Kwon Tae-jun to lay low for a while because some of his clients were furious. The man couldn't believe that everyone knew about this. Taking the bottle, the man said that it was so. Besides, it was he who informed them because he is not a simple arms dealer. He also trades information. Kwon Tae-jun decided that his friend did not care about his trust, to which the man said that he needed to give relevant information in order to gain this very trust. Looking at Kwon Tae-jun, Edward said that if he started all this mess, then he must clean it up. In any case, he was wondering why his body was not recovering. The man said that he doesn't know why, but it doesn't work. It's most likely damage due to Joo-hyun's freak. Edward immediately picked up the guy's name and said that this guy looks interesting, because damaging a relic like Kwon Tae-jun's immortality is a sign of strength. At that moment, Edward stood up from his chair and said that the damaged relic was not a problem. It just needed to be repaired. The man will direct Kwon Tae-jun to the relic restorer, but the man will have to continue to obtain relics for him so that he will continue to help him. Having already left the room, Edward asked his subordinate to find out more about Joo-hyun. The actions are transferred to the guy who was called non-stop at such a late time. Looking at the phone, the guy noticed that Edward was calling him. He immediately accepted the challenge. Yoo Jae-ha greeted the man and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Edward, in bewilderment, asked why he picked up the phone so quickly. The man immediately assumed that in this case it only meant that the guy was broke. Yoo Jae-ha laughed and said that Edward knew him too well. The guy said he got caught cheating, so he's playing dead. His car was broken and he had to pay for privacy. Edward laughed because the guy had faked too many things in his life, and now it had even gotten to the point where he faked his death. Yoo Jae-ha replied that the compliment was accepted. Yoo Jae-ha asked if the man's call meant that there was a job for him. The man answered positively, but said that the relic needed restoration. Yoo Jae-ha immediately replied that he does not like such requests because it is too exhausting. In response to this, Edward said that the customer was a solid fish. This is Kwon Tae-jun, president of TKBM. The guy screamed in bewilderment and said that he would do everything 100%. Edward laughed and added that he didn't have to worry about the payment. Meanwhile, our guys arrived at the address given to them by Irene Holton. Sung-woo asked our hero if he really believed that the guy was alive. Going inside, Joo-hyun said that this guy is not as simple as he seems at first glance. The guys approached the administrator and asked if Yoo Jae-ha was here today. The girl looked at them in bewilderment. After a moment, the girl apologized and said that their head was not in the office today. Our hero said that he felt it, and also felt the energy from the relics. Hitting the table, Sung-woo asked if the guy was really missing. So he's not playing dead? Joo-hyun immediately grabbed his friend by the ear and asked what he was doing. The guy replied that they needed to talk to her. Our hero answered him that they came here in order to lure Yoo Jae-ha out. Approaching the counter again, Joo-hyun apologized for the actions of his comrade. The woman replied that although she knew why they came, it was better for them not to behave like that. After these words, she added that their head was killed in a car accident not long ago. Putting an incomprehensible bag on the table, the guy immediately began to feign sadness about how sorry he was for what happened to Yoo Jae-ha. But what should he do with all this now? Looking inside the bag, the administrator noticed that there were a lot of relics, and some were even high-ranking. Joo-hyun looked at the girl's gaze and literally everything was visible on her face. The guy immediately asked if the woman knew these things. He admitted that many of them were broken and he needed help. He needs anyone, even if not Yu Jae-ha. He assumed that if she was working for Yu Jae-ha, then she must be good at it. Will she be able to fix the relics? The girl could not utter a word right away. The words barely came out of her mouth that she needed to quickly go to the toilet. Our hero said that he would wait for her. The guy knew that she would do this because this girl, Yoon Min-hee, is Yu Jae-ha's assistant. She's just as greedy as he is. Yoon Min-hee, meanwhile, called Yu Jae-ha in the toilet and said that they had problems. The guy asked in bewilderment what she was talking about, to which the girl said that people had come asking to repair the relics. Yu Jae-ha said to throw them out because he is busy working for TKBM and he will be busy with this for a while. At that moment, the girl said that the guys brought about 10 relics and one of them looked like a divine Egyptian relic. Yoon Min-hee added that those guys look like simpletons. What should she do in this case? Yu Jae-ha smiled and said that he would think of it as easy money. She needs to take the relics and bring them to the restoration room. He will make the best fake and change them. After some time, Yoon Min-hee returned to the counter. She apologized for keeping him waiting. Our hero said that everything is fine. Taking the bag, the girl said that apparently this was an urgent matter, so she would restore all the relics for them. Joo-hyun was incredibly grateful to her. The girl asked if she could take things to the room for restoration, to which our hero answered positively. Sung-woo reminded in bewilderment that all the relics were in the bag. What if they just run away with them? The guy said everything was under control. The bait was just catching some good fish. Sung-woo replied that now they can't do anything if they have all the things. At that moment, Joo-hyun realized that there was a small hole in his plan, and his comrade was right. In any case, he asked to think of it as a big bet. They will test whether their plan will work or fail. Already in the restoration room, all the relics were laid out in a row. Yu Jae-ha was shocked by what he saw. Because with this, they would hit the jackpot. He told the girl that she made the right choice, because some of them really look high-ranking. Yoon Min-hee asked if they would get caught. The guy asked the girl not to worry. She should just keep watch while he makes copies. It was all easy to pull off because the guy had a relic of the fake artist's secret signature that shocked the world. This is the relic that Yu Jae-ha must have. Thanks to it, he will make copies of Joo-hyun relics and steal the real ones. Simply touching the secret signature to other relics allows you to create a perfect fake that can copy not only the shape of the relic, but also some of the functions. The fake relic is made in this way and has its own aura, thanks to which it is impossible to notice the difference for 12 hours. Only this is the second life of our hero. Seung-woo, meanwhile, complained about the incredible cost of repairs. 10 million won for some scratch. The guy reassured him that they would not pay anything. After some time, the guys approached the girl. She apologized for the long wait. Joo-hyun said that everything was fine, but immediately asked what happened to the relics. Yoon Min-hee, at this point, replied that the relics were too damaged, so she simply could not fix them. They are on the verge of destruction. Our hero, having opened the bag and looked inside, a moment later threw it in the other direction, and the contents flew out. He asked the girl what kind of nonsense she was talking about, and Seung-woo, meanwhile, was perplexed by the sudden change in his comrade's mood. Joo-hyun told his comrades that the girl had replaced their relics with fake ones. Yoon Min-hee was so scared at that moment that she immediately pointed her finger at the door and said that the real relics were there. The girl continued to say that she didn't do it. Yoon Min-hee begged with all her might for mercy. Yu Jae-ha, meanwhile, could not understand how they knew. Thinking that they needed to escape from here as quickly as possible, they burst into his room and pushed the guy away. A moment later, Joo-hyun and the others were standing in the aisle, telling the guy that he had been caught. Throwing a rope, he asked her to tie the guy up. Yu Jae-ha couldn't believe that they still had the relics. Our hero asked the guy where his relics were, to which the guy replied that they were in the vault, and he was obliged to let him go. Joo-hyun immediately headed towards the vault while Yu Jae-ha asked to be released. Our hero told him to shut up because first he would take his things. Yu Jae-ha asked in bewilderment how the guy knew his password. Did he really set this up on purpose? Our hero asked what difference it made because he did the wrong thing. Either way, Yu Jae-ha is already screwed. He was different before. He was an artificial artist with a normal life. Well, as normal, he studied art at a famous school in America. Unfortunately, the artistic style that he developed, investing so much time and effort, was appropriated by someone else. Moreover, not just anyone, but his own mentor. His name was Richard Chang. He became a world-famous artist using a stolen art style. The protests had no effect, since Yu Jae-ha was not as well known as his mentor at the time. Therefore, everyone thought that it was just envy because he lost his career. It was at that turning point that the guy changed. He began to use his talents to deceive people. It was at that time that he received a fake relic, which helped this pseudo-genius get back on his feet. Ju Hyun could talk to him normally, but only if the guy wasn't spoiled. He won't be able to convince him of anything. Yoo Jae-ha, being tied up, screamed and asked what he did wrong because it was their own fault that they were so easily fooled. Realizing that the guy could not do anything, he took a pen out of his pocket and asked if Yoo Jae-ha knew what kind of relic it was. Our hero explained that it is called Shakespeare's children's pen. It allows him to bring to life everything he writes with it. The guy started writing. Yoo Jae-ha, 16, hangs from a rope, suffering from the pain of death between her legs. Seung-woo and the others could not envy such horror. Ju Hyun laughed and said it was his novel. Yoo Jae-ha returned in pain and told our hero that he was a crazy freak. The guy immediately began to apologize and say that he would not charge them for the restoration and would do whatever they said. Ju Hyun thought it worked great. Our hero told him that he would not pay for his work. At that moment, he asked to enter into an agreement with him, and he would leave him alive. The guy fell to the floor and said that he would never do this, because this agreement would make him a slave. Ju Hyun told him that slave is too strong a word, but one who has entered into an exclusive contract is a more appropriate description. The guy said that paying for the restoration, being on call and not being able to accept the requests of others, as well as not having a say, indicated that it was a slave contract. After this, the guy asked what it means that the relic of Hammurabi will take revenge on him if he does not follow the agreement. Ju Hyun looked at Seung-woo and the others and said that his friends will inform him. In any case, Ju Hyun asked him to calm down, because everything is not so bad, and the contract rate is $6 million. In addition, he will pay a bonus for each relic, and will also provide food, clothing, housing, and provide comfort and security for the duration of the contract. Ju Hyun explained that he will take care of him from now on. Where else on earth can you get a deal like this? Yoo Jae-ha stood up in bewilderment and asked if the guy had the strength or skills to fulfill his promise. He cannot know whether they are lying to him or not. After these words, the guy rushed to run away from here, saying that all these words do not matter. Seung-woo asked if he should follow him, to which our hero replied that he should. He didn't even know that there was another door here. The guy knew that even though he had bound Yoo Jae-ha to the contract, he still had to gain his trust. In the future, this guy will receive a god's relic. Meanwhile, the guy ran out and made a phone call. The first person he recruited was Chairman Kwon Tae-jun. The guy introduced himself and said that Edward should have told about him. The man said that he remembered, but he didn't think that he would be the first to contact him. Yoo Jae-ha said that he heard about a man's need to repair a relic, and in this case he can take on repairing it. Kwon Tae-jun was incredibly happy to hear this. He offered to discuss the details of their deal. But suddenly someone burst into the guy's room, and he told them to leave in horror. The man was perplexed by what he heard. Of course, it was our guys who burst into the guy's room and grabbed him. Ju Hyun demanded to take the phone back. Taking the phone, the guy immediately asked who it was. Is it really President Kwon Tae-jun who wants to restore the relics? Ju Hyun immediately told him that unfortunately there was bad news. Yoo Jae-ha is now his personal restorer, so he must find someone else. The man, of course, understood who it was, but he could not understand why this freak was constantly bothering him. Yoo Jae-ha asked in bewilderment what these guys were doing. Our hero asked if the guy understood what he was doing. Does he really want to join the rotten old man's team? He asked him to think better, because Kwon Tae-jun is a rotten person who will set him up. Better to join them. The guy stood his ground, saying that they were forcing him, and he had already made his choice a long time ago and was confident in it. Ju Hyun understood that Yoo Jae-ha was very angry. Something needs to be done and as quickly as possible. Taking a chair, our hero invited him to calmly discuss everything. After that, he introduced himself. He wants him to join them, and then he will become his partner, and will restore his relics. The guy immediately began to say that this does not change anything, to which Ju Hyun replied that he was too suspicious of him. Realizing that there was no other choice, our hero again took Shakespeare's pen in his hands and began to write that the guy has incredible talent. He becomes a scammer, sells fake paintings. Yoo Jae-ha shouted in bewilderment and asked how the guy knew this information. Ju Hyun said that, unlike him, he cannot fake other people's work. Besides, the works he forges belong to the world artist Richard Chang, right? Yoo Jae-ha at that moment jumped up and ran at the guy, saying that he was talking complete nonsense because that freak was the one who imitated his work. Ju Hyun asked in surprise if the man was imitating his paintings. The guy shouted, saying that it was so. He added that he thought that imitating someone else's work takes a lot of time. Somehow that person can draw what the guy is thinking. It's like he reads his thoughts. Our hero answered him that this was not true at all. He probably hasn't realized it yet, but Richard Chang is using the relic. His relic can copy anything he wants. Knowledge and abilities can be completely imitated. Yu Jae-ha asked a little doubtfully how the guy could be so sure of this, to which our hero replied that he himself is the owner of the relics. Realizing that they had no offers left that the guy could agree to, Joo-hyun offered him a trump card. He will help him regain the glory that Richard Chang stole. Of course, in return for this, Yu Jae-ha is obliged to become his partner under the terms of the contract. This is exactly what the guy wants. Yu Jae-ha immediately thought about it, because returning the stolen glory sounds good. Our hero understood that this was the end, because it would be difficult to refuse. The guy at that moment asked to give him some time because he needed to think about everything. Our hero smiled and asked if Yu Jae-ha really wants to meet Kwon Tae-jun. The guy immediately said that this was not so. Throwing a card at Yu Jae-ha, the guy said that comparing him to Kwon Tae-jun is very insulting, but still he respects his choice. After that, the guy threw another relic, saying that this is a martial arts relic that will help him in the future, and he hopes that the guy will soon return to him. Of course, in this situation, going to Kwon Tae-jun is 100 times more profitable. This is exactly what Yu Jae-ha would think, and the very next morning, he met with the director. Having begun to negotiate the terms of the contract, the guy asked if Kwon Tae-jun knew a man named Richard Chang. The man smiled and answered positively. He's a world-famous artist, isn't he? Many people say he is a genius. Is there something wrong with him? The guy said that this man stole his ideas. He uses the relics to steal his ideas and thereby profit from it. Yu Jae-ha only wanted them to bring this man to light and then he would work with them. The man laughed and said it was quite interesting. Kwon Tae-jun immediately called Richard Chang and said that they were talking about him. The reason Joo-hyun let Yu Jae-ha go is simple. He knew the guy would be ignored. The old man will prefer to maintain good relations with Richard. Moreover, their relationship is far from simple. Kwon and Richard are one of the main members of the soon-to-be-created Pandora organization. Pointing his phone at Yu Jae-ha, Richard Chang asked if he was looking for death. How could anyone think that Kwon Tae-jun would grant his wish? Kwon Tae-jun asked Richard to calm down, saying that he would deal with it. The guy turned around and said that if he had known about this, he would not have even come to this place. Kwon Tae-jun at that moment asked if Joo-hyun had sent him here. At that very moment, the guy was grabbed and not given the opportunity to say a word. The man said that he would not go anywhere because Yu Jae-ha still had to fix all his relics. Lying on the ground, the guy asked what they were doing, because this was already considered kidnapping. Just at that moment, the guy remembered that Joo-hyun gave him a martial arts relic. Pulling it out, he told them to get the hell out of here. To his surprise, absolutely nothing happened. The guys just stood there in an awkward position. In response, two of Chairman Kwon Tae-jun's subordinates immediately attacked the guy, who was perplexed that she was useless. Joo-hyun, in turn, knew that if he showed up at the right moment when Yu Jae-ha was in despair, it should clear all his doubts and convince him. The guy, once he defeated the two guards, told Yu Jae-ha to get up from the ground, saying that he had come to save him. Kwon Tae-jun, meanwhile, was incredibly angry that Joo-hyun was interfering with him once again. Our hero smiled and said that he did not want to start a showdown. He just came to take Yu Jae-ha, and he can't fight now because all the relics are broken. Hearing this, the man immediately ordered his subordinates to get up from the ground and prevent the two from leaving. The guys realized that there was no other choice, so Joo-hyun took out Shakespeare's pen and began to write his novel. Everyone will suffer pain before dying except him and Yu Jae-ha. After some time, the guys were home. Yu Jae-ha asked what he should do. Taking the bag with the relics, our hero said that he must restore the relic because he is an expert in this. Seeing this number of relics, the guy immediately said that if he needed to restore everything, he'd better find a normal job. Joo-hyun told him not to say too much and go to work silently. He must restore all the relics within 3 days. The guy immediately jumped up, saying that this was impossible. There are too many of them to complete this kind of work in 3 days. He needs at least a month. Joo-hyun asked if restoring the relics really took that long, to which he shouted and said that this was not an ordinary repair. Starting to point out the relics, he said that some would soon fall apart, and some would be very difficult to restore. Our hero again told him that he lies a lot. Giving a deadline of a week, he told Yu Jae-ha that he had to give his best. The guy said that he couldn't, to which our hero told him that they could check if Joo-hyun could do it. He has a way. Yu Jae-ha handed over his relic and told him to fix it. Joo-hyun immediately asked how much strength was left in it and what if he used it. The guy asked not to deviate from the topic. If he makes a mistake, then Yu-Jae-ha will repair 1 relic per month. Our hero asked in bewilderment, what if not? Yu-Jae-ha laughed and said that in that case he wouldn't have to pay him. Our hero smiled and told him to watch carefully. A moment later he began to restore it, and the speed of repair was simply incredible. After some time, the guy handed over the repaired relic and asked if he had won. Yu-Jae-ha was simply terrified. He asked why Ju-hyun does it better than him, and isn't it easier for him to do it himself? Our hero asked to check his relic. After use, a lot of durability is wasted if it works with the wrong person. Yu-Jae-ha immediately began to say that even if it were him, he would not be able to do everything as well, so he hoped for the wrong person. Ju-hyun laughed and told the guy that he whines too much, so it's better to sit down and just do it. Our hero told him that he's not ready now, but he is looking to the future. Of course, if the guy shirks, then he will remain at the same level. After these words, the guy left, and Yu-Jae-ha was left alone in the room. But just at that moment, Edward called him. After leaving the room, Ju-hyun asked Seong-woo and the others how things were going with the plant. The guys said that it is growing well. He asked them to continue in the same spirit. At this moment, a system window opened in front of him, telling him that his agility abilities had been upgraded to rank C. This provided many useful skills. The ability for serious restoration was also obtained, but the guy did not understand why he received the skills to restore relics and why he could get it. At this moment, our hero was called by Yu-Jae-ha, who told him that his friend wanted to talk to him. Taking the phone in his hands and hearing the voice, the guy immediately realized who it was. Edward. Yu-Jae-ha was perplexed that the guy knew him. But how could you not know the King of Wealth? This is a British investor with great influence in the heirloom market. Now he is most likely an intermediary between the users of the relics. This man has important information and many people have shed blood for it. The man told our hero that he was interested in him because he had amazing talent and could stop Kwon Tae-jun. He asked if the guy wanted to cooperate. Our hero, of course, said that he was not interested in this, to which the man replied that he could make every effort to ensure that he did not regret it. Ju-hyun asked what he needed to do and what he would get from it. Edward was glad that the guy answered so quickly. At that moment, he began to talk. A tomb appeared in the office of the Chinese government. He could pay billions if they successfully take possession of the relic. Our hero asked in bewilderment if this was all, to which Edward only replied that if he succeeded, he would make him a VIP client. Ju-hyun immediately shouted and asked not to make a fool of himself. He wanted to know who he would work for. The guy added that if he thinks he's new, he's very mistaken, because he knows everything about him. Apparently, he lied about the Chinese government. Ju-hyun told him to answer the question of who ordered him to say this. Edward said that this is a rather unusual request because it is a request from General Kira Clark. Kira Clark is a relic researcher and general in the United States. She is a formidable woman with the title of King of War. The guy knew for sure that he didn't want to work for her. Our hero started calling Edward again. He, in turn, continued to say that the girl wants to collect all the maple relics. Ju-hyun immediately realized that the girl had a relic map. The guy understood that he needed one of these. Edward, after several seconds of silence, again asked if the guy wanted to take on this, to which our hero agreed. After some time, the guys were flying on the plane. Yu-Jae-ha asked our hero why they suddenly went on a business trip. Ju-hyun replied that someone asked them to do it, to which the guy started saying that it was too fast. Getting on a plane after a call ends is stupid. Just at that moment, Irene Holton approached the guys and asked if they were comfortable. Our hero was glad to see. He thanked her, saying that everything was very convenient. Irene Holton said that they would not arrive on time because it was a private plane. And Yu-Jae-ha at that moment was thinking about how beautiful she was, and that he had seen her somewhere. Ju-hyun asked him to say hello to the girl because she was the one who helped them on the plane. The guy said that he was very pleased to meet you. The girl said hello in response and said that she was also pleased to meet you, a swindler. Yu-Jae-ha was stunned by these words. Ju-hyun and asked if the name Irene Holton was familiar to him. If something doesn't suit him, then he should say it now, because now they are working together. The guy immediately began to apologize for the shenanigans he carried out with James Holton. The girl looked at him in bewilderment and said that everything was fine. Our hero asked not to talk about it so directly. It's better to say that it looks useless. Ju-hyun immediately started saying that the guy needed a month to restore the relics, but he might need less time if he wasn't lazy. The girl supported these words. Irene Holton said that he is her important business partner and that she is keeping his biggest secret from her brother, so he should try and help him. The guy said that he understood this, and our hero added that there was no need to do anything complicated. In addition, he will help him solve his problem. Turning to the girl, he said that for now she needs to learn how to control her relic. The thing that brings misfortune is a relic located in Irene Holton's body and cannot be removed. Ju-hyun said that in that case it would be better for her to learn how to use it to control. He's still looking for a better solution, but right now, that's all she can do. Our hero added that he controls the relics with dominance and Yoo Jae-ha with affinity. Beginners like Irene Holton need to learn these concepts. Of course, a relic like a girl's will be quite difficult to control, so they will try to reduce its negative effect. The girl just nodded. After some time, our hero reviewed the shares and could not understand why they fell so sharply. Irene Holton noted that this happened recently. Most of China has become a tomb, and the entrance to it is near Taipa Island. But this bridge was destroyed by a relic. Ju-hyun couldn't believe that all this pogrom was because of one relic that was connected to the ship. Yoo Jae-ha at that moment ran to our hero in horror and said that his restoration relic had disappeared. Ju-hyun, perplexed, asked the guy where he kept the relic. Suddenly, screams from people who had also had their things stolen began to be heard all around. At that very moment, the guy realized that they were all stolen. 3 or even more, which is certainly very interesting. Fortunately for our hero, there were relics that were very useful. He took out a rope and ordered to tie up the freak who dared to do this. Yoo Jae-ha asked if the boss really wants to find the thief. The guy replied that the thief cannot escape unless they teleport. After some time, the rope still had not returned, which meant it was time to look at their catch. The action moves to the women's toilet, from which screams were heard. Yoo Jae-ha wanted to stop our hero, but he pointed to the unending screams. Opening the cabin, they saw a tied-up girl who could not say a word. Yoo Jae-ha immediately asked the boss if he knew her. The guy replied that this is the user of the jellyfish relic and she is a member of Team USA. Yoo Jae-ha closed his eyes in bewilderment, asking if it was really a jellyfish, because they could turn to stone if they looked at it. Our hero laughed and said that everything was fine. The girl, meanwhile, screamed at them and wanted to know how they dared to tie her up. With a snap of his finger, the rope tied the girl even tighter, and our hero told her that there was no point in saying such a thing. Ju-hyun explained that before she was cursed, the jellyfish was a charming woman with beautiful hair, and this girl looks so young. Looking at her, he said that in order to use the jellyfish relic, the owner must be a mature woman. But still, even though she is so young, she is still a relic user. The guy told her that she had to listen to him if she wanted him to let her out. After the girl nodded, our hero loosened the rope a little, and the girl was already sitting on the floor. Ju-hyun leaned in front of her and told her that he was sure that she was not alone. The girl immediately said that this was so, because there were a lot of people on her side. The user Medusa said that there were about 20 students there like her. Yoo Jae-ha at this point said that the US had entrusted all this work to Edward. How likely is it that what he says is true? Ju-hyun said that it doesn't matter who succeeds. The US just wants it. Because of this, the Chinese team will not be able to make a decision. If Kira is so interested in this relic, it means it is very valuable, which means the girl will be useful. Yoo Jae-ha, perplexed, asked what about the order, to which our hero told him that he would give him a duplicate. The guy said that under no circumstances would he do this. How can you deceive the USA? Our hero reminded him that the first 5 pages of the contract state that he will do whatever he says, and not a single clause of the contract is negotiable. Looking at the girl, he thanked her for the information, and then said that they needed to leave before uninvited guests arrived. Our hero added that it would be difficult to let her go without restrictions, so he took out the relic of Hammurabi. Yoo Jae-ha said a little embarrassedly that he had not yet repaired this relic. Ju-hyun yelled at him and reminded him that he asked him to do this. In this case, there was no other choice. The guy told her that it would be very painful if she told them about this conversation. Ju-hyun turned around and asked his subordinate to take all the relics that the girl had collected. She immediately started fidgeting and asking what they were doing. Already heading to the tomb, Yoo Jae-ha said that they did not have many restored relics. Wouldn't it be risky? An enraged Ju-hyun turned around and asked if he said to do everything as quickly as possible. In any case, he did not know for sure whether there were people from America inside. The guy asked if they would go inside empty-handed. Our hero said that it would be better than missing out on the relics that were lying right under their noses. He was confident that they could handle it, but Yoo Jae-ha didn't think so. The action moves to a closed room, from which screams were heard. The man was perplexed that the girl had lost everything and shouted at her. Linda Walker asked Thomas to shut up and let the girl calm down. He shouldn't be so rude to her, she's a child. Thomas continued to scream, saying that he should not have taken her on the team. With this, he made a huge mistake. Vivian Lucy once again said that it was an accident. The guy still couldn't understand how she lost all the team's relics, and now he says it was an accident. The girl said that it was not her fault because all the relics were stolen. At that moment, both Thomas and Linda Walker looked at her in bewilderment, and the girl only said that she realized what she had done. She remembered the words of our hero, who promised her, in case of disobedience, torment, which also concerned the use of relics. Vivian Lucy understood that now she was really in trouble. Thomas immediately asked who the man was who stole the relics. Linda Walker, the power near the girl, asked her to be honest. Looking at her, she said that only they can solve the problem and they must work as a team. Vivian Lucy sighed heavily and said that she would tell them. These relics were stolen by two men. The girl didn't have time to finish. At the same moment, a charge began to pass through her, tickling her endlessly. Lying on the ground, the girl begged for help. The only thing that made me happy was that the pain was ticklish, but she couldn't do anything. The action takes place in the waters around Taipa Island. Our guys were on one of the ships. Suddenly, the sky began to speak to them, telling them that they would only sail if they had a good personality. This meant that they had entered the tomb. At that moment, when Ju-hyun and Yu-jae-ha were standing idle, one of the guys working in the Navy ran up to them. The guy said they had a problem and needed to act. Yu-jae-ha turned to our hero and asked what their future plans were. Are they really going to hide on the ship? Our hero said that this was definitely dangerous because the ships ahead were attacked by monsters. They were already approaching them. These creatures began to jump onto the ship. To their horror, the monsters even spat something, and snakes from the water even attacked and bit people. Looking at the nearby ship, which was already in chaos, Ju-hyun said that everything had begun. Taking the pipe in his hands, our hero said that even without relics, he could defeat all these creatures. Yu-jae-ha said that this is cool, because then he won't have to worry about staying here. At this moment, the ships touched. This meant that the captain was unable to control the equipment. Yu-jae-ha also called our hero and asked him to look at them. The entire crew of the neighboring ship looked distraught. Something definitely happened to them. Ju-hyun immediately said that if they were harmed by the monster, they would fall under their control. Our hero, of course, understood that this trip would not be easy. Quite a problematic situation. The guys ran forward. Ju-hyun asked Yu-jae-ha to be careful and follow him. Looking at his comrade, the guy asked his comrade to relax because they are the best team of tomb robbers. He will use the relic. Showing Shakespeare's pen, our hero said that as long as the goal is a person, everything is not so complicated. He can use this relic. Ju-hyun immediately started writing. The people who were under the control of the tomb lamented their stupidity, and therefore bowed their heads. Now only monsters remained. The relic of the tomb, meanwhile, saw in the face of our hero the very man who was chosen by the Raven. Rumors about him are spreading everywhere. Yu-jae-ha, in bewilderment, asked our hero why this relic was talking about him. The guy laughed and said it was because he was famous. The relic was incredibly evil and could not understand what was so special about him. She added that now all the relics will try to kill him. Ju-hyun was even happy about this because the relic wants to come to him. Our hero at that moment told the relic that she was talking too much. If she wants to find him, should he just wait? The guy also said that before he gets her, he has a few questions he would like to ask. The first thing he wanted to know about the Raven. Who is he? Even as an example, you can take the relics of the Egyptian gods, who also knew the Raven. Apparently it is famous among relics. Relic said that he was not going to tell this because he had to find out for himself. Ju-hyun assumed that the relic was simply forgetful, although he believed that relics had better memories than humans. The relic too easily succumbed to such a provocation and immediately began to say that she remembered everything. Our hero asked to prove it. At that moment a storm began because the relic was very angry. He nevertheless began his story. Before the Raven disappeared in the distant past, he was very respected. With the power of a devouring predator, he gained the strength of his victims, so he is very strong. He made an agreement with people and betrayed the role of relics. Relics that are devoured by a raven become slaves to the raven's owner. One day, a raven was imprisoned in a tomb prison. Our hero could not believe that he was in prison. Apparently it was the tomb that he entered before his death that was his prison. Ju-hyun asked if the raven was a relic of the new class and how they were able to seal it. Relic said that it was difficult to do in direct combat, but he succeeded and trapped the raven's owner. They sealed the raven and killed its owner. After this, the relic asked our hero what he thought about their brilliant strategy. Ju-hyun laughed and said that she was very interesting, but he got valuable information. The guy said that he was still interested in the crow, so he wanted to find a way to meet him. After all the stories about the relic, he thought it was quite nice. The relic screamed in horror and asked if the guy understood what he was talking about, because to side with the raven means to become the enemy of all relics. Ju-hyun said that he is not going to make new friends. The relic at that moment said that it was useless, because he could no longer tolerate it. Having released all the monsters from the water, the relic said that it would grant our hero death. Apparently, the second round was beginning. For a long time, our guys had been crushing all the monsters, but there were an incredible number of them, and new parties were advancing again. Here, literally, everything is teeming with these freaks, and also, most likely, the guys are stuck. Ju-hyun, continuing to fight back, said that a full cleanup would take at least a week. After a strong attack with the blade, the relic broke. Yoo Jae-ha immediately started talking about how it was not fully repaired, and he asked not to use it. Realizing that there was no other choice, our hero simply rushed forward, telling his comrade to follow him because now they have no relics. After some time, the guys ran into the cabin. Yoo Jae-ha asked in bewilderment whether they could survive because the risk was very great. Our hero told him that this tomb was much larger than the others. This is all because it is in the middle of the sea and it will not be easy for them to get out. The monsters here look very angry, of course. Unlike the small ones, the big ones most likely cannot see. They must find a way out of this place now. Ju-hyun said that he doesn't know how many monsters he can kill without using the relics. At this point, Yoo Jae-ha pointed to the ship, saying that they could find salvation there. Leaning on the railing, our hero said that they had found an excellent ship. They are definitely incredibly lucky. At that moment, this ship floated up to them, and as it turned out, Vivian Lucy was on it, who immediately screamed and said that this was the same thief. Thomas, in bewilderment, pointed his finger at the guys and asked if this was really the same person who stole their relics. Ju-hyun had no doubt that the owners of the relics from America would sail here with the girl. Our hero asked them to come down to them, or he would come to them himself. Turning around, the guy asked Yoo Jae-ha to find them a ship, and at that time he would fight with that guy. Thomas jumped down to Ju-hyun and asked how he dared to steal their things. "He'll take them back!" Our hero laughed and asked who he was going to win. The guy then said that the man brought him another great relic. It was better to give it to him. Thomas replied that the guy was crazy and too self-confident. At that very moment, the man waved his pipe. Ju-hyun understood that despite the fact that this guy is too big, he is quite fast, and his relics are of A rank. Our hero went on the attack and counterattacked the man, saying that he should surrender. Thomas was stunned by what the guy did, and at that very second he began to wave his pipe even more actively. This form hides the relic of the sword behind it, so if the man hits it even once, our hero will definitely die. Also, the speed made it difficult to make rational decisions. Seeing the axe in Ju-hyun's hand, Thomas said that it would not help him. Ju-hyun laughed and said that they will check it now. Swinging his axe, he asked him to destroy the relic that threatened his treasure. Within a moment, the clothes and pipe literally evaporated before our eyes. The guy asked in bewilderment what happened. Starting to reach his hand towards the pipe, our hero asked why he touched this relic. He should avoid her. Ju-hyun asked the relic to show its true form. Once it cleared up, the guy couldn't help but notice the impressive shape. Just at that moment, the guy was called by Yoo Jae-ha, who found the boat. Ju-hyun said that the guy is definitely a quick thinker. Thomas was incredibly angry. He screamed and asked the guy to return all his relics. Our hero, as soon as he saw that monsters were approaching Thomas, said that this was wonderful. A moment later, they set off. Yoo Jae-ha asked where they should sail, to which Ju-hyun told him that he would tell him a little later. But for now, the course is straight. The guy also asked if they had enough fuel. Yoo Jae-ha assumed that it should be enough, but it depends on how far they swim. Just as our hero was about to say something, a stone flew into their boat. Ju-hyun turned his head and noticed that it was the Americans who were giving chase. It was definitely annoying. Our hero smiled and at the same moment released the rope to attack. He allowed him to play with them himself. A moment later, he reached their boat and threw Linda Walker into the sea. Ju-hyun advised the guys to save the girl as soon as possible, because soon there will be a group of monsters looking for him. Thomas immediately ordered to get it, to which the driver replied that if they turned around, they would completely lose the thieves. Thomas himself understood that there was no other choice left, so he would take revenge later. After some time, the guys swam to an island on which there was a giant tree. This is the place where the relic is hidden. Approaching him, Ju-hyun immediately heard the words of the relic. She said they were good enough to find him. They had to pray to receive this relic. Our hero laughed and asked what would happen if he refused. The tree, in bewilderment, asked what he wanted then, to which the guy told him that he would simply chop all the roots into pieces. Relic then asked what he was going to do, and Joo-hyun added that he wanted to test how sharp his new sword was. At the same moment, the guy swung his blade and delivered an incredibly powerful blow to the tree. Within a moment, the tree fell to the ground with an incredible roar. Now it understood what the person wanted. As a reward for this, our hero received a map of the purgatory of the Western Sea route. Taking this painting in his hands, Joo-hyun said that he would try to subjugate this relic. Chubo's Western ship is a ship that contains a large amount of treasure from the West. It came into being by the will of Emperor Ming and immediately sailed to the South Sea. In total, there were more than 60 ships that were heading along this route, destroying South Asia, India, and Africa. They soon returned with a lot of treasure. Our hero said that most likely this relic will be useful, so we need to quickly repair it. Yoo Jae-ha was certainly upset and asked to give him time. Holding the relic in his hands, Joo-hyun asked to close the tomb. After that, he thought about it. Is it worth deceiving those Americans? After some time, the guys returned to the Macau area. Joo-hyun, standing over Yoo Jae-ha, asked how long it takes to create a copy. The guy said that he would soon finish without the boss's grumbling, but he asked if the boss was sure that those people would not recognize the fake. Still, it's too risky. He offered to give away the original and receive a huge amount of money in return. Irene Holton at this point also added that she thinks so. With this plan, they can create new enemies for themselves. Joo-hyun told the guys that he would never give them a card that would be useful to them. Besides, they need her to solve the girl's problem. Irene Holton asked in bewilderment if this was true. Our hero at that moment asked her to put her hand on the card. As soon as the girl did this, the guy asked the relic to show them the paths leading to the ancient tombs in the north. At the same moment, the entire map began to sparkle. Our hero was glad that it worked, and as it turned out, they need to go to Turkey to solve the girl's problem. Joo-hyun then told the girl that he really needed this card to receive such information. It will be very useful in the future, so he will keep it. Yoo Jae-ha at this point intervened in their conversation and said that even if he faked the card, it would only last for a while. The guy just didn't understand why they decided to fool Clark. Is Joo-hyun afraid of being wiped out? Joo-hyun told the guy that he was right, but that woman had ulterior motives. The guy was certainly surprised by these words. Our hero said that she just wants to monopolize the relic, and most likely she already has a bunch of cards. She is going to a tomb that is far from America. Apparently, she's looking for the Columbus map, one of the most terrifying maps. This map can pinpoint where tombs and relics will appear. A huge part of the Earth's territory is under its control, and of course Turkey is no exception, but they should still go to Turkey. The guy also said that she should have already collected all the information on them, and most likely they have already become her targets. What about the Irene Holton heirloom is that no one else has it. Therefore, we can say that it is unique. Our hero also told her that Yuri is very powerful, so she must be careful with it when she uses it, and she cannot get rid of it because it is a parasitic relic. That is why the relic must obey her, otherwise one day she will repair it. Joo-hyun thought at that moment. Was there a way to control it in the past? And why then will Irene Holton turn into such a terrifying creature in the future? In any case, he knew for himself that the power of the goddess of failure would never exist thanks to him. He promised that he would follow her. The girl was very grateful to him. Of course, before this, their plan needs to work, but this will be the easiest. The guys already knew that the key to success was somewhere in Macau. They could only hope that their fake would be accepted. We also needed a plan B, so our hero came up with it, because it would be useful if plan A did not work. Yoo Jae-ha asked what he was going to do, to which the guy replied that he was going to destroy it so that no one would get it. Yoo Jae-ha screamed at that moment. He couldn't understand why all his plans were so reckless. The guy told him to stop whining and get to work. The action moves to CIA hotels. Standing in front of the main ones, they were reprimanded for not getting the relic. The man asked again if it had been stolen by someone else, to which the guys answered positively. He was absolutely delighted. On top of all this, agents Linda and Thomas were captured by a team of tomb robbers. At that moment, the guys said that they were unexpectedly attacked. They did not expect that such a talented person would be there, and they had no information. At that moment, Kira Clark got in touch and immediately told the squad that they had screwed up very badly. She asked the general to calm down and smile. The man, in bewilderment, said that he would do so, but at that moment, the girl asked him to calm down because he had the relic. The guy asked how she was able to do this. Kira Clark replied that she simply already had them. She also apologized for the recent incident. She hired someone else because she wants everything to work perfectly. The whole world will be in the hands of the CIA. She also added that she turned to Edward for help and will soon finalize the deal. After that, she spoke about the intruder who defeated all the subordinates of the tomb. They should teach him some manners, shouldn't they? Everyone immediately agreed with her. In the end, once the forgery was completed, our hero gave it to Edward, and he gave it to Kira. Nothing happened after the transaction, so most likely the girl did not realize that it was a fake. Now they have time to repair the relics. The remainder of his strongest relics were fully restored thanks to Yu Jae-ha. Irene Holton, meanwhile, practices using her religion. At first, it was very difficult to teach someone who didn't know the basics, but over time, things started to improve. Edward provides them with expensive accommodation and food, and he treats them like VIP clients. But all this will disappear once he finds out that the guy is supplying counterfeits. That's why it's time to enjoy everything you can. After some time, the guys finally met. The man was furious at the item they gave him because he was fired because of Joo-hyun. The guy smiled and said that he was pleased to meet you. Is this the first time they've seen each other? Edward ignored these words and asked what he gave him. Our hero, in bewilderment, told him that he had given away the relic that was asked from him, but the man asked not to make a fool of him. Apparently, everything has already been revealed. Joo-hyun asked him to calm down because he has no reason to betray his future partner. The man no longer understood what was wrong with the guy. Edward said that the relic that the guy gave him simply disappeared. The general told him that she would not leave him alive. Our hero, in bewilderment, said that the relic was destroyed because it was used incorrectly, to which Edward replied that it was impossible to use it at all. Joo-hyun thought to himself that this is true because fake relics do not have original properties. The man continued to say that in addition to the relic, an even more serious problem had arisen. When the relic disappeared, the people who were nearby also disappeared. One of these people was the Prime Minister of England. Yu Jae-ha was at a loss at these words. Edward said, when this happened, he was in a secret meeting with the general. That is why his life is in her hands. Yu Jae-ha looked at our heroes and asked what they should do, but the guy at that moment smiled. The guy immediately asked why the leader was laughing, because the Prime Minister of England had evaporated, and that was bad. Our hero replied that this is true, but it is also a great opportunity. The guy replied that Kira Clark is too. Where, and therefore this is the best time to deceive her when she is desperate. Joo-hyun told the guy to watch and learn, and Yu Jae-ha realized that he had come up with an evil plan. Approaching the man, Joo-hyun asked how long he would stand. He asked him not to stand idle. It would be better to contact Kira Clark. He needs Edward to connect her with Kira Clark. The man said that calling her at such a time could only make the situation worse. Joo-hyun immediately realized that he was just an intermediary. Our hero said that he was not asking him about this in order to give some stupid explanation. He might even help him. Edward immediately asked to give him a minute. Joo-hyun said he understands, but he better hurry up and tie them up. Finally, Edward called Kira. It seemed like he was getting a severe reprimand, but he still held out the phone. Joo-hyun immediately said that he was honored to speak with her. The girl said that she heard him playing with her people and taking the relic. But these relics that they gave to her had problems. She even said that he was responsible for this, to which our hero replied that he himself understood this. He then went on to say that it is not good to be falsely accused. He simply took out the relic and handed it to Mr. Edward. The girl ordered to tell the truth. Kira Clark again asked what he did with the relics, to which she heard an answer in which Joo-hyun told her that he did not do anything with them. Anyway, he called because he wants to help him. He reaches out to them because he heard what happened to the Prime Minister of England. Our hero simply could not ignore it. This happened after trading with him, but Edward probably doesn't want to deal with him anymore. But still, this is terrible news for someone like him. His only talent is using relics, and if he just loses his job, then how will he feed himself? Our hero said that as a follow-up favor, he would help them in the hope of further cooperation. The girl thought about it and then still asked how he was going to help him. Will he find the Prime Minister? Our hero said that it was so. He wouldn't have made a step forward if he used the relics in the usual way, but he is going to bring out the hidden power within these relics to find the target. Many people think that they can use relics correctly, but this is not true. He can reveal the hidden powers of the relic. Yu Jae-ha and Edward asked if this was true. Our hero looked at them in bewilderment and said the obvious no. Why are they so naive? Kira Clark, meanwhile, asked again, can the guy really use the hidden functions of the relic? Joo-hyun was happy that the girl was starting to believe it. The guy said that's exactly it. He was able to escape from the CIA using the hidden powers of the relics. Kira Clark still agreed. I said that she would allow him to use the relics, but only near her. He is obliged to come to the place that she tells him about. He must not bring any relics with him and must do everything under the supervision of her people. Our hero, knowing the plan, of course, said that he was happy with everything. A couple of seconds later, the guy gave the phone to Edward, and he was shocked that the guy was able to convince the general. Joo-hyun told him to stay here and relax while he went alone. At this moment, Yoo Jae-ha asked our hero what about him. The guy told him to stay at home and continue to repair all the relics. Soon, Kira Clark called Joo-hyun to the scene. This hotel was quite close to other hotels it had been in before. She told him not to take any relics, but a soldier cannot go anywhere without a weapon. He squeezed all the useful things to take with him. Since he uses dominance to maintain their appearance, it constantly drains his power. The guy had to finish this quickly. Yoo Jae-ha, looking around, said that the guys from the CIA were staying at a luxury hotel. Joo-hyun replied that it was on their level. Suddenly, a girl approached the guys and asked if they needed help. Our hero laughed and told his friend that she came to him to help because he looked lost. Then he answered the girl that everything was fine, and they came to the meeting. The worker nodded and wished the guys a good day. Joo-hyun and Yoo Jae-ha also wished her the same and said goodbye. A moment later, two big guys were walking towards them. Apparently, these were Kira Clark's people. Approaching our guys, they asked Joo-hyun if he was standing in front of them or not. The guy said it was him. After that, our hero asked to show them the way. The guys turned around and ordered to follow them. After some time, they were in the girl's office, who said that she did not feel relics near the guests, so he could follow her orders. Yoo Jae-ha said in a whisper that he thought that she was a general. Can people become generals at this age? Our hero told him that she could put on makeup. The guy was not very friendly, so he immediately asked where the cards were, and the girl snorted and led them to the table. On the table were a pirate map of Barbarossa, a manuscript of Anaximander's world map, and a map of Columbus. Joo-hyun, looking at them proudly, thought that he would get rid of all of them right here. Kira Clark at this point asked the guest to show them the secret skills of the relics, or he would receive several bullets in the head. Joo-hyun told her not to worry. After that, he asked her to borrow a pen. Holding out her hand, the girl asked him not to try to do something funny. The guy told her that he couldn't do anything with these relic pens. After this, our hero asked not to interfere with him, but to allow him to begin work. He immediately began to draw something. One of the guards shouted in bewilderment and asked what he was doing with the precious relic of their general. Joo-hyun looked at him and said that this was a necessary step to bring out the hidden powers of religion. Kira Clark asked to leave the guy alone. After that, the girl looked at Joo-hyun and said that it would be better if all these actions were worth their patience, to which our hero asked to leave everything to him. The guys asked in bewilderment what he was doing, to which our hero told them that it was called a tomb glyph. The language of relics, that is. They also have their own scripture. Kira Clark laughed and asked in bewilderment how he could read them. The guy told her that everything happened in his life. All he can say is that he had archaeological relics before. After some time, the job was done. Now that the spell is cast, the hidden power is activated. Kira Clark immediately asked to demonstrate. Joo-hyun knew that hidden powers and spells were all just nonsense. What he wrote down had nothing to do with the search for the Prime Minister. Before coming, he had already found the Prime Minister using Jung Hae's card, which meant he already knew the answer. Our hero, as soon as he touched the map, said that he had found the Prime Minister and already knew where he was. The girl was shocked and asked if it was true. Joo-hyun said that he is in the Sahara Desert. If they give him a notepad, he will write down the exact location. While he was writing down the coordinates, he continued to say that the man could move, so it was better to expand the search area. They need to hurry up. Kira Clark handed the notepad to her subordinate and left to contact the post closest to this place. She authorized the use of intelligence relics to find the man as quickly as possible. As soon as the guy left, our hero started making a promise, but Kira Clark immediately pointed a gun at his head and told him not to rush into it until the Prime Minister was under her protection. Pointing their weapons at the guests, the soldiers told them that they would remain here until the man was brought here. Kira Clark looked at Joo-hyun and told him not to worry because her people would find the Prime Minister in no time. The girl, having decided to do something, asked the guy to tell her more about the language of the relic. Our hero laughed and said that this was a trade secret. The general asked in bewilderment whether they were really going to continue trade relations without providing any services. The guy told her to get it right. In any case, he will show them the first step for simplicity, and he will explain the rest later. The girl said that would do for now. Joo-hyun had just sat down to write when suddenly the general's men ran into the room and told her that they had found the Prime Minister. The girl asked if he was okay, to which the guy replied that he was a little weak, but his life was not in danger. Our hero immediately said that this was wonderful, and that in that case Kira Clark shut him up and asked him to finish the task. Joo-hyun looked at the general and asked if they were going too far. He felt like they weren't going to let him go anytime soon. The girl looked at him with a gloomy look and asked what he would do. She added that she would never let someone with such ability go so easily. The guy continued to write, and she said that he would cooperate with them until they fully understand how the hidden powers of the relics work. Joo-hyun turned his head and smiled, looking into her eyes. A moment later, a loud explosion sounded in the room. Kira Clark asked in bewilderment what had happened, but her subordinates themselves did not understand what was happening. Looking at the tables where the cards lay, she noticed that they began to burn. She asked in horror to extinguish her relics. Suddenly, the guy who took on the task of extinguishing the cards suddenly began to tear it, saying that it was cursed. A moment later, other guys arrived, tearing the cards into pieces with wild screams. Having shot one of them in the leg, Kira Clark was sure that all this was the influence of the relic. After that, she looked at the guy and asked where Joo-hyun had gone, because it was his doing. After looking around the entire room, the guy answered the general that those two had simply disappeared. Meanwhile, our guys, who managed to escape from there, somehow miraculously ended up in the fountain. Starting to climb out of there, our hero praised Yoo Jae-ha, telling him that he drew everything quickly, and that's why they did a good job. People looking at these two were perplexed. Immediately after the explosion, Joo-hyun gave the escape relic to his comrade. In the midst of panic, using the relic, he painted this fountain. As a result of this, everything worked out. To implement this plan, before the meeting, the guy made sure that Yoo Jae-ha could draw this fountain. The relic they used was the one he received from director Kwon Tae-jun. This is too tiring for an ordinary person, but with an artist it is much easier to escape. Yoo Jae-ha, looking at the boss, asked what they would do now. Our hero told him that nothing special was predicted. When he borrowed a pen, he disguised Shakespeare's pen as the one he was given and swapped them. What he wrote on the cards were the commands that brought terror into them. He memorized several names in advance so that the hypnosis would work better, even at the very beginning of the mission. As a result, he wrote down those commands using the names that he recognized. Joo-hyun used language that neither of them would understand. He appointed the hotel administrator Jamie as the instigator of the destruction. The location of the explosion was room 2002. John Smith and Jim Evans from the Secret Service saw a terrible evil spirit in the map relics. They thought that the general's life would be in danger if they did not tear them to pieces. Yoo Jae-ha, after telling the plan that was in the boss's head, was shocked. Joo-hyun laughed and said that he himself knows he's amazing, so he doesn't have to talk. One way or another, that woman won't be able to track them now, and they should go to Turkey. Kira Clark, disappointed, but still contacted Richard Chang. He asked if she had any news. The girl immediately said that she had heard that he could use the restoration relics. Her relics were badly damaged, and she needs a restorer. The man said that he would do it without any problems, but he had been under a lot of work lately. He received an order from TKBM. Kira Clark at that moment told him that both she and TKBM most likely suffered from the same guy. She said that if they let him go now, he will definitely get in their way again. Richard Chang asked the general not to worry because soon Pandora would be launched, and then ordinary people would not even be able to use or possess the relics. The action moves to central Turkey. Irene Holton, meanwhile, was leaving the diner with delicious kebabs. Opening the car door, she told Joo-hyun that she bought them a snack. Our hero was very happy about this. As soon as she sat down, she also added that she was able to control her relic. Nothing happened while she was buying food. She smiled and said that she enjoyed practicing with her relic, and it was all thanks to Joo-hyun. Just at that moment, screams of people who were in trouble began to be heard from the street. A sign fell on someone, and someone even crashed into another car. Our hero smiled and told her that it was probably too early to say thank you. The girl sighed. You said that he was right, but it's still better now than it was. The guy told her that this was true, because she had learned to get along well with the relic, and in the future they needed to focus on controlling it. Joo-hyun reminded that this is a parasitic relic, and it knows how to subjugate the owner, so control is necessary. After some time, the guys finally arrived in Cappadocia, Turkey. When they got out of the car, they knew for sure that this was not what they expected to see. Before them was a rather strange terrain. They hoped that everything was in order with the tomb, but one side was destroyed, and one relic was completely in the body of Irene Holton. Of course, all this is strange. Besides, there are a lot of people here and they are all soldiers. This is the American Tomb Special Forces. Kira Clark guys. They made sure that not a single ant ran past, so it would be very difficult to get inside. In any case, our hero smiled and added that this does not mean that it is absolutely impossible. Ju-hyun decided to remind them that he is not just a tomb explorer, he's a tomb raider. Our hero grinned again and asked them to remember everything he showed them. This is, so to speak, the course of a real tomb raider. The action moves to the toilet. Yoo Jae-ha asked in bewilderment why, when they're about to do something, they always end up in the toilet. Ju-hyun said that he doesn't like it either. But usually the area around the tomb is protected by the aura of the relic, and there must be a weak point somewhere, and it's right here. Taking one of the relics from his bag, the guy said that they would make a passage here. Yoo Jae-ha, looking at the relic, asked what it was. Unusual bomb? Our hero told him that this was not just a bomb. He told him that this was one of the relics taken from that thief girl. Brotherly sweet potatoes, which are good for forcing the intestines to empty. The guy, in bewilderment, said that it was useless, and also a vile relic. Our hero answered him that this is why he needs him now. The basic skill of a tomb raider is opening a tomb. You need to use this skill to dig a hole in the tomb. He will destroy the relic and use all the energy. Having asked the guys to close their ears, the guy began to destroy the relic. He needed all her energy for their plan. Of course, the potato was not happy about this end. A moment later, a flash occurred that destroyed the toilet, and all the military noticed what happened there. Irene Holton and Yoo Jae-ha, as soon as the explosion sounded, looked in bewilderment at what was left of the exploded relic. Ju-hyun asked them not to worry because everything not related to the tomb is safe and sound, but now they have a passage. Having started to sit down, he told his comrades that she would allow them to get inside the tomb, so it was better to follow him. Once they all jumped off, Yoo Jae-ha told our hero that he could hear soldiers who could catch them. The guy said that everything was fine because they would just hide in the tombs. Despite the deadlock, they can use a couple more relics. After some time, the guys were definitely inside the tomb. Ju-hyun turned to him and said that everything would be fine. Unexpectedly, our hero asked the guys to wait. Here, he will gather some information about this place. After Irene Holton and Yoo Jae-ha looked at each other in bewilderment, they said that they would all go together. Looking around the tomb walls, Ju-hyun looked thoughtful. Irene Holton asked if he found anything. Turning, he said that the relic of this tomb was the hand of Midas. It is very likely that the relic on the girl's body is the very relic in question. Yoo Jae-ha, perplexed, asked which Midas we were talking about. Is it really about the one who turned everything into gold? But this is pointless, because the girl does everything the opposite and there is chaos around her. Ju-hyun turned to the guy and said that in this story, Midas ultimately brought nothing but misfortune. You just need to remember the end of the story. Dionysus, the Greek god of wine, decides to fulfill the wish of one of the kings, Midas. As a sign of gratitude for his mentor's protection, Midas wanted everything he touched to turn into gold. Dionysus, although he thought that Midas was a fool, still fulfilled his wish. The guy was very pleased, but not for long. All the food he took became inedible. As a result, he was dying of hunger, and therefore asked Dionysus to withdraw his wish. This could only be done by washing in the Pactolus River. Then he would wash away the power of his golden hands. Ju-hyun understood that he could take the relic for himself because it would come out of Irene Holton. He told her that everything was going very well. As soon as the guy wanted to say something important to his friends, cartridges from the soldiers who caught up with them began to fly in their direction. The girl asked in bewilderment why soldiers could shoot in the tomb. Our hero assumed it was because it was damaged. Suddenly the guy stopped. Yoo Jae-ha asked what happened, but he only told them to go ahead. Taking out his blade, our hero said that he would delay these freaks and follow them. Running away is not his style. Kira Clark, meanwhile, was at a loss at the base. They received a request for help from Turkish tombs. The girl who reported told the general that the connection was suddenly interrupted. Their latest messages are worrying. She added that suspicious characters had invaded the tomb. 2 grown guys and a girl. Most likely they were unarmed. Hearing this, the girl was perplexed, because how could the soldiers be attacked by people who were not even armed? Surely they have relics. Then, remembering the words about the 2 guys and connecting it with the relics, Kira Clark realized that these were the same guys who had fooled her. Our hero, meanwhile, was ready for a skirmish with the soldiers and was waiting for them. The guy was telling these fools to advance. Yoo Jae-ha at that moment asked the boss not to do anything stupid because he couldn't handle the sword alone. As soon as the soldiers started shooting, our hero began to run away from them, thereby causing them bewilderment. Ju-hyun understood that first he needed to attract attention with the aura of the relic. and then increase his speed with the ball from the gallery and run away. This is how he will deceive the soldiers and lure them into a trap. This is exactly what he managed to do. Entering the room, the soldiers pointed out to our hero that this was a dead end, so he had better give up. Suddenly, at that very moment, a pillar that stood in the center of the room began to emit a bright light. The guys were perplexed and tried to understand what was happening. A moment later, they realized that they were turning into gold. As soon as the light went out, Joo-hyun found himself right in front of one of them and decided to give him a closer greeting. After some time, all the soldiers were defeated and disarmed. It wasn't that difficult. Immediately after this battle, the guy went to his friends, who were glad to see him. He told them that it was time to go, because he found out where the river was. After some time, they arrived at the desired point. This place was truly beautiful. Yoo Jae-ha asked in bewilderment how such a huge lake could be underground. Joo-hyun looked at Irene Holton and asked her to try taking a dip in the water. But the girl was definitely at a loss about this. Our hero told her that Midas washed away his ability to turn everything into gold in this river. Although he is not sure, this may help get rid of the relic. After testing the water, the guy told her that there were no traps here. In that case, she had better hurry up and they would be waiting for her on the other side. Just a couple of moments later, Irene Holton, who trusted our hero, undressed and went into the water. Meanwhile, the guys were waiting for her on the other side, but Joo-hyun was keeping a close eye on the girl. Yoo Jae-ha asked how long he would do this. Joo-hyun told him that he was preparing for unforeseen situations. The guy reminded that there are no traps there, but the risen relic can be unpredictable. Irene Holton at this time was trying to wash off the stains. A thought was running through her head. Will this really work? Suddenly, the water began to boil and soon began to speak. She was incredibly happy that her soulmate came to him. Our hero immediately rushed forward, and the system windows told him that a relic that had long been hidden deep in the lake had awakened. The raven warned about a possible heap of luck. Running to the edge, the guy started screaming at Irene Holton to get out of there, but the girl told him that she couldn't move her body. Immediately after these words, her hand began to gradually turn into gold. Joo-hyun understood that everything was not going according to plan, so without hesitation he jumped into the water to help the girl. How could this happen? Our hero was sure that this was definitely not a trap, because the message mentioned a relic hidden in the lake. The strangest thing was that there was only one relic in this tomb, the one inside the girl. Is there really another one? One way or another, in this case, it becomes clear why the tomb did not disappear, and the traps were triggered. Meanwhile, the guy swam up to the gilded girl and said that he was with her. At that moment, the lake turned to our hero and asked who he was. It said that it would bring back its brother by any means, oh brotherly. Irene Holton at this moment also turned to our hero and told him that he too was beginning to turn into gold. Joo-hyun thus finally realized why, and he stopped being able to move. The tomb relic laughed incredibly, saying that he had better listen to the girl and leave her here if he wants to live. Irene Holton also wanted to ask the guy to run away from here, but at that moment Joo-hyun told the lake that he knew who he was. The guy thought about it and decided that it was strange that the lake constantly mentioned his brother, so everything seemed to be true. The relics were imprisoned in stone. The first was the golden hand, and the second was the hand of bankruptcy. It was precisely the hand of bankruptcy that penetrated Irene Holton. The girl, hearing this, was at a loss. Joo-hyun told her that the golden hand was trying to kill her and take his brother, but it was better to do the opposite. He told the girl to use dominance to take the golden hand for herself. The guy kept telling Irene Holton to dominate her. You need to remember the practice and not be friends with the relic, but dominate. Joo-hyun added that it will help her. If the two of them use dominance, this freak who threatens them will become a non-entity. At this moment, everything began to partially collapse. The tomb was angry because he was in pain. He asked ordinary mortals to stop. Irene Holton screamed and said that he should stop his pointless resistance and surrender to them. Joo-hyun smiled and told her that she is smart, keep it up. It turns out that the guy is very good at teaching. A moment later, under the enormous crush, the relic could not hold back and ended up causing an explosion. Within a moment, the girl's body began to return to its original state. Fortunately, they made it. She also examined the tattoo and said that it had also changed. Our hero told her that it was because they had a full contract. The girl turned around in horror at that moment, but Joo-hyun asked her not to worry. The forces of the golden hand and the hand of bankruptcy must balance each other. That is why it will now be easier to control the power of bankruptcy. At the same moment, the girl jumped on our hero with a hug, saying that she was grateful. Actions are transferred to the CIA. Kira Clark still didn't understand why they couldn't communicate. Her subordinate said that she was the one who could not contact the team located in the tomb. The general yelled at them anyway and told them to send reinforcements to the tomb. There could be no mistakes. These are definitely those freaks. She wanted to use her relics to incinerate and destroy those who dared to cross her path. The guy, in bewilderment, said that the tomb would simply fly up into the air. The Turkish government will not be happy. Kira Clark replied that she was not interested. Irene Holton, meanwhile, said that she wanted to get a breath of fresh air as soon as possible. Joo-hyun told her that they had already finished, so they could leave. At that moment, the earthquake began. Our hero received a notification that the goddess of brutal murders had descended on the tomb. The curse of the ferocious goddess gradually seeped inside the tomb. All the doorways in the tomb were swept away by the goddess's power. Yoo Jae-ha said that the tomb was about to collapse. He knew for sure that this was the work of Kira Clark. The guy asked what was wrong because they came here after breaking all the artifacts of that girl. Our hero said that this was just a pass here. The card artifacts were just a tool to represent the stronger artifacts he had. General Kira Clark was called the War Queen because she was the owner of the Sekhmet artifacts. Sekhmet, according to Egyptian mythology, is the goddess of destruction who was sent to destroy humanity. Because of these relics, that guy would do anything to get his hands on them. Therefore, he really wanted to get his hands on the artifacts collected by Kira, and now knowing only the location of the target, he was ready to launch this terrifying attack. Yoo Jae-ha asked in bewilderment what kind of relic it was that kept them safe. Our hero said that this is the Hammurabi Code, although not the original. But still. In any case, the guy was glad that they managed to survive. Irene Holton at this point asked if they would still be buried alive. Yoo Jae-ha at that moment realized that this could really be so, and immediately began to try to dig out in horror. Joo-hyun told him that this won't happen. He asked the guys if they remembered how they came here. They destroyed the artifact and made a hole. By doing the same, they will get out of here. Yoo Jae-ha immediately said that now he understood why they only collected unnecessary relics. In any case, before this, the guy wanted to test something. Namely a recently acquired skill called tomb restoration. If he takes the relic, the destroyed tomb can be restored. At that moment, he did not know where to use such a skill. But who knew that he would end up in such a tomb? Joo-hyun didn't even know that such a skill could be useful. After looking at the description of the tomb, our hero realized that the paths could be restored. This would be very helpful. Placing his hand on the ground, he shouted restoration of the tomb, and within a moment something began to happen. A moment later, the debris moved on its own and showed it to the guys. It's a bit dirty here, but if they keep going, they'll get out. Yoo Jae-ha was glad that he would get out of here, and our hero reminded him that this was written in the contract. He bears full responsibility for it. The guy immediately said that there may be situations where Joo-hyun will not be able to control her. Irene Holton, meanwhile, did not understand what contract we were talking about. The action moves to the CIA office. Rumors had already reached there that the tomb collapsed 3 hours ago. They understood that the relics must be there, and they would also be able to find the perpetrators. Richard Chang, meanwhile, was in touch and in bewilderment asked if anyone was there. Now is definitely not the time for jokes. His interlocutor was a child but without a mother or father. Who made the video call then? Entering the office, one of the girls said that this was the child of General Kira Clark. The use of Sekhmet relics is subject to enormous risks. Even she doesn't know much since it's top secret. It is a risk to change everything or to achieve harmony. The goddess of war, Sekhmet, was also known as Hatter, the goddess of love. Richard Chang realized that this only meant that someone had once used this formidable artifact. How did people cope with this? The girl said that she came here to tell everything she knows about it. They also most likely missed the offenders. At this moment, the child began to cry, and Richard Chang spoke at the same time. Changing the topic, the man asked the child to calm down, and then asked the girl what she meant. She replied that Pandora, who stands aside from all this, is interested in what is happening. Richard Chang said that they themselves do not know. In any case, he thought that he could tell them good news. Today, the opening ceremony of the International Organization for the Management of the Tombs of Pandora took place. Now, all found tombs and artifacts will be controlled by Pandora. Relics are Pandora's boxes that do nothing but bring chaos to their world. They plan to deny public access to all of this. If residents violate these rules, they will be considered terrorists and will be subject to severe punishment. Pandora is called upon to protect humanity from the relics. Joo-hyun and the rest of them were heading to New York on the Holton family's private jet. Irene Holton was originally going to take them to Los Angeles, where they kept an almond tree, but her parents unexpectedly invited them, and they headed straight to her family. Apparently, the first thing she did was tell the family, who had already suffered, the good news. They were so happy that they wanted to host a dinner for the people who helped their daughter. Our hero was only happy and grateful about this because he was going to get closer to the girl's family through his own efforts. But he got close to people like Kira Clark. That's why he needed insurance, and when flying there, he hoped that everything would go smoothly. As soon as the guys arrived at the international airport, Yoo Jae-ha asked if it was time for them to go. Joo-hyun told him that he sensed a huge number of active relics near the airport. Our hero understood that most likely these were those same annoying guys. Meanwhile, people with machine guns asked people to calm down because they are from the Pandora organization, and they are doing all this for their own safety. The guys told people to let them know if they have relics. From this day on, all relics must be under the control of Pandora. People were perplexed and angry at such words and refused to believe it. One of Pandora's employees immediately reported that they had discovered an artifact. The people on the other side of the connection ordered to catch him. The soldiers immediately ran after the guy, but he was not going to give up just like that and therefore ran far away from them. Meanwhile, the same girl decided to repeat everything again. All people were obliged to hand over their relics to them. At this moment, the colonel told his subordinates that they had completed their first task perfectly, but the people who resisted could be beaten as an example to the rest. Another repairman also approached the man and told the colonel that one strong artifact had been discovered, which was associated with wealth. The guy was incredibly happy with what he heard. He told his men to wait for further instructions. Of course, they most likely spotted our guys leaving the plane. Looking at Yoo Jae-ha, our hero asked him to stop being nervous. The guy asked how he couldn't be nervous if enemies surrounded the entire airport. Joo-hyun that they only did this because they have powerful weapons. Turning his head, he told Irene Holton that he was talking about her now. The girl sobbed in bewilderment. The guy reminded her that they got the relics of Midas. Then why not try them? Spreading her arms out to the sides, she said that she had never done this before. Our hero told her that it is not difficult. You just need to do the same as when controlling the artifact. The guy said that he would help her if necessary, and at that very moment our guys were surrounded by guys in bulletproof vests. The colonel introduced himself as members of the Pandora organization. They learned that they had artifacts with them. Joo-hyun was surprised when he heard the name. This organization pretended to be the Defenders of Humanity from artifacts. Of course, in reality, it was a group that was engaged in obtaining rare artifacts and transferring them to others. It was because of these people that the world saw a very unfair end, but Pandora appeared in his memories. A few years after that disaster, that is, at least 3 years have passed. Has the future changed again? The colonel, looking at our guys, suggested that they were confused, but he assured them that there was nothing to be afraid of. They will give up the artifacts and be free. Joo-hyun told this bunch to get out of here. The man was perplexed by these words. The guy asked what rights they were relying on when trying to take away the artifacts. It would be better for them to get lost if they don't want to die. At that moment, the colonel began to laugh loudly, saying that this was a pretty funny joke. Is it really possible that only a bullet to the head will bring them to consciousness? Turning his head to Irene Holton, our hero nodded and then shouted to the colonel that he was a fool and let him try to shoot. The man was certainly angry at such an impudent greeter. Saying that the warning was over, he ordered his soldiers to shoot. As soon as the soldiers pulled the triggers, their weapons exploded in their own hands. The guy didn't understand how this could happen. Joo-hyun at that moment praised the girl, saying that this is what he asked for. Irene Holton asked in bewilderment if she had succeeded. Taking the girl by the hand, he said that for the first time she did an excellent job, but it was worth trying a stronger attack. He will help her and prevent the artifact from doing something wrong. The colonel, who was essentially left alone, decided not to give up. He went on the offensive, saying that they couldn't stop his attack. Meanwhile, his subordinates understood the order and immediately began to take out their artifacts. Squeezing the girl's hand, our hero asked the general who was going to catch whom. A moment later, a huge charge flew out of the girl. This time it worked out as it should. All equipment within a kilometer radius was disabled, and enemy artifacts suffered due to the enormous forces applied to them. The soldiers who were defeated decided that it would be better to escape from here, which is why they did this. The colonel was at a loss. At that moment, our hero grabbed him and told him to tell him that if they want to do something, then creating all sorts of worthless laws will not help them. Looking into the guy's eyes, Joo-hyun added that he must convey this if, of course, he survives. A moment later, a gigantic explosion was heard at the airport. At about 2 o'clock in the afternoon on March 1st, an explosion occurred there. There have been no news of survivors or possible civilian casualties yet, but the airport was so damaged that traffic was impossible there. Experts said that Pandora, who is responsible for this incident, cannot escape responsibility. Joo-hyun was happy to hear such news on the radio. The guy told Irene Holton that it was Pandora's organization that attracted the most attention at the airport, so they had no choice but to listen to swearing in their direction. Our hero smiled at the girl and thanked her, saying that it was only thanks to her that they destroyed them so easily. In any case, he wanted to know if anything hurt her or if she felt strange. The girl said everything was fine and then asked what was wrong. Joo-hyun thought about it. It was strange. After using so much power, there was bound to be a risk. Risk is a feature of using artifacts. Instead of giving the owner power, the artifacts torment the owner every time they use the power. Irene Holton used enough force to blow up an entire airport. Using the artifact this way must have taken its toll on her. The only problem was that it was unknown how and when this would happen. It was at this moment that something terrible began to happen to the girl. She said in horror that she could not breathe. Joo-hyun immediately realized that the thing he was afraid of had already begun. Meanwhile, the driver, in bewilderment, asked the girl if everything was okay with her. Yoo Jae-ha was equally perplexed. Joo-hyun said that this is a side effect of the relic. Considering how much effort she spent at the airport, this is not surprising. But what happens to the girl? Why does the relic make her suffer physically? Our hero put his hand on her shoulder and asked her to calm down. He will try to suppress its impact using the dominant skill. Suddenly, after these words, the girl lowered her head and the energy began to dissipate. Yoo Jae-ha was in a panic. He asked why this happened and why so unexpectedly. At that same second, the girl stood up in her seat screaming. Joo-hyun asked in confusion if she was okay. The girl turned her head sharply and looked at the guy with crazy eyes. Without giving an answer to the question, she began to approach the guy. Our hero, of course, tensed up a little from such a close gaze. At that moment, the girl attacked Joo-hyun. Yoo Jae-ha thought that this was the end and everything was bad, but as it turned out, the girl attacked the guy again, but only to hug him. It was no less strange that she was sniffing him. Yoo Jae-ha asked if everything was okay, to which Joo-hyun told him that everything seemed fine. Meanwhile, the girl fell asleep right on our hero's shoulder. In just a matter of seconds, Irene Holton fell asleep. As it turned out, the relic of Midas, as payment for its use, endows the wearer with greedy passion. He experiences a strong desire to get what he wanted even before activation. The Raven then added that this time Irene Holton lusted after his scent. At that very moment, the girl woke up again. Her cry of bewilderment was incredibly loud. The girl immediately began to apologize, saying that she did not know how this happened. Our hero said that everything is in order, because it's all about the relic. Domination always comes with a side effect. The girl asked if there was another way, but at that moment, Joo-hyun asked her if she liked the smell of male sweat. Irene Holton looked at the guy in absolute bewilderment. He apologized and asked her to forget. However, he didn't smell like that now. What then was the smell that attracted her? After some time, the guys arrived at the Holton family mansion. Yoo Jae-ha asked the boss if he could wait in the car. The guy said he might run into George Holton. If he comes out now, then most likely they won't even be able to collect his bones later. Irene Holton told him that he shouldn't worry because her brother was not at home right now. In any case, Yoo Jae-ha understood that he had a bad feeling and it was probably not without reason. Joo-hyun asked him to stop talking nonsense and get out of the car. George Holton is not at home, so how long is he going to hide? In any case, even if he meets him, he will ask for forgiveness. If you don't atone for sin, you won't see a normal life. Yoo Jae-ha said that he wouldn't even have time to apologize because they would kill him before that. Getting out of the car, Irene Holton immediately said to follow her, she would show the way. The girl was glad to be here, because she had not come here for a long time. She was afraid that she might harm her family and therefore lived in a hotel. Irene Holton could only dream of returning home to her family, so she is immensely grateful to Joo-hyun. At that moment, while passing the parking lot, the girl noticed a blue Ferrari that was standing there. But the main problem was that it was her brother's car. Yoo Jae-ha didn't even have time to squeak. A moment later, there was a gun at his head. George Holton immediately asked if this was the same freak who sold him fake paintings. Yoo Jae-ha asked his little brother not to touch him, to which he asked in bewilderment what kind of brother he was. Irene Holton asked in bewilderment why he was at home. The guy said that he had been contacted and so he hurriedly came here to meet his sister. Jae-ha, meanwhile, asked to be given a chance. Looking at him, George Holton told him to shut up because he should have apologized earlier. Since he is alive, he will kill him with his own hands. Turning his head to the boss, Jae-ha asked him to help, because at this rate he would really be killed. Joo-hyun said that the criminal should be punished for what he did, but he thinks life is too high a price to pay. The guy said that they saved his sister from the curse, and this guy played an important role in this matter. Maybe it's still worth giving him a chance? Our hero offered to take the deliverance of her sister from eternal suffering as payment. George Holton turned to his sister and said that in that case she should have said it, but since it was true, Joo-hyun said that it was true, because today, at that moment, George Holton shouted in bewilderment, asking how they were able to do this. The guy said that they did not rid her of the relic, but only strengthened her connection with his sister's body. Is this getting rid of the curse? Raising his pistol, he said that it was now clear that they were crooks. However, it's worth sending 2 people to the next world. Irene Holton, in bewilderment, asked to calm down. Joo-hyun said that the relic was attached to the girl's body from the very beginning, and they helped her learn to control its power. The guy added that it is simply impossible to remove the parasite relic from the body. George Holton didn't believe them and asked how they could know this. He could not understand why they could be sure that this could not be done in any way. Is Irene really living with her from the very beginning? George Holton continued to say that he would find a specialist in this matter and would definitely get rid of the relic. Joo-hyun was definitely surprised by the guy's behavior. He literally doesn't understand words, and what is his intolerance for relics? All those close to Holton are staunch Catholics, and therefore he had heard not very good things about the relics. This was what the girl said to our hero. But is he really that afraid of them? Irene Holton said at this point that her brother always gets upset when they talk about relics. The girl said that the relic became a part of her body, but she is she and nothing has changed in her. She also asked not to say anything bad or be rude to Jae-ha and Joo-hyun because he is her savior. Lowering his gun, the guy said that he got excited, but then he told his sister that the relics were very dangerous and she could die. Our hero looked at George Holton in bewilderment and asked where he got it from. Looking away, the guy said that it was none of his business and he shouldn't get involved in it. Joo-hyun now knew for sure that something was wrong. He directly asked if something was happening to him. The guy turned around again and said again that he shouldn't get involved in this because it's none of his business. He said that they should thank him, that there is no hole in their heads. Joo-hyun sighed heavily. It seems the conversation wasn't going well. The guy went forward and said that everything was clear with George Holton, but it was better to talk to his parents because he came here at their invitation. George Holton immediately blocked the road and said that the meeting was canceled. Parents have no desire to meet someone like him. Joo-hyun said that this was definitely bad luck. At the same moment, the guy hit him. After that, he told Irene Holton to detain her brother because he had to meet with their parents. Running into the mansion, our hero immediately began screaming and trying to find the owners. George Holton was still able to escape from his sister's hands and therefore went straight after our hero. He told him to stop. Joo-hyun walked up the stairs and smelled rotten flesh and a bad aura. Surely this is what he was thinking about. This is exactly that painful time before death and that smell. Having run to the farthest room, apparently a bedroom, the guy opened the door and was in incredible horror. Lying on the bed was rather not a person, but what was left of him. A bad aura emanated from the body. Following our hero, Irene Holton and her brother entered the room. The girl was at a loss about what happened to her mother. With his hand on Joo-hyun's shoulder, George Holton asked if he was happy, but he said that his parents would not be able to meet him. Jae-ha asked in bewilderment what was wrong with Mr. Holton. Is he really in the same condition? George Holton sighed and said that he was in the next room. Our hero asked when this happened to them. The guy said that he wouldn't say for sure because he himself had recently found out and came right away. They had this disease for a long time, so they kept the relics away from themselves. No one knew that they would get so bad. Jae-ha asked what kind of disease they have. George Holton told him that he didn't know for sure. He was just about to ask the family doctor to conduct an examination. Joo-hyun at that moment said that there was nothing to examine here. It's definitely relic syndrome. George Holton asked in bewilderment if he really knew anything about this disease. Our hero thought to himself that of course he knew about this. It's even so good that it makes you feel sick. And that's all because he had it himself. Anyone who comes into contact with relics can become ill with it. This is especially true for those who are relic-friendly. They begin to despise the owner. Symptoms manifest themselves in the form of any mental abnormalities. ranging from visual and auditory hallucinations to suicidal tendencies, and of course, physical ones. In a word, it is a disease that affects a person outside and inside, but there are no ways to treat this disease. George Holton couldn't believe the guy's words. At least a third of the planet's population died from this disease in its previous life, and the rest faced the same fate. In the midst of all these events, the monopolist found their profit in the form of healing relics. He also worked for pennies just to get his medicine. Anyone who has not been affected by this will not understand these cruel sufferings. Although such things did not exist at all in those days, the guy sat on his knees in despair, refusing to believe that his parents would die like that. At that moment, our hero said that this would not happen. George Holton asked again in bewilderment. The guy replied that he had a healing relic. George Holton, seeing hope, immediately asked if he really intended to use the relic on his parents. The guy, perplexed, asked if there was another way. Our hero directly said that he understands his dislike for relics, but if they need to be used, then so be it. Or does he want to leave his family to die? Irene Holton at that moment called her brother and said that Joo-hyun could be trusted because he helped her. George Holton still agreed and said that he could try, but our hero told him that it wouldn't work now. The guy immediately began to lose control. Is this guy making fun of him? Yoo Jae-ha held him back with all his might. Joo-hyun explained his words by saying that there is a healing relic, but it is not activated, so it cannot be used now. The guy said that it would take him several days to activate the relic. If they wait, he will bring it. It won't take more than a week. Hearing the agreement, our hero was glad that they had sorted it out. But now there was still something strange remaining. Pointing to Mrs. Holton, Joo-hyun said that it looked like the last stage of the disease, but this disease should not develop so rapidly. Irene Holton said that when her mother invited them over the phone, her voice was normal. If she was sick, she wouldn't even call. Joo-hyun understood that this was logical, especially since the relic appeared not so long ago. It will take much longer for this disease to manifest itself. At this moment, the guy thought, what if someone intentionally made the disease worse? But this is quite possible, and he did not see any other explanation. The Holton couple have had symptoms for a long time. After that, they stayed away from the relics. In addition, Irene was possessed by the relic of bankruptcy. He recently solved this problem, and in gratitude for this, he was invited here. And in those few days between the invitation and his arrival, the disease reached its final stage. This definitely couldn't happen. Although what if someone used the relic to enhance the disease? Then everything comes together. Our hero asked George Holton who had been visiting their parents lately. The guy said that he had just arrived, so he didn't know for sure, but there were a lot of guests. Joo-hyun asked if there was a possibility that among all these guests, there was an owner of the relic. George Holton replied that there was a chance, because some friends had relics. The guy whispered that, in fact, if you plan everything in advance and sneak in secretly, then this is possible. George Holton asked why he asked this question. Our hero looked at them and said that someone had deliberately accelerated the development of their parents' illness by using the power of the relics. George Holton screamed in bewilderment and asked who could do this. Joo-hyun told him that he had to find out. Turning around, the guy said that he needed to activate the healing relic. Irene Holton at this point said that she would also go with them to help. Our hero turned to her and said that it would be better for her to stay close to her parents. The girl said that her inaction here would not help them. It would be better if she helped him with the healing relic. George Holton butted into their conversation and asked what she was talking about because all this was dangerous. Irene Holton asked what would he tell her to do then. She can't sit idle. The girl looked at Joo-hyun and said that maybe she could help somehow at the airport. Our hero sighed and agreed. Before leaving, the guy looked at George Holton and asked him not to worry about his sister, because he would take care of her safety. Already in the car, Joo-hyun said that he hoped to go visit and relax, and Yoo Jae-ha added that it was like he had aged 10 years. Irene Holton began to apologize in frustration. Our hero said he was joking and that she shouldn't worry. Everything will be fine with her parents. Yoo Jae-ha asked Joo-hyun what they would do, to which the guy told him that they needed to find a pair for the elixir tree. Relic of Shufu. It will help turn the grass of eternal youth into a healing relic. Shufu is an ancient Chinese magician. He was one of those hired by Emperor Qin to obtain the elixir of immortality. He convinced the emperor that he had gone to the hermit and would learn from him the secrets of immortality. He took with him several thousand soldiers, silver, children, and set off. He went to sea but never returned. They say that he traveled far, discovered new lands, and became king. There is no mention that he found the herb of youth. After some time, Yoo Jae-ha asked the boss in bewilderment why they suddenly entered the subway. The guy said that they needed to meet someone, but Yoo Jae-ha was still interested in what kind of meeting at the metro station. After taking a few steps, the guys heard a terrible smell, which turned out to be coming from a homeless man. Joo-hyun smiled, as if the cat knew this and came to wake him up. After there was no answer, the guy grabbed him by the cloak and threw him in the other direction. Yoo Jae-ha asked the boss in bewilderment what he was doing. At that moment, the old man turned around and, in bewilderment, asked the offender what he was doing. As it turned out, it was Edward. Joo-hyun asked how he was feeling. "How is the new stage of life?" Edward was seriously angry. He attacked our hero and began to tell him that all this was only because of what he had done. Joo-hyun asked in bewilderment what was wrong with him, since he had found the Prime Minister as promised. Edward added that to all this, he destroyed the general's relics. The old man said that the woman took her anger out on him. All his property and relics were taken away from him. Even now he is being hunted. Our hero told him that he worries too much. He will help him with a normal life, but in return he will give him some information. Edward asked what he was interested in, and Joo-hyun immediately asked where the Shufu relic was. The old man turned his head away and said that he didn't know. Our hero knew this old man like 2 fingers, and it was clear that he knew everything. This is exactly what Joo-hyun envisioned. Apparently, it was through him that director Kwon Tae-jun obtained the Shufu relic. Our hero said that he didn't think so, and taking out his phone began to say that the idea of reporting a wanted person was a very good one. Edward began to say that this relic is with Kira Clark. He sold it. Our hero, in bewilderment, asked why she needed it, to which Edward said that his business was to sell it. Joo-hyun understood that it simply couldn't be that he didn't know about it. After contacting him and seeing a lot of blood, he probably wants to draw a line. It's time to put away the stick and show him the carrot. The guy called him and said that he had previously told him that Edward was his future partner. Looking at the old man, he said that these were not empty words. If he helps him, he will make it so that he does not have to intersect with the CIA, and he will earn money. Edward, in bewilderment, asked how much money we were talking about. From him, our hero said that this is exactly so, because he knows exactly about his abilities. After thinking a little, the old man agreed and asked to tell him the plan in more detail. Joo-hyun said that the Shufu relic itself is nothing special, but it is one of the ingredients needed to make a healing relic. He already has the rest of the ingredients, he just needs to find her. The man was certainly surprised that the guy had a healing relic. Looking at Edward, our hero said that if he was faithful to him, he would make sure that he would be swimming in money thanks to the medicines that they would make. In fact, this is not a lie, because he is going to organize a pharmaceutical company and sell drugs for relic syndrome at a low price. Actions are transferred to the plane. The guards approached our hero and introduced themselves. Irene Holton said that these were her bodyguards. Her brother just told her to take them with her. Yoo Jae-ha asked in a whisper if it was normal that they just came. Our hero answered him that they would count, so that there were more people on the team. Joo-hyun introduced himself to the guards and then told them that as long as they didn't interfere, he didn't care. They immediately said that they would try to do everything possible to help. Our hero immediately began to think that they understood each other well. Then it's time to go. Edward said that the Shufu relic is located in Africa, in Ghana. It looks like Kira Clark is using it for their business. The old man then said that there was something strange in this, because this matter was connected with the tomb, but the troops were not involved. They're probably acting quietly. Joo-hyun suggested that if this matter became known, she would get into trouble. Edward also said that he thinks so. The action moves to Africa. Meanwhile, the guys watched the special army of Kira Clark. Our hero was definitely sure that these were her people, and one girl there was definitely using relics. Yoo Jae-ha asked what they were doing. Joo-hyun said that they were standing outside the house and chatting. They should try to get not only the relic, but also money. Looking at Irene Holton and her guards, the guy asked them to stay outside and wait nearby. Our hero told her that she could help him outside. When he gives the sign, she must use her hand of bankruptcy. A moment later, the guys were inside the playing house. People there were playing cards and other games of chance. There, of course, was the girl the guy saw outside. She was talking to some guy. Our hero pushed him away, saying that he had better get out of here quickly if he had already finished his business, because he also wanted to play a game. The girl looked at the guy in bewilderment and asked who he was because she was seeing him for the first time. Either way, they have big stakes at stake. Joo-hyun will beat any bet, and besides, it's even more interesting. The girl giggled and told him to sit down quickly. Within a moment, the guys were sitting at the table and dealing out cards. But our hero didn't just sit there. Looking at the table, he noticed that there was an ashtray and dishes on the corner of the table, and a relic hidden between them. With her help, she rigs the cards so that others lose. To put it bluntly, she uses sneaky tricks. Our hero smiled and told her that he would show the girl what it means to be bankrupt. Over and over again, the guy knocked out excellent decks of cards, receiving 4 of a kind, a straight flush, and in the end, a royal flush. The girl was incredibly horrified because she couldn't understand how this could happen. Why didn't she have such a good game, but this guy? Apparently, this is exactly what our hero's rival was thinking right now. Taking a look at her, he also added that she even used the fortune relic. She was also perplexed by this. Our hero said that he immediately noticed that it was a lucky coin, which was under the patronage of the goddess of luck. People make their own wish for luck, and toss a coin. The guy added that there are many such coins, and therefore this such a common relic is too weak. Does the girl know what her rank is? Just see. Our hero laughed, thinking about how he was the one who radiated SS rank bad luck for idiots like them. At this time, Irene Holton stood outside and spread the power of destruction to everyone except Ju Hyun and Yoo Jae-ha. Judging by the way she manipulates power and her precise aim, her skills have grown noticeably. In any case, everyone except our hero lost their luck. The girl was angry that the guy knew about the relic. Ju Hyun laughed and asked not to think that only they have relics, but even better to give him the money. Sighing heavily, the girl still reached for the bag of money, but at that moment the guy told her that this was not enough. The girl looked at him in bewilderment and asked what he was talking about, because everything was accurately calculated here. Ju Hyun told her that they have to pay for the deception. He will be generous, so they will only charge $1 million. The girl screamed in incredible horror and asked what he was talking about, and our hero told her that she could not count on him leaving them unpunished. If there is no money, then today he will take it from someone else. Because he is generous, they need to give him the Shufu relic. He also added that he wanted to know more about what Kira Clark was doing here. The girl immediately realized that the guy had come here for this from the very beginning. Suddenly, out of anger, something began to happen to the girl. Her subordinates asked what was wrong with her. At this moment, this guy's teeth began to fall out, and Mary even stepped on a broken mug. Our hero asked what was wrong because he had not done anything yet. Immediately after this, the guy realized that something was happening outside with Irene Holton. This is how it actually happened. At the time when her strength began to break out, the girl said that she could not control her powers. She understood that Ju Hyun was asking her not to act too strongly. So what should she do now? Mary, meanwhile, in agony, said that she was wrong and that she would tell everything she knew, but they must stop her pain. Ju Hyun laughed and told her that he should have done it this way from the beginning, but he also knew that he wouldn't be able to help her anyway. The girl told our hero that to the north of here there is a forest in which there is a tomb. It's just there that the general is growing something. She added that she did not know the details, but only a child could enter this tomb. Apparently, this is where the Shufu relic is located. After this, the girl said that this was all she knew, so she asked to be released. Ju Hyun looked at her and said that it was beyond his power. But fortunately for her, our hero could at least make her forget about this suffering. Yoo Jae-ha thought after a while that those villains looked pitiful. The boss told him that he acted as needed. If you release them, they will tell everything and they will start having problems, just like in Turkey. However, already on the street, Yoo Hyun wanted to know where the girl was, because even her bodyguards were not visible. Taking the phone in his hands, the guy said that he had a bad feeling. He understood that she was gradually losing control and the force was becoming more and more powerful. Just at that moment, one of the bodyguards ran up to the guys and immediately said that they were in trouble. They missed the lady. The girl told them that there was something pinching in her chest and she didn't feel well, so they took her arm. Unfortunately for them, she broke free and ran away. They ran after her but could not find her. They didn't think she was so strong and fast. Ju Hyun suggested that they split up and start searching. Since she could come back, someone should stay here. Yoo Jae-ha said he would be nearby. Our hero, of course, ran in the approximate direction. In any case, he didn't know how they would find her. It would be possible to use a relic, but the girl's things are needed. At that moment, Ju Hyun realized that it would be enough to find the aura of her relic. She is very strong, so her aura must be powerful. Our hero stood up and took a deep breath. He needed to concentrate. A moment later, he opened his eyes and ran along the trail. So the guy ran to some strange motel, which was quite alarming. Approaching the first person he met, the guy asked if a young girl with blonde hair had come here. The woman was glad that someone who knew her came. She said that the girl suddenly appeared, began to demand a room, and then alcohol. As a result, she caused a lot of noise, and the administrator began to worry. Of course, Joo-hyun found out where she was and went to her room. A moment later, he opened the door where Irene Holton was. As it turned out, she was already lying on the sofa and hugging the bag, imagining that it was Joo-hyun. Approaching the girl and taking all the bottles, the guy was surprised that this time the risk was muffled by alcohol. Plus, she drank a lot. Even if this helped her reduce the risk effect, she definitely won't come to her senses until tomorrow morning. We'll have to leave her to sleep here. Patting the girl on the head, he wished her good night. In addition, he added that he was worried about where the bag had gone. But it turns out that she took it. Irene Holton didn't immediately believe that it was Joo-hyun. But as soon as she realized that this was not a dream, she immediately jumped up. Our hero was glad that she slept well, but he asked her why she needed to drink so much. At that moment, her hands reached out to the guy. Pulling him towards her, she shouted, "Hugs!" She also added that while she was waiting for him, she actually drank a glass. Joo-hyun didn't understand why the risk didn't go through, but that's half the trouble. Another question is why she became so strong. Irene Holton at that moment twisted and threw Joo-hyun onto the bed, and after that she pulled towards him and kissed him. Immediately after that, she raised her head and smiled at him, and literally at the same moment fell on him and fell asleep. The action moves to CIA headquarters. Kira Clark told her people that the risk was very serious, but fortunately, they returned safe and sound to the States. The girl asked her comrades if they had found news about a group of people of interest to them. The guy said that the violators were sent from Turkey to New York, and then to Ghana. According to their information, they often use the Holton family's private jet. Kira Clark thought about it. She remembered that among the raiders on the tomb in Turkey there was also a girl. Is this really Irene Holton? After this, the girl asked if there was news from Ghana. The guy sighed a little and said that the news there was not entirely good. Some of their soldiers showed symptoms of mental disorders. They rioted in the street and were arrested by the police. The guy himself assumed that the guys suffered from relics that affect the mind. Kira Clark immediately realized that this was their work. In any case, she was wondering why Ghana? There doesn't seem to be anything there. The guy asked if there were really no relics there. The girl said that there were only war relics there, and she doubted that they had not come all this way for them, but still, everything leads to this. Kira Clark smiled and said that she would not use relics this time. If they escape, she will suffer losses. The general smiled and said that they would attack them in a different way. She wants to try to undermine the Holton family. Meanwhile, the guys were already driving an SUV to their destination. A perplexed Yoo Jae-ha asked the boss why he didn't call him. He was upset because they had been looking for the girl all night, but they could have gone to rest, just like Joo-hyun. Our hero turned to his partner and said that it happened so. The guy asked in bewilderment if he really couldn't reach his phone. Sighing, Joo-hyun said that someone was pinning him down and wouldn't let go, so he couldn't call. Because of the risk, the girl became incredibly strong. The bodyguard, meanwhile, increased supervision, telling the lady that from now on, alcohol would be prohibited for her. Irene Holton laughed and agreed. Meanwhile, the guys were almost at the tomb, so our hero asked everyone to stop chatting. At that moment, notifications appeared in front of the guy. He was told that only children could go there, and that this tomb had been captured and had an owner. Joo-hyun assumed that the relic was appropriated and the tomb was not destroyed, but why would anyone do that? Having decided not to worry about it for now, the guys went inside, thinking that it was better to go there first, and then think about the decision. Our hero asked Yoo Jae-ha to get him a couple of low-level relics. The guy asked in bewilderment if they would really blow up the relics again to open the passage. Saying that this is what he was going to do, Joo-hyun threw the relic away, and a moment later there was an explosion. Within a moment, there was a hole at the site of the explosion. Bodyguard Irene Holton asked in bewilderment what it was. Our hero asked her not to be surprised. After that, he said that they would now go inside, so they might even faint. At the same moment, our hero pressed the gas pedal to the limit and flew inside. The girl asked in bewilderment whether they were doing it too harshly, because there was no passage here. Smiling, the guy said that despite the fact that he is not there now, they will make it. The relic is located at the very bottom of the tomb. If you go down the usual path, it will take too long. Therefore, going through tunnels is the fastest way. Having asked Yoo Jae-ha for another relic, our hero blew it up. Thus, after just a couple of minutes, the guys were inside the tomb. Bodyguard Irene Holton was incredibly terrified, but still glad that they survived. Yujaha added that he was already thinking about seeing his ancestors today. After getting out of the car, our hero received a notification again. Again, it said that the tomb had been captured, so human objects could be used here. Looking at the phone, the guy actually noticed that the phone was working, and at that moment Yujaha, in bewilderment, asked the guys to look ahead. It was a giant tea plantation. They had no idea how it fit underground because it is the size of 3 football fields. Having looked closely, the guys realized that children were working on the field. Apparently, they were under hypnosis because it was so loud here, and they didn't even think about running away. The sight was truly strange. At that moment, the system window also appeared. Raven said that people are under the influence of the Shufu relic. The children were instructed to collect tea leaves. Juhaeon immediately asked the Raven to tell him more. Was this tea plantation created by a relic? Raven said that it contained the strength of a bullman, a power that raises the dead, and its scent cannot be forgotten. The guy immediately said that this was the work of Shenong. Bullman. That is, he has a human body and a bull's head. This character is associated with tea and is found in Chinese mythology. He invented tools for cultivating the land and taught others this craft. He also tried different herbs and could distinguish medicinal from poisonous ones by taste. They said that if you get poisoned by herbs, you need to chew a tea leaf and it will clean out the poison. Yujaha immediately asked what about the Shufu relic. Our hero answered him that she was probably somewhere here, and now he understands what's what. This tomb was created by the Shenong relic, and when Kira Clark came here, this huge tea plantation was already here. Most likely she wanted to keep it. Surely she knew that if she took the relic and closed the tomb, then everything would disappear along with the tea plantation. Therefore, she decided not to close the tomb after obtaining the relic and collect tea leaves here. But for some reason, only children come here, and so she lured them here with the help of the Shufu relic. Juhyun suggested that the guys split up and go look for the relic they need. Our hero smiled and said that if possible, it would be better to take the Shenong relic with him. At that moment, the guy behind him heard Yujaha's screams and immediately turned around to look. As it turned out, one of the children attacked the guy and started trying to eat his hand. Then our hero turned around and noticed that 2 more children had noticed him. Juhyun, without thinking twice, took out his rope and sent her to attack, telling her to contact the children. The rope also took away the child who attacked Yujaha. The guy was glad that he was alive, and all the attackers were in the air. Juhyun approached the guy and asked if he was okay. Yujaha told him that everything was fine, but his hand was swollen. After that, the guy asked if everything was okay with Irene Holton. The girl said that everything was fine, and those who tried to get close to them suddenly lost consciousness. Yujaha turned around at that moment and shouted that the children were going to attack them again. Apparently everyone who was on the plantation is now gathering here in order to attack them. Our hero was certainly irritated by all this. On the other hand, maybe this is for the better. The Shufu relic may react and appear nearby. The guy screamed at that moment that they must live until this moment. Juhyun laughed and said that he was bitten, and now he is twice as afraid. At this moment, screams began to be heard. The relic could not understand who dared to touch their children. This meant that she still appeared. Our hero turned to his comrade and asked him to be next to Irene Holton. The relic of ruin would stop these guys. The relic became so angry that it created a powerful aura. She was definitely somewhere nearby, and it would also be necessary to tie up all the children who might get in the way. Within a moment, all the children who were going to attack the guy were tied up. The relic asked in bewilderment who he was, to which the guy told her that he was her new owner. Just at that moment, our hero told the children that he would no longer feel sorry for them and also noticed something nearby. It was a worm crawling somewhere at a moderate pace. The guy immediately called for the relic. A moment later, he took her in his arms and asked why she was pretending. The relic didn't understand how he found out, and the guy told her that she had given herself away. Juhyun immediately called the guys and asked if they were busy, since he needed a bag that was in the trunk, and it would be great if someone brought it. The guy at that moment decided to bargain, because he knows that this relic loves money. He can buy it, so he wanted to know how much he needed. Relic was certainly surprised that she would meet such an understanding person, but she didn't know if he knew that she was expensive. Yujaha asked in bewilderment if he was negotiating with the relic. The guy said that's the only way to do it with her. Shufu from that story, having received great help, went far away but never returned, so they began to call him an extortionist. It is precisely because of this that if you are going to enter into an agreement with him in order to use him, then you need to shell out a fortune. So he then played for money. Then our hero said that his risks also take money, Yujeha was definitely surprised that there were such relics. Having opened the bag, the guy showed the money to the relic, and she was certainly surprised by this condition. The guy said there are 2 billion in this bag. Only after hearing this amount did the relic agree without a doubt, and then she took a closer look and said that it still wouldn't be enough. Did he really think that he could buy it? Juhyun told her that he had foreseen this, so he prepared another bag. He asked Yujeha to open it. Within a moment, the relic was showered with money, and our hero told her that she had prepared everything in full. Juhyun understood that there could be no refusal, because this was even more than Kwon Tae-jun gave him in his previous life. Our hero at that moment called the relic and asked if he was now ready to obey him, but the worm said that he needed to count everything. After a while, he said that there was still something missing. The current owner has given him more, so they have to put in a little more effort. The guy couldn't even imagine how much Kira Clark gave him. Yujeha reminded that it was all their money. This is a very dangerous risk. Our hero said that he was playing to the end, so he had to give away everything that was prepared just in case. This was gold and a watch. This worm even received land deeds from the Holton family, which was definitely overkill. But in the end, Relic Shufu still agreed and said that they would follow. The relic danced and could not even think that its owner was so rich. She immediately asked how she could help. Our hero at that moment grabbed the jar and deftly placed the worm inside. He was finally able to catch this brat. Should have made it work properly now. The first thing he did was order the relic to release all the children and collect tea leaves and seedlings. After that, he told her that they need to prepare to move, to which Shufu, in bewilderment, said that the Shenong relic would be angry. Our hero said he would take care of it. Shufu said that he understood, and then asked for money in advance. 70 million won for the work. Juhyun shouted in bewilderment, asking if he still wanted money. The worm said that it was a deposit, but you have to pay for the work. Sighing heavily, the guy said that he understood him and would then give him the money when they left here. The worm began to demand money now because he cannot trust him. Our hero was already seriously angry and therefore began to shake the jar, asking how he could trust and give money first. He pays after work. Shufu resigned himself and asked him to stop shaking the jar. At the same moment, he turned to the children and told them to do the work. Within a moment, all the children ran to work and at incredible speed. Shufu said that he is a professional after all, so he knows what to do. Turning to Yujeha, our hero told him that they also had no time to idle. It's time to move out and prepare to leave. As a result, the children carefully packed the leaves for transportation, as well as several seedlings. This was done in a matter of minutes. Preparations for the escape were quickly made, but a problem arose. It was impossible to throw all these children on the plantations. Yujeha asked in bewilderment what they should do. Our hero said that it would be better to put all the things in the car and walk, and Shufu would show the assistants the way. The worm immediately said that he should be paid for that work. Juhyun immediately asked if another 70 million would be enough for him. Shufu changed his tone and said that he would spend it the shortest way. Juhyun threw the can to his friend and asked him to follow it, because it would tell them where to go. Yujeha was surprised and asked where he was going while they were already leaving. The guy turned and said that he needed to grab one more thing. He needs a bag and will go for a few more usable relics. Just at that moment, the earthquake began. The relic angrily said that they did not dare to leave because cultivation was the most useful and important activity. Our hero immediately realized that the Shenong relic had appeared, which meant it was time to run after it. Juhyun told the boys to go ahead with the kids. The Shufu relic will show them the shortest path. Irene Holton asked in bewilderment why he was leaving, to which the guy told her that he would follow them a little later. At this moment, Yujeha called the boss and said that he forgot to take the relics with him, so he threw them. Suddenly, the backpack with the relics crashed into an invisible wall and fell to the ground. The guy asked in bewilderment what happened. Juhyun understood that this wall of aura. Does the relic really want to lock him up here? The guys immediately asked in horror what to do. Our hero asked them not to worry and to move on. If he catches the relic, the wall will disappear. The relic at that moment began to laugh loudly, saying that he might not even dream of catching her. A moment later, roots began to emerge from the ground. The relic said that it would punish the offender for driving away the workers from his plantation. These roots began to climb on the guy and he fought them off. They tried to devour him. Our hero, realizing that things smelled of frying, immediately jumped from the ground. After examining the entire area, the guy noticed that a strong aura was emanating from the bushes. This means that the relic is hiding there. He took the form of a tea bush. Juhyun was immediately going to quickly get to the relic, but he was stopped by an incomprehensible smell similar to poison. Shenong said that the man is thinking correctly. After all, no matter how dexterous he is, if he can't breathe, then it's the end. Juhyun laughed, saying that if the relic thought that he would just remain silent and endure it, then she was wrong. The guy took out of his pocket the first coals of Homo erectus in history. He borrowed this relic from the CIA. Our hero said that he would burn this entire field. Within a moment, the entire plantation began to burn with bright flames. Shenong was angry. The relic said in bewilderment that he was incredibly petty for starting a fire. Juhyun was certainly happy with this reaction. He was afraid that this would not work, since Shenong was said to have controlled fire. As it turned out, he was afraid in vain. Running up to the bush, the guy waved his sword and told the relic that it was now his. Shenong told the guy that he dreams big. Suddenly, the plantation changed, and our hero was already flying down. The relic answered him that although it cannot control fire, it can control Earth with a bang. Shenong said that he would show him a deep dungeon similar to hell. Our hero laughed and said that they were already deep underground. But if the relic wanted, he could go there alone. At that moment, a root came out of the ground and grabbed the guy. Shenong that this time he will not let it go, and as a result it will turn into fertilizer for his plantation. A moment later, the passage was closed, and bodyguard Irene Holton told the guys that the vibration was stronger than before, so they needed to leave here. Yu Jae-ha told them that if they leave the boss here, he might die, because he doesn't even have relics with him. The bodyguard immediately said that otherwise they would not have been able to hand over the relics because there is a wall there. Then the guy still admitted that they need to get out of here, because if they stand like this, they still won't help Juhyun. Our hero, meanwhile, was still imprisoned by the roots of Shenong. The relic told him that he was poisoned, so in any case he would die either from poison or from fire. Then she added that there was no way he could survive, much less get out of here. Juhyun at that moment cut the root that was holding him. Looking at the relic, the guy said that it uses pitiful tricks. Our hero, looking at the relic, could not understand who it was, divine rank or not, but in any case, a high rank. After a moment, the guy put his sword away. Shenong asked in bewilderment what happened. Does he want to give up? Juhyun told him that he wanted to check something. If the relic dies first, will the exit open? He noticed that all the particles of the relic were collected in a circle. So if there was a big explosion, everything would burn completely. The relic immediately began to say in horror that he would then blow himself up. The guy laughed and said that it was unlikely. Does Shenong think he doesn't have a plan? Having not heard a sensible answer, our hero began to act. Having started to break the relic, he asked to show all its power. A moment later, a huge explosion was heard in the street. They immediately said that we needed to hide because the tomb began to collapse. After some time, nothing remained of the tomb, but of course the main tomb robber remained alive. The guys immediately ran up to him saying that they thought he was dead. Irene Holton added that they were very worried. The guy said that they were worrying too much because he was not going to die, and he closed this tomb on his own. Irene Holton said that Yu Jae-ha was the most worried, to which Yu Jae-ha sheepishly replied that Juhyun was his employer, and if anything happened to him, he would be unemployed. Juhyun laughed and said that if he was worried about work, he was in a hurry to make him happy because he found a new task for him. Yu Jae-ha, looking at the relic, asked in bewilderment what happened to it. Juhyun said that the relic was bothering him, so he fried it a little. He also threw a flint, which was also destroyed. Yu Jae-ha was, to put it mildly, shocked by the work assigned to him. Then our hero said that Hammurabi's code would also need to be fixed, and after that he said that it was time for them to go home. The action moves to Los Angeles. Xiongwu and the others, meanwhile, tended to the almond tree as required. Xiongwu was already tired of all this by that time, saying that he had been doing this gardening for too long, but he hadn't done it since he was born. Just then, his possible rescue came calling. It was Juhyun. The guy immediately picked up the phone, saying that he had not called him for a long time. After a couple of minutes, the guy hung up. The guys asked in bewilderment if it was Juhyun and what he said. Xiongwu turned to his friends and said that it was time for them to pack their things, because the boss asked them to come to New York. They haven't been out for a while. The action moves to the airport. Juhyun was sleeping at the time, but Yu Jae-ha just came to him and woke him up. The guy told the boss that they had already arrived in New York, and they had to leave soon. Juhyun was, of course, a little out of his depth. After some time, Irene Holton also came into the room, who was going to wake up the guy, but noticed that he had already woken up. At that moment, the girl said that there was a small problem. For some reason, she couldn't contact the limousine driver, but this had never happened before. Juhyun said that if necessary, they can call a taxi. It's not that important. The girl said that she would try to call again, but most likely that's what they would do. After some time, the guys were riding in a taxi, but Irene Holton was still unable to contact the driver. Everything would be fine, but it could mean that something happened at home. Our hero looked at the girl and asked her not to worry. They are almost there, and soon they will be able to cure her parents. At this moment, Joo-hyun called Seung-woo. As soon as the guy took the phone, the guy started screaming, saying that something bad had happened. He said that they were going to the appointed place, but the Americans were on their tail and were now chasing them. Apparently, they want to take the almond tree. What should they do? Joo-hyun immediately assumed that this was the work of the general. It was not surprising because before that it was too quiet. He understood that if they took the tree, it would not be very good. It would be better to call him. He called him, but for some reason the call was refused. Seung-woo, meanwhile, continued to shout and ask what they should do. Our hero told them that they were changing the meeting place. He will give you an address where it will be easier to meet. And also, under no circumstances should they be caught, because if this happens, he will kill them with his own hands. Irene Holton at that moment asked if everything was okay. Are his colleagues really having problems? The guy said that if he said that there were no problems, it would not be true. In any case, he said that the guys should handle it themselves, and all they have to do is get safely to the meeting place. Our hero asked if they could go a little faster, but Yoo-jae immediately answered him that there were very bad traffic jams. The driver told the guys that they were a little unlucky, because this path is usually not so crowded. The guy said that they needed to find another way, but the driver replied that they were already driving along the road, so there was nothing to do but stand here. The girl, meanwhile, drooped. She understood that if something happened to Yoo-hyun's colleagues, they would not be able to get the healing relic, and then... At that moment, her thoughts were interrupted by a terrible situation. Somewhere nearby, there was a huge explosion. Joo-hyun looked out the window in bewilderment and tried to understand what had happened. Is it really an accident? As it turned out, a sign fell down ahead of the road. A real nightmare began in the stream. The drivers shouted in bewilderment. Yoo-jae did not lag behind and was also surprised by everything that was happening, and then turned to the boss and asked if such a sudden problem reminded him of something. The guys immediately looked at the girl and realized that she was incredibly scared. They started asking her to calm down. Taking the girl by the hands, our hero asked her to spare her strength, so she won't be able to help. A moment later, the girl returned to normal again and was horrified by what she had done. She immediately said that we needed to call the police. Our hero said that if she calls the police now, the person who answers the phone will immediately go bankrupt. Taking out the ticket that Joo-hyun took from Kwon Tae-jun, the guy said that it was time to try it out. At the time when he stole this relic, he lacked the power of influence and therefore could not use it, but now it is a completely different matter. The action moves to the center of New York. The guys who were chasing Seung-woo said that you idiots don't understand anything. They needed a translator. At that moment, one of them said that he could not hesitate any longer and was not going to ask them peacefully. In this case, you will have to take it away by force. Taking out a pistol, he said that few people would worry about the disappearance of several foreigners. A moment later, they all ran in search, saying that these blockheads were somewhere nearby. Seung-woo and the others, meanwhile, were hiding in the building and were glad that they were finally left behind. At that moment, a policeman ran into the room and told the guys not to move. They received a complaint about strange men dressed as nuns. The guys pushed him and rushed forward. They just broke away from the Americans, and now there's the police here too. The guys laughed and said that they needed to dress up as tourists. But at that moment, the Americans jumped out from around the corner and found the guys. Panic began, because on one side the police were running towards the guys, and on the other there were Americans with pistols. The guys told the shooter that General Kira Clark would solve the problem with the police, so he needed to shoot. The guys were incredibly scared because in any case they had a lot of troubles. Suddenly they turned back and noticed that the policeman was beginning to evaporate. Then they looked the other way and it turned out that the Americans had also disappeared. Of course it was Joo-hyun. Seung-woo immediately asked what happened, to which he heard the answer that the guy sent them to the relic. They are where there are traffic jams. Seung-woo and the others, of course, didn't understand what they were talking about, but they didn't need to know. Meanwhile, the action moves to Mongolia. The Americans just happened to be there and could not understand what they were doing here, because they had just been on the road. They immediately began to look around and had no idea what had happened and why there was a herd of horses. This relic originates from an ancient Japanese belief called kamikakushi. It consisted in the fact that God took away people who disappeared without a trace. Hearing the story, Xiangwu immediately remembered why they met and handed over the almond tree. Our hero thanked the guys that they were able to deliver him safely, and finally he will be able to activate this relic. Already in some room, the guy told Shufu that he would soon recognize his soulmate. At that moment, Ju Hyun mercilessly pulled the tree out of the ground. Xiangwu, in horror, asked the boss to be careful because one awkward move and goodbye leaves. Looking at the tree, the guy said that nothing bad would happen if a few leaves fell off, but the tree asked in bewilderment where his servants were. The guy then opened the can and released Shufu, saying that this is his new home, but he will be with a neighbor. The worm was glad that he had found his soulmate. The tree asked in bewilderment what kind of disgusting thing this was, but Shufu didn't think so. He laughed and said that their meeting was fate. Our hero, meanwhile, added some earth, and then said that by adding dominance here, everything would be ready. A moment later, he did just that. And finally, after some time, the tree was ready, and fruits appeared on its branches. Ju Hyun told Irene Holton that if you drink the juice of these fruits, the disease will go away. Now all that was left was to deliver it to her parents. Looking at her, he said that they would leave now. The girl was incredibly happy about this. After some time, the guys drove up to the Holton family mansion. Driving along the road, they were perplexed, because unconscious people were lying right on the grass. The driver stopped abruptly and immediately said that he was not going anywhere. After getting out of the car, Ju Hyun thought about it. What could have happened here? Suddenly, the guy looked at the house and noticed that it was all covered with bullet marks and partially broken. Irene Holton immediately said that it was now clear why she could not reach the driver. Ju Hyun rushed inside, saying that first he needed to go inside and check everything. Entering the house, the guys immediately noticed George Holton on the floor, barely breathing. Our hero approached him and asked him to rise. The guy, with the last of his strength, began to get up, saying that they had finally returned. As soon as he turned around, George Holton said that their mansion was under attack. Ju Hyun visually examined the guy's wound and realized that it was deep, which means it was from a relic. The guy asked if he remembered who it was. George Holton immediately said that these people grabbed their parents, and after that they entered a strange picture. Our hero turned to Yujaha and asked him to quickly check all the rooms of the mansion. Just at that moment, the telephone on the table rang. Someone wanted to talk to them. A moment later, the answering machine started up. The voice asked why they didn't answer, because they knew for sure that they were already home, and also that Irene Holton was probably in shock. Supposedly, it was painful to lose the whole family in one morning, but the voice asked not to worry, because unlike her brother, her parents were safe and sound. The blackmailer said that if she did what they said, her parents would not suffer. She should call this number to get directions, but she must remember that they won't wait long. Xiangwu was incredibly perplexed. He asked what happened here and what was wrong with that woman. Well, as expected by our hero, Kira Clark was behind all this chaos. Just at that moment, Yoo Jae-ha came down and said that all the rooms were empty and they were nowhere to be found. Mrs. and Mr. Holton simply disappeared. Irene Holton, meanwhile, was even more depressed than before. Ju Haeon told her not to worry. After all, he has everything under control, but first he needs to save her brother. Having picked the fruits and approached George Holton, our hero asked him to eat this and he would be healthy. The guy, perplexed, asked if he was wrong. Ju Hyun put berries in his mouth, saying that he is right or wrong does not change the essence. George Holton immediately began to talk about how bitter it was, but our hero assured him that it would help him and heal him. Within a moment, the guy's doubts were dispelled because all his wounds really disappeared. Our hero asked if he liked the effect. Good? Irene Holton, as soon as she saw that her brother was feeling better, immediately attacked him. George Holton smiled and told his sister that he was fine, so it was better to worry about his parents now. Ju Hyun at this point said not to worry. The guy asked again in bewilderment. Our hero told them that their parents were not stolen, but George Holton immediately began to shout and ask him not to talk nonsense because he himself saw how they were stolen. The guy said that could be so, but there was one problem, and that was that they were fakes. Our hero said that just before leaving for Ghana, he ordered his men to replace them with fake ones. George Holton was perplexed that he had been caring for fake parents all this time. Yoo Jae-ha asked the guy to calm down because he was just following orders. Ju Hyun said that thanks to this, the real parents were able to avoid being kidnapped, so it was better to stop clowning around and admit that they were great. Irene Holton at this moment was happy again, but rather surprised at how they came up with the idea to do this. Did he really know in advance that this would happen? Our hero said that he did not know everything. The Queen of Ruin and now Irene were very different from each other, but people could see how she turned into an innocent girl. So he thought that someone would want to use her, pressing on her weaknesses. Parents who are infected with relic syndrome. This was a vulnerability too suitable for you not to take advantage of. In addition, their condition quickly deteriorated. The disease progressed faster than before. The guy said he decided it would be too dangerous to leave here and leave them behind. If you explain it this way, it will drag on for a long time, but we can assume that the guy is always prepared for the worst. Joo-hyun, you added that someone deliberately made their parents' illness worse. Therefore, he could not just leave everything like that. George Holton said that he could tell them everything in advance, to which our hero answered him that if you want to deceive your enemies, you must deceive your friends. Deciding not to hesitate, Joo-hyun offered to go treat the real parents, and at the same time take revenge on the woman who did all this. Already in the car, George Holton asked how the guy was going to fight Kira Clark, because getting to her would not be easy. Joo-hyun smiled and said that he has a way for everything. Taking out his phone, he asked Edward to publish the articles. The plan begins. Yoo Jae-ha asked in bewilderment what kind of articles they were. Our hero replied that if he was so interested, he could go to the internet and find out. He then added that he could just turn on the radio instead. They were just talking about the fact that cases of disappearances of children had been identified in Ghana. It turned out that the culprit was the American military Kira Clark. George Holton was perplexed by what he heard. According to testimony, children were forced to work in the fields. This is a real sensation, moreover. During this process, the children were under the power of the relic. Yoo Jae-ha asked in bewilderment how he was able to spread this information. Joo-hyun asked how they felt about the release. He already sees how the general's supporters are leaving her. As soon as the guy found out that he could use a telephone, he felt that he could certainly use it somewhere. And the main thing is that all this is thanks to the old man's hint. He hinted at that moment that Kira Clark was doing something strange in this tomb. If she hid this even from her subordinates, then there was a reason for it. Wouldn't it be better to leave the evidence in this case? This is certainly true. The general kidnapped the children and forced them to work. The guy said that he took a video of children collecting tea leaves and caring for the plantation. This is the decisive moment. If this video is posted publicly, the girl will immediately die, so this chance simply could not be missed. As soon as they got out of the tomb, our hero handed over all the videos to Edward, and he handed them over to journalists to make articles. Of course, it was worth helping him a little, since now he is always ready to cooperate. Moreover, he himself volunteered to help eliminate Kira Clark. In short, now he simply carried out what he had prepared in advance. Yoo Jae-ha said he got goosebumps. George Holton added that this could lead to something more, so Joo-hyun did a great job without a doubt. Irene Holton said that this is all they talk about on the internet now, and besides, the president of Ghana said that he would leave Pandora. Joo-hyun understood that everything would work out perfectly because if it comes to slavery, then all civil groups will definitely want to protest. The State Department announced that all this was the high-handedness of General Kira Clark. At that moment, our hero received a notification that a strange picture was hanging over their car. Our hero immediately ordered George Holton to stop the car. The guy decided not to argue and did as he said. A moment later, the Joo-hyun team jumped out of the car and noticed how it literally melted before their eyes. Of course it was the work of the Americans. It was literally the same picture that the fake parents were sucked into. Yoo Jae-ha said that painting over there is a Van Gogh painting that should be in the Netherlands. Is she also a relic? Kira Clark was incredibly angry, asking how Joo-hyun dared to publish those articles about her. Joo-hyun laughed and asked who was talking to him. Was it a general who would soon be fired? It would be better to hide rather than stage such shows in public. The guy just talked about what she does. There was no need to do bad things, but even without the articles, sooner or later karma would have caught up with her. The girl screamed and told him to shut up and not joke with her, because she was not the kind of person who would give up. Our hero told her that she wasn't completely scared yet, but in life it's always like this. Everything goes downhill because of some little thing. Kira Clark said that won't happen. Joo-hyun is obliged to resolve this situation because he probably knows that Irene Holton's parents are with her. She ordered to immediately give the herb of eternal youth to Irene Holton, and also send a report on the correction of articles. Otherwise, he will see the demise of the Holton couple. The girl approached him and wanted to say something, but the guy asked her not to worry because this was another bluff on their part. Looking at Kira Clark, the guy asked her to do what she had planned, and they would look at it. The general again said that Irene Holton's parents are in the film. She can get them out of there and put a hole in their heads. Having heard no reaction, Kira Clark asked to take Holton's out of the picture. She will shoot them. At that moment, The general's subordinate began to say in bewilderment that they were nowhere to be seen, but they were definitely in the picture. The girl asked in bewilderment what they were talking about, to which the guys told her that they had disappeared. Kira Clark was furious. She immediately started screaming, asking if this was Joo-hyun's doing. Our hero laughed loudly and told her that he would not tell the truth because it was a company secret. At this moment, a strange pinkish glow began to appear above our guys. Kira Clark ordered her subordinates to throw everyone into the picture without exception. She had already forgotten how difficult it was to get along with Joo-hyun. Yoo Jae-ha at that moment screamed in horror that his body was turning into paint. Suddenly, something strange began to happen. Something was blocking the general's relic. Thanks to the fact that their relic was not working, the body began to return to its place again. The guy looked at Irene and said that thanks to her, they survived. The girl at that moment said that Kira Clark had tried in vain to take her parents hostage. She asked the guys to leave here to her parents and save them, and she would take care of these people. Joo-hyun grabbed George Holton and told him they had to go. But the guy couldn't figure out if they were going to run away and leave Irene alone. Our hero told him that it was not her he needed to worry about now, because his sister had turned into the most formidable weapon. Irene Holton at that moment, looking into Kira Clark's eyes, said that she would deal with them herself. The general laughed and said that he could try to defeat them if he could, of course. The girl began to list what these freaks did. They tried to kidnap her parents. Because of them, her brother suffered, which means she will not forgive this. Kira Clark couldn't believe that such an impudent girl was even going to do something against them. The girl said that she has a good relic, but she hopes for it too much, and that's why she's showing off. After that, she said that now Irene Holton will be able to feel it. What happens to those who contradict her? At the same instant, the general fired a huge charge from her bow. Within a moment, the charge touched the ground and there was a loud explosion. One of the general's subordinates asked if they were going to take the girl hostage. Kira Clark grinned and said that they no longer had hostages, so all that was left was to use brute force. Besides, if they leave her alive, she will cause them a lot of problems in the future, so it's better to deal with her now. At this moment, the subordinate asked the general to look down. As it turned out, Irene Holton was completely fine. Looking at the general, the girl said that now it was her turn to attack. The action moves to Joo-hyun. George Holton, meanwhile, asked if everything would be all right with his sister. Our hero continued to assure him. Then he looked and asked, even if not, what could George do on the battlefield without the relics? Of course, the guy himself knew the answer, so he was upset. Joo-hyun asked him to stop worrying because his sister is much stronger than Kira Clark. Meanwhile, they were almost approaching their destination. He would be better off getting ready to meet his parents. Seong-woo was carrying a tree and asked if it was possible to just come here. Joo-hyun said that he bought the entire building and it is his property. Entering the room where the Holtons were lying, George Holton immediately screamed in bewilderment. Our hero turned to his subordinate and asked him to pick more fruits from the tree of eternal youth because what they had picked before would not be enough. Of course, it would be better to make a decoction of them, but there is no time for that. The guy squeezed the juice from the berries into his parents' mouths. A moment later, a miracle began to happen. George Holton carefully watched the process. They began to notice that the man's skin began to recover, and very quickly. Joo-hyun said that this is not enough anyway. He called George and asked him to take care of his mother while doing as he did. After some time, the head of the family finally opened his eyes. He asked where he was, to which Joo-hyun asked him to calm down because he was now healthy. George Holton was in incredible shock, but he was incredibly happy to see his parents in normal condition. Our hero turned around and said that in that case he would go to Irene, and it was better for him to stay here and look after his parents. George Holton at that moment called him and asked him to stop. The guy thanked our hero for his help. Joo-hyun turned around and added that it was too early for thanks. Although our hero knew that Irene was stronger, General Kira also has sufficient strength. In his past life, he had to try very hard to kill a woman. At this moment, a notice appeared in front of the guy saying that the bankruptcy relic and the war relic were nearby. Were they still fighting? After a moment, Yoo Jae-ha shouted and asked the boss to look ahead. There was complete chaos on the street, which meant that they couldn't get any further by car. Yoo Jae-ha, walking along the road, said that this picture gives him goosebumps, even though there is no one here. At that moment, the guys noticed some object in the distance. They immediately tensed up and began to prepare for the worst. As it turned out, it was Irene Holton, who, moreover, was not injured. Yoo Jae-ha said that because of her, he almost lost his soul. The girl said that the general suddenly disappeared. I mean, she literally just disappeared in the middle of the battle, possibly running away. Ju Hyun immediately told her that Kira Clark is not the type to just run away. At that moment, the notification again said that the war relic was nearby. Unexpectedly, our hero said that he understood what had happened. Apparently, the girl showed signs of risk. Kira has a relic of the Egyptian goddess of destruction Sekhmet, but this goddess also has another form, the goddess of love Hathor. She exhibits the risk of reincarnation. This only means that she is definitely somewhere nearby, they just don't see her. Apparently, it has turned into something invisible. Ju Haeon said that most likely they won't have to fight anymore, and they will be able to get the better of her. But finding her in such chaos is another task. Meanwhile, the girl turned into a worm. She used too much strength and therefore the risk appeared too quickly. The girl literally saw nothing and could not move normally. She understood that if she was caught like this, it would be a real disaster. Just at that moment, Yoo Jae-ha stepped on it, because he was running to the boss to boast that he had found the relic. Ju Hyun laughed, saying that the guy was shaking from the sight of her, and he was looking so well. The guy said that he was still shocked, but how could he not take this away? Yoo Jae-ha said that although this is a relic, but first of all, it is Van Gogh's masterpiece. At that moment, our hero tore out part of the canvas. The guy was horrified by what he had done, because this is a masterpiece and even a relic, but at least it can be restored. Our hero put the piece on the notepad and said that the card was cleared, disguised as a notepad. It can be used. He ordered to show where the owner of this object was, and at that very moment, a bright glow began to emanate. Meanwhile, the girl was struggling to somehow move forward, but she heard a voice. Hanging directly above her was Ju Hyun, who said in bewilderment that he never thought he would see the general in such an image. Yoo Jae-ha asked the boss in bewilderment, "Why did he pick up the larva?" To which the guy answered him that it was definitely a general, but it had reincarnated. After that, the guy said that they won, and it was all thanks to Irene. The guys also told her that her parents were already healed, so there was no need to worry. After the end of the clash between the two relics, New York became a peaceful city again. The Holtons offered to host a party at their residence, but Kira needed to be dealt with. Meanwhile, Yoo Jae-ha, on the orders of our hero, made a copy of Van Gogh's painting and asked why it was. Ju Hyun answered him that there is still a use for it, so it's better not to grumble, but to get the job done. In addition, it was interesting to what extent he would fake the original. The guy sighed and said that he used to make fakes just for the sake of cheating, so it probably wasn't very good. Getting out of the car, the driver told the guys that this is another residence of the gentleman, which is not often used, so there may be inconvenience. Our hero said that everything is in order, and they might also break it a little. After some time, the guys went inside and immediately noticed how beautiful it was inside. Our hero immediately told Yoo Jae-ha to go into any room and draw there. He must finish the copy as soon as possible. At this time, our hero was going to try to reduce the dominance of Kira Clark. Throwing it on the table, the guy said that one should receive punishment for a crime. The girl immediately said that as soon as she gets out, she will arrange retribution. Ju Hyun interrupted her and said that he had been thinking about doing this to her for a long time. But as a larva, he didn't have any special punishments. So he thought he could put it in a bottle of alcohol. Within a moment, Kira Clark was screaming in pain. The guy was shaking the bottle, and at that moment, notifications began to arrive that the goddess's mood had improved and her strength was weakening. She will soon lose her mind. Ju Hyun, looking at the larva in the bottle, was surprised that it was so effective. According to the myth, people opposed the sun god Ra and rebelled. In turn, Ra sent Sekhmet to them to suppress the rebellion. Sekhmet was very cruel, and the threat of complete destruction loomed over humanity. But Ra added red pigment to a huge amount of beer and poured it onto the ground. Sekhmet thought it was human blood and began to drink it and became drunk. The intoxicated Sekhmet turned into Hathor, and thus humanity remained alive. Past life. This method with alcohol also worked well. Continuing to shake the bottle, Ju Hyun told the general to drink to the bottom. The strangest thing is that it seemed that the girl was about to die, but in fact she did not die. Is it because she got reincarnated? In the room opposite, Yoo Jae-ha has finished painting a copy of Van Gogh's painting, and now it will play a major role in their plan. After some time, the guy came to the boss and said that he was done. As it turned out, he was sleeping. It's probably nice to force someone to work while you relax. Ju Hyun got up from the couch and said that this was the whole fate of slaves. Yoo Jae-ha looked at his boss angrily. At that moment, the guys heard a sound outside. Yoo Jae-ha, perplexed, asked if he was the only one who heard the sounds. Our hero said that these were most likely the general's henchmen. They must have surrounded the house. The guy said that they were luring them on purpose. They don't hide the relic's aura and left too many clues. He understood that the danger would not disappear if they removed Kira Clark, so it was necessary to remove all her supporters, because one could see what they had done in Holton's mansion. Looking at the fake painting, our hero said that that's why he used it as bait to gather them all here. At that moment, the soldiers burst into the room and told no one to move. One of the general's henchmen immediately asked where Kira Clark was. They must speak up now or they will open fire. Joo-hyun asked them to calm down. He would tell them everything. Meanwhile, the girl who was in the bottle shouted to her guys that she was here, but no one heard. Taking the bottle, our hero told the soldiers that he wanted to resolve everything peacefully, because he even prepared alcohol for them. At that moment, he threw the bottle and asked the guests to help themselves, because this is a very valuable drink. A moment later, the bottle flew into the wall and broke. Kira Clark was incredibly angry with the guy. Joo-hyun thought that the guys would catch the gift, but he made it with such difficulty. That larva should have made an excellent tincture. Unexpectedly, one of the mercenaries stepped on the maggot, saying that he was laughing at them. It was very funny because the girl was crushed by her own subordinates. The war relic was now unable to display its powers. Being under the soul, the girl asked in bewilderment how they dare to step on her. She is their boss! Once everything went the way our hero wanted, he pulled the canvas off the relic and it activated. Kira Clark's mercenaries began to disappear before our eyes at that very moment. Now, they could feel what it was like. The guy said it was an unfinished Van Gogh relic that they were using. She tries to complete herself, so she absorbs everything she can into herself. A moment later, the soldiers were on the other side. Joo-hyun asked them what they didn't feel when they tried to get their hands on this relic. Turning around, the guys noticed that an angry Kira Clark was standing behind them. They asked in bewilderment when she got here. The girl started screaming, saying that it was all because of them. Joo-hyun was also happy that the general had returned to his old form. The girl asked her subordinates to hurry up. They must find a black dot with which they can escape from this relic. Meanwhile, our guys watched what they were doing. The guy suggested that most likely they were looking for a black dot to exit, but it was useless. At that moment, one of them shouted that he had found it. Yoo Jae-ha immediately took up his brush, asking what to draw. Our hero asked to use imagination. A moment later, a huge monster appeared in front of them and began hunting for the people in the picture. Meanwhile, Kira Clark was able to touch the blackhead, but to her horror, it didn't work. Joo-hyun reminded her that it was useless, because he had slightly adjusted the relic and there was no way out of it. As a result, the general and her henchmen received a worthy reward for their deeds. They handed over a flash drive with all the data about the American army and begged for mercy. After that, our hero took the painting in his hands and said that he didn't need anything from them. Kira Clark, perplexed, began to say that he promised to let them go. Yoo-hyun laughed and asked, did they really believe that he would really save them for information? Obviously, he'll be in trouble if he releases them. That is why the guy set fire to the painting and wished the general all the best. These were the last minutes of the general's life. The news, of course, said that during the recent incidents, the lieutenant general disappeared without a trace. In addition, all her subordinates are also missing. Due to the fact that no traces have been delivered, the investigation may be postponed. Meanwhile, our guys were resting. Yoo Jae-ha told the boss that they were invited to a deck party. At this moment, the Holtons also approached our hero, who thanked Joo-hyun. Their entire family is indebted to him. The guy smiled and said he was happy to help, but he was still doing his job. The man asked him not to be shy, so if he needed anything, he could ask for it, and then their family would do everything possible to help him. Of course, the guy had something to ask, but it's not even clear where to start. He had one business plan. Mr. Holton asked what the business was, to which our hero answered him that there was nothing complicated about it. He has some good relics, and he is thinking of modifying them a little and selling them. For example, the grass of eternal youth. He already knows how effective it is. If he continues to excavate, there will gradually be more and more useful relics, and he has also found a leader. Therefore, all he had to do was find capital to implement his plans. The man laughed, saying that he understood him. Without a doubt, he replied that they would help him. From what he just said, the idea sounds good. Then the man asked if he had decided on the name of the company. Joo-hyun said he wanted to call it simple. For example, a tomb. At that moment, a raven appeared, looking at the guy and telling him that he apparently was having a good time. Also, Irene Holton was running behind our hero and said that something was wrong with the relics, so she decided to bring them. Unexpectedly, the relic of ruin began to use its powers on its own. The girl's mother immediately asked what happened. Raven turned to the guy and said that he had missed the appearance of his new colleague. Joo-hyun, looking at the Raven, asked him to stop pretending that he didn't know anything. The relic replied that this was the first time he had seen people in this guise. The guy said that in any case he should not start a disturbance. If he says something wrong, they will never see each other again. Joo-hyun told the guys not to worry about the Raven. He will be with them on the ship and then fly away. The guy said that this is a pervert who appears from time to time and should be forgotten. Joo-hyun turned to the Raven again and asked what his business was this time. Raven said that the man was definitely doing a good job, but he didn't want to become a tomb robber, but a thief. Our hero asked in bewilderment if he had really flown here to lecture him. If so, then he leaves. Relic said that she flew here because he had something to say and at the same time to look at his face. Looking at Joo-hyun, the Raven said that one of the relics was actively pursuing him. Our hero recalled that time with the card he said the same thing. Raven answered him that it was true, and the guy told him that he hated relics, just like him. Raven told the guy that the relic had another good reason to hate him. He is beyond their control, so they can't stand people like him. He came to warn the guy, since influential relics have already begun to hunt for him, and among them there is a dominant class, as well as among them those who locked the Raven. Raven asked our hero to be careful because it is not clear. What exactly has relics been up to lately? They may emerge from the tomb. Joo-hyun replied that he doesn't care if it's a tomb or anything. Just let them try to tell him something because they're just tools. The Raven flew up and was surprised at the guy's self-confidence, but it really was as he thought. He also said that he found something for him along the way, but it has no value for the Raven, so he will give it to them. Our hero asked in bewilderment what it was, to which the Raven told him that this was exactly what could help him. Joo-hyun is already tired of the fact that every time the Raven flies in to tell him what he needs and leaves. Then the guy looked at the gift and realized that it was Hongbu's pumpkin, brought by a raven instead of a swallow. Joo-hyun, looking at this, was very happy. Just at that moment, Yoo Jae-ha came running to him and asked what it was and where the Raven was. Our hero said that the bird had already flown away and left this relic, Pumpkin Hongbu and Nolbu. There may be a real treasure inside. Yoo Jae-ha, as soon as he heard the words about the treasure, offered to open this relic. Joo-hyun immediately said that this is a double-edged sword, because if this is Hyungbu's pumpkin, then something good will happen. If from Nolbu, then a disaster will happen. The guy understood what if a disaster happened. Here, it will be difficult for them to cope with her. Therefore, it is better to postpone this matter for now. George Holton asked where they would store them. The guy said that there was no need to worry about it because the relic taken from the general would make an excellent handbag. After taking the treasure, Yoo Jae-ha could not stop admiring this relic. After all, now you don't have to carry around heavy bags. Upon his return, Joo-hyun immediately set about creating a company and he found a sponsor, and also signed a contract with Edward. Of course, not without the help of the Code of Hammurabi. Then one afternoon, Irene Holton brought him a letter saying that it was most likely an invitation. Joo-hyun read out loud, "This is a party where the best tomb robbers will gather, but its organizer is Pandora." What's even funnier is that the sender was Chairman Kwon Tae-jun. Irene Holton immediately asked if the guy would go there. Our hero said that something extremely tiring could happen at these guys' party. Unexpectedly, our hero saw a name on the list of invitees that he remembered. The guys asked who he found. Joo-hyun told them that he had found a guy whose approach to relics was radically different from his. The guy immediately said that he had changed his mind. He would definitely take part in this party. The action moves to the party. Meanwhile, people were already gathering, and the music was attracting listeners. An unknown guy asked if Joo-hyun came to the party. The girl who spoke next nodded, indicating that he had come. The guy laughed because he was glad that this fool took the bait. He cured Holtons, and they worked so hard to infect them. He went so far as to make Kira Clark disappear without a trace, and with her a Van Gogh painting. The guy, looking in the mirror, promised that he would personally make the guy pay for his actions. In the meantime, he invited Bella to go to the others. Meanwhile, Edward happily welcomed Holton's family. Yoo Jae-ha asked if he was empty space. The man said that they had already known each other for a long time. Joo-hyun at that moment told the man that he came here early. He told him that this was not a common thing for an information trader. The guy asked if he had found out anything, to which he replied that complete chaos now reigns in the Society of Archaeologists. Everyone is trying to win over the robbers. Besides, it's the same story with the people from Pandora. Apparently, the party was organized just to solve this problem, because there are more and more tombs. Edward also laughed and said that most likely someone has already had their eye on their director. The guy said that even if that was the case, it would be futile. He won't be with anyone. The man smiled and said that there was more to it than that, after which he asked him to turn around. As it turned out, there are many other people who were interested in him. But Joo-hyun, in any case, I said that I came here on business. At this moment, our hero was called. The guy said that he had heard a lot about his activities. He wanted to welcome him as one of the organizers of this party. The guy's name was Austin Rockefeller. Yoo Jae-ha was perplexed that they met this man here. Our hero asked who it was. The guy said in surprise that this was a very famous performer. He is very talented, which is why he writes books and often appears in films. Joo-hyun understood that this guy was definitely famous. All eyes quickly turned in his direction, but our hero felt that some strange aura was emanating from him. Austin Rockefeller said that he planned to just introduce himself quietly, but it turned out to be quite noisy. Joo-hyun did not sense the relic's energy, but it could be hidden. If so, then he is a true professional. The guy said that he was pleased to meet you. Yoo Jae-ha first took out a notebook and asked for an autograph. Joo-hyun sighed heavily. Austin Rockefeller immediately said that there would be no problems because he had a pen with him that he uses. The guy laughed, thinking that he himself had given him a chance to use his relic, but other people would not understand that his fountain pen was a relic. It was with her help that he was going to make people trust him and respect themselves. He thought that the guy had already fallen into a trap, but something went wrong. Yoo Jae-ha, as soon as she received the autograph, immediately began to tear the notebook into small pieces. The guy talked about not feeling his body. Meanwhile, our hero was using a modified Shakespeare pen. He forced his friend to go and tear up the autographs of all the other fans. The guy tried to resist to the last, but in the end he succumbed to the relic and finally ran into the crowd saying that he would tear up all the autographs of this guy. Immediately after this, Joo-hyun grabbed an Austin Rockefeller fountain pen, saying that it was stupid to use such garbage and that if he did anything else, he would die. Edward was at a loss because he did not feel her aura at all. Our hero told him that the guy skillfully hid it because he had good skills. Fortunately, Joo-hyun heard the aura at the very moment of using the pen because it could not be hidden. Austin Rockefeller asked in bewilderment how he dared break his relic. Our hero told him that he shouldn't have used it if it was something precious. In principle, the name Rockefeller has already made it clear who this person is. He comes from the same rich, influential family as Irene. This is a family, a clan, which, thanks to its wealth, sponsored the users of the relics. Moreover, they themselves raised royal-class users, and for example, the goddess of war, Kira Clark, is also their creation. Basically, they only sponsored users friendly to Pandora, which means they are the same as enemies to him. Moreover, even people with mediocre abilities were elevated to the royal class. Now would be a good time to put his arrogance in its place. But what's strange is that there were no male users of relics of this class in the Rockefeller family. Isn't it a girl? This is an hour? Moreover, he has now lost control of himself, and he clearly feels that the relic he is trying to hide is at least divine grade. Austin Rockefeller told the guy that they would now see if he could remain confident after he got this. It was at this moment that journalists appeared in the room, filming him close up, hoping that he would use his relic. A whole bunch of questions immediately rained down. The guy, in bewilderment, said that there was a misunderstanding because he was just going to get acquainted. Joo-hyun laughed at how the famous actor was afraid of the camera. Austin Rockefeller told the guy to shut up. Our hero asked the guy to continue and not remain silent, because he was also interested. What relic did he threaten him with? Maybe he did something inappropriate because of this relic, and that's why he can't speak? The journalist immediately asked if this was true. Austin Rockefeller was already angry and said that it was all a lie. Joo-hyun spread his hands to the sides and said that he may not have it, but he doesn't have a reputation that he should protect, unlike some people. Suddenly, a voice came from the stage saying that the briefing was about to begin. This voice was familiar to our hero. The guy said that due to the increase in the number of tombs, there are more and more people who have lost their homes. Their organization should provide them with assistance. Our hero would recognize this voice from 1,000. This is Julian Miller, and there could be no mistake about it. He was his colleague while he was under Chairman Kwon Tae-jun. While the guy was called right-handed, he was considered left-handed. Julian Miller, the owner of the relic, can see all the information about the tombs and relics. He built a plan based on this information. But their personalities were completely incompatible, just like ice and fire. They constantly quarreled and could not find a common language. Just thinking about it gave Joo-hyun a headache. He definitely didn't want to get involved with this guy in this life. Of course, it's not even a pity to lose Zhuge Liang's relic, because 15 years of experience and the help of the Raven compensate for its absence. But nevertheless, he came to the party precisely because of him. Juhyun turned around and wished Austin Rockefeller a good interview. The guy also understood that if Chairman Kwon Tae-jun sent him an invitation, then he himself had to be present. He knew for sure that he could not allow Julian Miller to be recruited. In the end, everyone who is somehow connected with Pandora is the same. They have enormous resources, but do not share them with anyone, so perhaps he will interfere with them to the best of his ability. Meanwhile, Julian Miller was already finishing a briefing for their charity. Finished. Now Juhyun was going to deny him the opportunity to talk to Chairman Kwon Tae-jun. But this plan was thwarted by dozens of journalists who immediately contacted Kwon Tae-jun and Julian Miller. Kwon Tae-jun asked in bewilderment where they were rushing because the guy had literally just finished his performance. Approaching Julian Miller, the man said that the performance was wonderful, so that he could forget about problems with money. He will sponsor his research. Juhyun realized that they had agreed to join TKBM before the briefing. What a cunning old man. He prepared everything in advance. But even so, the guy understood that there was something wrong with Julian Miller's look. Whatever it was, he was very hasty in his decision since he chose someone like Chairman Kwon. At that moment, messages from the boss arrived on Yoo Jae-ha and Edward's phones. The man said that he had no idea what happened there, but since they were called, it was better to go there immediately. The journalists recalled that the chairman promised to donate the amount to the shelter, and they also heard that Richard Chang promised to donate a painting. The man asked in bewilderment who told them that. The guys replied that he had not presented his work for a long time, then the gift would still be a painting? Richard Chang, a little perplexed, said that the conversation had gone wrong. Lately, there has been a lot of work in Pandora, so he can't draw. Juhyun at that moment said that he is a humorist because there are no new pictures not because of lack of time, but because he cannot write them at all. At this moment, Richard Chang saw that Yoo Jae-ha was here, just like Edward. Julian Miller immediately asked the guys what it meant when they said he couldn't write. Our hero asked in surprise whether he really hadn't heard the rumors, but they were popular. The guy said that in fact, Richard Chang's painting is just a redrawing of someone else's, or in other words, plagiarism. The journalists, thinking for a moment, said that the rumors were true. At that moment, the man shouted at them, asking if they really believed this. Yoo Jae-ha at this moment asked to prove the opposite. If you don't like the rumors, then why not just quickly present a new work to get rid of them? Richard Chang, how dare he be insolent to him, to which the guy asked what was wrong. He stole his paintings using relics, but he can't paint any other way. The journalists immediately caught on and began recording everything that happened. Of course, saying this surrounded by journalists was a great idea. Richard Chang at that moment began to attack Yoo Jae-ha, saying that he was tired of living on the campaign trail. The guy started waving his fists, asking if he really thought that he would just stand there and endure in silence. The man said that the guy would not be able to return home safely. At this moment, our hero began to say that they were nothing but problems. All three of them got hurt while working for them. The most problematic among them is Kwon Tae-jun. He uses the Relic of Conquest. She instantly takes control of a person's mind. Has Julian Miller experienced this? Our hero asked whether the guy was driven by the desire to enter into a contract. Kwon Tae-jun immediately began to speak. That all this is a pure lie. Julian Miller immediately said that at least she is with Kwon Tae-jun now. So that explains why he feels a strong energy around him. Of course, the man did not use the relic on him. If he had done that, this hall would have turned into ruins. Kwon Tae-jun pointed at Edward and said that he could prove him right since he was a relic dealer. The man asked to help him and confirm his words, but Edward, in bewilderment, asked how he knew this. At that moment, a guy approached Julian Miller and said that it was a bit noisy here, so he suggested they go and talk. The guy said there was no need for that. Taking a look at Yoon Si-woo, Julian Miller said that they were the reason for the noise. It would be better to pretend that they didn't agree on anything. The guys, in bewilderment, began to ask who conducts business this way, and did he really believe in the stories of those freaks? Then the guy looked at our hero and noticed that he had a very powerful power of dominance and was also protected by a terrifying artifact. In any case, the guy decided that he didn't care, and so he walked out. Kwon Tae-jun shouted after him that he might not return to them. Juhyun looked at the man and said that it was quite sad. We missed such a valuable shot, didn't we? Kwon Tae-jun was very angry. It was at this moment that the man used his relic. All the people immediately began to run away. Kwon Tae-jun asked if he really thought that he could get away with all these deeds. Yoon Si-woo asked if he really decided to use the relic, because if he uses it here, the consequences for them will be colossal. The man said that it didn't matter because he couldn't let Ju Hyun just leave. Our hero laughed and gave him the opportunity to interfere. He has become much stronger since their last meeting, so he may not think that everything will be the same as last time. At this moment, an incomprehensible guy intervened in the chairman's battle. As it turned out, it was Austin Rockefeller. The guy said that if a man uses the Relic of Conquest, he will destroy the hall, so Pandora is unlikely to approve of his actions. Austin Rockefeller pointed to Ju Hyun and said that he had a personal score to settle with him, so he wanted to deal with him himself. The man nodded and said that he would leave the guy to him. At this point, Austin Rockefeller said he was finished. The guy took out the Zoroastrian Avesta. This is an SS rank ancient religious relic. The Great Relic, which was owned by the King of Preachers. There were 15 monarchs in the world, and the King of Preachers was one of the 4 strongest. He was equal in power to the King of Conquest, Chairman Kwan. With the help of this relic, he controlled a huge number of fanatics. They placed at his disposal not only all their property but also their lives. Ju Hyun realized that the situation was not good because he was at a disadvantage. The worst thing is that the future has changed again, and this relic ended up with someone else. Austin Rockefeller ordered his dear novices to heed his words. They must grab the person opposing him and force him to bow down. A moment later, the enchanted people ordered not to dare to contradict the great Mr. Rockefeller. A huge number of people became followers of the guy and attacked our guys. All people's minds were under control. Ju Hyun never thought that this guy would have a cult relic. Unexpectedly, our hero was attacked by Yoo Jae-ha, who was somehow also captured. Austin Rockefeller said that people with weak self-dominant power also fall under his control, because his relic directly controls people's feelings. Understanding that even Ju Hyun himself was beginning to feel strange only meant that there was no time to hesitate. The guy hit his partner on the head and told him to pull himself together immediately. After a moment, he asked if he had regained his composure or if he should continue to conduct mental training. The guy said it was him. Our hero decided that if Austin Rockefeller used a mental attack, he would respond in kind. Edward, in bewilderment, began to ask what he was doing. Was he really going to kill these people? They are just under control. Our hero said that he need not worry because this blade only deals mental damage. A moment later, the guy ran through the Austin Rockefeller and swung his blade several times. Austin Rockefeller looked in horror as his blood flew in different directions and could not believe what had happened. He immediately grabbed his throat to stop the bleeding. But as it turned out, everything was fine, although the pain was real. Our hero at that moment happily told him how stupid he was and it was a shame that he didn't wet himself. The guy screamed in bewilderment and said that he was a freak because he used an illusion on him. Our hero answered him that he used the illusion not only on him, but also on all the people nearby. The ability of the Hwarang sword is to show the enemy the horrors of the battlefield. He is not the only one who can attack the mind. One way or another, the guy managed to grab the book, so he will put it to good use. Suddenly, the book began to sparkle. The relic is still loyal to its owner, so it cannot be used. Austin's dominance needed to be eased. Our hero was surprised because he literally knocked everything he could out of the guy and he was still holding on. Austin Rockefeller told the guy that he was an ignoramus, who apparently didn't know that it was pointless to simply take away a relic that was devoted to its owner. The guy told Avesta to go back, but at that moment he was attacked by Seo Ju Hyun's rope. Now the enemy's power over the relic has weakened. Seo Ju Hyun, saying that with oxygen in the brain, the guy also loses power over the relic. In this case, he will need to grunt a little more. Avesta at that moment began to doubt the owner's choice, saying that he had not been so weak before. As a result, their contract was terminated. Seo Ju Hyun immediately grabbed her, saying that she was now his. The book asked in bewilderment what it was about. The guy understood that now this relic was his, and it seemed that he had become much stronger. Even submitting to an A-grade Muramasa relic had taken a toll on him. But now he feels that he will not lose to even an SS rank relic. Our hero continued to dominate Avesta, and she, in bewilderment, asked where he got such monstrous strength. Austin Rockefeller, meanwhile, watched all this and asked the guy what he was doing with his relic. The guy immediately took action, saying that Seo Ju Hyun was using a low-level relic so he would subdue it. As it turned out, he actually managed to do it. Austin Rockefeller took a breath and said that this should have been done from the very beginning, after which he ordered Seo Ju Hyun to be strangled. Unfortunately for him, the already angry rope began to strangle the guy, saying that she was in pain. Suddenly, at that moment, a girl appeared and came to the master's defense. It was Bella. The relic immediately returned to its owner, talking about how much it hurt. Seoju Heian, in bewilderment, asked the guys if they knew how to use the relics, since they treated them so carelessly. Austin Rockefeller immediately shouted that it was he who destroyed his relic, to which our hero told him that this was entirely his fault. He already had a book deal anyway. After that, the guy turned around and said that he had done everything he wanted, so he had to go. Austin Rockefeller, in bewilderment, started screaming and telling the guy to stop. After this, he told Bella to stop him. The girl, on the master's orders, ran forward, but Seoju Heian said that he did not have much free time to spend playing with them. A moment later, a smoke bomb exploded and covered the entire hall, and Bella did not know where to go. Our hero immediately ran to the guys and said that they needed to run, because the curtain would soon blow away. Going forward, the guy said that they also urgently needed to find Irene, so they couldn't hesitate. At this moment, our hero approached Julian Miller and said that the party was over, so it was better to go with them. Seoju Heian said that he has a wonderful relic to quickly leave here. Julian Miller asked in bewilderment why he should trust them, since he created the whole mess. Our hero told him that those people themselves were to blame for everything, and besides, he helped him. If he came here just to cause a stir, then why would he help the guy? At this moment, Julian Miller looked at our hero in surprise and asked why, in this case, he was helping him. The guy laughed and said he didn't even know. It seemed to him that in a past life they were good friends. After some time, the guys were standing on the street and Yujeha was drawing something on the ground. Julian Miller asked if it would really be the case that once the drawing is finished, it will be possible to enter into it. Our hero said that this will happen now. Seoju Heian also said that he heard that the guy has a younger sister. Julian Miller tensed and asked how he knew this. Our hero told him what he saw in the newspaper and then asked if he needed help. Julian Miller agreed to work for Kwon Tae-jun because of this. At that moment, the guy turned away and said that he didn't need help. He had already found his younger sister, however. Immediately after that, she died before his eyes. Seoju Heian wanted to say something, but Yujeha told the guys that he was already done, so it was time to go. Our hero, looking at the guy, could not think that this could happen because he found her in a past life. She should have been alive. The guy planned to use religion to save his sister, but apparently the plan has changed. A moment later, the guys appeared at the statue as planned. Julian Miller immediately thanked them, but said that at this point he would leave. Of course our hero was upset. The guys asked if he knew this man. Looking at the guy leaving, Seoju Heian said that he knew him well. Well, or with half a sin. The action moves to Ju Hyun's penthouse. The news was talking about Pandora's party, which ended in chaos. A lot of people got hurt. Citizens condemn Pandora for contributing to the conflict. The organization stated that the individuals involved in the riot have nothing to do with it. In any case, they were unable to pacify the criticism, which undoubtedly our hero was happy about and laughed at the top of his lungs. Serves it right for those freaks. Irene Holton said in disbelief that there was a disaster at the party. Is the boss okay? The guy said that everything was fine and he did everything he wanted. Then, looking at the safe in which the Avesta lay, he added that he had exceeded his task. He understood that if the relic was in his possession, then the place of the king of preachers was freed. The structure of monarchs has certainly changed greatly from the past. And besides the death of Julian's younger sister, the future is gradually changing more and more. Having placed the jar on the table, our hero understood that from that moment on, the information he possessed was gradually losing relevance. Apparently, the time has come to think properly, although this moment came earlier than our hero planned. At that moment, Yujeha ran into the room saying that he needed help. The rope was seriously damaged and he wanted to fix it, but it was acting strange. Although this is not the first time the guy repaired it, now he is too violent and says that he does not want this. Seoju Heian laughed and said that it was very cute, to which Yujeha said that from the outside it was exactly like that, but when you get closer, it's much worse. Approaching the relic, our hero asked the guy to show him clearly what was happening. Yujeha immediately said that the boss is kind of evil, because he's not lying. The guy began to calmly approach the rope to fix it, but at the same moment the relic wrapped him around itself and told him not to touch it. Our hero decided that this was really strange. Yujeha, meanwhile, was saying with all his might that he was right. Seoju Heian told the rope to come to him. The relic, hearing the owner's voice, immediately calmed down and let the guy go. The rope immediately returned to our hero, and he immediately asked why she did not allow herself to be repaired. The relic, in bewilderment, began to say that she herself didn't know. Probably just a strange mood. Very strange. At this moment, something began to happen to the rope again. Following this, notifications came saying that the rope was trying to change its properties. After some time, there were changes in the rope, and then it was said that he received resistance to submission for the sake of the master. Our hero thought at that moment and realized that Austin was then trying to use the rope to attack him. If the rope is a consumable relic, then it does not identify its owner, which means acting in accordance with the order of that fool would be a natural reaction. But as it turned out, the rope did not carry out his order. Apparently, this is exactly what is meant by feet. A moment later, it was said that the rope had become a submissive relic, and special techniques had become better. Already at this moment, the relic said that she was in a great mood, and Yu-Jae-ha asked in bewilderment how this happened. Our hero said that she has evolved, but this is the first time he has seen this. In addition, it was necessary to begin an agreement, and at that moment, the rope tied its owner. Of course, the relic accepted the agreement. Yu-Jae-ha was incredibly happy, because now the rope doesn't have to be repaired. But it turned out that the relic would be at risk. A notice arrived saying that the risk of the relic would be a strong desire for praise. Can this really be called a risk? Yu-Jae-ha didn't even think there were such strange risks. The guy asked if there were similar relics that were treasured by the owner, to which our hero answered him that this was such a line of the rope. Another notification came from the Raven. It said that the title of Relic Trainer had been received, which meant that all skills with relics had become better. Now our hero could use 90% of the relic's potential, but without this talent, it would have been very difficult. This is indescribable luck. The guy immediately said that this is the real key to exclusivity. If he can contribute to the evolution of other relics, then the game will end. Turning to Yu-Jae-ha, our hero asked if they would conduct research together on the evolution of relics. The action moves to Pandora's headquarters. There was a briefing there which touched on the topic of their party and losses. On the day appointed for the party, the main task was to analyze the abilities of all banquet participants, which they successfully completed. They found capable users of the relics, and the plan was to attract as many neutrals as possible to Pandora's side. Of course, those who were hostile were destined to be detained, but the plan was nipped in the bud. Someone from the audience said that they no longer had the opportunity to organize a party, to which the man said that they no longer had time. The guy said they've spotted a whole new series of tombs of varying sizes. 7 pieces! Each of them is much larger and more dangerous than any other they have encountered. They contain relics with corresponding power and rarity, and therefore based on the prophecy of their user, the relics of providence. The person who takes possession of these relics will be able to change the world. No matter how dangerous it is, they must protect these tombs. The men in the hall certainly thought about it, and then said that people who would steal the relics from under their noses should not be allowed there. The guy continued to say that for this they need more people, which means they need to lure the strongest to their side. The audience immediately began to say that they had big problems. At that moment, one of them said that he was ready to give capital, and his friend said that he was a fool because they needed people. At this moment, one of the men tells them exactly who was selected by the Pandora system and whether they can at least individually lure people away. The man said that this was a pretty reasonable idea, and at the same moment he began to talk about how he would now present a list of users using up to 50 relics. There are many people who have joined their ranks, such as Kwon Tae-jun, Austin Rockefeller, and Richard Chang, but they do whatever they want. There are also those who are on no side, such as Julian Miller, who has 19 relics, and Irene Holton, who has only 1. Well, there were certainly individuals who were unexpected to meet here, but they should try to reach everyone. At that moment, a subordinate approached the man and began to say something in his ear. After that, he turned to the committee members and said that, in fact, there was one more person who needed attention. It wasn't on the list because he crossed it out immediately because the relic's number was too mind-boggling. Of course, we were talking about Ju-hyun, who had a talent for robbery, and the number of relics reached a record 50 pieces. All the men jumped up in bewilderment and began asking where he got 50 relics. What kind of person is this? The guy said that this man is in some sort of alliance with some people on their list, but given his goals at the moment, they understood that his attitude towards Pandora could be described as hostile. An attempt to lure him to their side makes no sense, and may even be dangerous. All members of the committee could not even think about it. What kind of youth can be so dangerous? And yet who is he really? The guy asked them to calm down. Even though the guy's abilities are extraordinary, you need to face the truth. Pandora has information, resources, and excellent people. Ju-hyun. No matter how hard he tries to enter all the tombs before them, he will not succeed. And all this was so for one simple reason. They did not disclose this information anywhere. Meanwhile, our hero was dealing with the conditions for the evolution of the relic, and in short, the relic must have a certain value for the owner. Ju-hyun turned to the Raven and asked him to explain in more detail. What does it mean, must carry properties considered especially valuable? And also what he means by become famous for the exploits of their hero masters. Should he really take care of his power if he wants to raise the level of the relic? Of course, there was no answer. Ju-hyun couldn't understand what the Raven would lose if he explained the details. The guy asked if he really didn't know anything. Finally, he answered, but said that this was precisely what he did not know. After some time, the guy left the room. Yoo-jae-ha asked him to give his head a rest and watch the news at the same time. Something strange happened. The news was talking about the emergence of a large number of tombs. In addition, the places where they appear form something like a belt. The journalists said that they were doing research, so it was difficult to give any answer, but they were unable to get a clear answer. The guy, of course, understood that the people from Pandora would know everything, but not disclose it. The country's government, meanwhile, evacuated people near the tombs. Ju-hyun explained that this was a sign that 7 great tombs would appear above this belt of tombs. Initially, this was supposed to happen only in a few years, but the future is changing again. Yoo-jae-ha asked the boss what the 7 great tombs meant. The guy said that these are huge and dangerous tombs containing precious relics. Christianity tells of tombs embodying the 7 deadly sins. Even though he had only heard about them, these are places where he doesn't want to go at all. The archaeological relics that gave him the ability to plunder originally appeared in one of the 7 great tombs, the Tomb of Greed. Even he, while under the chairmanship of Kwon Tae-jun, achieved master class in tomb robbing. Almost everyone who robbed these tombs rose to the divine class. In any case, they were obliged to plunder these tombs. Yoo-jae-ha repeated the boss's words that it was dangerous. Our hero said that this is the problem, but they cannot allow people from Pandora to the tombs and let them rob them. If he was going to enter the tomb, he needed at least one of the two, either skilled partners or effective relics. But still, finding a skillful partner whom you can trust is not an easy task, so there is nothing other than improving the relics. At this moment, our hero saw the light. If we are talking about a partner, then some relic can still help with this. Our hero came to Avesta. With this, you can gather followers with the snap of your fingers. The guy didn't even know if this would be enough to become God, because nowhere is it indicated exactly how to become a god. Ju-hyun ordered to make him the head of the sect, to which the relic told him that fame and power are important, and there should be more than 10 enchanted people. The guy threw it on the ground and started saying that the relic is used to gain popularity, so why on earth does he need popularity to use it? Although if you think about it, then Austin Rockefeller was a media personality. In this case, recruiting these 10 people was quite easy. Our hero turned to his friend and asked what exactly Austin was doing. Yoo-jae-ha answered him that he sang songs and acted in films. Then the guy remembered and said that he also wrote novels, quite interesting ones. Ju-hyun thought about it. Seo Ju-hyun understood that singing or acting is a bit difficult, but novels? For some reason, at that moment, the guy thought that in order to start writing a novel, it was enough to have a computer. Nevertheless, he tried reading Austen novels. Seung-woo asked what he didn't understand. The guy said that he was writing a novel, and, as an example, he took to read the books of others, and, frankly speaking, it was so-so. Seung-woo told his boss that the genre of erotica in a book usually makes it popular. Isn't indulging a craving the best option for the plot? Our hero decided that if he played like this, he could go wild. Ju-hyun will write a creation that will easily surpass the guy's novel. As he was leaving, Seung-woo asked his boss why he needed the novel, to which the guy told him that he had one thing to do. After that, our hero spent several hours writing the text. Seeing how there was more and more text lifted my spirits. Nevertheless, the guy understood that this was pretty good. The writing was moderately interesting and also allowed me to create a fan base. Finally, he finished the book. After some time, the guy gave the introduction to the novel to his colleagues to read. Yoo-jae-ha said that boss writes quite quickly. Our hero told them that this book is in the erotic genre, so they must read the book quickly. Looking at them, the guy realized that they had already become his fans, which means that if you count only them, he had already collected 4. How would you find 6 more people? Is 6 of you really a problem? What should he do if he receives an offer from a publisher? Or what if the book sells well and they demand a sequel? The guy understood that it would not be easy because he is a tomb robber and he has a lot of work to do. Our hero turned to his comrade and asked why he was quiet. Did he read everything? Joo-hyun immediately demanded an assessment. Yoo Jae-ha immediately turned around and, as if a puppet, said something that was simply incredible and very interesting. Joo-hyun noticed that something was wrong and told him to tell everything honestly, otherwise he would ask the Shakespeare relic for help, and if he lied, Yoo Jae-ha asked him to spare his life, saying that he understood and would tell everything honestly. The guy said it was terribly cheap romance. He couldn't even say anything about the topic because there's nothing interesting here and there are erotic scenes literally right away. These words certainly hurt Yoo-hyun greatly. The guy told his subordinate that he was such a bastard. Yoo Jae-ha also asked in bewilderment why the topic of collecting relics is constantly raised in an erotic novel. The guy said that in their time, the relic is the best thing you can come up with. Yoo Jae-ha said that he has nothing in his mind except relics. After that, another guy approached the boss and said that he had come across an unknown word because there was a place that he could not read. Our hero asked what the word was. The guy asked what dubak was. Seo Joo-hyun said in disbelief that this was an incredibly low temperature. After that, Seung-woo asked what loyalty is. Joo-hyun sighed and said that it's about staying sincere and being loyal. Then they asked him what it was to retreat, and the guy said that it was the same as running away. Then he looked at them and said that this is only the first paragraph. Can't they even get through the first part? Yoo Jae-ha said more that in this way they identified another drawback. Complex words. This is 100% not what they need. The guy said that if you give a pen to a rope, he will write something better than this. And our hero realized that novels are a much deeper world than he thought. Meanwhile, no matter how much Yoo Jae-ha repaired the relics, they never ran out. At that moment, Joo-hyun came into the room and threw his backpack on the table, saying that they needed to pack their things because they were going on a business trip. The guy asked what the sudden business trip was and where they were going this time. Our hero smiled and said that they were going to Kyoto. Mysterious disappearances have become more frequent in Kyoto. The number of missing people is approaching 2,000 people. Seo Joo-hyun said that he literally felt that the relics were involved. And the MC added that all the missing people were women. Our hero said that no one other than the user of the harem relic could do such a thing. Yoo Jae-ha asked again in bewilderment. The boss told him that it can only be used to charm women, so there is nothing special about it. The guy said that this is a completely useless relic, and Yoo Jae-ha at that moment said that this is the best relic in the world. Seo Joo-hyun then continued his words by saying that with her help he will bewitch women and make them his fans. The action moves to Kyoto. Standing in front of a bamboo forest, our hero said that behind it there was a temple where the missing gathered. Every entrance and exit to the forest is controlled by the police, so getting through is difficult. Yoo Jae-ha said it was all because the MP's daughter went missing and it was causing quite a mess. Is this really not a dangerous relic? Our hero also thought because such a relic cannot bring so many problems. Most likely that person had some other relic. In any case, the two contenders for the second relic did not have the ability to kill a person, which means that person had other relics. Joo-hyun told his subordinate that she looked and would come back, but he should stay put. After some time, our hero attacked a patrol that was going around this area. The guy asked the guys to sleep, saying that the harem relic would definitely be his. Suddenly, there was more noise from behind. Apparently, there were also police nearby. Meanwhile, they found the enchanted girls. They began to tell them to follow them, and they would lead them out of the forest. As it turned out, something was wrong with these women, because they had no intention of going, and the weapon in their hands did not bode well. Within a moment, one of them attacked the man, who did not understand why they were not moving like skilled bandits. Joo-hyun now knew for sure that the person who did this was not just using the harem relic. He turned women into killing machines. Suddenly, the guy heard a noise behind him, and as soon as he turned around, he saw a huge number of girls standing behind. Joo-hyun embarrassedly asked the respected girls not to do everything hastily. He's a civilian and doesn't want to fight them. A girl attacked him from the side, and he realized that words would not help. He continued to ask them to calm down and talk about how he would leave here. Suddenly, the guy noticed a girl whom he had already seen before. This is the former owner of the relic items. The guy had a good selection. Taking out his sword, Joo-hyun realized that he had no other choice. He flew between all the girls and ran towards Sasaki Yuka. The guy grabbed her by the neck and began to hold her while talking to her and trying to take control out of her. He told her that she remained alive only because he destroyed the prophetic relic, didn't he? Hearing her name and the voice that spoke to her, the spell on the girl subsided. She began to develop feelings and the influence of the relic weakened. The girl was in a little shock and simply repeated her name. Ju-hyun asked her to take some rest and try to recover. Meanwhile, on orders from the boss, Yoo Jae-ha sat and did nothing. Suddenly, voices began to be heard from the bamboo. It was Ju-hyun and Sasaki Yuka. Yoo Jae-ha was glad that his boss was back, but he was interested in who this child was. The guy said that this was his old friend and he didn't think that he would meet her here. He turned to the girl and asked if her sanity had returned to her. The girl said that everything seemed fine. Ju-hyun immediately asked if she remembered what she did while she was under hypnosis, and if she knew what was happening here. Sasaki Yuka said that the person giving her orders was an American. He introduced himself as Simon. Our hero said that if this is an American who owns the relics, then most likely he was a subordinate of Kira. Although there are many people here who have disappeared under the influence of hypnosis, there are also a whole lot of them in the surrounding villages. Surely more than 2,000. Ju-hyun sat down in front of the girl and said that he previously thought that fighting skills were not common among girls. This isn't the effect of hypnosis, is it? Sasaki Yuka said that this person had a necromancy relic. This means that someone named Simon is an unusual pervert. He formed a powerful army using the relic of necromancy. The girl added that their boss would be difficult to approach. The sisters guard him without closing their eyes. Our hero sighed, saying that he was right. He would have to fight an army of 2,000 people. In any case, he had an idea what to do. Ju-hyun told the girl that he was returning to the hotel and advised her to go her own way, too. He asked if she had money for travel. Having thrown her money, the guy asked her not to go anywhere and go straight home. And besides, now in general there's no need to go anywhere. At this moment, Sasaki Yuka recalled that he destroyed the prophetic relic, and that is why she remained alive. Did he really do this for her sake? Our hero told her that her relic was bothering him, so he broke it, after which he again asked her to go home. Yoo Jae-ha told the boss that he was popular, to which Ju-hyun told him that Sasaki was too loud and she was too young. Suddenly a window appeared that said that the guy was one step closer to fulfilling the basic condition for using the preaching relic. The number of enchanted people was around 4 people. The guy realized that the girl liked him, but how did he get 4 fans? While at home, our hero asked his subordinate to give him the relic of Anubis. The guy gave it to me, but said it was not in working order. Ju-hyun himself said that he asked to repair all the relics, with the exception of the relic of the 3 Egyptian gods. Yoo Jae-ha said that's what he did. Our hero said that everything was fine, and then said to follow him. They will disturb the jackal. Arriving at the park, the guy threw the Anubis relic on the ground and asked him to pull himself together. A moment later, the relic finally appeared outside, but she had no idea what was happening or where it was. Our hero greeted her, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. Anubis immediately became angry and said that this time he would definitely kill the guy. Anubis began to radiate an incredible amount of energy and power, but a moment later he simply fell to the ground, indicating that his body was not moving. Relic asked what the guy did to her. Ju-hyun replied that he didn't do anything. He was just unable to control his powers. Pointing his hand at Yoo Jae-ha, our hero told the relic that if she agreed to a contract with him, then the magnificent master would repair it. Anubis immediately said that he would never sign a contract with someone like him. Our hero laughed and said that this was exactly the answer he was waiting for. Right now, they will start training the mongrel. A moment later, the rope wrapped around Anubis's neck. The guy said they would start with the leash and now they could take on the easy walk. The relic asked how dare he order her. He won't go anywhere. The rope began to squeeze her neck, saying that the owner told her to go and she had no right to refuse. Anubis addressed the rope, saying that he too is a relic, then why does he obey this freak? Kanat again began to strangle the jackal, saying that he had no right to call his owner a freak. The recent evolution of the rope has certainly given him strength. Ju-hyun, as soon as the jackal calmed down a little, decided to try something different, and therefore asked to give him a paw. Anubis understood that there was no other way out, so he needed to obey, and as soon as he was repaired, he would immediately. At that moment, our hero thanked him, saying that he was doing well. Then the guy asked to give him the other paw and then sit down. Anubis did as he was told. After that, they moved on to the next stage. Anubis had to bring the ball to the owner. The relic was losing control. She told the man to know when to stop because he is still a deity. Kanat laughed and told him not to hesitate, because if they told him to bring it, then he had to do it right away. A moment later, the rope came to its owner and brought him a ball. Ju-hyun was scared to imagine what happened to Anubis. The guy told him to bring the ball again. Relic immediately jumped up, thinking that if the rope dragged him, he would definitely be a corpse. Deciding not to tempt fate, Anubis gave in to the commands and flew after the ball. Our hero continued to train Anubis, and eventually he brought him to the state required for the contract. Already at the stage of concluding the contract, the relic said that there were conditions. His owner must have a cold mind and strong convictions, and at least once he must be on the verge of death. Looking at the guy, Anubis discovered in bewilderment that, apparently, the guy fits all the parameters, and yet he is still just a boy. In this case, there was no point in delaying, and the guys finally signed a contract. When the desired was received, Ju-hyun ordered his master to return and repair the relic. She was really looking forward to this. At this point, the guy added that Yu-jae-ha would repair the relic just a little bit, just enough so that he doesn't die. Our hero explained this by saying that if he is completely repaired, his true nature may awaken. The action takes place in an unknown house in the middle of a bamboo forest. The girl who arrived called the gentleman and said that a guest had come to him. Getting up, the guy could not understand who dared to brazenly invade his sacred harem and disturb his sleep at such an hour. In any case, he will not find an easy death. Meanwhile, the girls conveyed to the uninvited guests that the gentleman does not talk to civilians, and they had better get out of here. Ju-hyun stood his ground and told the girls to immediately call their leader. A moment later, that guy walked through them. He immediately told the guests that they would die because they had invaded his territory. Simon added that not all the girls are here. His army is also hiding in nearby settlements, so they are surrounded. The guy also told the guys that all these girls are far from ordinary. In their bodies are the souls of great warriors, and there are as many as 2,000 of them. They couldn't handle even a few, and he was sure of it. At this moment, our hero used the relic. At the same moment, the dead began to crawl out of the ground. Ju-hyun has 20,000 immortal warriors on his side. These are real dead soldiers summoned by the god of the underworld. Simon, seeing this entire army, could not believe his eyes. Ju-hyun smiled and asked how he was doing. Our hero told him that he could retract his words and do it better right now because he is surrounded. The man immediately told his ladies to do something. All that was left of those soldiers were bones. Attack immediately! Ju-hyun explained that no matter what hypnosis affects them, the instinct of self-preservation restores their sanity. In front of an army 10 times their size, they understand that rushing into battle now is tantamount to suicide. Our hero stated that he would not harm anyone who surrenders, so it is better to think carefully if they are really the souls of legendary warriors. He asked whether a man who sent his army to certain death was worth their loyalty. At this moment, all the girls began to bow down to our hero, and Simon could not understand what was happening. He asked what was wrong with them and whether they had gone crazy. He again ordered them to get rid of the stranger. Ju-hyun ordered his army to take control of this idiot and not let him go. Simon couldn't believe it. His life was about to change completely in just a few days. The guy said that he was preparing to clean out the 7 great tombs. Our hero asked again in bewilderment, "Is one of the 7 great tombs supposed to appear nearby?" Our hero understood that this guy was definitely talking about the 7 great tombs. As a result, through threats, he found out from him that one of them would appear in Kyoto. The guy asked to be spared because he told everything he knows. Ju-hyun said that this is true. He has no complaints against him, but the girls have a lot of them. The girls, meanwhile, looked at their former owner with condemnation. Ju-hyun said that they saw how cowardly he is. At this moment, the Raven said that the owner of the harem had changed, and now 2,000 women were ready to follow Ju-hyun, and Avesta was ready to work. A moment later, the entire crowd of girls went towards Simon, and he, in bewilderment, asked to listen to him. Having already returned to the city of Yu-jae-ha, I asked if they would stay here for a while longer. Our hero told him that soon one of the 7 great tombs would appear here. Although they came to Japan in order to quickly get the harem relic, it doesn't matter, since they still have frequently used relics with them. Yu-jae-ha ate and told the boss that they didn't even take clothes with them. The guy sighed and said that in that case, he could go and buy more. After that, Yu-jae-ha said that he had one more question. What should they do about it? The guy pointed to the window, on the other side of which there was a huge pile of girls who were fans of Ju-hyun. It was pretty creepy. Rising from the table, the guy said that his friend was right. He was tired of them too. Going out into the street, the guy told them that it was time to leave. It's better to go home. He will call them later, and then they will gather. The girls began to say in disappointment that it wasn't fair and that they didn't want it. Ju-hyun just said that it was an order. Our hero at that moment took out a sign and said that they could go to his fan club. All the girls immediately started looking for the Ju-hyun fan club. Yu-jae-ha asked the boss in bewilderment when he created the fan club. The guy said that Sasaki promised to manage him. Just this girl has time to run after idols, so she found time here too. Thanks to this, it'll be much easier to manage the sectarians. Suddenly, our hero saw a familiar face in the middle of the crowd of girls. Apparently, this is Seol-ah. They were in the same detachment with her, under the leadership of TKMB. Her skills in tracking people and finding relics were simply amazing, and therefore she was a scout. Plus, they were pretty close. But the guy was also wondering where Seol-ah was now. As it turned out, she was in Japan. The action moves home. Ju-hyun was going to use a Vesta. Stolen popularity also counts as raising it, and several relics have evolved. Surprisingly, one of them improved to S rank, and that was young Shakespeare's pen. Anyway, none of them reached God class, but he still got a lot out of it. In addition, he signed a contract with Avesta, and in addition received Casanova's perfume. Gathering people will not be difficult, so you can increase your reputation. But what should he raise to the divine level in the first place? All the relics asked in bewilderment what the person wanted from them, with such an insidious look. Suddenly, the guy heard a strange sound outside. Yu-jae-ha asked what happened. The guy said he just wanted to check what it was. Yu-jae-ha told him that this is just a cart of hotel workers who go to clean the rooms. Anyway, the guy looked out and saw that it was Seol-ah. He noticed that the maid suit suits her quite well. Also, although weakly, he felt the energy of the relics, which means he could talk to it. The guy immediately called her, hoping that she would turn around and they would talk, but there was no answer. Ju-hyun approached her again and put his hand on her shoulder. The girl, perplexed, began to ask what he was doing. The guy just asked what business she had with him. The guy noticed that she was watching him while walking in front of the hotel, and now disguised as a maid, she entered the hotel? Seol-ah immediately pulled her hand back and said that he had confused something, because she had no idea what he was talking about. Our hero smiled at her and asked how she would explain the energy of the relics emanating from her. The girl asked how he knew, and the guy only told her that she was as primitive as before. Deciding that there was no other choice, the girl ordered her relic to kill the guy. Our hero tensed. This is the Goblin Gildal, a ghost that appears in the Three Kingdoms. This relic is very dangerous. What should we do? At that moment, Ju-hyun made the most brilliant decision. He simply went back to his room. Yu-jae-ha asked in bewilderment why he just ran away. Ju-hyun said that he had no idea that the girl had such a good relic with her. If you are exposed to this relic, you may lose your soul. Yu-jae-ha immediately told the boss that it would be better to apologize to the girl, because losing your soul is tantamount to dying. Of course, it was already too late. Just at that moment, flames began to break through on the other side of the door. Seol-ah laughed and asked, did he really think that some kind of door could stop the goblin? She told Gildal to open this door. She ordered to kill this impudent bastard, and not to touch that retarded guy. They needed him for interrogation. The guy immediately ran to look for a relic that could drive out ghosts. They didn't have one, but then they had to get a replacement in the middle of this mess. Already at this moment, a fiery hand was reaching out to our hero while he was looking for the required relic. Suddenly, Gildal's hand crashed into an unknown wall. Apparently, he couldn't get any closer. Seol-ah, in bewilderment, asked the relic what it was worth. She needed to go into battle, but the spirit said that he simply could not do it. Looking at all the relics, our hero tried to understand which relic protected them, but it was difficult to do. Meanwhile, Gildal told the owner that he was scared and therefore disappeared at that very moment. Ju-hyun said that this is incredibly sad, but what can you do? All relics are like that. Seol-ah asked what they did with her relic. The guy said that he actually doesn't know either, but we can consider her unlucky. The rope tied her up at that moment. In any case, she will have to accept punishment for visiting men without permission. The girl asked to untie her. Our hero told her that this is simply impossible since the interrogation now begins. He is interested in a lot of things. The guy immediately asked the girl who sent her, but as expected, she was not going to talk about it. Ju-hyun looked at her and said that she better do as they ask, otherwise he will make her talk. Seol-ah understood that the guy was not so simple. He noticed her immediately, even though she was wearing a disguise. She also needs to buy time by giving him some useless information. She replied that she was investigating a case involving the girls gathered at the altar. Suddenly he appeared and took all the girls with him, so she had to follow him. Ju-hyun asked if she was from the police. She nodded, but the guy asked her not to say that, because it couldn't be. She asked him what he knew about her, but Ju-hyun smiled and said a lot. In any case, the girl understood that without giving information to this guy, she could wait until her comrade saved her. Meanwhile, they had just arrived on the floor, but noticed that a huge dog was lying on the aisle. What is she doing here? Deciding that she was sleeping, they ignored her. You never know, she's crazy, so it's better not to disturb her and pass by. At that moment, screams were heard from outside, and Ju-hyun immediately realized that it was not for nothing that he had placed guards at the entrance. Seol-ah, perplexed, asked what he was talking about, and our hero suggested that she check who was caught. Meanwhile, Anubis bit the mortals, asking how he dared to call him some kind of dog. The guy looked out and asked the stranger if he really came here after his soul. He said in bewilderment that this was not so. Taking out a folding knife, the guy asked what no meant, because he could find out. Our hero approached the guy and cut off the bracelet from his hand, which he had already seen somewhere. They seemed to be from a large Chinese group of tomb robbers, the Red Garden. The sign on part of the bracelet meant that this guy was a corporal. Ju-hyun asked Corporal Liao Wei if he was telling the truth. After some time, the guys were connected, and our hero assumed that the two of them had connections with China. The Pandora organization, which manages the relics, is a union of America and Europe. Instead of joining them, China formed an alliance. Has this alliance suddenly taken action? Ju-hyun again asked the question to the guests, saying that there was no point in lying to him. If they are members of the Chinese group, then what did they forget in Japan, and why are they spying on him? Having heard no answer, the disappointed Ju-hyun told the dog that their guests did not understand anything. He told Anubis to bite the guy, but this time from the front, because he doesn't like it when people make fun of him, and this guy was making fun of him. At that moment, Anubis really got seriously angry, and this time the guy realized that it was not worth playing with these people and therefore said that he would tell everything. He said that they were spying on Simon, who kidnapped those girls, and he was also going to raid the 7 great tombs. Not feeling the new information, Anubis gave in to the flame. The guy said that their superiors told them to keep an eye on the guy. Seo Ju-hyun thought this was quite interesting. So the information about the 7 great tombs was received by that guy from China, not from America. The guy thought that Simon learned this from America since he worked for Kira. The guy said that Simon told all the people that he betrayed her. Our hero said that this was quite interesting and thanked him for the information. After that, Ju-hyun asked the next question. He was wondering where China got information about the 7 great tombs. The action moves forward a few days. The guys were in the city of Atsu. Our hero obtained all the information he could from the Red Garden. These guys hacked Pandora to get information. Pandora has a high-tech detection device called. With its help, they tried to monopolize information about tombs and relics. But the Chinese hackers turned out to be no mistake, because information from Pandora leaked to the Chinese Union. In principle, there is nothing bad about the fact that Pandora's defense has cracked, but it also cannot be called good news. The people in the Red Garden are the same as those in Pandora. It is better not to give information to those fools who want to prevent ordinary people from using relics. Yu Jae-ha asked the boss if everything would be fine if they just let those Chinese tomb robbers go. What if they come back and threaten them? The guy laughed and said that they could do whatever they wanted and he let them go for a reason. Before letting them go, he placed a bug relic on the girl to keep an eye on her. She is strong and he would like to become allies with her. In any case, Irene Holton understood that now was not the time, because given Seol-ah's character, she would not be submissive. Well, they got the information from China anyway. From the boss's story, Yu Jae-ha was surprised that they had a bug relic. In any case, the guy said that they need to deal with the relics that they already have, because he does not know which of the relics stopped the goblin relic Seol-ah. Our hero asked the driver to take them to Kyoto, but he asked in bewilderment if they knew about the recent disaster there. The guy asked to take them to a safe place there. As Simon said, the tomb appeared in Kyoto 3 days later. Getting to the epicenter of the formation of the tomb is still a pleasure, so they moved to another city. Arriving in the city, the perplexed taxi driver asked the guys to look at all this chaos. It was as if they were in Rome. Ju-hyun said that according to Pandora, the size of the tomb is 1,027 square kilometers, which completely covers the entire Kyoto. Pandora declared a level 3 evacuation. After that, the guys paid the taxi driver and asked to keep the change. After some time, the guys were walking along the destroyed streets. Our hero assumed that the entrance to the tomb should be somewhere nearby. Although they were late, the entrance is still sealed, so the tomb robbers here are incompetent. Yu Jae-ha asked the boss. Are there other groups here? Our hero told him that this is obvious, because Pandora predicted the appearance of this tomb. He was sure that all the groups that had connections with her had probably already arrived. Suddenly, someone called out to them. It was Yoon Si-woo who did not understand that the guy had forgotten here. As they say, here are some familiar faces. The guy was talking about what he did last time at the party. Julian Miller is simply ignoring their messages. Ju-hyun asked in bewilderment if he was lying. It seemed like he was telling the truth. Yoon Si-woo told him that he could only ruin their plans. At that moment, a guy approached them and asked the boss to calm down, because they didn't have time to quarrel. He held out the card and apologized to Seo Ju-haeon for their boss. The guy introduced himself as Yang Chen. He said that they didn't intend to antagonize them, so he asked to contact him if Ju-hyun got into trouble. The guy smiled and said that he would help to the best of his ability, but at that moment our hero tore the business card into small pieces. Ju-hyun told him that if he ever saw his face again, he would kill him on the spot. This can be considered the first and last warning. Our hero could not forget this bastard, because it was he who sent him to the last tomb. It was he who carried out the plan of Chairman Kwon Tae-jun, who promised him the position of director of TKBM if Yang Chen took care of them. The problem is that this guy was a member of their tomb robber group. Yang Chen was the last one to join, but the entire group treated him like a brother. They could not even think that he could betray them. On that fateful day, while still at the base, Yang Chen told our hero that he felt bad and therefore he could not go. But in that tomb, it was easy, and he could handle it himself. He then held out a bag containing what he said was a life-saving relic. She could help escape if things got bad. Also, before leaving, he suggested leaving Yoo Jae-ha at home because he would only bother him and irritate him. Ju-hyun asked in bewilderment what he was talking about. Because this guy is a good thief. Yang Chen said that this is a very important task. And then he added that the guy would definitely cope, but only if nothing and no one interfered with him. Then our hero agreed. Of course, he should have immediately realized that this was the old man's plan. He said the tomb was not complicated, but this was the most complicated tomb of all. And what about the saving relic? It turned out to be a trap. Because of this, his allies died and he himself almost died. Our hero received a second life when he met a raven right before his death. Perhaps he should be grateful for such gifts. Ju-hyun understood that it was not difficult for him to pretend to be friendly and try to win over that freak, but this would make him feel terrible. Yang Chen was the same as Kwon Tae-jun. The guy asked why Ju-hyun behaved this way, to which he answered that he was always like this and he didn't like the guy. After that, the guys turned around and said that they were going to the tomb. Yoon Si-woo asked in bewilderment if the two of them were really going into this giant tomb. Our hero smiled and nodded, and then asked if they wanted to stop them. Yoon Si-woo said that even the strongest teams did not make it out. Afterwards, he shouted to them and asked if they really thought that they were better. Ju-hyun confidently said that it was, and then told them to watch and learn. Meanwhile, the guys were approaching the entrance, and our hero asked his subordinate to be careful. The guy immediately said that they seemed to be in Italy. Looking around, they noticed that there were people lying here, but they were not wounded or dead. They just lie on the floor. What happened here? At this point, Yoo Jae-ha started talking about how he wasn't feeling well. He suggested stopping here and resting a bit. They had nowhere to rush. Sighing, our hero grabbed the guy and said that the effect of the relic was spreading further than he thought. They decided to leave to prepare, and then return again. Yoo Jae-ha asked what happened to him. Ju-hyun said that this was expected from the Tomb of Sloth. Our hero recalled that each of the 7 great tombs personifies one of the 7 deadly sins. These are pride, anger, envy, laziness, fornication, greed, and gluttony. They were now in the Tomb of Sloth. Apparently, the guy's mind was overcome by laziness as soon as he began to approach the tomb. The same thing happened to other thieves who hoped to quickly get inside. Yoo Jae-ha said that in that case, he understood why he suddenly felt so sleepy. Ju-hyun asked if he came to his senses. Immediately after this, our hero summoned Anubis. He immediately said that there was no work for him here, because laziness can be overcome only with your mind. Anubis then added that this is beyond the control of man. Our hero told him to shut up, and then added that he called him for a reason. He ordered the relics to follow him, and he tied Yoo Jae-ha, because inside he would want to lie down again. The guys were already approaching the entrance. Due to our hero's resistance, he could walk calmly, but he still had to hurry because he was slowly losing the desire to move. Anubis told the mortal that he was holding up pretty well. He had dispersed here, but he needed to hold out longer to at least reach the entrance. Looking at Ju-hyun, Anubis said that if he loses to laziness and decides to rest, everything will end. Will our hero cope? At this point, Ju-hyun told the relic that she was right, so it would be better to make a hole right here. Anubis, perplexed, asked what he was talking about, to which our hero told him that they did not have to go through the main entrance. They'll just make a new one. Within a moment, the guy said that this zone seemed difficult, so he would simply blow up Anubis. He screamed in bewilderment. But our hero asked him not to worry. It will be fixed. The relic didn't have time to say a word when suddenly the guy activated the explosion, and after a couple of seconds the entrance was made. He asked Yuji-ha to wake up quickly, because the problem with the entrance had been solved. After that, he threw the Anubis relic into the guy's hands and said that it was time for them to go, and it would also be worth restoring the dog. Yuji-ha then said in surprise that they were really inside the tomb. He was wondering what kind of relic was kept here. Our hero told him that they are now in Domus Aurea, Golden House. Doesn't this remind him of anything? For example, the Roman emperor? The guy asked in surprise whether he had really heard about him. There are so many Roman emperors. Yuji-ha literally just started to speak, but at that moment there was an explosion in front of them. A moment later, the entire room was covered in fire, which came from no one knows where. At this moment, as soon as Yuji-ha walked away from the fire, he immediately connected all the factors and asked if it was Emperor Nero. Ju-hyun was glad that he understood. Yuji-ha immediately told the boss that this emperor is known for his tyranny, so this tomb will be cruel. Our hero answered him that it looked like that. Either way, they need to put out the fire now. He asked to take Van Gogh's relic and suck up all the flames. Yuji-ha doubted that it would work, but the boss assured him that it would work. And what's more, they would be able to use fire as a weapon. After a while, there was no fire left in the room, and Yuji-ha was surprised that it worked. Suddenly, the screams of the robbers began to be heard from behind. Our hero immediately realized that the fools at the entrance had woken up. Yuji-ha suggested that they quickly run away from here because there are too many of them, but the guy said that he wanted to have fun with them. Ju-hyun laughed, looking at all this herd of useless people who filled the room like ants. Of course, there were both familiar and unfamiliar faces here. Ju-hyun could analyze all the people, but what's the use of that now? Suddenly, an unknown glow began to appear right in front of the robbers' feet, which frightened them. A moment later, it all gathered into a geyser and exploded. The guys started saying that everything was collapsing, so we needed to run away from here. Yuji-ha said that tomb excavation is such a useful skill. Archaeologists would burst into tears if they saw this scene. At that moment, the Raven told the guy that thanks to his actions, a new skill had been discovered, the destruction of tombs. The bravest of the robbers decided that the tomb should not be destroyed, so they rushed forward. Ju-hyun, by a happy coincidence, decided to try it out, this new skill. The guy started screaming, and at that moment a strange glow formed around them and headed upward. The robbers were horrified to discover that the ceiling had begun to collapse right on top of them, so now it was much more dangerous. Ju-hyun decided that this skill was still quite useful. After that, he invited Yuji-ha to escape from here while the brave souls were passed out. Before leaving, our hero decided that it was worth destroying the path so that no one would follow them. Thanks to this scene, the experience of using the tomb-breaking skill increased. He was now a C rank. After some time, the guys ended up in the Roman theater. Our hero felt that the relic must be here somewhere. Suddenly, the doors closed behind our guys, and as it turned out, they fell into a trap. At the same moment, flames began to scatter in all directions. The relic told the audience to observe and praise his masterpiece. Emperor Nero, known as a despot, loved art. People say that it would have been better if he had been born an artist. He even performed and wrote plays, but he was terrible at it. During his reign, a fire broke out in Rome. Perhaps this fire is somehow connected with it. Apparently, he wants them to watch him in the fire. That's why our hero had it. Homer's glasses. He stole them from Yun Si-woo. Homer was an ancient Greek poet. His most famous poems are the Iliad and the Odyssey. Nero was emperor of Rome, but he liked Greek culture. The Homer relic should certainly interest him. At that moment, a whip of flame flew towards our hero, knocking off his glasses. Nero said it wouldn't work on him. He really liked Homer, but he wouldn't be interested in the person using this relic. Yuji-ha, having taken out the painting, began to say that they would not last that long, but at that moment it was taken away. Seo Ju-hyun told his partner that Nero uses fire as if the flame were his servant. At this moment, he asked if this was wonderful. Are they really touched? In this case, he ordered to praise him, and again a stream of flame flew towards them. The emperor told them that they would never escape, so the only thing they could do was enjoy the pain. He then said that only by surviving the fire would they be able to get out of here. Our hero, meanwhile, understood that things were not turning out very well. Suddenly, Emperor Nero screamed and was very surprised. The flame immediately disappeared. Looking at our hero, the emperor asked if this was really Seo Ju-hyun, the author of The Secret Housekeeper. Ujeha at that moment asked in bewilderment if Nero was really talking about the novel that their boss wrote. The man immediately began to say that he had been waiting for him. The relics are constantly discussing the guy, and now he is the only worthy competitor. Best-selling author! Ujeha asked if this was really a bestseller, and our hero asked in bewilderment what he was talking about. Nero said that all the relics only talk about him. The emperor told him that he was a celebrity in the world of relics. Seo Juhaeon turned to his subordinate and asked if he himself sent his book to the relics behind his back. The guy immediately said that he didn't need it. Nero, meanwhile, asked the guys to come closer. He will give them the opportunity to see him. The guy didn't understand what was happening because he got rid of his affair, but still he decided to approach. As soon as Emperor Nero appeared, he told our hero that he was glad to meet him, the rising star among the relics. Ujeha was shocked that there were relics in the shape of people. Juhyun reminded him that they have a relic in the shape of a dog, so why be surprised? High-ranking relics can take on different appearances, although this is just a false appearance used to communicate with people. Nero greeted our hero. They say that even he, a big fan of art, cannot get his novel out of his head. It was radically different from the books that people write. Ujeha asked to explain what specifically interested him in the novel. Nero asked in bewilderment, did he really not feel anything after reading this masterpiece? Emperor Nero said that the excellent construction of sentences, wonderful description, and unusual choice of words, this is the masterpiece of the century. He couldn't believe that it was written by an ordinary person. The emperor asked Ujeha how he did not see all this. The guy laughed at the boss and said that now he has crazy fans who will elevate him to the rank of God. At this moment, Nero suggested that our hero organize a literary competition. The man said that he was worthy to become his opponent. Both our hero and his subordinate, and even Anubis, who listened to all this, were incredibly perplexed by what they heard. Ujeha almost died laughing anyway. Why not? It turns out he was chosen as the representative of the people. At this moment, Emperor Nero told the guy that he personally challenged him, so he should rejoice. Our hero told him to shut up too. Of course, our hero had no time for literary debates with relics. We had to find a way to conquer him. However, Emperor Nero was quite powerful since he was one of the 7 great relics. That fire was also strong, but most likely it has other abilities. Our hero began to think about how to deal with him. Just at that moment, a whole crowd of people ran here. A moment later, they were at one of the bars. They were talking in bewilderment that they had found a relic. It was below! They immediately began to look for a way down. Yuhyun was surprised that the guys got here so quickly. At that moment, flames flew towards the robbers, burning their hands and faces. They immediately decided to retreat. Emperor Nero immediately told those mortals that they were not interested in any common people, so let them get lost. While the emperor was distracted, Juhaeon decided that he could come up with a plan. But at that moment, a notification arrived that talked about the relic of cunning. This relic was getting closer, and she could reveal the weaknesses of the tomb and its relic. Apparently, this is a Juge Liang relic. Our hero immediately realized that that same freak Julian Miller was also here. The guy also understood that if Julian had this relic, then he could find out the weakness of Nero's relic. Now it was dangerous, because if Juhyun was careless, the emperor would be taken away from under his nose. Nero at that moment said that those people would not interfere with them. He would deal with them. He wanted to fight honestly, and our hero nevertheless accepted the offer. The guy understood that he needed to talk to him before Julian Miller got here. You can use his stupid desire to fight to your advantage. Before the battle began, the guy said that he would have one condition. Nero asked to talk about him. Juhyun told the emperor that he did not want to fight here. He then said that he would only agree to the fight if he went with him. Of course, Nero didn't get the joke. The emperor immediately said that he understood the man's actions. He's going to get him out of here. Seo Juhaeon sighed and then said that he would not fight, in which case he could burn them. Our hero understood that the relic would not kill them just like that. After all, he had already saved their lives when he could have killed them. Nero asked in bewilderment what was the point of them coming out. The guy said he just wanted a fair competition. He also added that if the emperor is an artist, then he knows how important his environment is. This is his home, and here he can take a walk. But for the guys, this is just a dangerous zone. In such a situation, he will not be able to reach his full potential. Our hero told him that if he really wanted their competition to be fair, he needed to hold it on neutral territory. Emperor Nero said that the guy was right about something, so he agreed and hoped that the man would keep his promise. A moment later, all that was left of the emperor was his wreath. Juhyun was glad that he was able to convince the relic. Now I just had to leave here. taking it with me. At this moment, on the second, an explosion occurred. Someone was actively trying to get here. Oddly enough, it was Julian Miller, who arrived a little at the wrong time. Joo-hyun smiled and said that they had not seen each other for a long time, and then apologized and said that he was late. His relic. Julian Miller asked the guy not to lie to him because the tomb was still not cleared. Joo-hyun, in this case, wished the guy with the cleanup. At that moment, he told the relics that it was time for them to go, and a moment later, they disappeared. The guy didn't have time to say anything. However, he felt that the relic's aura had disappeared. He couldn't believe that Joo-hyun just took it and left without even clearing the tomb. Immediately, the tomb began to collapse as the owner left. Julian Miller understood that he could only get out of here the way he came. Meanwhile, the robbers who were outside were stunned that the tomb was already disappearing. After some time, the news said that a new giant tomb had suddenly disappeared. Pandora believed she had been purged. Austin Rockefeller was perplexed that the tomb was cleared, but no one said who took the relic. At that moment, a girl came to the young master and said that they had received information that Joo-hyun had taken the relic from the tomb in Kyoto. The guy was furious that another tomb had been cleared by Joo-hyun. What did their team do that he invested in? The woman said they believed the tomb was collapsing and the paths were blocked. Even with Julian Miller's help, they barely made it out. Austin Rockefeller was angry because once again Joo-hyun took one of the 7 great relics, and he also took his Avesta. The guy wanted to know any information his team could find. Didn't they return empty-handed? The girl said that the Joo-hyun team probably has a good explosive relic, and also, only 2 people entered the tomb. Austin Rockefeller was now definitely in incredible bewilderment, because he was sure that this tomb could not be cleared by 2 people. The girl asked why he thought so. The guy replied that he paid the man who had the Nostradamus relic and found out how to clean it. He was told that in order to pass it, 100 people must be sacrificed. That's why those who knew about it took so many people with them. That is, all the people who were there should have died, but in the end, somehow that freak cleared the tomb with only 1 partner. Austin told the assistant to keep an eye on Joo-hyun, and she also had to find out how the guy did it. Meanwhile, the guys were in a safe place, and Emperor Nero was already willing to begin their competition. His soul burns with poetry. Joo-hyun looked at him and said that he would have one more wish. The emperor, perplexed, asked what happened this time. The guy told him to help him with the investigation. Of course, the relic asked what kind of investigation we were talking about. Our hero asked him how the emperor was able to read the secret housekeeper. Apparently, somehow she was released. Nero, in bewilderment, said that he paid for it. Doesn't the author himself know about this? The guy didn't understand what was happening. Did you pay? It looks like someone is stealing his novel and making money from it. The emperor added that he read it through the Relic Information Network, so he was not sure who exactly posted it. Joo-hyun sighed and said that he would deal with this himself. Nero wished him luck. Our hero knew that the criminal was definitely here somewhere. He just had to interrogate each one in turn. The guy decided to start with the rope. He just arrived and asked if his name was. Joo-hyun told him to stop fooling around and sit down, after which he asked if he had spread the novel or not. Kanat began to say something inaudibly, but having asked whether he or not he distributed the novel among the relics again, there was no doubt left. At that moment, Anubis came up and said that the rope boasted to everyone that its owner was an excellent writer. Once again, the guy asked if he distributed the book to show off. Kanat immediately began to say that it was not him. They all gathered and looked at what the owner wrote, but he honestly did not distribute it. Joo-hyun immediately realized that the culprit was someone else. Yoo-jae-ha at that moment asked the boss to eat the chicken before it got cold. The guy said she would wait. Our hero asked his subordinate if all the relics were in his room. The guy said that was true, but he hasn't restored everyone yet. Joo-hyun told him it didn't matter. Realizing that the rope was too innocent to pull off such a thing, the guy wanted to find out who could have done it. Suddenly, on the other side, the screams of the relic began to be heard, which said that they had billions in profit. The guy caught them red-handed. At that moment, the owner entered the room and all the relics suddenly fell silent. There was deathly silence there. A moment later, they ran in different directions, saying that it was time to run. Joo-hyun told them to stand still and not move. Taking a look at the relics, our hero told them to gather in a row before he did anything. Feeling the power of dominance, the relics decided not to argue. The guy asked if they did something with his novel. The relics began to whisper among themselves and try to understand how the owner knew this. Our hero told Yoo-jae-ha, who entered the room, that he was looking for the one who distributed his novel without permission. The guy, not hearing the answer, immediately shouted and asked who was in charge and whose idea it was. All the guys silently turned around and stared at the Shufu relic, which stood to the side. He immediately told all the relics that they were traitors. Juhyun asked the worm if it was really him. The relic screamed in bewilderment and said that it was her. So what? Our hero stepped on him and asked why he is so confident in himself while committing a crime. And in general, why is he here if he should be by the tree? The worm, meanwhile, asked what this mortal was even talking about if he forced him to work and did not pay him. Having said that this is illegal, our hero told the worm that he is mercantile. The worm said he had to do this to earn money because his master didn't pay him. He worked 2 jobs on 2. Juhyun told the worms to calm down, because the fact that he has 2 jobs does not justify his crime. He asked the relic why she was distributing someone else's novel. Anyway, the guy attacked the worm and demanded all the money he earned. Looking at the other relics, the guy said that if they were his accomplices, then should he extract money from them? The guys screamed in horror that they had no money. All the relics turned their backs on the worm, saying that he should give up all the relics because things had already gone too far. Then the Shufu relic still realized that there would be no other choice, so she succumbed to the guy's words, but told the relics that she would remember this. In a moment, the entire room was filled with money that had been earned through the affair. Our hero, in bewilderment, asked how much the novel was sold for, but the relic assured him that she was just lucky. While going through all the money, the guy noticed a strange thing that emanated an aura. Juhyun asked the worm what it was. The relic, in bewilderment, began to ask where it came from and who paid for it. Our hero once again questioned the relic, asking what it was. Also, once again, the relic said that it was nothing special, and our hero became incredibly angry at the worm. Having received a hit on the head, the worm nevertheless admitted that this was the core of the relic. It can be taken from a destroyed relic. Our hero asked again in surprise. Shufu said that it is something like their soul, that is, it is like giving your life to someone. At that moment, the relics attacked the worm in unison, asking why he was telling all their secrets. Juhyun said that it was quite interesting and he didn't know that relics had something like that. It was worth studying this thing in more detail. It took them a long time to clean up the money he knocked out of the worm. But after all, it was worth admitting that Shufu knew how to do business. The next day, the guys had already finished all their business in Kyoto, and now they were going to return to their hometown. However, what they saw from the outside was rarely seen. Dozens of thieves stood under the windows and asked to listen to their proposals. Now it turned out that among the fans there were not only girls but also men. Journalists asked what relic he used. The guy told them that he didn't use them at all. Judging by all the tomb robber teams, the guy assumed that there was a rumor that he took the Nero relic, which means that there were witnesses. Juhyun said few people have been reported dead or missing. Yujae-ha asked in confusion. Surely there had to be a lot. Our hero said that when he took the relic, the tomb disappeared. It turns out that there was not even a way out of it because it was not cleared. They had to return to the entrance, but those untrained teams would have a hard time. Juhyun realized that the guys survived and spread the rumor, and Julian Miller was 100% involved in this. Since he was with those people, he probably helped them escape, and soon after that he started a rumor. In any case, all this was already starting to irritate since the guy was constantly receiving notifications. And looking at the street and seeing all these people, it was logical that at this rate they wouldn't even get to the airport. At this point, Yujae-ha said more that he had an idea. Our hero immediately asked what it was. The guy said that they could make a fake and sell one of the 7 great relics and spread a rumor about it. Juhyun reminded that his fakes disappear over time. The guy said that this time they will make another one. He suggested copying the appearance of the relic and then inserting the core of the relic inside. If you only copy the power, the fake will quickly disappear, but it will last longer if you copy only the appearance. But what if you insert the core? Juhyun, understanding what the guy was talking about, said that they would definitely attract attention if they sold the relic. But this way, they would waste the core of the relic. The guy said that it would always be possible to get another one by destroying another relic, and they all tensed up at that moment. Before starting work, Yujae-ha asked his boss if he would have some kind of incentive if everything worked out, as the author of the idea. Our hero said that he would definitely do something, and the guy immediately ran, saying that he would start right now. This was expected from the past king of shenanigans. After some time, Yujae-ha asked where they would sell. Another option was to make a post about them selling the relic. Our hero asked where he was going to post this, to which the guy told him that it could be done on the Pandora Relics forum. All the owners of the relic are sitting there. Didn't Juhyun know about this? Juhyun said that he knew about the existence, but did not know that it was open. Our hero, looking at the appearance of the forum, assumed that Pandora had invested a lot of money there. He understood that this was another way to monopolize information, but he would use it against them. Yu Jae-ha asked the boss what to write in the title. Most likely a lot of diggers will see this post, so you need to think through everything to the smallest detail. Our hero took a breath and moved Yu Jae-ha from his seat and said that now Daddy will show him how it's done. He immediately started writing the title, urgently selling a relic from a Kyoto tomb. Yu Jae-ha, in bewilderment, told him that they don't sell game items. Ju-hyun told his friend that the more indifferent the post, the better it will be for them. It was logical. The guy said that if they don't sell it, they won't lose anything. So let them figure it out themselves. This is the kind of thought that should have been put into the message. Our hero added to the description that this is supposedly a relic of Julius Caesar. The subordinate immediately said that it was not her, but our hero replied that no one knew about her and that they would confuse everyone. A moment later, the post was posted, so now it was time to prepare a fake. After a couple of hours, Yu Jae-ha ran to the boss showing a laptop on which there was a Pandora website, which was turned off due to a large flow of people. As a result, the request began to grow. Calls and letters did not stop, and their post on the forum was even reported in the news. They made so much noise that they had to give more information. Trading will continue at auction, which will take place this month. As soon as they arrived in Los Angeles, Yu Jae-ha began making a high-quality fake Nero relic while our hero looked for a place to hold an auction. After some time, the day of the auction finally arrived. There were more than enough people. The funny thing was that there were an incredible number of people at the auction, but the room was incredibly small. In addition, all the guests did not understand where Ju-hyun and the relic were, because it was time to start. Yu Jae-ha also told the boss that they were late. Shouldn't they go? Our hero told him that they were already coming. The guy said that he would be holding an auction, and Yu Jae-ha should stand on the street and collect entry fees. And also, it was better not to let in unwanted guests. Then, thinking about it, our hero told the guy that most likely he couldn't handle it alone. Apparently, Seol-ah was also here in Yu Jae-ha terms. Then this is the girl from the Chinese group. Ju-hyun said he was tracking her with a bug. In general, even looking at people, one could understand that they were not particularly patient. The main thing is that the auction goes smoothly. Yu Jae-ha was motivated, so he told the boss to rely on him. The guy must do everything to get his reward. Just at that moment, our hero approached the people and asked if everyone who wanted to was gathered here. All the people in bewilderment said that Ju-hyun should not be late because he is the organizer. Our hero asked them to calm down, saying that they would come in soon. He then named the entrance fee, which was 1 relic per person. Then he told them the main thing, 1 per person, not per company. It doesn't matter how many people they brought here. Austin Rockefeller, in bewilderment, began shouting that he just wanted to get free relics from them. Our hero smiled and said that he did not think to meet him here. Ju-hyun said that as they know, the auction house has a limited number of seats, and if they raise the entrance fee, it will have a bad effect on those who do not have the means. Our hero told the maddened herd to pay his partner with the relics, while he went and prepared the auction. As we were leaving, our hero reminded them that there were only a few places, so you should choose your relics carefully as an entrance fee. People asked in bewilderment what he was talking about. This was a robbery in broad daylight. Yu Jae-ha thought it was a success. People didn't come in, but were already incredibly angry. The guy asked everyone to calm down, saying that no matter what class the relic is, one of the people is enough. People immediately began to say that the better ones would have an advantage. At this moment, one of the people shouted, saying that the one who was faster would have an advantage, so he immediately began to pull his relic. Dozens of people began to literally throw their relics at the guy, asking him to let him in. He asked everyone to stand in line. As a result, renting a small space was a great idea. Auction participants competed with each other. Thanks to their competition, many of them gave away top-class relics. After a while, people came inside, and our hero was already waiting for them, saying that he was glad to see real buyers. He then turned around and asked to be allowed to show the item. Relic of Caesar! Dozens of people gathered around this relic, which emitted a divine aura. Laurel wreath. It was amazing, that's what people's eyes said. People immediately started screaming, asking to start the auction, but our hero asked to wait until everyone went inside. Meanwhile, Yu Jae-ha took the last relic and accordingly gave away the last place. A moment later, the guy said that from now on the reception point is closing, there are no more places. Yu Jae-ha was glad that everyone was leaving quietly and there was no riot. The auction will start without any problems. The guy asked his subordinates how many relics they had collected. The guy said 3 boxes were completely full. Yu-jae-ha, taking one of them, said that since he had collected so much, he would receive a bunch of rewards. At that moment, someone called out to the guy, and Yu-jae-ha turned around in bewilderment. As it turned out, it was Julian Miller. The guy said that he didn't even think that he would appear here. What brought him here? Julian Miller decided to speak directly. He knows they are trying to sell a fake, but he wanted to understand what they were up to. Yu-jae-ha was certainly perplexed by these words, and therefore did not know what he said. Have they really been caught? Although, thanks to the boss, the guy knew that Julian Miller had a relic of insight. Our hero then told him that thanks to the core of the relic and its copy, the guy could not be fooled. Yu-jae-ha decided to act like a fool for now, and therefore told the guests that it was a real relic. Julian Miller asked to stop lying to him because they will not deceive him. He paid the entrance fee, went inside, and saw everything with his own eyes. The guy was sure that it was a fake, but he wanted to know why they were doing it. Julian Miller added that he used to be wary of them because they have unusual abilities, but it turns out they are just scammers selling counterfeits. Yu-jae-ha didn't know what to say in response to these claims, so he stood his ground, asking why he was trying to fool them. Does he want to lower the price? The guy sighed heavily and asked to be allowed to open everyone's eyes to the truth. Julian Miller headed into the hall again. He was definitely going to create chaos inside, but why was he doing this? Either way, it's worth stopping him. Yu-jae-ha decided to play, putting everything on the line. He called the guy and said that he would tell him everything. The guy, perplexed, asked what he was going to tell him. Yu-jae-ha replied that it was true. The relic is indeed a fake, but they had no choice. They had to put up a fake. They were going to give the real relic to the auction winner. The guy understood that he had to weave something to Julian Miller. If only he would stop. He must under no circumstances interrupt the auction. Julian Miller said his boss didn't talk like she was real. Yu-jae-ha again didn't know what to say, which means the guy immediately went inside. Yu-jae-ha began to say that he could give him top-secret information, but he should not tell the truth. The guy said he wasn't interested and went inside. Meanwhile, an auction was being held in the hall. At that time, people were already offering millions of dollars. At some point, someone from the entrance told everyone to shut up. People were frightened by the noise and fell silent. It was Julian Miller who asked to stop trading, because he had something to tell people. Our hero understood that if this freak appeared here, then they might have a little problem. The guy also noticed that Yu-jae-ha ran inside and tried to pull the guy out. This meant that they definitely had problems. Realizing that the guy shouldn't disrupt the auction, Ju-hyun ordered a rope to tie up their intruder. Yu-jae-ha asked the guy to stop, saying that he would explain everything. Julian Miller did not want to listen to him, saying that they want to deceive people. At that moment, the guy screamed. He asked people to listen to him, the relic they are all bargaining for. Suddenly, his mouth was closed by a rope and prevented him from saying anything. A moment later, Julian Miller, tied up, lay on the ground, and the rope asked him why he was interrupting his master. Ju-hyun laughed and said that no matter how much people wanted this relic, it was too much. The guy decided to be honest about the fact that he and Mr. Julian had already had conflicts. One day, he forced them to sell him a relic. Our hero said that he understands Mr. Miller, but still people came here for fair trades, so it would be better for him to leave here. After this incident, the auction went smoothly. The price for a fake relic has risen to $8 million. But then, suddenly, the unexpected happened. A woman raised her hand and asked if she had something to offer. She said that she wanted to pay for this relic not with money, but with an SS rank relic. People asked in bewilderment what she was carrying, to which the girl asked what was wrong. Because the organizers accepted relics as an entrance fee, which means they were more interested in relics. Despite the riot of the people, our hero said that he would accept her offer. But even so, one SS rank relic would not be enough. A moment later, dozens of people began offering not only money, but also relics. What a wonderful sight. At the end of the auction, the fake relic went to the Princess of Monaco, Sophia, and it was she who offered to trade the relics. The girl was incredibly happy that she won, but someone in the crowd said in bewilderment that it was stupid. Austin Rockefeller said that he had literally the same bet as her. Did he really give her the relic just because he had feelings for the princess? Our hero asked the envious people to shut up. The princess will pay $2 million, 1 SS grade, 2 S grade, 3 A grade, and 10 B grade relics. Our hero was not going to turn his attention to Austin Rockefeller, that stupid spy from Pandora. In general, Ju-hyun knew how to deal with the relic, and the auction was successful. Actions are transferred to the closet. There lay Julian Miller tied up. The guy said that he didn't know what could be done about this problem. Our hero asked his subordinate how it happened that the guy got here. Yu Jae-ha replied that he came to participate in the auction. He even paid for the entrance. As a result, a problem arose. The guy noticed that it was a fake as soon as he walked in and saw it. Ju-hyun said that they won't fool this monster even with improved fakes. Our hero ordered the rope to untie their guest's mouth, and he immediately asked in bewilderment why Ju-hyun was deceiving everyone. Does he think he can get away with it? The guy told him that if he remained silent, then everything would be fine. Julian Miller asked him not to make fun of him, because as soon as he gets out, he will tell everyone the truth. Our hero asked him, for the sake of God, to calm down. The princess took the relic from the auction, so problems may arise if rumors spread. Julian Miller told them that if they were so afraid, then they shouldn't have started all this, but he was not going to cooperate with them. Ju-hyun sighed, but still understood that he would not make concessions, because he was stubborn as a sheep. What should they do? At that moment, our hero felt someone's presence. Looking at the ventilation, he noticed a soul relic. As soon as she realized that she'd been noticed, she began to run away. Our hero ordered to catch her. Ju-hyun ran out after her, but to his disappointment, she was no longer in the corridor. Returning to the room, Ju-hyun told his friend that most likely their conversation was overheard. Yu Jae-ha, perplexed, asked what they should do now. Julian Miller, meanwhile, was jubilant, saying that this was what they needed. Thanks to the fact that someone else knows the truth, they will soon be caught. Ju-hyun told his subordinate that, as that freak had already said, they could really be found soon. After a moment of thought, the guy said that they had not lost yet. They just needed to secure an escape route. Our hero said that they would retreat, and Julian Miller would take the brunt of the attack. Yu Jae-ha asked in bewilderment how they were going to do this, to which the guy told him that they would make Julian an accomplice. Meanwhile, Sophia couldn't get enough of her new acquisition. The cashier also congratulated her on her successful purchase. After some time, the girl told the princess that they had received payment, so now she can take the relic. The happy girl handed her over to an assistant and asked her to be careful. She knew for sure that with this relic, she would become an influential relic owner, and that famous Pandora would finally pay attention to her. At that moment, the girl was called out, no matter how strange it may be, by Seola. She told the princess that this relic was a fake. Sophia didn't immediately understand what these strangers were talking about, so she asked again. One of Seola's assistants said that the relic she just traded for is actually just a fake. The princess, as soon as she heard these words, could not believe her words. As soon as the girl approached Sophia, she said that she could prove it, after which she asked the girl to get the relic. The princess immediately asked why she should trust the people who came to tell her this. Seola pointed at the people and said that there are many witnesses here, then why should she lie? Taking out her new relic, she decided to trust them. But then she added that it was better not to joke with her. At this point, Seola asked her to hold the relic with one hand and preferably tightly. A moment later, the girl tore this relic into 2 parts. The princess screamed in bewilderment and asked what she was doing. Seola told her that this dagger was just a B-grade relic, and what grade was Caesar's relic? The girl said in surprise that it was an S-class relic. Seola at the same moment told her that high-quality relics can never be cut into low-grade ones. The princess immediately screamed in incredible shock, asking if her relic was broken because it wasn't even B-grade. Seola told everyone that this is exactly the case. They were all deceived even when they paid for the entrance with relics. The girl added that the auction organizers were probably still inside the building, so it was better to seal the building and find them. A moment later, an angry crowd of people ran inside in the hope of finding our hero and tearing him to pieces. The girl was glad that she was able to provoke people towards him. Now he definitely won't be able to escape from so many people. She knew that in this way, Seola would put him behind bars, and she would take the relic of the 7 great tombs. Our hero, meanwhile, told Yu Jae-ha that people already know about the fake. How long will he be there for? The guy replied that he was almost finished. Ju-hyun hurried him. We need to get out of here before those fools get angry and get even stronger. Seola, meanwhile, searched for the real relic of the 7 great tombs, but could not sense it. Apparently, the guys hid it well. Suddenly, somewhere nearby, screams of people began to be heard, saying that it was Ju-hyun. Meanwhile, it really was him. He went out to the people and asked if they were looking for him. People in bewilderment began to ask whether they were really selling a fake and why he deceived them, even after taking their relics. Our hero began to tell people that all this was true. They actually saw a fake inside. People started asking for their relics back, and Seola tried to understand why he was acting out this scene. Ju-hyun asked the audience to calm down. They will explain everything right now. The guy asked Yujeha to show them. Suddenly, the guy lifted his jacket. There was a visible scar on his stomach. People tried to understand how Yujeha was even alive after this. The guy began to say that initially they did not want to sell the relic. Why would they sell what they worked so hard to get? As a result, they began to receive calls and blackmail. People on the phone demanded that they give up the relic from the Kyoto tomb. They initially did not pay attention to this. Many people wanted to buy the relic. Everyone was talking about it. But then they stabbed him. Doctors saved the guy's life at the last moment. Literally a second that day. And he might not have been here. Handing over the document, he said that this was a doctor's report. Looking at the faces of the people, he asked them if this was horror. They decided to open an auction, considering that it was dangerous to keep the relic. Juhyun also added that they were going to catch the culprit at their auction. They decided that since the culprit was obsessed with this relic, he would probably show up here. At that moment, the Princess of Monaco asked in bewilderment why they sold the fake to her, because she was not a criminal and, moreover, could become the next victim of that maniac. The girl asked if she had been used, to which our hero answered with a sad look that yes. They thought that since she was under guard all the time, there shouldn't be any problems. The guy said that they were going to explain themselves and give her the original relic as soon as they caught the culprit. But, still, the auction turned out to be normal. In such conditions, they would not have been able to catch the culprit in any way. So he decided that he would give the real relic to her right then and there. People were perplexed and said that the guy was not lying about the campaign. Our hero thought to himself that, of course, he was lying. Whether it was a wound on his stomach or a piece of paper from the hospital, Yujeha drew it all with his relic. Just at that moment, he was supposed to run out. Julian Miller allegedly ran out of the building on time and asked if the winning bidder was still there. As soon as the guy ran up, our hero told him that he didn't have to start. He's already told you everything. The guy apologized to Julian Miller and said that he really should have shed light on the truth earlier. At this moment, Juhyun decided to solemnly present the relic to the princess. He reached into his windbreaker pocket. Suddenly, the guy, in bewilderment, began to feel all over himself and say that this simply cannot be. Our hero screamed, saying that the relic was missing, but it was here! Seola stood in bewilderment and did not understand what was happening. Meanwhile, the guards ordered all exits to be blocked. Although the girl knew a different story, she understood from his face that he had really lost the relic. Juhyun told all visitors to stay put and not move, because the relic of the 7 great tombs had been stolen. Julian Miller, in bewilderment, asked the guy what it meant if the relic was missing. Our hero turned to him and said that this is exactly what it means. The guy told Juhyun that he would help them find the relic thanks to his ability. Our hero smiled and thanked the guy for providing them with such help. As soon as Julian Miller began searching for the relic, he made an incredible discovery. She was wearing his jacket. The guy was at a loss. Why does he have it? He immediately glanced at Juhyun, letting him know that he had found her. Just at the same moment, security guards ran up to the guy and began to search him. Seong-woo asked the guy not to resist, and Julian Miller asked him to listen. As it turned out, in the closet, the guy thought that he himself had freed himself from the rope, but it was he who ordered him to untie himself when necessary. He then asked the Nero relic to hide its presence and stick to Julian Miller. The guy simply would not have noticed her if he had not used the Juge Liang relic, but now he uses it quite rarely due to lack of stamina. Suddenly, one of the guards shouted, saying that this young man really had the relic. Sophia at this point turned to Seola and asked if she could borrow the dagger for a moment. After that, she approached the relic, swung at it, and hit it with all her might. Her dagger broke and Emperor Nero said it was stupid. He ordered everyone to kneel in front of him. She immediately looked at Julian Miller, saying that he was a criminal because the relic was real. Juhyun shouted in confusion, asking if he was really blackmailing them. They should have guessed it even when he burst into the auction. The guy asked if he stabbed his partner in the stomach. Julian Miller asked to stop talking nonsense, saying that this is all part of his plan. The guy, of course, was extremely dissatisfied, but since he had already thrown the bait, none of the people believed him. Our hero literally set Julian Miller up, and now they won't see each other soon, but what can I say? See you soon. This is how their auction scam ended. Julian was picked up by the police for alleged theft of relics and blackmail. In general, his word will now have little effect on the further development of events, but that's what he needs. He's nothing but problems. Their whole operation went wrong because of this idiot. In order to resolve the situation, they had to give the Nero relic to Princess Sophia. All auction participants went home, and after some time they also returned to the New York penthouse. Already before the entrance, Seung-woo and the other guys asked in bewilderment where their boss got so much money and relics. The guy said that of course he earned them. Where else? One of the guys said that the boss seemed to have won the lottery. Our hero said that this is true, but it would be better if they brought the relic to Nero. And whose fault is it that they gave it away? Meanwhile, Yoo Jae-ha, standing in the plank, said that it was his fault. Joo-hyun told the guy to do 100 push-ups. While inhaling, he said, "I have to," and as he exhaled, "do my job." Our hero asked if he had stopped that idiot, would they be sitting here? The guy began to do as the boss told him, and Joo-hyun looked at the relics he received, saying that they received useful ones. Suddenly, the guy heard an incomprehensible knock on the window. As soon as he turned around, he noticed that there was Nero on the other side, who said that he had returned. Letting him inside, our hero asked why he returned so quickly. Nero said he has unfinished business. They should have a literary competition. At this moment, Yoo Jae-ha, who was doing push-ups, jumped up in bewilderment and asked what the Nero relic was doing here. Our hero said that the emperor ran away from the Princess of Monaco because they had not yet held a literary competition. Of course, they are not responsible for the fact that she lost the relic after they handed it over. The guy asked if they really just pretended to give away the relic. Our hero looked at him in surprise and said that giving away such a powerful relic was crazy. Yoo Jae-ha then asked why the boss was punishing him. He replied that the guy screwed up anyway. At this point, Emperor Nero asked them to stop chatting and finally pay attention to him, and also start the competition. After all, he had already fulfilled too many of the man's requests, so he was interested in the question of how long he still had to wait. Joo-hyun sighed and said that everything needs to be done quickly. Nero was surprised that they would start now. Our hero asked what he was talking about. Holding a competition here is definitely not an option. Relic asked why that was. Joo-hyun knew that if they started the competition, it would cause a ruckus, and when he summoned his palace, he would burn the entire area down again. It was impossible to hold the competition near the house, so the guy began to look for a more suitable place. After some time, our hero finally found a place where they should not harm people, although it is very far away. Meanwhile, in Monaco, in the princess's palace, there was a fire that was already being extinguished. After some time, the butler came into her room and said that they had put out the fire in the palace. The girl immediately said that this was an incredible relief for her. The man then added that the fire had spread to the casino park, but they should be extinguished soon. Sophia told them to do everything in their power. The guy said that he was listening, and then she asked if they had found the relic. The man said that he would go look for her right away. The princess was angry that she had given away a lot of money and relics, and this relic of the 7 great tombs was acting so brazenly. Remembering another incident on the plane, when the girl was flying home and touched her, Nero asked how she dared to touch him. The girl, of course, told the relic that she was his owner, so he should calm down. Emperor Nero lashed out at her and said that she was just a pathetic person. As a result, he attacked Sophia with fire. She managed to pull herself together and was able to stuff him into her suitcase, but he tore the bag and ran away. The girl could not understand how to tame this stupid relic. Is he really going to set everything on fire every day? At this moment, Seola approached the princess. The girl immediately asked if they had learned anything. The girl assumed that they had found it. Seola told the princess that they had indeed found where the relic was, but it was in a rather strange place. She's somewhere in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. Sophia asked again in bewilderment, and Seola added that most likely the relic was heading to Hawaii. The princess asked if there was something attractive about relics in Hawaii. Seola said that she wasn't too sure about that. Relics in general don't usually cross an entire ocean alone, so she doesn't know how to comment and interpret this information. The princess told them that no matter how they interpreted it, her relic was definitely there, so they better get ready for Hawaii. She is not going to let go of her relic. Meanwhile, our guys were in Hawaii and enjoyed the views of the islands. Yoo Jae-ha said that it would be great to come here on vacation, to which our hero replied that he would probably cry when he found out that this place would be destroyed. The guy in bewilderment asked why this had to happen, to which Joo-hyun told him that he was going to hold a competition with Nero here. When the competition begins, he will call his palace, just like in Kyoto. Yoo Jae-ha asked if there would be a tomb here. Our hero said that it was true and they came all this way so that people would not get hurt. Yoo Jae-ha then asked what about the people who live here. Joo-hyun smiled and said that this is where Chairman Kwon Tae-jun's villa is located, so normal people will definitely not be harmed. When the tomb appears, the chairman's luxurious villa will collapse. Considering that this is the old man's house, he expects a quick response. The action moves to the island of Kauai, to the TKBM villa. The guards talked to each other and asked if they would go for coffee after work. Unexpectedly, they both noticed something strange. Right now, an incomprehensible relic was giving out a lot of money. The guards, in bewilderment, asked the people who were there what they forgot here, because they were service personnel. The guys said it doesn't matter, it's free money. They suggested that they come over and collect some. Of course, the guards, without thinking twice, rushed into the crowd to collect some money. Once a bunch of people had gathered, the rope began to move away little by little and told them to follow it. At that moment, our hero received a call from a number with good news that they had recruited a large bunch of villa employees. Joo-hyun told the guys that he was already inside the pitchfork, and it seemed like there was no one on guard. The guy ordered to leave everything to the relics and go to him, and he would send his location. Our hero, as soon as he finished the call, turned to Yoo-jae-ha and asked how much longer he had. The guy said he was almost done. In this case, Joo-hyun decided that it was time to start. Nero immediately felt the large space, the beautiful forests. This is the ideal place for his palace. The emperor then said that they had not thought through one detail. There is no audience or judges here at all. Our hero asked him not to worry because they invited the audience. Nero asked if this was true. Joo-hyun responded positively and asked to keep quiet and finally start the competition. Within a moment, he began to act. Literally a few seconds later, a palace began to appear from under the ground where the guys were. Yoo-jae-ha, looking around, was perplexed that the tomb really appeared here. A moment later, Emperor Nero himself appeared, saying that the stage was ready. He asked to praise the king's creativity and bow to him. Our hero told the emperor that this was a great scene, and now we can let the audience in. The spectators were dozens of relics who were in anticipation of a grandiose event. Yoo-jae-ha, in bewilderment, asked the boss where there were so many relics. Joo-hyun said it was all thanks to the worm. He has connections. The relics certainly still could not believe that some little man wrote a secret housekeeper. He's 100% lucky. Yoo-jae-ha told the boss that, apparently, only his haters gathered here. The guy said they at least filled the seats. Emperor Nero said that the audience was absolutely wonderful. He likes this kind of audience. After that, he looked at our hero and said that it was time to start a literary competition. The action moves to the office of Chairman Kwon Tae-jun, who, not expecting anything terrible, sat and worked with papers. At that moment, Yoon Si-woo ran into his office, saying that an incredible disaster had occurred. The man asked what happened. The guy said that a Roman relic appeared on the site of the chairman's villa in Hawaii, and accordingly, the entire site became a tomb. Kwon Tae-jun immediately asked the assistant what the damage was. The guy said that most likely there were no human casualties there. The worst thing for Mr. Kwon would probably be something else. $70 million worth of works in his father's gallery burned down. He then went on to say that farms and businesses have suffered enormous damage. In total, approximately $200 million in property damage is the minimum. Yoon Si-woo finally added that they haven't counted everything yet. Kwon Tae-jun was incredibly upset. Then the guy opened his mouth again to say something, and the man screamed in bewilderment and asked if he hadn't finished yet. Yoon Si-woo said that they received a message from the Royal House of Monaco. They want to stop exchanging new products in the second half of the quarter. The man immediately jumped up and asked what was wrong with their goods. Are they broken? Yoon Si-woo immediately said that this never happened. Kwon Tae-jun continued to ask what was the reason then. The guy said that he really had no idea, but he contacted the royal house. Taking the phone, the man greeted the interlocutor. Sophia at that moment told him that they had not communicated for a long time. Kwon Tae-jun asked his subordinate in bewilderment if this was the Princess of Monaco. The guy embarrassedly confirmed his words. The man asked how he could help. The girl said that she would ask just a few questions, and if they lied even once, they would never set foot in Monaco again. The princess said that most likely they know that she acquired the relic of Julius Caesar. The man said he heard about it. The girl said that she bought it at an auction, and she had to give a lot for it, but there was one but. At this moment, the princess asked what her relic had been forgotten in Hawaii at the chairman's villa. The man immediately said in bewilderment that it turns out they turned his villa into... But Sophia immediately said that she didn't care what happened to his villa. Based on the man's answer, the princess decided that they would still admit that the relic was there, but then she was interested in why they stole it. The man began to whisper and be indignant. Why does she suspect him? He absolutely does not understand this stupid... Yoon Si-woo immediately shouted that she could hear them. Kwon Tae-jun, after a couple of seconds of pause, said that he understood the princess, but he wanted to clarify something. The man said that it was not him, and he himself was wondering why his villa was destroyed. He tried to explain to the girl that in this situation he was as much a victim as she was. She asked if he would mind if she went there and looked. Then, after a couple of seconds of silence, the princess said she was on her way. She just decided to call him and tell him because it was rude to give him no warning. After a moment, she said goodbye and ended the call. There was gloomy silence in the chairman's office. And finally, he started yelling at his assistant, asking what the villa staff were doing. Yoon Si-woo said that there is a rope and a worm throwing money around. He then added that all this happened just when the employees abandoned their posts and ran to collect the bills. Yoon Si-woo, looking at the perplexed boss, said that he also has no idea how this happened. The man, having seen the posts on social networks, decided that those people were intentionally attracting attention. Suddenly, Kwon Tae-jun shouted and said that it was definitely them. Yoon Si-woo asked again in bewilderment. The man told his subordinate that those who took the relic of one of the 7 great tombs in Kyoto, the ones who gave it to the princess, are Ju Haeon. The guy asked if it was him again. Kwon Tae-jun asked him to think about it. This freak stole one of the relics of the 7 great tombs, and now he is completely destroying his villa. The man immediately told his subordinate to prepare the plane because they were flying to Hawaii right now. Meanwhile, Sung-woo and the others followed the rope and asked if he was sure they weren't lost. Relic was sure they were close. Entering the room, the guys noticed a huge number of relics, as well as all the noise that was inside. Emperor Nero said that he had been waiting for this moment for an incredibly long time. The moment Ju-hyun regrets hurting him and admits that the Emperor is better than him. Our hero interrupted the Emperor in bewilderment and asked how and when he managed to hurt his feelings. She told you that because of him he was unable to show his brilliant talent and his novel sold only 1 copy. This is all because he wrote and published his first. Ju-hyun said that it's really all because one stupid worm does whatever he wants. The guy then said that Nero sold at least 1 copy anyway. Or did he buy it himself? The Emperor shouted, saying that this was outrageous. Ju-hyun realized that he really did it, and it was incredibly sad. The Emperor said that he was the victim here. At this moment, the relic spectators asked in bewilderment what Nero was talking about. Somebody knows? Suddenly, one of the relics said that he knows. The book was called God of Art Nero. The Emperor was shocked that someone had read his book. But at that moment, others said that they understood what they were talking about and added that this was the strangest thing they had seen. Emperor Nero was incredibly upset by such offensive words. He told the relics to shut up. He ordered all relics to obey. He called all of them to be judges. They will judge them and say that he won this competition. As our hero expected, the Emperor is indeed strong. Even though he acts stupid, we must not forget that he is a relic of one of the 7 great tombs. From the very beginning, the fight with him was unfair. Meanwhile, the relics asked in bewilderment to stop because they were about to burn. Nero told them all to shut up because it was only their fault that they did not recognize him. Ju-hyun, meanwhile, was thinking about how he could win. He understood that even if they fought, he would never win. What if in this case we force him to surrender? Our hero called the Emperor and asked him to stop whining and start the competition. This is what they came here for, right? The guy looked at the relic and invited him to show their audience the novel he wrote. This is the only way I can honestly compare them. Nero, perplexed, asked why he should show it. Ju-hyun replied that he had already read his novel. Then it turns out that he should also become familiar with his work. At this moment, all the relics in the hall began to laugh, saying that ordinary people could not read their language. They understand them, but people do not. Nero also laughed and said that they are right, because people cannot read the higher relic language, or does he want to get a translation of the novel? Ju-hyun told him to shut up and silently give him the novel. The Emperor moved his hands to the sides and decided to let him read his novel. He gave him a written novel and asked him to read it thoroughly. And if our hero could read at least 1 line, he would bend his knee. Our hero smiled and asked if he really wanted to make him such a reckless promise. Taking the novel in his hands, the guy began to read. Today I saw a carp in the river. I went into town and everyone was looking at me. And so on. Ju Haeon, judging by these lines, assumed that Nero wrote about the times of his reign. The Emperor was in incredible shock and did not understand how he did it. All the relics who watched the competition were no less horrified because the man could read their language. This is a catastrophe! Ju-hyun, looking into Nero's eyes, told him to get down on his knees because he ran around to do it if he read at least 1 line. Our hero decided that since he didn't want to, the guy would force him to kneel otherwise. Approaching the Emperor, he reminded that they were going to hold a competition. Ju-hyun suggested talking about literature rather than reading it. There was only one detail. He had never seen anything like this in his life. He asked if Nero had written before. These words touched Emperor Nero to the core and broke his heart. Judging by the reaction, Ju Hyun's plan worked. Nero was bad at art, but no one talked about it. Who dares to say a word against the Emperor of Rome? He had only heard praise, and since this relic had such a history, he would not be immune to harsh criticism. Our hero reminded him of the lines that he had read and asked what next. What did he mean by this? His dog could have written it better, so it's better to throw the novel in the trash. Suddenly, the guy took out a pen and asked him to edit his text, of course, within the framework of the competition. Frustrated, Nero asked how he dared edit his text. Meanwhile, our hero had already changed his name. In his opinion, God of Art Nero was as stupid as possible. Relic asked what he was doing with his elaborate title. Ju Hyun has changed the name, and now his novel will be called Emperor of Agony. Nero, in bewilderment, wanted to ask if this was better than, but he didn't even have time to finish, because all the spectators immediately began to say that this was pretty good and much better than what was written. Our hero began to correct the sentence with carp, and now it sounded like, I saw the most beautiful woman in the whole world. All the relics immediately started saying that this sounded quite interesting. Nero didn't understand what was going on. The guy, meanwhile, changed the sentence when the emperor was looked at in the city, and now it sounded like, the city women saw him and followed him. All the relics began to cheer, saying that this guy definitely knows his stuff. Emperor Nero couldn't believe that Ju Hyun was making his audience feel so emotional. Yoo Jae-ha asked our hero if it would be better to correct the sentences so that they make sense. The guy said that it makes no difference because the most important thing is that readers like it. At this point, Nero became angry and told the relics that he would never forgive them for this. He told them to tell them that he was the best writer. Ju Hyun asked if the relic was only using its power because things didn't go the way he wanted. The guy tore up the novel written by the emperor and said that with such an approach he would never become a creator. At that moment he fell to his knees. Nero's heart is broken. Most likely he will never pick up a pen again. The emperor needed time to heal his spiritual wounds. Our hero just thought that time heals, and now we need to end it. Our hero told him that the emperor cannot stand criticism but still wants to be creative. This is too stupid. Approaching him, he added that in comparison with this, the fact that he did it was even nice. He handed him the letter and asked him to look at it. Nero's eyes suddenly changed from disappointment to horror. The emperor asked how he dared, and Yoo Jae-ha asked the boss what was going on. The guy smiled and said that on that sheet there was the most extensive collection of evil comments. Almost crying, Nero asked how people could say such terrible things to an artist. Our hero said that these are hateful comments, during which time the audience can be completely crazy. He couldn't ignore them, could he? Suddenly, under the cries of the emperor, something strange began to happen. All the fire went out. Raven said that Nero had lost the meaning of life, which means he admitted defeat. Ju Hyun decided at this point that it was now time to act. Approaching the relic, he asked to calmly obey him. Looking at him, the guy said that if he did as he said, he would give him a couple of writing lessons. This is much better than completely forgetting about creativity. Nero decided to accept the man's offer, but he had no other choice. A moment later, a new sign appeared on our hero's hand, which signified the concluded contract with Nero. Now the guy could destroy the morale of his enemies, and he could also use the absolute power ability and summon the Golden House, where everything would come true. Just as Ju Hyun picked up the relic, he noticed another notice. It was said that he received one of the 7 keys of majesty. The guy didn't understand what he was talking about, but apparently it meant the emperor. Do they really have it too? Be that as it may, it turns out that the relics of the 7 great tombs are not simple at all. At that moment, the relics realized that everything was over, which means now it's time for them to go home. At that moment, a net was put on all of them. All the relics screamed in bewilderment and asked what was happening and why they were trapped. Of course, it was our hero who caught them. The relics could not select and cut the network because it was too strong. They asked the man what he was doing because the competition was already over, and because of him, they could miss the new episode of the series. The guy told them that if they watched his show for free, then they would have to pay for it, and who told them that he would let them go home. The guys started saying that they paid for everything at the entrance and bought tickets from the cashiers. The guy told them it was a tax. The relics sighed heavily and said that they would pay. Our hero told them that he would take their bodies as a reward. They asked in bewilderment what the point was. They made this network even before the literary competition. Just when the guy dropped the challenge from Seong-woo, Yujeha was creating her. He ordered him to copy the rope several times and then tie the ropes tightly together so that the relic could not escape. At this moment, one of the relics was still able to break through, indicating that nothing could hold back its powers. Juhyun sighed heavily, saying that he just thought their plan was brilliant. The A-class relics would definitely not be able to escape, but unfortunately among them was an S-class relic that broke through. Our hero's subordinates began to tell him that all the relics would now run away. The guy himself understood this, so he began to act in his own way. He told all the assholes to stop. The relics at this moment could not walk and could not understand why the power of human dominance was so powerful. Our hero understood that he could not control all the relics alone. It was at this moment that he summoned all 3 Egyptian dogs, saying that he needed their powers. Anubis, as soon as he appeared, began to turn his head in bewilderment, trying to understand where he was. The relics noticed him immediately. In the same way, they noticed Set, and they also wondered why Osiris was in the form of a dog. He said he needed a mouth to eat. Anubis at that moment noticed that in the middle of the stage there was a huge pile of relics, and therefore he could not understand what the hell was happening here. Juhyun told the Egyptian gods that the relics would not listen to him, so they had to do something with them. They asked in bewilderment if he had called them just for this. Seth immediately lay down on the ground and said that he would not do this. Anubis asked in bewilderment where his dignity was. Our hero looked at Anubis and said that in this case he should figure it out himself. The relics did not understand why man gave orders to the Egyptian gods. Although he himself called them, did they really obey him? All the guys asked the commander of the troops and the division what happened. Anubis understood that if the relic found out that they were under human control, they would not wash themselves of shame. He immediately shouted at them, saying that the relics were all misunderstood. Juhyun, having heard the words about the commander of the troops and the division, realized that the relics turned out to have something like a status. One of the relics asked what was wrong then. How will they explain the fact that they are in a person? Seth immediately began to say that there was nothing to explain. They are controlled by this person. Anubis immediately told him to shut up. He then turned around and said that the 3 of them were only with the man because they were interested in his abilities. Anubis said that this guy is one of the few people who can satisfy the relics. They are watching it to see if it can be considered a cultural property. Looking at Seth, Anubis asked if he had gone too far, but Seth at that moment was incredibly angry. At this moment, the relics screamed, saying that they were not mistaken. Anubis also read the guy's novel. The guys immediately started saying that, in truth, they were all his fans here. They were afraid that they would get in trouble for liking a person's work. But once high-end relics have appreciated his work, they can openly share their thoughts. Juhyun was shocked to say the least. This was certainly getting strange, but all the relics told him that they would give their power so that the guy would become a cultural treasure. Thanks to Anubis, that incredible genius, our hero was able to acquire all the relics that said they would follow him. In a surprising way, his receipt of Nero ended, so having finished all his work, the guy closed the tomb. When the tomb disappeared, he saw what happened to Chairman Kwan's villa. It will certainly take a lot of time to restore it. Yujeha, looking at their work, said in horror that there were complete ruins here. Juhyun smiled and said that everything was basically as he wanted. Suddenly, a familiar voice behind them called out to them. Of course, it was Kwan Tae-jun who ran to our hero to deal with him. The man, as expected, saw Juhyun at the site of his destroyed villa. He wanted to know why he had annoyed him so much that the guy was taking such revenge on him. Our hero told him that it wasn't that he was taking revenge, it just happened that this place suited his requirements. Kwan Tae-jun was incredibly angry. He told the guy not to hope that he would get away with it. At the same moment, he ordered his employees to attack him. Juhyun laughed that the man even brought an excavation team. Yujeha told the boss that there are too many of them. What should they do? Our hero smiled and asked what this stupid question was. Obviously they will fight. Suddenly our hero noticed that one of them had Brutus's blade. This is the relic that was used to kill Caesar. She is capable of destroying high-class relics. The rest of the mercenary relics were also quite strong. Now the guy definitely won't be able to cope with them. Juhyun at that moment told his comrades that he had changed his mind. It's time to run. The guys, in bewilderment, told him that they were just about to fight. At this moment, the guys who were not going to let them go began to carry out their attack. Our hero miraculously dodged one of them. Yujeha, perplexed, asked the boss how he blocked this attack. The guy said he didn't do anything. Kwan Tae-jun, meanwhile, asked his subordinates how they missed. The guy said they were right on target. Suddenly, the relics that the guys were holding began to go crazy and ask if they knew who this person was. This is their future! He is a cultural treasure! Our hero watched with joy how chaos was happening in the Kwon Tae-jun team, thanks to the relics. The guy said that he doubted that the cultural heritage status of the relics would be useful, but it seems in vain. Either way, it's time for them to run. Suddenly, from the Van Gogh painting that Yoo Jae-ha had, the voices of the relics began to be heard, asking to be released for a second. The guy immediately told the boss that the relics who were watching their performance continued to make noise. Joo Hyun laughed and suggested that some of them belonged to the TKBM people. Yoo Jae-ha replied that it was even better for them. Our hero extended his hand with the painting, telling the relics that they could easily enter the painting because now he is their owner. Kwon Tae-jun shouted in bewilderment and asked his subordinates what they were doing with their relics. That's not why he gave it to them! The man understood that if the relics did not work, then he needed to use a weapon. He ordered to do everything to stop Joo Hyun. At this moment, all the soldiers under the influence of Kwon Tae-jun obeyed his orders and started shooting, but it was all to no avail. Unexpectedly for them, the shooting was interrupted by Princess Sophia, who had just arrived in Hawaii. Joo Hyun said that the girl came incredibly on time, and then asked the subordinate if he was finished yet. Yoo Jae-ha nodded and said everything was ready. At this moment, our hero called the chairman and told him to catch the gift. A moment later, the Nero relic flew into his hands. The guy spread his arms to the sides and told the man that he had fulfilled his part of the deal. Kwon Tae-jun asked in bewilderment what he was talking about. Our hero only told him that at this moment they would finish their common affairs. Kwon Tae-jun still didn't understand what was happening and asked what kind of business they were talking about. What deal? Meanwhile, Sophia, who heard all this, was incredibly angry. She asked if they really made a deal. The princess immediately went on the offensive, suggesting that she initially knew that Director Kwon wanted to steal her relic. The man began to say that she had understood everything wrong. Our hero and his guys, meanwhile, teleported, and Kwon Tae-jun told the guy not to run away. A moment later, he disappeared, and the man was left alone with the Princess of Monaco. Sophia asked not to try to avoid the conversation. She kept asking what kind of deal they made with him. Their quarrel lasted for a long time. The action moves to Holton's Hawaiian villa. They certainly had a busy day. Yoo Jae-ha asked the boss if he was okay. The guy laughed, saying that at least they escaped, but not very far because they only went to the neighboring island. But those fools won't even find them. At that moment, Irene Holton came up and told the guys that there were plenty of guards here, so they didn't have to worry. The girl told our hero that they had not seen each other for a long time, and then asked how their trip was. Joo Hyun said that it's just great, and if he rests, it will be great. Irene Holton laughed and said she got the hint. They can feel at home and also ask her if they need anything. At this moment, our hero stood up and said that he would try to concentrate. Yoo Jae-ha asked the boss what he was talking about. Having taken out the bug, the guy said that he would concentrate on wiretapping. The guy picked up the Nero bug. They won't throw away a real relic, so this is an ideal option for surveillance. But unfortunately, he has been listening to them for a long time, and nothing interesting is happening. On the other side, only Kwon Tae-jun was yelling at his people. However, something changed recently, or rather, when the chairman spoke to Princess Sophia. The man said that he really didn't make any deals with Joo Hyun because even the name makes him sick. He asked the girl to think about why he would destroy his villa in order to steal a couple of relics. Sophia thought about it and said that this makes some sense. The man screamed in bewilderment and said that he could tell her anything she wanted. The girl wanted to know why the man did not go to the auction. Was it because he planned to steal her? This is a relic of Julius Caesar. Everyone wanted it. The man said that this could indeed arouse suspicion from the outside, but the answer is simple. He knew that this relic was a fake. Kwon Tae-jun said that although it may seem real, it is not a Caesar relic. He asked the relic to tell her his name. Having heard no answer, the man said that he was simply sure that this was not a relic of Caesar. The girl asked why. At this point, he told Princess Sophia that perhaps they already had Caesar's relic. The princess wanted to ask him something, but the man asked her not to ask questions. Let this remain between them, because he wants to maintain relations with Monaco. Our hero immediately realized that he had learned something very important at that moment. Chairman Kwon has a relic of Caesar. This is the reason why he did not come to the auction, because he knew that the relic was a fake. Perhaps this is his greatest weapon of conquest, and this is it. Conquest and Caesar. These two words go together perfectly. A terrifying relic that forces any person to submit. He tried for so long to find out what this relic was. The fact that our hero so easily obtained such valuable information is a little alarming, but still it is a gigantic advantage to know what relic the enemy owns. Ju Hyun immediately promised director Kwon Tae-jun that the villa was just the beginning, which means he should get ready. Actions are postponed to the next day. It was a sunny and bright day. Just the thing for going for a swim? Well, of course not in the case of Yoo Jae-ha, who was obliged to sit and deal with the relics instead. Our hero told him that they didn't come here on paid vacation. The guy said he understood that, but still. Yoo Jae-ha said that the view here is beautiful and the weather is perfect. And also sometimes he thinks that Ju Hyun is actually 15 years older than he really is. The guy asked him to stop talking because he was distracting him. Yoo Jae-ha asked the boss what he was distracting him from, because all the work now lies with him. Our hero said that they received many new relics, so he writes down information about their properties. The more they collect relics, the more he knows what to do with them, so it wouldn't hurt to sort them out. He separates the useful relics from any trinkets suitable for explosions, and then they send the useful ones to Edward. Ju Hyun suggested that he could take some for himself if he could improve them, of course. Yoo Jae-ha immediately realized that this was even more of a headache. Our hero said that he was going to do all this anyway, but at that moment a strange relic fell into his hands, Bi-hyun's old pendant. The guy was surprised that he even had this. He then thought for a moment and asked if this could be Bi-hyun-ran from Chronicles of the Three Kingdoms. Bi-hyun-ran was born from the spirit of the ruler of Silla, King Jinji, and a commoner, Do Hwa. Their child could control spirits from birth. Having learned about this, the king asked him if there were spirits that could help the rulers, and the child immediately introduced a spirit named Gildal. Yes, that same Gildal, the relic of Seola. He was one of the many spirits that Bi-hyun called upon. That's why Gildal couldn't attack the guy then, all because he had in his hands a relic of his master. Of course, it rarely showed itself because the power only works against spirits, so it won't be of much use in the fight against Seola. Our hero immediately took this relic and asked Yoo Jae-ha to repair it. The guy asked in bewilderment why the boss continued to give him work. Ju Hyun told him to take care of the relics as his priority. After some time, our hero came to Irene Holton, who was watching TV. The girl immediately asked if they had finished their work. Ju Hyun said there was still some work left to do. He just decided to take a break. Irene Holton advised finishing quickly in order to have time to rest. At that moment, the girl told our hero that he should look at it. On the news, they talk about his country. The presenter said that many members of parliament had disappeared, which could lead to problems in the work of the state. Yoo Hyun was undoubtedly surprised, but as it turned out, only the deputies disappeared, and moreover, so suddenly. The guy said that most likely the second of the 7 tombs had already appeared. Irene Holton asked where he got it from. Our hero said that for some reason it seems to him that this time the relic of Cleopatra will appear, and it will be the Tomb of Lust. Yoo Jae-ha began to rejoice. Just think, if the famous relic of Cleopatra is in the Tomb of Lust, what kind of tomb will this tomb be? Ju Hyun told the guy that he knows what he's thinking, but it's not like that. Cleopatra cannot be characterized by fornication alone. Cleopatra was the last ruler of the Ptolemaic dynasty. At that time, they had many problems both within Egypt itself and with Rome outside its borders. Cleopatra seduced several leaders to solve some of the problems. First of all, with the help of Caesar, she got rid of those who wanted to get rid of her. After the assassination of Caesar, she teamed up with Antony in search of profit, but in the end the entire fleet was defeated. After this, Egypt and Rome founded Pamphylia. Based on history, Cleopatra is only interested in men in power, and this is confirmed by the fact that only deputies disappeared. Yoo Jae-ha at that moment told the boss that he might also be interested in her. The guy said that if he can use dominance, then maybe, but what's the point? At this moment, Irene Holton turned to our hero and said that it seemed that not only the deputies had disappeared. She pointed to the TV. They said that residents of a provincial town had disappeared in South Korea. Authorities believe the disappearances may be related to a recent case of missing deputies. It turned out that old people, children, teenagers, and even women also disappeared. Are these 2 cases related, or is it just a coincidence? Our hero said that it really was strange, so he needed to go and check it out for himself. The girl asked in surprise whether they would really go straight from here to Korea. She said she wanted one too, but Ju Hyun turned her down. She asked why in bewilderment, but our hero told her that if she spent all her energy, then how would she deal with risk? He smiled and told her that the risk level could increase in an instant. The girl began to apologize. Our hero told her that everything was fine. because in any case she had nothing to worry about. For him, the tomb is not dangerous enough to borrow its powers. The guy said that this time he would go alone, to which Yu Jae-ha asked in bewilderment if he would leave him too. Ju-hyun said that he might go crazy there, so he should return to New York and work on restoring the relics. At Holton's villa, Ju-hyun stayed a couple of more days to sort through the relic. Once finished, he packed up the useful relics and flew to Korea. He ordered Yu Jae-ha and 3 farmers to return to New York because in the tomb they would only disturb him. Without any resistance or control, they would obviously be helpless against the temptation of Cleopatra's relic. Already being on the spot, our hero felt that something was wrong here. The guy followed the energy of the relic, but for some reason he ended up in a place with a large crowd of people. Ju-hyun also understood that it was still June. The holiday season had not started, and today was a weekday. All these people are clearly not ordinary tourists on Mount Seoraksan. In addition, our hero noticed that all these people look rather strange. Some are in office suits, some are in pajamas. The guy suddenly realized that the relic had taken possession of them. The missing people were drawn to the mountain, but perhaps it also attracted passers-by. It was strange anyway, since Cleopatra's relic doesn't usually attract that many people. Our hero thought and asked himself, what if this is not a relic of Cleopatra, but the future has simply changed? Suddenly, a strange voice began to be heard around, saying that so many people would be enough. A moment later, everything around began to collapse, and the earth began to tremble. What's happened? At the same moment, a giant barrier surrounded the tomb. The relic told people that they would never leave this place again. In any case, the relic also said that they would not complain, since they would definitely like it here. Our hero now understood exactly. The freak who created this tomb is definitely not a relic of Cleopatra. As a result, our hero followed the energy of the relic and ended up in a suddenly opened tomb. The relic must have lured people to this place in order to effectively capture them. All the captives of the tomb began to be influenced by the relic, and their courage began to increase. The people possessed by the relic began to fly into a rage. This turned out to be true. Unexpectedly, most people began to feel a great surge of strength. Our hero could not understand why this was formed instead of the Tomb of Lust. Then what kind of relic can have such an effect? Suddenly, all the girls started running towards our hero. Moreover, they began to fight for him. Raven said that the harem relic was activated. The guy, starting to run away, said that he already understood this. The Raven then added that this was the tomb of Byung Kanzo, the most manly man in history, and Onyo, the most depraved woman in the world. However, it was logical that these relics were in the Tomb of Lust, but why the hell did all the women run there? Suddenly, some 2 guys pointed at Ju-hyun in bewilderment and said that apparently he had done something. In this case, they decided that they had to deal with him, and within a moment a crowd of guys was running after our hero. The guy ran away as far as possible, but why were there more and more people? At this moment, our hero turned his head and noticed that there were people already in front. Ju-hyun, not understanding where to go, turned around and began to run towards the mountain. Nevertheless, the crowd did not lag behind. The guy suddenly realized that if he was caught, then he was definitely not a tenant. Seeing the tree, the guy began to climb. Our hero looked around and realized that they were not following him, which means he could calmly rest. Ju-hyun felt like he was being attacked by both Byung Kangso and Onyo at the same time. But something was wrong. Byung Kangso and Onyo are the heroes of the Pansori Karuchigi. Onyo was driven out of the village because any man who looked at her was destined to die, and Byung Kangso met her. They fell in love and immediately got married, but soon the guy died, leaving his wife a widow. This story is known for being quite strange and unambiguous. Our hero suggested that they might be famous, but could they really be relics of the heroic class? To close one of the 7 tombs, they must have at least Class S, and the guy doubted that Byung Kanzo and Onyo were of this rank. While Ju-hyun was in thought, he didn't even notice that the girls had already started cutting down the tree. Kanat immediately told the owner that he could rely on him. The guy was happy about this and told the relics that he was like a messenger from heaven. Suddenly, he received a notification from the Raven. Only good people could ascend, but his energy is too negative, which means a thunderclap of justice struck our hero as punishment for his self-will. The charge was so strong that the guy lost consciousness and began to fly down. Luckily, Ju-hyun has a beautiful relic that is tied to him, and so she saved him. The relic immediately asked the owner if he was okay. Our hero told him that everything seemed fine and thanked him. To their horror, they forgot about the girls, but they made themselves known. The girls ran out of the forest and began to run to the guy. One of them pounced on him and said that she would be the first, and everyone else should get in line. The girl began to tell the guy not to worry. She would take care of him. But at that moment, a rope came to protect the innocence of the owner. Moreover, within a moment, many girls were in the air. Ju-hyun asked the relic not to overdo it since they are still people. After that, the guy ran on and asked the rope to come to him as soon as he dealt with them. Suddenly, the relic began to say in bewilderment that the guy seduced all the women and ran away. She created all the conditions for people to behave like animals. Our hero wondered if this was Onyo's relic. Relic, looking at Ju-hyun as a whole, could not understand how he retained his sanity. The guy felt that her aura seemed relatively strong and evil. In any case, it will not be easy for our hero, and he himself understood this very well. The action moves to Hawaii. Irene Holton watched a report that said that another tomb of the seven greats had appeared, the tomb of fornication. The presenter then added that according to preliminary data, it is much stronger than the tomb in Kyoto. Mrs. Holton, perplexed, asked if Ju-hyun had gone there. The daughter nodded to her, to which the woman said that it was really dangerous there and she was worried. Irene Holton assured her mother that everything would be fine because this is Ju-hyun, he will definitely cope. At this moment, they began to say that there were already robbers there, but being near the tomb, people were overcome by carnal desires, which made it impossible to be there. The girl, however, began to worry about the guy herself, thinking that she needed to make sure of his safety. Irene Holton took the Mayan sacred book. Our hero gave it to her so that she could use it in emergencies. The girl touched her, thinking that she was really very worried. "It's time to use it," as Ju-hyun told her. "This relic will help a person learn about future misfortunes." Opening the book, she immediately asked what dangers await Ju-hyun. At that moment, the girl's face changed from worry to horror. The book told the girl that the loss of innocence awaits him there. The action moves again to Sokcho. Meanwhile, Yoo Jae-ha reached the tomb, who was on the edge, but still in the tomb of lust. The guy decided a long time ago that the boss is greedy and he won't keep him. "You can't sit in America and work while there's so much fun here." Yoo Jae-ha was sure that something great was about to happen here. But he was certainly interested in where everything was. He is already tired of the fact that all the time he walks, he sees only mountains around him. Unexpectedly, at that moment, brutal men appeared and ran in one direction. The guy, in bewilderment, asked why everyone was running there, to which one of the passers-by told him that everyone was there, even women. Yoo Jae-ha immediately realized that he definitely needed to run after these guys. Suddenly, an incomprehensible totem came out of the ground, saying that people should have fun, but they were just running around. This relic began to attack them and talk about how he would help them with fun. Suddenly, something began to happen to them, and Yoo Jae-ha called to them in bewilderment. At that moment, the totem told them to forget about their beliefs. For example, "You can look at this young man." A moment later, the guys started running after Yoo Jae-ha, saying that he was very handsome. The guy ran in bewilderment and asked them to keep it together. Our hero, meanwhile, successfully escaped from a bunch of female fans. Now he was approaching somewhere and increasingly felt the aura of the relic. After some time, a mill was visible in front of him. Of course, the aura came from there. Ju-hyun headed there for obvious reasons, and when he went inside, he saw a silhouette in the corner of the building. At that moment, the girl came out of the shadows, and it turned out that it was Seol-ah, who was happy that she had finally caught the guy. She started talking about how much she had suffered while looking for a guy. He took her harem relic, then cleared out the tomb in Kyoto. Taking out her knife, Seol-ah told him that she could not allow this relic to be taken from him. Our hero laughed, looking into her face, and said that apparently she had not been tied up with a rope for a long time. He immediately flew towards the girl, and she said that she wouldn't fall for it again. At the same moment, she told him to stand still and then threw something incomprehensible. It was Finn McCool's bag. This man was one of the famous characters in Irish mythology. Treasures and things that appear in myths are just as unusual. This relic must be able to catch and store anything. Of course, the girl found a good relic. Seol-ah laughed and asked what our hero would do. At that moment, he ran at her and said that first he would return what belonged to him. The girl continued to laugh and then asked who would give him his things. After a moment, she laid him on the ground. Already sitting on it, Seol-ah advised our hero to quietly surrender and then everything would be fine. Suddenly, the girl fell silent and then began to feel the guy's body in complete fascination. Ju-hyun asked why she was telling him to give up, but the girl asked him not to act like he didn't hear what she said. She told him to undress. Judging by the girl's concerned eyes, our hero realized that she was also bewitched, but Seol-ah shouldn't have gotten caught so easily. Suddenly, a notification appeared that the Onyo relic had attached itself to this person. Now Seol-ah was much stronger thanks to the relic. Unexpectedly, the girl who was trying to kiss our hero was attacked by an unknown force. Although the guy didn't understand what this unknown force was, he definitely understood that this was his chance. He attacked the girl thinking that he urgently needed to take the relic from her. Furious, Seola told the guy not to come near her. Our hero said in bewilderment that she started it all herself. At this point, the guy said he wanted to change the order. Now he will be on top. Seola immediately became kinder. She was definitely satisfied with these words. Juhyun was glad that he fell for his words. Realizing that he needed to find his relic as quickly as possible, he sensed the place where the aura was strongest. Suddenly, he snatched it. It was in a holster. Suddenly, the guy was attacked by a relic, which asked in bewilderment how he dared to touch it. As it turned out, it was an Onyo relic. Our hero told her that he would get rid of her and destroy this tomb of perverts. The relic laughed and told the guy that she would join him and destroy him from the inside. Much to Juhyun's surprise, he easily cut the Onyo relic in two. The guy certainly understood that it was too easy. The relic of the 7 tombs certainly couldn't be like this. At that moment, he told the screaming relic to shut up and open the tomb doors until he found Byung-kanzo and destroyed it. Onyo immediately started telling the man that he wouldn't be able to leave here, much less touch her or Byung-kanzo. The guy, in bewilderment, asked how they would clear the tomb, to which the relic answered him that he would not tell. Seola also began to wake up. Our hero put the blade on the relic and said that if she didn't want him to cut it into small pieces, she would have to. The relic gave in to the threats and said that if they want to clean out this tomb, then they need to meet its real owner. At this moment, our hero began to hide his sword, thinking that this tomb really had a different owner. However, as he thought, Juhyun asked the relic if they were not the owners of the tomb, to which Onyo began to say that they were just guests, and they were asked to deal with the people. Once again, our hero realized that the voice he heard belonged to another relic. Onyo is not that evil. Juhyun at that moment asked who the real owner of the tomb was and where he was. The relic again said that it was a grave. Once again, the guy told her to tell everything, otherwise he would tear her to rags. The relic began to say that he can do whatever he wants because he is not afraid of death, because the owner of the tomb will kill her if she says. The guy told her to just tell her, because he would deal with the owner of the tomb in any case. Onyo told him that he himself could die. Just at this point in the discussion, Yoo Jae-ha ran into the building and fell to the floor. Our hero immediately asked in bewilderment what he was doing here. The guy was breathing with incredible horror and could not understand what was happening. At that moment, he immediately jumped up and closed the door, saying that perverts were chasing him. Juhyun asked in bewilderment what he was talking about, and the relic said that Byung-kanzo was nearby. A moment later, the same guys who ran after Yoo Jae-ha began to break into the door. The guys asked him to come out and play with them, but the guy held the doors with all his might. Suddenly, the incomprehensible voice of the relic began to tell them that they themselves could not do anything. Literally a second later, Byung-kanzo's totem rammed the door of the mill. At that moment, men began to enter the building, who later told Yoo Jae-ha that now he would not run away anywhere. At that moment, our hero put a sword in front of the throat of one of them and told them to finish. The men, in bewilderment, asked who he was, to which the guy answered them that he was his subordinate. If they continued to pester him, they could say goodbye to their lives. In any case, I continue to hold the blade in front of them. He said that if they are immortal, they can attack. At that moment, Byung-kanzo noticed that something had happened to his beloved. The relic immediately said that that freak did it. The angry totem turned towards Juhyun and said that he was a freak, but the guy immediately said that she started it first. The totem began to say that he did not care because the man tore Onyo. Seeing Byung-kanzo's energy, our hero told him that he is strong, and since he is paired with Onyo, then his class must be quite high. After these words, the guy waved his blade and asked if he was right. In the end, as expected, it only took one hit to defeat Kanzo. Onyo screamed in bewilderment. At this moment, the influence of the relic disappeared, and with it the lustful mood of the guys. Looking at the relics lying on the floor, Juhyun told them that they would never be able to defeat him. After this, the guy ordered the relics to take him to the owner of the tomb. Totem asked if he would let them live if they did this. Byung-kanzo talked about how much he hoped for him, and Onyo told him to keep quiet because she was worried about the consequences. Our hero told them that he would spare their lives if they told him where the owner of the tomb was. Totem said that they agreed, but hoped that he would keep his promise. Unexpectedly for both Byung-kanzo and Juhyun, Seola grabbed the relics into her bag. Our hero looked at her and said that she was interrupting an important moment to find, and also told her to give the relics, and the rope too. Then the guy added that she 100% does not have enough dominance to hold them back. The girl began to run away. I said that because of him they suffered serious losses in the last tomb, so this relic, like the tomb, is hers. At that moment, she called Gildal and told her not to let them catch up with her. The spirit immediately rushed to attack. Our hero laughed and told her that she seemed to have forgotten that her spirit could not do anything to him. As he said, within a moment the spirit crashed into an invisible wall and disappeared. Seola was perplexed that it happened again, but she couldn't understand why Gildal was disappearing. Our hero at that moment caught up with the girl and began the battle for the relics, but she was not going to give up. In any case, I was the stronger guy, and within a moment Seola was lying on the floor. Looking at her, our hero ordered her to give all the relics as quickly as possible, and even better not to waste his strength and nerves, because he needs to clear the tomb to get out. Seola sighed heavily, and still extended her hand with the bag. Ju-hyun told her that she should have done this right away. Just at that moment, our hero sensed danger, and as soon as he turned around, he noticed a knife flying at him. Grabbing him, the girl said that the guy was much more agile than she thought. Our hero, in bewilderment, asked her where she got this silver knife. Who gave it to her? Seol-ah said that she was not going to tell. Looking into her eyes, Ju-hyun asked why Jin-chae gave it to her. The girl asked what he was talking about. Looking at her reaction, the guy was sure that this was true. Now there were problems, since she was associated with Jin-chae. As we already knew, there were three highnesses: the Queen of War Kira, the Queen of Failure Irene, the King of Conquest Kwan, and finally she appeared, the Queen of Greed Jin-chae. She was the strongest and most terrible enemy who owned the greed relic, and she often used this silver knife. Our hero understood that this maniac had started acting again. But even if so, the fact that Seola is at the same time with her is bad. He does not want to waste her potential. At this point, the girl said that she didn't care how he knew Jin-chae, but it didn't matter because she would deal with him right now. Seola screamed and asked Gildal to make her enemies suffer. A moment later, the ceiling above our guys began to collapse. The girl ran out into the street saying that she was dealing with fools, because they did not notice that her spirit was destroying the mill while they were looking at her. But to her horror, her insidious plan was cut short, because the guys were somehow able to escape by using the relic. A moment later, the entire threat was over, and Yoo Jae-ha, in bewilderment, asked the boss if they were really alive. It would seem that everything is over, but at that moment they were attacked by Seol-ah, who hoped to deal with them. Ju-hyun was very tense because he didn't even notice her, but it's too late. The girl will now castrate him, and he will become a eunuch. At this moment, Seol-ah was attacked by an unknown force of destruction and was sent flying away. Our hero asked the Raven in bewilderment what kind of power of destruction this was, but in any case, he remained alive. Approaching the girl, the guy decided that upon arriving home he would need to look for additional properties in the Irene relic. Seola groaned in pain and asked in horror what relics he was using. How was he able to attack her? Our hero said that he doesn't know, but he hopes that she now understands that she doesn't stand a chance against him. After that, he took her bag and told her to return all his relics. Within a moment, they were all free. Kanat immediately ran to the owner, saying how much he missed him, and the guy ordered the tomb relics to lead him to the owner. Byung Kanzo said that he would do it without any problem, but he asked the man to remember his promise. A moment later, a portal was opened in front of them, which they apparently needed to enter. Yoo Jae-ha immediately tensed up and told the boss that he didn't like it. It was completely dark there. What if it was dangerous there? Our hero smiled and said that they had no other choice. They would have to trust the relic. The guy immediately began to enter the portal, and Yoo Jae-ha called the boss and asked him to wait. Seola at that moment called her spirit and told him that she could not miss them. They will follow them. After some time, the guys finally came out of the portal. Well, how can I say, Ju-hyun came out, and his partner crawled out. Our hero literally immediately said that he sees a door in the distance, which means they need to go there. When the guys came closer, they were perplexed, and said that it was gigantic and also very tightly closed. Suddenly, the relic began to talk to them, saying that she could not even think that people could come here. Looking at her, Ju-hyun said that they didn't come here to chat. Relic said they had to meet one requirement to get inside. The relic said that only a virgin man would be able to open this door, so they might not try to go in unless they were innocent. Yoo Jae-ha immediately shouted, saying that they live in the 21st century, and you cannot discriminate against people based on the presence or absence of virginity. Relic laughed and said that in any case, the conditions would not change, no matter how hard they tried. At that moment, Seola's voice came from behind them, saying that it wasn't fair, because the girls didn't even have a chance. Turning around, the guys really saw her and her spirit. Our hero was surprised that she followed them, because this means that she is more persistent than they thought. Relic again decided to hash redo and say that they will not change the conditions. Only a virgin man can open this door. Seola was incredibly angry at these conditions. Our hero smiled and said that there was nothing to be done. The owner of the tomb only liked men. Then they began to discuss whether someone could open this door. The guy immediately turned to Yu Jae-ha and asked what about him. He immediately said that he could not open it, he already had girls. Joo-hyun said that it was unexpected. The guy then screamed and asked the boss if he didn't have a better chance of opening the door. He's younger than him! Our hero said that he couldn't either, and then he took out a blade and said that he knew another way to get through. They will break through anyway. The relic will break a little, so Yu Jae-ha must be ready to repair it. The guy ran straight towards the gate. Unexpectedly, a message from a raven appeared in front of our hero, saying that the actions had been completed and the door was opening. The relic immediately said that it was unexpected to meet people like him in this world. She will happily open the door to a virgin. At that very moment, she began to open up, and Joo-hyun didn't even know what to say. Yu Jae-ha called the boss, but he said that he had broken through. The guy told him that he was lying because the door was intact. Our hero was embarrassed. He forgot that he was 15 years in the past, and at that time he was still a virgin. Approaching Joo-hyun, the guy asked why he lied and then told him that he was cute. Our hero immediately screamed, saying that from now on he would not see any salary, bonuses, and even less breaks. After some time, the guy still went inside. It was much better here than outside the door. There was a lot of treasure around, and the area in the middle of the tomb was surprisingly empty, although there should be something standing here, but there was nothing. Our hero asked the owner to show herself, and she literally immediately began to appear, saying that now she would look at the one who was able to open the door. A moment later, she showed herself in all her glory and stared at the guys. Here she is, the owner of the tomb. At that moment, the guy turned around and realized that this was definitely not Cleopatra. Everything here is in Chinese style. Looking at the relic, which radiates lust and cruelty, the guy assumed that it was Dalgi. Many people said that she was King Joe's favorite concubine. She is notorious for her promiscuity and love of torture. At this moment, Dalgi looked at our hero and told them to relax a little. Immediately, she began to use seduction, and the guy's life was in danger because his energy was taken away. Although it sounded strange, our hero was sure that he could withstand her attack due to his resistance. Meanwhile, Yu Jae-ha didn't even try to resist her charms. Within a moment, he desired her and walked towards her. The boss gave him a whack on the head to get his brain back in place and asked him to control himself. Looking at Yu Jae-ha, our hero told him that he would definitely not be able to cope with such an opponent as she, and in general, it would be better if he learned from the relics. Realizing that everyone was fascinated by the powers of the spirit, the guy understood that now he could only rely on Seola. He asked if they would be together. At that moment, the girl's face changed, and she spoke in bewilderment about how smooth Dalgi's skin was. It was a failure. She went there. The spirit of the tomb smiled and said that he would tell her. What is the secret if she pays tribute to her? The girl a moment later attacked Yu Jae-ha, saying that she would give it to her. The guy asked in bewilderment what she was doing. Meanwhile, our hero looked at the relic and said that he would defeat it before his allies got worse. The girl smiled and asked to advance. He can try since he doesn't think she will kill him first. Taking out his sword, he joyfully told the owner to come closer and look at her. Joo-hyun told the relics to get ready. He will only approach her to fight. The sword asked in bewilderment, why fight with such a beautiful woman? Our hero understood that he too did not obey him because the girl had bewitched all the relics. He needs twice the dominance. Gathering all his strength, Joo-hyun decided that he had to finish everything as quickly as possible. At this moment, Dalgi began to laugh loudly and tell our hero that all this was useless. A moment later, the guy was grabbed by the tails, which held him and did not allow him to move. Looking at the relic, he realized that it was a 9-tailed fox. Dalgi said that he was right, and then asked him gently. Overall, this was not surprising. Dalgi is often associated with the 9-tailed fox. In an ancient book, there is a story about a fox who turned into Dalgi. As she began to lick Joo-hyun's face, the girl asked where she should start. After a moment, the raven said that the relic uses paralysis and is also trying to take the guy's innocence. And if it takes his energy, then they will not clear the tomb. While the guy couldn't move, he received another notification from the raven. It said that the bankruptcy relic was going berserk. A moment later, an incredibly large explosion occurred in the Tomb of Lust. Yu Jae-ha turned around and asked in bewilderment what that just happened. Did a bomb really explode? Dalgi was upset. Her tomb was destroyed, but she worked so hard on it. Suddenly, another explosion occurred, but this time it was smaller. Nevertheless, the shockwave threw fragments into the owner of the tomb and scratched her. After some time, our hero finally came to his senses and tried to understand what had happened. The guy looked around and, to his surprise, he noticed Irene Holton, who was walking towards him and asking how he was feeling. Our hero immediately told the girl that she saved his life. But still, what is she doing here? She decided to speak directly, and therefore said that she had looked into the book. Joo-hyun thanked her again and then asked her for some help. Here, except that she is here. This tomb is very treacherous. The girl smiled and asked to leave it to her. The guys immediately went to the owner of this tomb to deal with it. Dalgi encouraged people to talk calmly. She thought to herself that the girl had too much strength. She needed to avoid a fight. The spirit of the tomb suggested that she take this guy first and then give him to her. Of course, this only made Irene Holton tense. She immediately began to radiate her murderous energy, showing the relics who was stronger here. Dalgi asked in bewilderment what was wrong with her, because she promised to give the guy away. And then she discovered that something was happening to her body. At that moment, she realized that she had no other choice and immediately turned into a fox. Irene Holton was certainly amazed by this. Our hero told the girl that the relic no longer had the strength to maintain the disguise, so it turned into a less expensive form. Also, the guy understood that the relic was very weak, which means it was time to end it. Once Dalgi had run far enough, she sat down and began to think things through. How did this happen? In any case, she understood that she needed to recover a little, and then she would run away. Unexpectedly for her, a voice nearby began to tell her that waiting and watching them was a rather strange choice. The fox screamed in bewilderment and asked how he got there. The girl immediately tried to escape from here. But unfortunately for her, our hero had the right rope. Within a moment she was tied up, and our hero advised her to surrender. Dalgi immediately said that she would never give up. The guy, in response to her words, said that now he is her master and it's better for her not to resist. She asked in bewilderment if he really thought that she would obey the man's orders. Joo-hyun smiled and said that he will. He will tame her. The guy knew that foxes are canines, so they will start training by stroking their tummy. The action moves to Pandora's headquarters. The employees, walking along the corridor, discuss the report from the conference. It was already known that those people took the second of the 7 relics. Looking at his friend, the guy said that that's why they had a meeting. The other guy was disappointed that this was all the Pandora excavation team could do. At that moment, the guy decided to finish off his friend and said that all these tombs were cleared by one person. The guy immediately added that they were clearly working for the wrong company. His friend said that he also thought so it was better to switch to him. Unexpectedly for them, Austin Rockefeller came out from around the corner and asked them again. The guys jumped up because of this. The man immediately told them that if they wanted it that way, he would help them with their dismissal. The guys began to apologize to Mr. Austin Rockefeller, and he told them to watch their language. Already leaving, Austin unfortunately understood that those employees were telling the truth. What did Pandora even do? In any case, it turned out that way, but his sister will definitely scold him when he returns home. The girl was just sitting in the room, saying that he had called all the busy people and was late himself. The guy screamed in bewilderment and asked his sister what she was doing here. Eve Rockefeller told him that she was there because her brother was an asshole who had done wrong too many times. She wanted to know if his people would be useful for Pandora. Looking at her brother, she said that everything turned out to be as usual. She also wondered when he would learn to find the right people. After that, she added that he could go and she would sort everything out herself. Austin Rockefeller wanted to object, but at that moment the guards grabbed him and pulled him along. The guy told her that she would definitely regret it. Eve laughed and said that they would see each other again. After that, the girl turned to the employees and, in bewilderment, asked who this Seo Joo-hyun was. One of the guys said that according to the Pandora system, he ranks first in the ranking of relic owners. Even one of his colleagues suffered because of him. Rising from the chair, the girl said that this is a tough guy, so they must break him. The guy told Eve Rockefeller that Pandora's secretariat was already working on it. The general secretary is going to create a law on relics that Joo-hyun will definitely stop. Immediately after that, he told the girl that it would be best for her to take care of the remaining tombs. Besides, Joo-hyun is now in Korea. The guy said that they had enough trust with Korea that they would help them implement the law. They'll stop him soon. The action moves to Seoul. Meanwhile, the guys came to Joo-hyun's house. Yu Jae-ha asked her boss why he doesn't buy himself a better house because he has so much money. The guy said that when he bought it, there wasn't much money. Since then, the financial situation has improved significantly, as has the number of his relics and supporters. In any case, the guy asked the guys to feel at home. Yu Jae-ha said with horror that he would not want such a house for himself. When the guys went further, Seol-ah turned to our hero and asked to untie her, because it would be easier for him if one person disappeared here. Joo-hyun understood that the girl was connected to Jin Chae, so he could not let her go. Telling the girl that he couldn't, he added that he had to check the condition of the relics. At this moment, the relics that were in the Tomb of Lust flew out of the bag. They asked to take them with them. The guys said that Dalgi's tomb was missing, so they had nowhere to go. Our hero advised them to go wherever they wanted and build a new tomb. The guys said they don't want to leave, plus he beat Dalgi, so they want to stay out of respect. Joo-hyun sighed and still agreed. At that moment, Irene Holton approached our hero and, in bewilderment, asked him what kind of relics they were. Unexpectedly, they noticed the girl and told the owner that they could help him with... The guy immediately grabbed the first bag he came across and threw it on them. A moment later, he ran out into the street with it and threw them out of harm's way, telling the girl that it was just trash. At that moment, Dalgi got out of the bag and everyone around her was in shock. She couldn't understand how the guy could catch her. Unexpectedly for the girl, a voice behind her began to ask why there was a fox in the house. As it turned out, it was Anubis who immediately attacked the fox. He immediately asked her if she was Dalgi, who betrayed Chong-su and ran away. The girl responded by asking the commander if he was the one who listened to people, although he said that he hated them. Anubis screamed and told her that she didn't understand. This was different. In turn, she said that for her, it's the same. After that, the jackal looked at the owner and asked him to do something, because most likely she would try to screw him over too. Joo-hyun was surprised that the relics could betray each other. Ono said that this does not happen as often as people do, but some betray them. Looking at the fox, Anubis again said that this was a very bad relic. The girl laughed and said that Chong-su took her power and she could not forgive him. Our hero, in any case, told Dalgi that she has too bad a reputation, so she needs to be watched. He entrusted this matter to his faithful servant, the rope. The rope, at the owner's behest, immediately flew to the fox, saying that it would be very nice to meet her. The guys watched a little embarrassedly as the relics were introduced. That was cute. The guy said that the fox now has other problems. At that moment, a perplexed Kim Dong-hyun came into the room and told Joo-hyun that they had not seen each other for a long time. But what was going on? Joo-hyun told him that he came here with his friends. Irene Holton met immediately. Kim Dong-hyun approached the guy and asked him in a whisper how he knew this foreigner. Our hero laughed and said that it happened so. Our hero told him that he would stay here for a few more days and then go abroad. Kim Dong-hyun said in surprise that he spoke as if he had been abroad all this time. Our hero looked at him and said that it was so. The guy sighed heavily and lowered his eyes, after which he asked the guest if he really hadn't heard the news. Joo-hyun asked what he was talking about. Kim Dong-hyun at the same moment told the guy that his brother Jeon-woo was in big trouble. After some time, Yu Jae-ha asked the boss who Jeon-woo is to him. The guy said that he was his savior. It was he who took care of our hero when he had no money, and who got him out of prison when he first returned to the past. At that moment, our guys had a strange picture in front of them. The girl told people that they were victims of the tomb incident, but people demanded that she pay a fine. This girl, Yoon Ji-yoon. She told the guys that they removed the relic not because they wanted to, but because they couldn't let her abuse the child. The guy said that according to Pandora, the first-level tomb cannot harm anyone. Tired of enduring this quarrel, our hero stood in front of them and intervened in their conversation. Yoon Ji-yoon looked at Joo-hyun in surprise. Our hero asked her if she really suffered because of the tomb. Why didn't Jeon-woo tell about it? Yoon Ji-yoon suggested that this is because the tomb is small. Turning his head to the Pandora employees, Joo-hyun asked them what happened. The guy said that there was an incident with a tomb in this house, but the owner dealt with it himself and did not inform the authorities. Our hero asked what was wrong. The guy immediately started talking about the fact that in Korea there is a law prohibiting citizens from destroying relics or plundering tombs. Joo-hyun was completely bewildered that such a law was actually introduced. A Pandora employee approached and said that if they plundered the tomb or used the relics without permission, he would face a fine or imprisonment. Our hero, perplexed, asked how much the fine would be. The guy opened his notebook and started searching. For starters, 50 million won for illegal tomb robbery, an additional 50 million for concealing the fact of acquiring a relic, and another 50 million for use. In this case, either the person pays a 150 million won fine for the pita or is sent to prison for 10 years. Yujeha at that moment intervened in the conversation and said that the guys destroyed the tomb but did not use the relic from there. At that moment, the man said that they would drive him crazy at this rate, so he entered the house without permission. Already being inside, he saw a tap from which water was coming out, and it was a rather strange color. The man immediately said that this was the obvious power of the relic. He felt it from afar. Yoon Ji-yoon asked in bewilderment if golden rivers really flowed in this house. The Pandora employee smiled and told them that it seemed like they were lucky, since he had heard that they had recently opened a store, which meant they could pay them. The girl, looking at this water, said that she was even afraid to touch it, and she bought the store with saved money and a couple of loans. Joo-hyun asked to let the girl go. Why are they so sure that golden water is the power of the relic at all? The man said that all these measures were taken by the government and Pandora to protect citizens. Hearing the word Pandora, Joo-hyun immediately understood what was going on here. Our hero immediately turned to the girl and said that he would completely figure it out. But it would be noisy here. Pandora's employees asked people in bewilderment what they were whispering about. The guy apologized and said it was nothing. Immediately after this, he looked at the Pandora employee and told him that his clothes were now on fire. Within a moment, the two of them were engulfed in fire and screaming in disbelief. Immediately after this, our hero ran at them and hit one of them straight in the stomach. Joo-hyun asked if they thought he wouldn't understand that they were trying to take the relics. They weren't even going to teach people how to use the relics! At that moment, one of them began to scream, saying that he urgently needed water. Approaching the tap, he turned on what he hoped was water, but the same liquid poured out. A second later, he flared up even more, and our hero told him that it was oil. Lying on the ground, the guy asked Joo-hyun to stop standing by and help them because they could die. Our hero sighed and apologized, because this was the work of their relic. So he couldn't do anything because he was a civilian and he didn't have permission. The guy said he could report this to Pandora, but he needed their phone number. In any case, it is not clear how long he will have to wait for the rescue team. The guys continued to scream, saying that they could die like this, and our hero asked if they now understood how crazy their laws were. They immediately said that they understood everything and were very sorry, so they wanted help. A moment later, our hero snapped his fingers and the fire disappeared from their bodies. Pandora's employees examined their bodies in bewilderment, but could not find a single burn. Yujeha asked the boss if he really used a hallucinogenic relic. The guy laughed and nodded, and Yoon Ji-yoon understood why they suddenly lit up. One of them immediately jumped up, telling our hero that he was a freak because he used a hallucinogenic relic on them. Joo-hyun advised them to leave here silently because if they stay even a minute longer, he will use the relic again. Grabbing his comrade, the guy said before leaving that they would all regret this. Joo-hyun laughed and said that they would still see who would sue whom. After all, they broke into someone else's house without permission. The story goes something like this. A month ago, a relic appeared, and Jeon-woo's house turned into a tomb. Fortunately, she did not pose any particular danger, and they decided to simply keep an eye on her, because ordinary people have rather limited capabilities in excavations. But one day the relic began to torment Jeon-woo's little daughter, which was unacceptable. The guy immediately got cocked and hit the relic kimchi that his wife was making. The relic said in horror that human food was spicy, and thus the tomb was cleared. But that same golden water, the flowing spark, is the work of a relic. Our hero told Yoon Ji-yoon that he would look at the pipes after a while. The girl said that she would be extremely grateful for this. The guy at that moment said that he needed to resolve the issue with Pandora. Otherwise, these freaks would again come to them and interrogate them. Joo-hyun called Edward on the phone and once again said that Pandora was doing something strange. He wanted to know if he knew anything about it. The old man said that if the guy was talking about what Pandora's secretariat did, then he heard that General Secretary Richard Chang had a hand in it. According to Edward, Pandora is doing everything to stop our hero, and at the same time reduce the number of competitors. The guy understood that this was not surprising. In his past, Pandora behaved the same way. Ordinary people couldn't even take the relic back then. However, Pandora is now acting too quickly. No matter what laws they write there, they still have 10 years left before complete monopolization. Our hero asked the old man to help him get a list of people who proposed this law. Edward said he could find him. This was great news for our hero. Thus, he will create a hit list for himself. The action moves to the house of George Holton in America. The guy sat in his office and looked at the documents. Suddenly, our hero started calling him. The guy accepted the challenge and asked Joo-hyun what happened. George immediately asked if his sister was okay. Our hero assured him that everything was fine with her, because he was calling on business. At that moment, the guy asked him to become part of Pandora. George Holton screamed into the microphone in bewilderment. The guy asked the obvious question. He asked why he should do this, because he has his own business. George Holton said he could get in there no problem, but it was a headache and no use at all. And besides, this is the main organization associated with relics. Our hero laughed and asked, "Does he still think that relics are evil?" In any case, he said that to some extent George is right. Relics are dangerous to people, and that is why organizations like Pandora exist. The only negative is that with the current participants, she will not be dead for a long time. That is why it needs worthy people like George Holton. Our hero also told him that he needn't worry about there being no places there. They will definitely be released soon. The guy asked in bewilderment what this meant because he doubted that people would resign from there. Joo Hyun told him to just wait. Immediately after this, the guy hung up the call, and George Holton was shocked that he was told so little information. Yoo Jae-ha immediately asked the boss how George responded to their proposals. The guy said he had too many second thoughts about the relics. Returning home, the guys noticed Kim Dong-hyun on the floor, lying and writhing in pain. They asked the guy in horror what was happening. The guy said that the girl ran away in handcuffs. Kim Dong-hyun noticed her walking across the room, so he tried to stop her, but failed, as you could see. Our hero was confused because Seola had escaped. He left too early, worried about Jian-woo. Moreover, she searched our hero's entire room trying to find relics. Yoo Jae-ha asked the boss what they would do now. The guy said that the person is on her in any case, so they won't lose the trail, but it's still bad. It would be better if the girl stayed with them. In any case, he said that Pandora will be more important now, so Yoo Jae-ha must prepare to restore the relics. After some time, the guys were sitting in front of the Nero relic. That's exactly what they were going to use. Judging by the list that Edward sent, Pandora has many members. Our hero needs some kind of golden house to bring everyone together and punish them. The main problem was that the Emperor's heart was still broken after the competition. Since then, he hasn't said anything or moved, looking just like an ordinary laurel wreath. Thanks to this, when he sent the relic to Chairman Kwan, he quietly and calmly performed his role as a listening device. But he continued to be depressed even when he returned home. It was necessary to find a way to wake him up, since they needed this relic for the plan. Yoo Jae-ha asked the boss if he needed to restore the relic. Our hero told him that she was powerful and therefore not needed. In any case, the fact was that he did not have little strength, but his spirit was broken. Yoo Jae-ha then asked what he could do. Our hero told him that he is a creator of some kind, so he should know what words inspire artists to create new masterpieces. Showing the Juhyun wreath, he asked the guy to whisper these motivational words into the relic's ear, and the guy screamed, saying that these were some kind of perversions. Our hero looked at the guy menacingly and told him that relic restorers should also take care of their mental health. But Yoo Jae-ha thought that this was too much. One way or another, the guy didn't care. He ordered his subordinate to complete this task and not even think about leaving until the relic awakens. Leaving the room, the guy noticed Irene Holton in the corridor and asked where she was. The girl said she was going out to the store. Our hero immediately asked the girl for help, and she agreed without any problems. At this moment, the guy realized that Irene had not yet taken the risk with Sokcho, so if she used the relic again, then all the risk would come at once. His plan was to summon the members of Pandora to Nero's golden house and punish them with the relic of the girl's bankruptcy. Edward's hit list included more than 200 people. This plan was ideal to attack everyone at once. It was difficult because of the risk, the girl should not have used this power because it was reckless. Our hero asked the girl if everything was okay with her body lately. The girl looked at him in bewilderment and then said that she was fine. Joo Hyun said that he thought that the risk had passed without a trace for him, but apparently that's not the case. She also added that she uses a lot of force. The girl immediately apologized, saying that she felt like a burden every time because of the risk. The guy said that everything was fine because it was not her fault. At this moment, he thought, if they use a bankruptcy relic, then the consequences of a big risk can be taken into account in advance. The Midas hand has the risk of greed, but it does not give a completely random desire. She enhances the owner's multiple desires. For example, in the past, the girl as the queen of failure kidnapped middle-aged people. She then let them go and apologized, but said that she had no idea why she stole them. She then lost her parents, and this risk fulfilled her desire. This means that, given past risks, they can predict the next one. The guy began to look carefully at the girl and think. First, there was body odor, then alcohol, then he also remembered the kiss. The conclusion was that they were all terribly indecent and each time getting worse and worse. But there was nothing destructive like in her previous life. After all, she was originally a good person. Our hero at that moment turned to the girl and said that he had made a decision. He needs the girl's help. The action moves to Pandora. Meanwhile, the main ones were discussing the new rule, saying that it was effective because relics flow like a river. Then one of them asked not to forget about the money, which can be considered a pleasant bonus. Even Pandora's headquarters responded well. The elders from there said that they would support the Korean branch with relics and money. The guys said that they would send some of the profits to the main office, and the rest would be divided among themselves. They will write it down as necessary expenses for restoration work. At that moment, the guys burst into the room and said that they found out everything. They said in horror that they took away 10 million won, as well as the parcel. Saying that people from there had already started an investigation and they needed to hide, they added that Shurin's house had already been sealed. Panic immediately set in. All the chairmen began to run, but together they did not understand why so many shackles happened at once. Dozens of people from there lost their profits, and some of them lost real estate shares. It was a complete disaster. Some of them eventually began to say that they were bankrupt, but it is obvious that all this happened for a reason. Behind this were Irene Holton and Joo-hyun, who proposed starting their plan. The chairmen asked each other in bewilderment why everyone in this room suddenly became poor. They assumed it was someone's attack. At the same moment, the room began to collapse, and that's all, because the Golden House began to rise. All people in the room will be stuck there. Now, all the people from there were 3 times scared, because they had a series of failures right after each other. After some time, when the tomb was cocked and the people calmed down a little, they decided to go out and look around to understand where they were. The guys crossed paths with each other and were surprised that there were only Koreans there. Something was definitely wrong here. One of the men said that someone shaped this tomb. There were people from other branches here, not just the Korean one. At that moment, our hero called out to them and asked if everyone was gathered here. Having heard no answer, he said that they would hold a roll call. Having started to leaf through the list, the guy said that there were too many of them here, so having recognized about 5, he decided to let the rest through, but not the hero of their occasion, Richard Chang. The guy said there were 268 people on the list and in the Coliseum, so he was sure he wasn't missing anyone. The man screamed in bewilderment and asked if it was really his doing. Joo-hyun laughed and asked who else besides him could pull this off. Richard Chang began to take out his relic, saying that the guy would immediately regret what he had done, but it exploded. At that moment, Emperor Nero appeared and told people that they were fools if they dared to cause chaos in his sacred palace. Looking at our hero, the emperor said that it was his fault. Why did he invite people to his palace who don't know what art is? Our hero answered him so that he, as a man of art, could train these insolent people. Nero immediately smiled and told the owner that he was starting to like him. Well, what can you do? The period of mental recovery for the emperor? In any case, the guy asked the relic to hurry up and activate everything. At that moment, the earthquake began. The rules of the Golden House are enforced forcefully, and the zone was under the complete control of Joo-hyun. That is why, by the will of the owner of the palace began to change before our eyes. Within a moment, in the middle of the previously empty Colosseum, a huge labyrinth appeared. Richard Chang felt strange sounds coming from him. Our hero laughed and told the participants that this was not a simple labyrinth. The guy pointed to the girl and said that this is a disaster maze created by Nero Relic using the bankruptcy relic. Suddenly, somewhere in the middle of the maze, a man who had found a pool of acid screamed. Joo-hyun said that apparently someone was out of luck. Our hero then told the chairman that they needed to go through the labyrinth to find the entrance. And he almost forgot the most important thing. They entered his tomb, so the entrance fee is 50 million per person. Suddenly, notifications began to arrive on entrepreneurs' phones. They talked about money being debited from their account. Raising their heads, and not in horror, they began to ask why a person would do this to them. What terrible thing did they do to him? The guy said that they didn't do anything to him personally, but they threatened his brother and his family, so now they will pay for their sins and abuse of people. Also at this moment, our hero said that all the relics would soon be in his hands, since they took his future treasures without permission. That is why they sinned greatly by taking what belonged to him. Richard Chang told the guy that he was crazy and that he would definitely get to him. Our hero ignored this and advised people to start doing something if they wanted to get out. At that moment, one of them offered the guy money in addition to the entrance fee, and he would let him out. Deciding that paying to get out was a good idea, since getting out alive was much more important, most, if not all, people also asked for the same. Our hero began to laugh, looking at how these people were trying to bargain with him. Irene Holton asked if this was bad. Joo Hyun immediately addressed the members and said that the information they would provide for him should be valuable. Some of them began to talk about which land would soon rise in price, and some suggested telling about all the relics of Pandora. Richard Chang was incredibly angry. He told people to shut up because Joo Hyun was just fooling them and he would never let them out. The man said that they need to join forces and find a way out of here. At this moment, one of the crowd said that going into this labyrinth is the same as signing a death warrant. Richard Chang shouted and told them that there were a lot of people here, so why be afraid? How can they call themselves a member of Pandora? People pointed the finger at him and said he just doesn't care about people getting hurt. He won't even take responsibility for it. They were sure that he would sit back and stay away, justifying his status as Pandora's general secretary. At this point, people began to say that they knew about Richard Chang's illegal schemes and they could tell them. The guy laughed and said that he already really liked this, so he could deal with them. Our hero told Irene Holton that getting money and information is very good, but they will earn it again. But if they share secrets and information, destroying relationships with each other, then they will not restore such connections soon, which is good for them. Turning on the camera, the guy said that he would collect evidence of what they were saying. He will release first those whose secret is greater. And in fact, the response exceeded expectations. People were giving away all the secrets to Richard Chang, whom they obviously didn't like. The man seemed to want to change the subject because he started shouting out Kwon Tae-jun's secrets. From that moment on, complete chaos began. People began to reveal the secrets of those who stood next to them and got into fights with each other. Emperor Nero watched the people all this time and could not help but notice how pitiful they were. The relic said that everything had already been decided, so they went into a beautiful labyrinth. Our hero, meanwhile, was leaving. A crowd of people said in bewilderment that Joo Hyun had promised them freedom. At that moment, they turned back to ask him what was wrong, but noticed a terrible discovery for themselves. The guy was no longer there. "Thank you, fools, for giving me so many wonderful sensations." It was this phrase that our hero asked to convey through the relic, which she did. After that, he told them to stop talking and silently enter the maze. Richard Chang, meanwhile, was angry because he was telling people that they wouldn't let them go so easily, especially if they were dealing with Seo Joo Hyun. Meanwhile, the videos that appeared on the news attracted a lot of attention, all because the tape showed Pandora members accusing each other of corruption. Since the recording was supposedly made in the tomb, controversy arose around it that people could have been forced into such behavior, but all violations were confirmed. The debate about coercion has subsided, while criticism and scandals surrounding Pandora have grown. George Holton watched the news broadcast in bewilderment. He couldn't understand what was happening. People organized mass protests at Pandora's headquarters. The guy immediately picked up the phone, but Joo Hyun was just calling him. George asked in bewilderment what he had done. Our hero told him that since he sees the news, he already knows. Almost all the Pandora members who appeared in the video were fired. Now there are more than 200 empty seats. What will the guy say to that now? George Holton laughed and asked if he still wanted him to join Pandora. Unfortunately, the guy again recalled that he said that he had no free time and did not want to get involved with relics. At this point, our hero asked him to watch the latest video and then he would think again. George Holton turned on the video. On it, one of the people said that he had something to say. They knew that Joo Hyun was close to Holton's, but did he know why they got sick? The guy said that it was all because of Austin Rockefeller and his people, and this is accurate information as he personally heard it. Irene Holton immediately asked in bewilderment if she had heard everything correctly. Our hero asked her to calm down. He would sort everything out. As soon as the video ended, George asked in bewilderment what it was. The guy said that this is an excerpt that he cut out of the video before posting it. He then added that Austin Rockefeller was still in Pandora. George won't leave everything that easy, will he? Joo Hyun continued to talk about how there are worse bastards than Austin Rockefeller in Pandora who do terrible things. Of course, those he collected are just dummies. He's only interested in tombs anyway. But it would be very wonderful if one of his own got there and collected information for him. George Holton still agreed, but on the condition that he found out the name of the guy in the video. Our hero asked not to make a fuss about Austin, and he already threw the guy with the video into the labyrinth of disaster. You cannot forgive a person who has made others suffer. The guy asked George to take a couple of guys with him that he could trust. A lot of space has become available, so it's better to fill it with reliable people. After that, the guy said goodbye, and Joo-hyun was very happy that he was still able to convince the guy. Now he had a great spy on his side. After some time, our hero came home expecting a quiet evening and rest, but meanwhile, Yoo Jae-ha was barely holding back Irene Holton, who was actively trying to break free. The guy was incredibly happy to see his boss at home. He asked to help him with his girlfriend, since he couldn't cope on his own. Our hero didn't even have time to understand anything, but it was obvious that this was a risk. At the same moment, she attacked Joo-hyun. Yoo Jae-ha, in bewilderment, asked the bosses if he was okay. He accidentally missed her. Our hero said that everything was fine, but Yoo Jae-ha didn't think so, because it looked like she was strangling him. Meanwhile, the girl held Joo-hyun tightly, and eventually fell asleep on it. The very next morning, Yoo Jae-ha told our hero that most likely Irene really liked him. The guy asked what he was talking about. In his opinion, it was just a risk of the relic, because he himself saw how the girl apologized when she came to her senses. Joo-hyun talked about how the relic causes the owner to act irrationally and have fun watching him disgrace himself. Yoo Jae-ha, in turn, said that before the boss came, he tried to stop the girl, but she was going to go look for him. Why then does she go crazy just for one person? He asked if the relic wouldn't be more fun if she pestered everyone she met. Joo-hyun thought about it and said that this definitely makes sense. After all, the risk enhances the owner's secret desire. The guy immediately shouted that he was right. If the girl had no desires, there would be nothing to strengthen. Our hero was surprised that he had not thought about it. She behaved like this every time there was a risk, not because she is some kind of pervert, but most likely she just likes him. Sometime later, the guy was at Jeon-woo's house and freed them from the relic. He told the relics to leave here because this is not their home. Having finished his business, our hero told the girl that the relic was stuck to the sink, but he removed it, so there would be no problems. Yoon Ji-yoon was incredibly happy because now there will be water again. Looking at the relics, the guy asked if he could take them. These were the gold nuggets thrown by the Tugumtan brothers. During Goryeo times, two brothers mined 2 gold nuggets and divided them among themselves. They boarded a boat to cross the river, and Ao suddenly took his gold and threw it into the water. When his brother asked him why he did this, the guy replied that he kept thinking that if he had not been here, he would have taken both nuggets. But after throwing away his piece, he feels lighter. Hearing what Ao said, his brother also threw his nugget into the river. This means that the relic can possibly turn water into gold, but it is of a low grade, so the quality of the gold will be appropriate. The guy offered the girl money instead of relics, which she could spend immediately. In bewilderment, she began to say that there was no need to do this. Our hero reminded her that she took out a loan. Did they really spend the money he sent? Yoon Ji-yoon said she didn't spend a penny of that amount. She explained this by saying that Joo-hyun had to work hard overseas to earn so much money, so she thought of just saving it and giving it away later at his wedding. Our hero laughed, and literally at that very moment, he sent her 100 million won. Yoon Ji-yoon was shocked by this amount. She embarrassedly asked if they could definitely accept such a sum from him, to which the guy asked them not to worry about it. When Jeon-woo returned home, the guys had dinner together for the first time in a long time. They returned home late. Arriving at his room, the guy noticed that someone was sleeping on the sofa. He asked in bewilderment, was it really a rope? Or maybe dalgi? In any case, it would be better for them to leave here. Having not heard any answer, Joo-hyun decided that he himself would cover the one who was lying there. Coming closer, he took off the blanket. To his surprise, Irene Holton was lying on Joo-hyun's bed, apparently waiting for him. Our hero immediately assumed that the risk was not over yet. The girl had been using a lot of strength lately, so one kiss wouldn't be enough. In this case, the guy decided to cover the girl and not disturb her today. After a couple of seconds, he was about to leave, but to his horror, he heard movement behind him. The girl immediately asked if Joo-hyun had finally returned. The guy, in bewilderment, said that she had confused him with someone. Irene Holton said she doesn't think so. Meanwhile, the door was already locked, and the girl said that she could not help but recognize the guy. Joo-hyun confusedly asked why doesn't she calm down and open the door. She answered him briefly and simply, "Don't want." At that moment, a relic appeared behind our hero. Byung Kanzo asked if he had finally decided to tie the knot. He definitely needs his help. For obvious reasons, the totem flew out the window again, and our hero could not understand how he returned. However, it was not important because in the room, there was still Irene Holton who wanted Joo-hyun. The guy asked to let her go, but unfortunately he couldn't escape. They both collapsed on the bed. The girl hanging over our hero straightened her hair and told him that she was really waiting for him. The guy told her it wasn't worth it. Suddenly, the raven began to say that all the remaining risk would come out right now. And at that moment, Joo-hyun started thinking, is it bad? He again remembered the conversation he had with Yoo Jae-ha just today. This whole situation is a reflection of the girl's hidden desires. Perhaps all he has to do is make a decision? In that case, he made a decision. He doesn't mind. As soon as they kissed, the girl's relic began to ask in bewilderment what he was doing. The guy expected this too. Since he reacted positively, the relic panicked. She doesn't like that she, on the contrary, did something good. What then will she do now? However, the next day, something unexpected happened. As soon as the guy woke up, he was perplexed and tried to understand why the room was so stuffy. A moment later, a gold bar landed on his face, which was certainly an unexpected start to the day. It was hard for the guy to choose, but as soon as he got out, he discovered that he was in a strange place. Money, gold, jewelry, precious stones, luxury items, alcohol. Literally all kinds of expensive things. Joo-hyun still couldn't understand where all this came from. What's the matter? But something important was missing here. At the same moment, the guy, in horror, began to call the girl and try to find her under the rubble. Luckily for him, he was still able to do it. Fortunately, this place did not become her grave. Raven sent a message to the guy. The Hand of Midas ability, Wealth, has ended and has been successfully used. The owner can now use abilities. Our hero was incredibly happy that the girl had discovered new abilities and could now change misfortune and wealth. Irene suffered greatly while drawing the Hand of Midas from the tomb in Turkey. But thanks to the fact that the relic was fused together, the force of misfortune did not get out of control. However, unlike the bankruptcy relic that she usually uses, she could not really control the Hand of Midas. Midas is famous for the fact that everything he touched turned to gold, but the girl could not use the power associated with him. For some reason, this ability was blocked, and finally a miracle happened. She opened up and showed her best side. Just at that moment, Irene Holton also crawled out from under the rubble. The guy immediately told her that thanks to her, they hit the jackpot. The girl screamed in bewilderment and asked if she had done something bad. Irene Holton calmed her down and said that the opposite was good. To this, he added that Irene can now harness the power of wealth. The girl immediately said that they couldn't use her no matter how hard they tried. The guy said he remembered this, but now everything should work. In that case, Irene happily said that she would try it right away. The guy screamed in bewilderment because he wanted to tell her that it was too early to do this. After some time, the guys stood near the room, which was completely filled with gold. Yoo Jae-ha asked what happened to them. Our hero said that Irene did all this thanks to her power of wealth. The guy also said that he could show them what this power is capable of. Within 10 minutes, they were confidently walking somewhere. Joo-hyun talked about how they needed to find a place away from people. Already tired at that time, Kim Dong-hyun said that there was no one here anyway. Our hero looked at him and said that it would be better if he stayed at home. The guy immediately screamed and said that he also wanted to look at the relic. Yoo Jae-ha also picked it up and started telling the boss that they were really far enough away. Joo-hyun sighed heavily, but still decided that they would do it right here. The guys asked what he was talking about. A moment later, Yoo Jae-ha, on the orders of the boss, took out from the painting a gift of a raven. Pumpkins to Hung-bu and Nol-bu. Our hero told them that today they would open them. Before this, they did not touch them, because if they came across Nol-bu's gourd, they would cause an S-rank disaster. Now the guy was saying that thanks to Irene and her strength, they will 100% get Hung-bu pumpkins. Yoo Jae-ha asked if this was a case of cheating. Joo-hyun laughed and said that he didn't remember what the raven said about not using the power of wealth. At that same moment, Joo-hyun asked Irene to use her power and just trust him. The girl did just that. After some time, the pumpkins turned golden. It only meant that it really worked. Yoo Jae-ha asked if they were only gilded on the outside, but our hero asked him not to worry. Approaching her, he began to cut it and said that a pumpkin was very easy to cut. To their surprise, at the same moment, the pumpkin exploded and scattered in all directions. Within a moment, the same pumpkins began to land on the ground. The Hand of Midas multiplied the pumpkins. Yoo Jae-ha immediately said that they were. You can multiply endlessly. Our hero said that this was simply wonderful, but could not find a parallel and a problem. At that moment, the guy suggested sawing up another pumpkin. Irene Holton wished him luck. Suddenly, something strange began to crawl out of the pumpkin, but it didn't seem to pose a threat. As it turned out, they were angels. Raven told our hero that they hit the jackpot. Their relics felt the presence of the archangels, and everyone also received holy energy. Joo-hyun, even without the raven, understood that this was jackpot. As expected, the power of wealth works as it should. Our hero called the angels and asked them to give them their best relics and treasures. It will be better this way, because they won't waste time. Suddenly they screamed and told the guy that he was a fool if he thought that they would just give him the relics. A moment later, something happened to another pumpkin, and it was really scary. Now, instead of angels, there were goblins who were furious because they wanted to fool them. Our hero received a notification from the raven, which said that the pumpkin had been opened dishonestly, and therefore they had been identified. The goblins at the same moment ran towards Juhyun, saying that he was not a tenant. On the other hand, angels who just a minute ago had been kind ran towards the guys. Having run, the guy told his friends to run in different directions, and they would meet a little later. At this moment, the goblins became so furious that they began to throw their axes. The guy looked at one of the axes and realized that it was a relic, but what was it doing here? Meanwhile, the goblins were catching up, and in bewilderment asked the guy if he had really given up. Juhyun suddenly changed his expression, saying that he understood everything, and he really hit the jackpot. The guy immediately rushed towards the monsters. After some time, they were all cut into pieces. It was too easy for our hero. After that, he said that they needed to collect the winnings. Our hero called Irene Holton and asked her to grind everyone into powder. Within a moment, there was chaos behind our hero. Juhyun understood that the girl's skills were getting better and better every time. As a result, both angels and goblins were defeated. The angels dropped the SS-grade relics, and the goblins escaped, leaving behind the S-grade relics. Yoo Jae-ha spoke admiringly to Irene Holton about how incredible she was. Our hero, meanwhile, asked the guys to help him. After that, he smiled and said that after picking, they would come back and smash another pumpkin. Yoo Jae-ha said that there could only be goblins there. The guy said that in this case, they will take everything they can. Looking at the girl, he asked if she was okay. Irene Holton replied that everything was fine. In this case, the guys immediately ran to open the next pumpkin, hoping for a good prize. As a result, evil spirits from the scariest films came out of there, but it was not the same. Then they opened another pumpkin, but it was not what they needed, and again the girl destroyed the defenders. Then again and again. The action moves to Geek's room. A guy in pajamas sat and actively played on the console. Suddenly, a guy ran into his room screaming and started calling Mr. Joshua. The guy threw his gamepad and told the guest that it scared him. You can't break into people like that. The subordinate once again apologized, but said that they had big problems. The market value of his land fell, and his shares also became virtually worthless. The guy continued talking. His art collection became a pile of rubble, and most of his relics. At that moment, Joshua screamed and told him to shut up. He immediately headed somewhere. The guy said that he had known about this for a long time from the prophecy. Sooner or later, the freaks from Pandora had to get to him. In any case, he didn't know that it would affect him too. If you believe the prophecy, then all this is because of a man named Seo Juhyun. Entering the room, incredibly angry, Joshua tried to understand what this guy had done. One thing he knew for sure was that he was no longer going to stand by. He will find out the weaknesses of the enemy, crush him, and make him regret that he contacted him. And all this, thanks to the relic of prophecy. Sometime later, Joshua arrived at the TKBM building. The guards were perplexed by the guy's appearance. They told him not to walk around like that. At that moment, the administrator noticed the guy who was being accosted by security. They demanded to show them the guest card. The guy suddenly jumped up and told them to shut up. Do they even know who he is? The administrator said that this man owns the relic of Nostradamus and the Temple of Delphi. So if he goes to meet Kwon Tae-jun, then they must remain silent. This is a very important guest for them, as this is the prophet Joshua. He is also quite famous as the King of Fate. Meanwhile, in Kwon Tae-jun's office, there was Richard Chang, whom the man scolded, perplexed by his words. Throwing the phone, the man told Richard Chang that the news about Kwon stealing money from Pandora had spread all over the world, and Richard was on the recording. In the video, the man was clearly seen and heard saying that the Kwon chairman was stealing money from Pandora accounts and was also covering for legislators. The man, in bewilderment, began to say that he had no choice, since otherwise they would have been killed by Juhyun and they just wanted to survive. Kwon Tae-jun began to say that he understood this. But why the hell did he start making up stories about him for the sake of survival? The man thought about it and said that some of it was true anyway. Kwon immediately told him to shut up, because it should have been hidden. In any case, he was very disappointed in Richard Chang. He betrayed him and still tries to be considered his man. Richard Chang told him that he was exaggerating a bit. Did he really need to just die inside? At that moment, Joshua burst into the room, broke down the door, and greeted the old men. The men, as soon as they saw Nostradamus, asked in bewilderment what he was doing here. They knew that he didn't particularly like leaving the house. The guy said that he himself is aware of it, but sometimes he has to go out. Joshua said that Joo-hyun had disturbed them all. He thought about it and decided that he needed to be dealt with. The guy said that he has a plan, and Kwon Tae-jun's subordinate is perfect for it. He asked to borrow it. The guy decided to clarify that he was talking about Francisco, the one who owns some pathetic stealing relic. Kwon Tae-jun understood that he was talking about the relic of prayer, but he could not understand why he needed it. The guy said that it was stupid to attack Joo-hyun head-on. Joshua said that with a little training, this relic would be much more useful. She will be able to steal not only objects, but also people. With its help, they will get rid of Joo-hyun's allies one by one, but of course, taking them hostage, no more. Surprised, Kwon Tae-jun told the guy that this was far from his style, because he usually uses a prophetic relic to find out the weaknesses of targets and immediately attack it. The man asked if he had any ulterior motive. The guy asked the old man to calm down and not be insolent to him. Joshua said that he wanted to do this, but it was impossible. He couldn't read that freak's future. The guy said that no matter how strange it was, he used a relic from the Temple of Delphi. As always, he asked the relic to call upon the Oracle Space, because he needed to collect information about Joo-hyun. As soon as the Oracle Space appeared, Joshua headed to bed and went to sleep. After about 5 minutes, the guy still couldn't fall asleep, which means he didn't dream and couldn't do anything. Joshua explained that when you sleep in Oracle Space, the dream you see is the future of the target, but somehow in his case there was only darkness. No matter how much he slept, dreams never came to him. That is why he decided to make a plan that was unexpected for him. In any case, all that was left was to stop Joo-hyun before it was too late. Telling the old people that if they need it too, then they should get to work. Kwon Tae-jun finally asked, "Is the guy really sure that he needs the Francisco relic?" Joshua said that he was sure because he saw her in a dream. Meanwhile, our guys were just finishing dealing with the pumpkins and enemies from there. Holding another pile of relics, our hero asked Yoo-jae-ha to stuff it all into the Van Gogh relic. While collecting the next harvest, the guy said that he thought that they wouldn't finish opening the pumpkins until tomorrow. Joo-hyun told him that he was worried about nothing. After that, the guy turned to Irene and said that with her help, everything went much easier. The girl said she was happy to help. Then our hero told the guys that it was time for them to go home. They will need to carefully examine any new relics. Already at home, Yoo-jae-ha asked the boss how long it would take him to sort through this whole bunch of relics. Joo-hyun asked what was wrong, to which he received the answer that the whole apartment was littered with them, which means they couldn't take a single step. The guy immediately said that if they wanted him to finish faster, then it would be better to help him. Looking to the side, our hero asked his subordinate to remove the boxes that he had sorted. Yoo-jae-ha, approaching them, asked the boss if there was anything useful among them. Our hero, looking at the next relic, said that many of them are not bad because almost all are class S or A. Looking at the box that Yoo-jae-ha was holding, the guy said that there were attack relics there, and the box that was in front of him was filled with healing relics, and next to them were resource ones. In general, there are plenty of other useful relics here. The best ones, of course, are protective ones. For example, a brick house of 3 little pigs, or the blood of a dragon killed by Siegfried. Before this, they had no protective relics, so when they were attacked, they could only flee or take damage. Now it will become much easier for them. Yoo-jae-ha was also happy for the boss, because now his workspace was safer. Unexpectedly, our hero found the relic Tears of Munin, Odin's Raven, but this relic was of an unknown class. The guy thought about it and said that usually such relics are only gifts from the raven. Moreover, the raven was in the title. In Scandinavian mythology, Odin is considered the keeper of wisdom. He had 2 ravens that flew around the world every day and reported on what was happening. One was called Hugin, which means thought, and the other was called Munin, which means memory. Since these are the tears of Munin, it means the relic is connected with memory. Our hero asked the raven to give him the answer. As expected, there was no response from the raven. In any case, he decided to take this relic. The bigger, the better. There were many more relics than in Hawaii, so sorting took a lot of time. Our hero did not complain because it had to be done. But then another problem arose. There was a breaking news report. A giant tomb formed in Syria, according to Pandora. It is the 3rd of the 7 great tombs. Multiple teams of excavators set up camps near the tomb. Joo-hyun thought that the tomb appeared too suddenly. They didn't have time to prepare for it. Even if they boarded the plane right now, they would still be late. Before this, they could seize the initiative and be the first to reach the tomb, but not this time. Yoo-jae-ha asked the boss what they should do now. Collect things? Irene Holton at this point said that she would prepare a private jet for departure. Our hero suggested leaving all this because they still had work to do. During this time, they will simply observe. Even if someone takes the relic, they can always steal it. Yoo Jae-ha was already a little scared that the boss was talking about robbery so simply. In general, they remained to wait and monitor the development of events. Strange, but the situation with the tomb was covered in great detail in the media. In particular, there has been a lot of news about conflicts between excavation teams. Perhaps the relic affected their minds. Watching all this, our hero tried to understand which sin could create such chaos. Is it really anger? The next morning, Yoo Jae-ha ran to the boss, saying that people had just found out what the essence of the tomb was. The media suggested that among the 7 deadly sins, this is definitely the Tomb of Envy. Joo Hyun suggested that this explained a lot, even the war that broke out between various publications over the number of publications. Our hero immediately said that in this case, they have even less reason to rush. Yoo Jae-ha asked why that was. The guy said that the tomb would be too difficult to clear, and in general, they would be hampered by the teams fighting among themselves. They will move forward only when they are completely ready, but in the meantime, all the relics can be restored. Yoo Jae-ha asked in bewilderment how he would manage to do this. Our hero said that in this case, it would be better for him to start right now. Yoo Jae-ha was no longer surprised that he had no time to rest at all. At that moment, Irene Holton came into the room and told the guys that they should take a look at this news. Unexpectedly, Richard Chang stated in an interview that he would soon clean out the tomb. Having opened the video, it really said that they had already penetrated deep into the tomb, and therefore this time everything would be different. Irene Holton also thought that the man would go to the bottom, especially after what happened in the Golden House. Richard Chang's excavation team will soon attempt to completely clear the tomb. Journalists were wondering whether they would win the raid race. The girl told our hero that the raid race had been going on for a long time. Will they be able to win? Joo Hyun said that even the reporters there go crazy competing with each other. It is necessary to filter the news, because now it is not clear what is really happening. However, the strangest thing was that Joo Hyun felt uneasy all this time. A bad feeling was frightening. After some time, Yoo Jae-ha was still sitting at night and working on relics that seemed to have no end in sight. The guy talked to himself about how sometimes the demands are too high. At that moment, an incomprehensible spirit was in the air. Feeling someone's presence, Yoo Jae-ha immediately turned around to see who was there. At that very moment, an earthquake began in the building. The guys who were sitting in the hall were perplexed by what was happening. Unexpectedly, the Raven told the guy that an insidious entity was attempting to kidnap him. After some time, the earthquake ended. The guy was surprised that none of them were taken. As soon as he said these words, the thought of Yoo Jae-ha, who was not with them, popped into his mind. A moment later, he ran to the guy's room, hoping to see him there. Unfortunately for him, his beloved restorer really wasn't there. He was stolen. Meanwhile, the guy landed in a place unknown to him. He looked around and assumed that he was underground. Looking below him, the guy discovered that the boss's relics had come here with him. In any case, the most important and good sign was that Van Gogh's map went with him. He immediately collected all the relics. Taking out the phone, Yoo Jae-ha, unfortunately for himself, discovered that it was turned off. This was very bad, because at least a flashlight would certainly have helped him. The guy looked around again and thought, what if he's in a tomb and that's why his phone doesn't work? In any case, he thought that this could not be, or rather hoped for it. At this moment, Yoo Jae-ha still noticed at least some kind of glow in this tunnel and assumed that he needed to go there. Suddenly, a rope began to speak behind him, who, in bewilderment, asked the guy where he was going. Yoo Jae-ha jumped and screamed at his voice. After a couple of seconds of respite, the guy said that he really scared him, but nevertheless he needed help getting out. After a conversation in which the rope hit a man on the head, they went towards the glow and ended up in a strange room. Yoo Jae-ha was surprised that such a palace was underground. Why didn't anyone know about him? At the same moment, the guy's thoughts were interrupted by incredibly loud sounds that began to spread throughout the hall. An unknown three-faced musician asked who dared to come to his workplace. The spirit continued to play, not giving the man a chance to move. Meanwhile, the rope tried with all his might to lift him because he could be caught. Realizing that Yoo Jae-ha could not do anything, the relic decided to take matters into her own hands. Thus, within a moment, the guys began to move away from this would-be musician. Once they moved away a little and the music died down, Yoo Jae-ha was able to come to his senses. Seeing the spirit, the guy assumed from his musical instrument that he was a musician, but why was he so scary? They set off with the rope in a real pursuit because all this time the musician was chasing them. Suddenly, the relic led them into a room and literally immediately slammed the door behind it. Yu-Jae-ha immediately began to tell Rope that he had hurt him, but the relic told him to shut up. The guy immediately covered his mouth with his hand, and the musician walked along the corridor and did not understand where the man had gone. He asked him to come out and spend time with him. Not seeing a person nearby, the spirit decided that they had moved on, and so he followed. Yu-Jae-ha looked out the doorway and, fortunately, realized that the musician had left, but a little more, and he would have thought that he would die on the spot. The guy fell to the floor, asking why the owner of the tomb was just walking around here. It was quite strange. Suddenly, Yu-Jae-ha became thoughtful. How will they find a way out if the relic is wandering throughout the tomb? Taking out his phone, the guy realized that it still didn't work, which meant he wouldn't even be able to ask his boss for help. The guy asked the rope if it could somehow teleport to its owner. He immediately said that he didn't know and began to swing in different directions. Yu-Jae-ha knew that relics could communicate with each other, so why couldn't he contact the owner? At that very moment, the guy jumped up and realized that he could use the relics, which meant he would come up with something to say, and the rope would deliver the message. Suddenly, a musician burst into the room, having heard sounds from a distance from this room. Meanwhile, the guys were sitting at home. Ju-hyun said that they took not only Yu-Jae-ha, but also several relics that were next to him. The most offensive thing is that all these relics, they used it often. The laws of Hammurabi, gold and silver axes, the sword of the colored knight. Then the guy noticed the most important thing missing. The rope also disappeared. Irene Holton asked Ju-hyun what they should do. At this moment, our hero remembered that now the rope is a powerful relic, so you can summon it. But the raven said that the power of envy was holding the relic. The guy literally immediately revealed the card. Think about the fact that he hasn't used it for a long time. Our hero told the girl that he assumed that the guys were in the Tomb of Envy, so she should get ready. Taking the Yu-Jae-ha hoodie, the guy asked Jang Hee's card to tell him where the owner of this hoodie was. At that moment, someone called the guy on his phone, and he immediately picked up. A voice on the other side asked our hero if he was okay. The man assumed that Ju-hyun was now in a difficult situation. The guy immediately realized that it was Richard Chang. The man said that if their restorer disappeared, then all his relics would soon be used up. Our hero asked directly whether he kidnapped Yu-Jae-ha, to which the man answered him positively, and moreover he threw the guy into the Tomb of Envy. Ju-hyun heard this and was shocked. He couldn't believe that the guy was alone in the Tomb of Envy. Nevertheless, the map showed that he was still alive, and this made me happy. The man told our hero that if he accepted their offer, he would get the guy out of there safe and sound, of course, if he did not die first. Our hero asked what he wanted, to which Richard directly told him that he wanted to be able to easily clear the tombs with a small team. He knew for sure that the guy had some secret that he really wanted to know. At this moment, Ju-hyun couldn't contain his laughter and started laughing uncontrollably. The guy asked if it was true that they could stuff any person into a tomb of the highest complexity and take it from there. But they couldn't take the relics from a shabby villa. Our hero told the man that he was right. His team is incredibly small compared to Pandora, which has a political and financial advantage, and they only have relics. He knew that they all knew about Ju-hyun, but they could not find a plausible answer to their question and decided that the secret of its theft was in some kind of relic. The guy asked if it would be better to steal the relic rather than its restorer to destroy it. If he were in their place, he would have done exactly that. It was strange that they were sure that there was a special relic that only he could use, but they didn't know what it was, so they couldn't steal it. Even the fortune teller Kwon Tae-jun was nobody before Anubis. They don't know which relic gives him this power and are afraid of what will happen if they collide. The guy said that by holding his restorer to extract information from him, apparently they hoped that they would defeat him and take his relics. Our hero at that moment asked if it was true that from the very beginning they could not get Yu-Jae-ha out of the tomb. The man was taken by surprise, but he immediately began to say that they would get him out, because Pandora would soon clear the tomb. The guy laughed and said that it would be so soon that they would still have time to take away the skeleton of his restorer. In any case, he advised waiting in the tomb and preparing coffins for yourself. After that, the guy hung up the call. He had no desire to talk to such stupid people. At this moment, Emperor Nero called our hero and said that he had heard from other relics that the guy was writing a novel. Showing him the sheet, he asked when the book would be published. Ju-hyun asked him in bewilderment what he was talking about. Unexpectedly, in the letter, our hero saw the words that Yu-Jae-ha was asking to save him, saying that this tomb was no joke. Emperor Nero proudly said that he was waiting for his new masterpiece, so he will eagerly wait for the second book to come out. Our hero sighed and said how smart Yu Jae-ha is for deciding to use the relic's communication network. The action moves to Syria. Meanwhile, our guys were already near the Tomb of Envy. Joo-hyun complained about how heavy the backpack was and how the Van Gogh painting was missing. At that moment, a message came from the Raven, which said that there was a force of gluttony nearby and she could notice them. This only meant that Jin Chae-won was somewhere here, because this is his relic. Our hero told Irene Holton that they would need to stop here for a while. The girl asked what happened. He said that if they went further, they would be noticed by a very infuriating enemy, and they definitely didn't want that. Apparently, the entire area around the entrance is in the detection zone of the relic. The girl asked if they could not enter. Joo-hyun smiled at her and said that they didn't have to go through the entrance. They can destroy the part of the tomb below to discover and walk through it. However, you need to find a place where the tomb's aura is weak, while avoiding the central area. The problem was that they needed to find a suitable place below for detection, and if they were lucky, they would find it quickly, but this was unlikely. In any case, the guy suggested that his partner temporarily return to the car. Meanwhile, the Chinese alliance soldiers who were watching our guys with a rifle were surprised that they left. The sniper asked Seola what to do. Should we shoot them? The girl thought about it. She ordered to attack them before they left the area. The guy said he accepted the order. Seol-ah at this point added that he should under no circumstances destroy their relics. She justified this by the fact that he had recently captured members of Pandora, who had lost many relics, and some of them were theirs. One of their spies who infiltrated Pandora was caught. There was some important relic there. Professor Jin Chae told them to return this relic at any cost, which means they cannot make a mistake. The sniper at that moment said that in any case, it would all end with one shot to the head, because the guy didn't even have a protective relic. Meanwhile, our hero sensed a rapidly approaching relic energy that was precisely aimed at them. The guy told Irene Holton to stand behind him. Now they will check their new protective relic. Fortunately for them, the shield worked as it should, and all the shots were blocked, which means the danger had passed. However, this relic was of a low class, which means it would not be able to block many bullets. The guy asked his partner to stand behind the stone behind them as soon as he gave the signal. At this moment, our hero said that he would put up a smoke screen for retreat, so he did. A moment later, nothing was visible in the sniper's scope due to the thick smoke. The guy said he lost them. Seola asked in bewilderment if he even hit the target. The guy said he missed, but he saw something green flash for a second. Unexpectedly, the Raven said that Nero was taking over the zone. Everything within a 50 m radius was supposed to be his zone. A moment later, in the middle of the Red Garden post, something appeared that said, "How dare they attack the creator whom he adores." Although he was disgusted by them, he sent him so that they could meet in person. He asked to be praised. Seo Ju-haeon. The guys who stood there fell silent in bewilderment. The guy asked the relic if she had overdone it. Unexpectedly for him, the robbers turned out to be angry, and without even listening to him, they began to shoot at him. After some time, the guy realized that these were Chinese excavators, and then Seola was among them. At this moment, the emperor began to get angry again. Our hero asked him not to touch one woman named Seola. Relic said she understood. He doesn't touch her, but he gladly invites the rest to his performance. A moment later, an incredibly loud explosion occurred on the roof, which was sure to attract the attention of others. After the smoke from the explosion cleared, Joo-hyun greeted the girl and said that they had not seen each other for a long time, but she left without saying goodbye. In any case, he is used to her always running away silently, but now he will ask her directly, here and now. He wanted to know if she was working with the Chinese alliance and Jin Chae not because she wanted to, but because she owed them something. Then he thought about it and corrected himself. It is not she who owes someone, but her family. In a past life, collectors were chasing a girl. That is why she took on the debts of her father and brother. He met her earlier than in his previous life, but the debt was already very large at that time. Our hero asked the girl how much she owed the collectors. Seola asked again in bewilderment. The guy said that he would pay off all her debts if she worked with him. How does she like this offer? Joo-hyun again said that he was only asking for the amount she had to pay, and he would give her that money because he had plenty of it. The girl took out her blade and asked not to make her laugh. She doesn't trust people, especially those who know about her weaknesses. Our hero was very disappointed with her character. Seola said that she was in a bad mood, so it was better not to talk to her. At the same moment, the girl rushed towards the guy, telling him to finally die. Joo-hyun at that moment discovered a message that said that Munin's tears had found a target and were accumulating their power. Literally a moment later it was said that the guy could use Munin's tears on the target, namely Seol-ah. While the girl was attacking the guy, he held back all the attacks with a shield, but he asked in horror to do at least something because he was in pain. Our hero told him to wait a little longer because he was waiting for a good moment. For example, now! The guy took advantage of the girl's shortness of breath and pushed her aside. While the girl was confused, the guy decided to immediately use the Munin relic. Once the drop hit Seol-ah, it seemed to work effectively. The girl fell from one blow, but she looked like she was in incredible pain. She screamed and twisted from side to side. Looking at her, our hero would like to know what effect this relic has, and also whether she will die from it. Suddenly, the screams became so loud that the guy could not stand it and ran towards her to help. Meanwhile, the girl completely abandoned herself and began to see the past. She saw her old badge. She understood that this was a memory. But everything was so strange that it seemed to her that these were not her memories. Nevertheless, everything seemed familiar. Remembering the guy's face, she realized that Joo-hyun was her boss, who was happy to see her. Moreover, they had a very special relationship in which she was happy. Their team was underestimated and belittled, but they did their job. It was always the result of team suffering. The girl also remembered the very last tomb in which everything ended. Her allies died one after another, and in the end, she went to them too. At that moment, the girl jumped up and, in bewilderment, asked the boss if he was okay and how his leg was. She then turned away, talking about how he wasn't her boss. Or is he? What's going on? Our hero was at a loss. Are you sure he didn't hear what she said, boss? And how did she remember that he lost his leg? Apparently, it was the relic that brought back memories from their past lives, although this is logical because Munin means memory. In addition, it now had a number of uses. The strangest thing was that the number was the same as the number of people on his team. Should he give them back their memories? At that moment, the guy realized that the Raven most likely wanted him to gather his team so that they could take revenge. In any case, Seol-ah needed to be taken care of now. The guy began to ask how she was feeling. The girl, without further ado, immediately rushed into the arms of her boss, saying that she was very bored. She asked him in bewilderment how he could survive because everything ended in that tomb. Joo-hyun told the girl that he was fine now, but he wanted to know what she remembered. The girl said that the tomb in which they all died was initially completely different from the others. Ilya died first, and then Joo-hyun tried to save them, but his leg... Anyway, no one survived, and that snake, It was incredibly difficult for the girl to tell all this, and the guy understood this. He asked what else she remembered. Does she remember how they met? Seol-ah said that she remembers him complaining about having to work on Christmas. It was her first day on the 13th team. However, that day he brought Santa-shaped cakes for the whole team. Our hero laughed and said that he also remembers this moment. The chairman of Kwan at that time managed it as he wanted and forced him to work even on holidays. Then the guy asked if she still remembered any details from the past. Seol-ah said that she remembers Yoo Jae-ha getting drunk and ending up wetting the closet during a meeting. A strange memory that came to her mind out of nowhere. Joo-hyun understood that their memories matched. And moreover, she even remembered what he had already forgotten. It was not he who gave her memories. She was not given new ones. She was able to remember everything herself. At this moment, the girl asked in bewilderment what happened in the end. Is she really sleeping? The guy said that she died, and he too would have died at the hands of that snake, but to his surprise, a relic appeared and turned back time, or revived them. The girl was certainly at a loss, but after calculating the date, she really realized that it was July 2025. Our hero told her that at this time they should not know each other yet, but the future is gradually changing and most likely it is because of him. Stretching out his hand, he said that her memory was restored by this relic that he found. In any case, the guy said that all this was already in the past, because he did not know that he could restore her memory. This means that he is not going to demand devotion from her, because after all, this is her life. But instead, he asked her not to stand in his way. Next time, he won't let her go so easily. Seol-ah poked him on the nose and asked him to be honest with her and not try to deceive her. She asked why he offered her to work for him in exchange for him paying off her debts. The guy said that Jin-chae had an advantage, that's all. Looking at the guy, she asked if he really didn't want her to betray them. The girl laughed and said that now that she remembered everything, who else could she follow if not Joo-hyun? Our hero immediately told her that he would return all her debts as soon as they returned home. The action moves to Nero, who meanwhile has already disarmed all the soldiers. He was surprised that the girl voluntarily went to him. In any case, Joo-hyun decided to ask what happened to the soldiers. Relic said they were out. They probably fainted from his talent. After that, he looked at the girl and asked who she was. Our hero said that she is now his ally. The relic was surprised that things were changing so quickly for people. Seol-ah at that moment asked what their plans were now. The guy said that he would go to the tomb because he needed to save someone. The girl immediately asked in bewilderment who they needed to save from there. The guy said that they had to save the restorer. Seol-ah asked if he was talking about... Of course, the guy interrupted her and said that he was talking about Yujae-ha. Who else? After some time, the guys descended to the ground, and the guy decided to introduce Seol-ah and Irene Holton, saying that they were a team. Our hero told the girl that Irene helps him a lot. At this moment, the girl screamed in bewilderment and asked if this was the same Queen of Failures. Seol-ah said that this girl caused crises and ruined people for fun. The guy asked her to speak more quietly because she could hear them. Irene stood, and of course did not understand anything. Our hero said that she was a wonderful person, but then she had personal problems. She's not like that anymore. Irene Holton couldn't understand them because they spoke Korean, but in general she understood the gist. Seol-ah doesn't like her, but she didn't like her either. The girl immediately approached Ju-haeon and asked if they could talk aside. She asked if this girl was their enemy, because she attacked them in the Korean tomb. The guy told her that she had reasons for this and then asked her to relax because she could be trusted. A moment later, Ju-haeon told the girls that he would like to talk to them more, but unfortunately time was running out. He needed to go to the tomb. Already in the car, Irene asked the guy what he thought, if everything was okay with Yujae-ha. Our hero smiled and said that everything was fine with him. He was using a trick and writing to them. After all, they had to give him credit because he told them about the layout of the tomb and the abilities of the relic. Yujae-ha had already figured out that the owner of the Tomb of Envy was most likely Salieri. Antonio Salieri is an Austrian court composer originally from Italy. He was a successful musician, teaching Beethoven, Schubert, and many others, but he became more famous for his envy of Mozart. However, this is just an unconfirmed rumor, but later it became the theme of many plays and films. Now it even calls with Salieri syndrome. At that moment, Emperor Nero intervened in their conversation and said that they had published a new excerpt from the novel. Our hero asked what was new in it, to which the relic said that the ending was not very good. Too dramatic. They were suddenly attacked by an army of invulnerable ghost soldiers, and they immediately captured the protagonist. The last line read like this: "The tomb may have a second owner." Irene Holton immediately said that something was wrong here. They needed to hurry. Meanwhile, Yujae-ha was indeed fleeing from unknown ghostly soldiers who were running after him and trying to kill him. The guy looking back could not understand how many obstacles awaited him in this tomb. Where did these perfumes come from? Antonio Salieri attacked only with sound, and looking at these three guys, one could say that their outfits were not even from Antonio's era. Yujae-ha said that he is more than sure that there are other relics here. Suddenly he was grabbed by a rope. A moment later he pulled him along again, and at this pace they came to the next room. Kanat began to hit the guy in the face and asked him to go there alone. The relic heard a noise in one of the rooms. Yujae-ha told the rope to shut up because it could choke him and attract attention. The guy, wiping his neck, said that the relic was lucky that it was a relic. Otherwise, if he were a man, he would have killed him with one blow. The rope immediately changed and joyfully asked if he could be human. Yujae-ha asked in bewilderment why he suddenly started pretending to be someone I don't understand. At that moment, ghostly soldiers ran into the room and finally discovered the guy. They immediately threw him to the ground and were about to do something worse. But the rope came to Yujae-ha's defense again. A moment later, Antonio Salieri also entered the room, who was glad that his patron had caught the intruder. Yujae-ha, in bewilderment, began to say that he did not deserve all this, because he did not even come here of his own free will. Antonio Salieri began to say that anyone who is more talented than him should die. The guy immediately said that he was not special, but Antonio was the best. The relic became angry, saying that even a worm can crawl, so a person must have talents, and he is simply sick of the thought. Yujae-ha was about to prepare for his fate when suddenly a huge explosion was heard above them. There was now a bright light coming from the ceiling, and the people sitting above told the guy that it wasn't difficult to find him, because they were making a lot of noise. Of course, it was our hero who came to the aid of his restorer. The guy asked Seol-ah to put on headphones before they entered, because this relic attacks with its sound. A moment later, they jumped to the ground. Relic immediately began to ask how they dared to destroy his sacred hall. Ju-haeon asked in response how the relic dared to touch his subordinate. "She will pay for this!" The relic at the same moment began to play a terrifying melody that could rupture eardrums. The guy told Seol-ah to quickly run to Yujae-ha and escape from here. Meanwhile, our hero noticed that the musician's instruments seemed to be flammable. Realizing this, he immediately snapped the firestones and launched a projectile towards him. The explosion was incredible. Antonio Salieri began to burn in flames, and the ghostly soldiers looked on in horror. Seola, meanwhile, decided that the spirits could not be left unharmed, so she called Gildal and ordered him to deal with them. A moment later, the spirit on the battlefield used its strong ability and sent the spirits flying in different directions. Yujeha, as soon as he saw the girl, asked in bewilderment what she was doing here. Isn't she a Chinese spy? Seola, approaching him, thought that most likely he doesn't know her yet. Well, at this time, he is even dumber than in the past. She didn't think it was possible. The girl came up to him and told him to get up. She would help him. Yujeha asked why he should trust her. She was losing control and telling the guy not to show off and to calmly follow her. Yujeha now didn't understand exactly why she was threatening and wanted him to trust her. Taking his hand, the girl said that he was in the way, so it was better for him to hide in a safe place. Meanwhile, our hero, looking at the burning Antonio Salieri, said that he was not so scary. Suddenly, the fire began to dissipate and the wounds began to heal. This was the power of his patron. The relic said that with it he was invulnerable, and Ju-hyun immediately thought that this was the second relic that Yujeha spoke about in the letter. At that moment, a huge chessboard appeared above Antonio Salieri, which asked our hero not to listen to his servant. The guy looked at the relic in bewilderment and wondered if it really created an army of soldiers. At that moment, Seola came running. Handing over the relic, the girl said that it was given by Yujeha. Inside are all his main relics. Taking out a sword from there, the guy said that this was great because he would need them now. Seola, meanwhile, also noticed that there was more than one relic here. Our hero looked at the two of them and assumed they were attacking together, but that wasn't going to stop him. A moment later, he ordered them to attack, but unexpectedly for our hero, they began to scan him. After some time, the chessboard told him that he had no creative talent at all. How could such mediocrity enter his dungeon? Our hero looked at the relic and said that he also has fans. Weren't they taught that they need to respect other people's tastes? The relic said that it would kill them, and then turned to the musician and said that it would transfer all its powers to him, and he would have to kill them. Antonio Salieri, after a second, began to change before his eyes and said that he was overflowing with power. Ju-hyun also received a message from the Raven. The boss sponsors his talents, so when they receive support, the talents go crazy. Antonio Salieri ordered his orchestra to begin the performance. He immediately began conducting. The guy took out his shield and began to defend himself with it, but the relic said that it was breaking. They're hitting him from all sides. The musician asked in bewilderment how they dare block their special performance. He told us to enjoy his beautiful melody. Our hero snorted and said that if he liked her so much, then he better listen to her himself because he is returning her. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Thanks to Hammurabi's code, the musical shockwave began to deafen everything in its radius. Meanwhile, Ju-hyun decided to take advantage of the commotion, and while Antonio Salieri was distracted, he swung his blade. The relic immediately began to tell the person that his precious hands are the soul of the musician. Our hero laughed and asked if this is the only thing that worries him. The musician asked what the man was talking about, and he immediately told the relic that she had no talent, so it would be better for him to quit playing music. The relic, in bewilderment, began to ask what gave him the right to express himself like that. Our hero at that moment, judging by the reaction, again realized that his method had worked. The relic comes not so much from Antonio Salieri himself, but from rumors about him. In this case, she will be unstable due to her envy. The guy decided for himself that he would attack the relic in the same way as Emperor Nero. Meanwhile, in the car, he asked what they were talking about. Ju-hyun started telling the musician that he knew something about music. Beethoven, Schubert. Salieri immediately said that he only knew the names, not the music. The guy smiled and said that this does not change anything, because Mozart was many times better than him. At the same moment, the relic became incredibly angry, saying that the man had made a huge mistake. Within a moment, a piano was flying at our hero's head, which was sure to kill him. Having dodged it, other instruments began to fall after the piano. Ju-hyun was sorry that a musician had to throw away his instrument so easily. At that moment, Seola ran up to Ju-hyun and said that she would take over the henchman. The guy nodded at her in response to her words. Meanwhile, Antonio Salieri continued to rage, asking why Mozart, this lazy brat, is considered a genius. The relic even began to ask the gods where justice was. And at that time, our hero was flying straight towards Salieri. In the blink of an eye, the guy walked through the relic and cut it open. Apparently this was his finale. The guy told Antonio Salieri to shut up and stop saying his useless and envious words. Relic Chessboard was completely bewildered that her subordinate was killed before his eyes. Joo-hyun noticed at that moment that she was also dying, although this was not strange since she transferred all her powers to Salieri. Unexpectedly, the Raven told the guy that the Relic of Gluttony was in a fit of rage. The guy didn't understand what was happening. Seol-ah began to tell the boss that the relic was gradually collapsing, so it was time to run away. Our hero generally agreed with her, but the main thing was that Yoo Jae-ha should be safe. Pointing her finger into the distance, she said that the guy was there. At that moment, the guys were grabbed by an unknown energy. The relic told them that they were simple people who imagined themselves for some reason. It was Antonio Salieri who asked the Supreme Leader to transfer to him the ownership of the tomb. The relic wanted to object to him, but the musician literally told him to give up all his power. The Relic of Gluttony held sway over the tomb. The tomb's traps were updated, and the tomb itself became more complex. After that, instead of those relics, a fork and a book fell to the ground. Our hero theorized that they had lost so much power that they could not maintain their transformation. In any case, the guys still couldn't move, and the relic was glad to have such a useful trap. She told them to feel jealous, one of the unbecoming human traits. At that moment, the Raven began to say that the guy's mind began to weaken under the influence of envy. Fortunately, the guy had tolerance, without which he would have already lost. In this case, the guy understood why this tomb was so complex. People would just kill each other. Suddenly, Joo-hyun noticed Seol-ah in front of him, who nevertheless succumbed to the influence of envy. Our hero asked the girl to come to her senses, but she didn't even want to listen to him. She directly said that she was jealous of the guy's talent, which means she would kill him. Yoo-hyun was upset because the girl lost. The guy immediately opened his backpack and began to look for a relic that could suppress the influence of envy, but not harm the girl. As it turned out, the influence of envy also worked on the relic, because in the bag, they were ready to kill each other. Realizing that there was nothing against this, our hero turned to the girl and began to ask her to calm down, but she wanted only one thing: kill him! Meanwhile, Yoo Jae-ha also noticed that the tomb was actively collapsing. The guy thought that everything would end as soon as the boss came. Then, remembering it, he decided to connect this with the fact that the tomb was already collapsing. At the same moment, his thoughts were interrupted by stones that suddenly began to fall and destroy everything. As soon as the rockfall ended, Yoo Jae-ha wondered in disbelief if he was already dead. Looking around, the guy, fortunately for himself, realized that he was alive. This was incredibly good news for him. However, the tomb stopped collapsing. Although he didn't know why, he decided not to complain about it. At that moment, the guy heard the screams of our hero in the distance, who asked Seol-ah to calm down. Meanwhile, she was actively trying to kill the guy, and he was trying to figure out what to do, because the relics had also gone crazy. Suddenly, the relic began to speak, which was surprised that the man did not succumb to the influence of envy. It was impressive. Nevertheless, he clearly understood that he was not going to give up, because he could still raise the bar. Now they will see if he can resist. Looking at this spray, Joo-hyun guessed that it was incense or the source of a trap. In any case, the Relic of Gluttony was here somewhere. Our hero immediately ran towards this thing, thinking about getting rid of it. The musician at this moment increased his jealousy. Now the guy was jealous of himself. A moment later, our hero realized that his whole body seemed numb, but he could not move. Unexpectedly for the guy, his hand began to move. He couldn't do anything about it. At that moment, the guy pulled out a sword, and the relic said that she had expected this. He cannot resist envy. In a moment, the blade was at his neck. Is this really the end? Will he just kill himself? It would be an even more stupid death than the last one. But how could he escape? Looking at Seol-ah, the guy noticed that she had the same problem. Something had to be done urgently. Yoo Jae-ha just came running here, attacked the boss, and began asking what he was doing. It was strange, but Yoo Jae-ha was completely unaffected by the relic, so he was able to save them. As soon as he saved the girl, he approached the boss and asked why they were trying to kill themselves. Not hearing an answer, he asked if they really couldn't talk yet. Our hero, meanwhile, struggled to turn his head in a certain direction. Yoo Jae-ha asked the boss what he needed to do, and then he asked why he was looking at... At that moment, the guy saw the light. He looked at that strange thing and asked if it was all because of it. The relic didn't understand how the guy could calmly walk in the middle of the room, so he intensified its work. Yoo Jae-ha, in bewilderment, cut the incense and said that this freak would pay for the treatment of his lungs. As soon as the source of power was destroyed, our guys became free. Ju Hyun immediately started calling out to Seola, asking if she was okay, but there was no answer. He walked up to her and grabbed her arm, asking her to wake up, because they needed to get out of this place. At that moment, the guy saw the relics of the tomb on the side and decided that he couldn't miss them, so he took them with him. As soon as he took them, he immediately asked Yoo Jae-ha to quickly leave here before the relic did something else strange. Our hero asked the guy to take the backpack and follow them. Deciding not to tell the boss anything, the guy followed his order. The relic immediately began to say that she understood why the guy had immunity. He reads that no one will envy him because there is nothing special about him. Ju Hyun was perplexed that the relic didn't work on Yoo Jae-ha just because his self-esteem was at rock bottom. At that moment, a glow began to emanate from the backpack, and then the relic said that they would play with them again after restoring all the relics. A moment later, something flew out of the backpack and began to fly in the other direction. Unexpectedly, this something met something and, in bewilderment, began screaming to be let go. A couple of seconds later, the rope flew to its owner, saying that he was very bored. Our hero smiled and said that he missed him too. At that moment, the relic told its owner that it had found something and asked him to look at it. The guy said it was a commemorative coin of Mnemosyne. Yoo Jae-ha was surprised that they had such a relic. Our hero said that they took it from those guys from Pandora during their maze show. The guy said he understood but wanted to know what it was. Mnemosyne is the goddess of memory in ancient Greek mythology. This means that it is a commemorative type divine relic. In the past, Jin Che was the owner of this relic, and apparently this time too. However, it was strange that Pandora had the girl's relic. Apparently there were spies among that crowd. The guy immediately realized that Jin Che had been following him from the very beginning and knew that he would appear in the 7 great tombs. Seola at that moment said that it was true and that it was Jin Che's order. She ordered to kill him and take the relic. Yoo Jae-ha asked in bewilderment who this Jin Che was, to which he received an answer from the boss that she was an influential person working for China, and she was a big problem. At that moment, Mnemosyne began to ask the person to let her go, because she was just taking her colleagues. Squeezing his hand, the guy asked who allowed her to do this. He will destroy it first before releasing it. Holding it up, he said that they needed to blow up one relic to get out of the tomb. Yoo Jae-ha, in bewilderment, began to tell the boss that this was a divine-type relic. Is it worth spending? Our hero smiled and said that this relic could bring a lot of problems if they keep it. Plus, their house is full of relics. A moment later, an incredibly loud explosion occurred in the tomb. Meanwhile, Irene Holton, who was sitting in the car and waiting for the guys, looked in bewilderment at how the mountain was blazing. She immediately started the car and hit the road, talking about how she would take everything. Meanwhile, the guys left the tomb, and the relic asked in bewilderment how a weak person could destroy their tomb. In the end, she said that they would definitely meet again. Nevertheless, our hero was not particularly worried about these words. Looking back, Ju Hyun said that he felt that the real relic of gluttony was not there. All that remains is to get out of its detection zone. Yoo Jae-ha asked the boss again in bewilderment, asking if a relic that wasn't even here was capable of such a thing. Our hero said that if she were here, the outcome would be much worse. And also, this is not an ordinary relic. In any case, the guy decided not to scare the guys and therefore suggested that they flee from this place. Unexpectedly for themselves, the guys noticed that a car was approaching them, which means it could be anyone. Luckily for them, it turned out that it was Irene Holton who came to their aid. Our hero immediately began to thank her, saying that with her help they would easily get out of here. The girl asked what happened. Ju Hyun decided to tell her briefly. There were a couple of problems, but everything ended well in the end. He showed the relics and said that they saved Yoo Jae-ha and were even able to take some of the relics from the tomb. Looking at the book, the girl asked if it was a book from the tomb. It was a music book by composer Antonio Salieri. Our hero told her that it was, and then pulled out another relic and said that she did too. Fork from the birthplace of Catherine de' Medici. Ju Hyun decided that the chessboard was not the original form of this relic. Catherine de' Medici was a very famous representative of her family. She became the Queen of France, and for some time even ruled the country. At that time, conflicts broke out between French Catholics and Protestants. She was forced to rush between the fires, trying to please both sides. So, it is unknown whether the girl was really involved in this, but she went down in history as an evil, insidious woman. She was responsible for the death of thousands of Protestants. However, Ju Hyun wanted to know what this had to do with jealousy. In any case, this wasn't the first time Pandora had done something like this. However, Catherine's husband, at a young age, was in love with an adult woman, Diana. Catherine was jealous because she was treated as a supporting woman. Irene Holton admiringly asked our hero what ability this relic had. The guy said that he himself didn't know because he didn't sign a contract with her. Yoo Jae-ha at that moment said that he wanted and did not know about other relics. But Antonio Salieri attacked him with sound. Joo-hyun said that he had already heard this. As for Catherine, he thought that she would improve her skills because that's what she did in the tomb. At that moment, while the girl was driving the car, the guys noticed a whole group of cars. But what were they doing here? Yoo Jae-ha noticed that these cars have TV company logos on them. Seo-la guessed that they were here because of the big explosion. Joo-hyun asked the girl to turn around. He wanted to tell the reporters that the Tomb of Envy belonged to them. The girl said he doesn't usually do that. The guy said that he knows how annoying it is for everyone, but he is only doing it for the sake of Yoo Jae-ha. The guy asked the boss again. Our hero reminded them that they still had to deal with Richard Chang. Yoo Jae-ha again asked why they should do this, to which our hero told him that it was this freak who shoved him into the tomb. The guy asked in bewilderment if it was not Jin Chae who did this. Joo-hyun told him that she was only interested in him, but Richard Chang had already called and threatened him. Joo-hyun said that all people should see this on the news, and that he copied his paintings. He will also talk about it. Our hero, in bewilderment, asked Yoo Jae-ha why he was reacting this way, to which the guy said that he was very scared. The guy smiled and reminded him that he had yelled at him when they met at the party. Yoo Jae-ha said that it took all his courage back then. He then asked if anything had changed since then. Of course, this was a rhetorical question because nothing has changed. Our hero smiled and said that this time he would definitely change because he would help him. Joo-hyun realized that the Tomb of Envy trap didn't work on Yoo Jae-ha because he has too low self-esteem. In any case, it was not strange because his paintings were stolen, and he himself was slandered, portrayed as a criminal. Even after becoming his subordinate, what he does is work a lot and run around the tombs. However, when the guy hired him, he promised that he would take his paintings and reputation from that freak Richard Chang. Apparently the time has come to fulfill his promise. Our hero couldn't just leave his subordinate. The action moves to the studio of one of the channels, where a special news release with Richard Chang was going to be released. The presenter looked at the man and said that his excavation team had already climbed deeper into the Tomb of Envy than anyone else. The man smiled and said that it was so. The host immediately asked if they were going to conquer this tomb, since there had been no news for several days, but if successful, they would break Seo Joo-hyun's winning streak. Richard Chang said that once they are done with restoring the relics, they will continue to clean out the tomb. They themselves were eager to find out what relics would be there. The presenter laughed and asked them to remember to present the relics they find in their news. Suddenly, the studio said that they had problems. Some employees were whispering among themselves, to which the director told the guy that they were broadcasting live, but he stood his ground, saying that he had urgent news. At that moment, the guy said that an explosion occurred in the Tomb of Envy. All that was left of it was a crater, and the person who cleared it even made an appeal. Of course, as expected for Richard Chang, Joo-hyun was on the recording calling him out and saying that he heard that the interview was going on. Showing the relic from the tomb, our hero apologized and said that this time they didn't have time again. However, this was not surprising, so he decided to tell other news. Richard immediately tensed. The guy asked the audience to listen to him carefully. He said that Richard Chang sent his restorer Yoo Jae-ha to the tomb to kill him there. He penetrated deep into the Tomb of Envy, only to summon Yoo Jae-ha to this place and blackmail them. The guy kept talking about how there should be a guy named Francisco on his excavation team. Only this freak's relic is capable of this. Our hero decided to immediately answer the question that he might be asked. How does he know this? Francisco was in the news about the camp. Joo-hyun immediately tensed up and was very unhappy to see familiar faces on TV. The journalist who recorded this appeal asked the guy in bewilderment if it was true. He smiled and said that this is the absolute truth. Even before his death, restorers were often kidnapped by hostile teams, but only the King of Fate used this trick. Our hero asked everyone in surprise if this was a coincidence, or maybe he was in league with Richard Chang and Francisco. It wasn't that important anyway. Again, the guy reminded that everything they say is true, so it's better to listen to him carefully. There's a reason Richard Chang couldn't leave his restorer, Yoo Jae-ha, alone, but you can find out the cause directly from the victim. Collecting his thoughts, Yoo Jae-ha began to scream, saying that Richard Chang stole his art style. At that time, he was a student, and he was a teacher. The style of Richard Chang's paintings, famous all over the world, was actually entirely Yu Jae-ha's. Damn, he's just a weirdo. The presenter, who was sitting in the studio next to the man, asked in horror if this was true. Richard Chang was lost for words at this moment. He began to say that this was not true, but immediately most of the studio recalled that there had once been such a scandal. At the end of the address, Joo Hyun laughed and wished Richard good luck with his excuses. If, of course, he can justify it at all. The man jumped up from his chair in bewilderment and began asking what this stupid boy was saying. "This is all slander!" The presenter asked whether all of the above statements were untrue. Richard Chang immediately said that this is so. At that moment, the man asked him to prove to the entire studio and the country that he was telling the truth. He recalled that they were on air right now. This is a great opportunity to drop the charges. Meanwhile, the film crew actually broadcast and, moreover, took Richard Chang close up. The man understood that the presenter wanted him to continue talking, and if the program's ratings rose, this would become a problem for him. Also, one of the problems was that if he didn't say anything, it would cause even more suspicion. At this point, Richard said that this was really a great idea. He originally came here to talk about the tomb, but it had already been cleared. The presenter asked how he felt because it turned out that before their eyes, the third of the 7 tombs was brought in right from under their noses. Richard Chang changed things a little, but said that everything was in order. How was he supposed to know what other groups were doing? Having finished this topic, he suggested changing and said that they could talk about plagiarism. Richard Chang immediately began by saying that those guys were blatantly lying. In reality, it was Yu Jae-ha who stole his work. Meanwhile, the action moves to the home of Joo Hyun, who was dressing Yu Jae-ha at the time. To complete his image, our hero brought another relic, and the guy could no longer restrain himself. He asked the boss what it all meant. Our hero told him that these are all protective relics. The one he holds in his hands is called the blood of the dragon killed by Siegfried. After that, he said that he had told everything he could, in which case Yu Jae-ha should have approached him. The guy still asked why he should wear all this. He recalled that he restored all the relics as soon as they arrived. Didn't he deserve at least a little rest? Joo Hyun said that's not the case. The main thing for the guy was to carry with him a picture for escape that he had drawn. As Yu Jae-ha said, he restored new relics, not completely, but enough for the contract. As a result, Ekaterina signed a contract with Joo Hyun and Salieri with Yu Jae-ha. Yu Jae-ha, meanwhile, asked in bewilderment whether he would really have to use this relic, and not, as he thought, the boss. Joo Hyun explained to him that those freaks could call him again at any second. There was no guarantee that they wouldn't do it again. The guy immediately became upset, saying that he might die. Joo Hyun told him that he really pissed off Richard Chang, but there was no need to worry so much. No one was going to die for sure. Our hero then asked Yu Jae-ha why he didn't leave his side. It's just that if something happens, he wants to go with him. But still, if they only summon Yu Jae-ha, then they must prepare the relics for protection and escape. Finally, when our hero finished the story and realized that there were no more questions, he poured blood on the guy's head. Yu Jae-ha at this point asked what if they didn't call him. Closing the flask, the guy told him that then he would stay here for a while. Yu Jae-ha asked why he should stand like a clown like that. Joo Hyun asked him to calm down. Richard Chang will call upon him as soon as he is ready. That is why they had to prepare for him to fall into their own networks. Our hero also decided that he would need to take the attacking relics with him. He immediately began going through the box of relics. Holding a bunch of relics, Yu Jae-ha said that he even used them. He doesn't know how, but his boss assured him that he would learn because sooner or later he would have to. After that, to complete the image, the guy threw him a book by Antonio Salieri, saying that he should take it too, since it belongs to Yu Jae-ha. Suddenly, an earthquake began. All the signs were the same as last time, which means it all started. Now all that remained was to check whether they would be summoned together. Joo Hyun approached his subordinate as close as possible. Within a moment, the action moved to the hangar, in which there were already a bunch of armed people. Richard Chang asked Francisco if he succeeded, to which the man told him that he had found the guy. Richard was incredibly happy about this, since now he will shoot Yu Jae-ha in the head as soon as he appears. A moment later, the guys found themselves in the same hangar, and our hero immediately told his subordinate that everything worked out. Our hero smiled and looked at Richard Chang and said that everything was in their hands. The man immediately ordered his subordinates to open fire, and Joo Hyun took out the Gorgon shield. The guy turned to Yu Jae-ha and asked him to attack Richard Chang's men with something while he held the shield. Joo Hyun added that there is no need to look at him so surprised. He tells it like it is, and you also need to attack the man with the hat. This is his summoning relic. At this moment, the Gorgon's shield finally shattered. Richard Chang ordered his men to attack the guys with relics, and under no circumstances let them go alive. Yu Jae-ha began to say in horror that he did not know who to use, so he shouted to all the relics to help him. A moment later there was an explosion, and the field was covered with a stink bomb. Following her, darts flew out of the smoke, and then other objects. There was a lot of stuff here. A moment later, Antonio Salieri appeared in the hangar and began playing his terrifying compositions. Right after the guy summoned such a huge number of relics, he simply fainted. Our hero understood that he needed to find a painting to escape. It is with her that they can get out of here. After some time, he finally found a package on which a house was drawn. All that was left was to add the final touch. At this moment, Richard Chang, realizing that Francisco would be of no use, raised his gun and began to say that he would not let them go so easily. Our hero, holding a brush with paints in his hands, said that it was too late. Having completed the last detail of the picture, the guys began to teleport home. Finally, the guy wished Richard Chang good luck. A moment later, the portal slammed shut and they were gone. Richard understood that this was a collapse. Falling to his knees, he began screaming at the top of his lungs that Seo Ju-hyun was a freak and they would meet again. Meanwhile, the guys found themselves at home and breathed a sigh of relief. It didn't go that bad. The next day, watching the news, our hero decided that he could breathe easy. When Francisco was taken to the hospital, he was on the verge of death. Salieri overdid it quite a bit, and also turned out to be much stronger than they thought. Richard Chang, of course, tried to hide the whole matter. He didn't want to make a bad situation worse. Ju-hyun listened to the man and couldn't believe how pathetic he was. The most joyful thing was that this was just the beginning. The very next day, the guy gave the document to Seo-la. It was a contract for her to join his gang of thieves. She laughed and asked if he really wanted to call the group a gang of thieves. Ju-hyun asked why not. Nevertheless, everything will be clearer than some 13th excavation team. In addition, the contract spells out obligations, and therefore, as soon as she signs it, she will immediately fall under the supervision of the laws of Hammurabi. Looking into the girl's eyes, he explained that if she breaks the contract or betrays him, the laws of Hammurabi will punish her. He created this contract out of fear that the people who had worked for him in the past would run away. Seo-la asked in bewilderment why he was saying all this. Our hero told her that he didn't think she would betray him, and he didn't want to lie to her. Suddenly, Yu Jae-ha woke up and asked in bewilderment why he signed the contract wrong. Ju-hyun was glad that he woke up and immediately said that breakfast was for him. He can eat and wake up normally. The guy said that he was not hungry and what happened yesterday. Our hero told him that he had passed out, using too many relics at once, has absolutely no ability, and he overpowered himself. In any case, he will need to practice. The guy still went to have breakfast at that moment, and Seo-la asked why he didn't restore his memories. Most likely his memory and restoration skills, as well as dominance, should have returned to him. Ju-hyun said that they don't know for sure. However, in his case, the problem is precisely the memories, so it is too dangerous to return them. When the guy's paintings and his style were stolen, he took the wrong road. He used his wonderful talent only for deception. Thus, Yu Jae-ha built a career as a scammer on this, and at some point it got to the point where Pandora began to call him the king of fraud. He became a terrible, damaged person, and to be honest, our hero didn't want to deal with that person again. Of course, now he is not exactly broken, and he has not yet lost his naivety and simplicity. Once they deal with Richard Chang, they will help him restore his reputation, so there is no point in bringing back bad memories to him. Ju-hyun thought about it at that moment and realized that the guy had been behaving well lately. Then he realized that it was because he started treating him well. At this moment, Seo-la called the boss again because he was thinking. The guy apologized and asked where he stopped. The girl said in a whisper that the problem was Yu Jae-ha's memories. Our hero sighed and asked if she remembered what he was like. Seo-la finally understood, and then said that she would sign the contract. The guy laughed and asked if it would be better to read the contract. The guy then said that he would send the girl's family to a place where Jin Chae couldn't reach them. At that moment, the rope was crawling somewhere confidently. Suddenly, he jumped out right in front of Yu Jae-ha and said that he had found him. The guy said the relic scared him. Kanat began to ask to be made human. Yu Jae-ha said in bewilderment that the campaign relic was in a good mood today. The relic began to say that Yu Jae-ha promised him, to which the guy said that he remembered, but it would be better if he played for now, because he had a headache. Kanat immediately became angry and said that the man had deceived him. He tied the guy up, and he asked in bewilderment what he was doing. Seo-la, looking at the guys, said that it was quite strange to see him like this. Our hero laughed and said that she would get used to it. It was better to just watch. Meanwhile, Richard Chang's phone was ringing off the hook with Kwon Tae-jun screaming, telling him that because of him they couldn't use Francisco anymore. The man held his head because it was splitting, and Kwon Tae-jun asked in bewilderment if he could be heard at all. Taking Richard's phone, he said that he could hear, but he really couldn't do anything. Kwon Tae-jun immediately started screaming, saying that somehow he was able to summon that little freak. But things didn't go according to plan because he couldn't sit still. The director asked how they should now pull off their trick. He could not understand why he was surrounded by only fools. Kwon told Richard Chang that he hasn't been disappearing from the screens lately. If this continues, they will have huge problems. The man told him to calmly lie low and restore the relics. Richard Chang sighed and said that he understood. As soon as the call ended, Richard was incredibly angry that he was being offered this at all. What does it mean to lie low? He definitely wasn't going to listen to him. The man understood that, as expected from Kwon Tae-jun, he was impossible to work with, which meant that now he could only trust Jin Chae and no one else. The action moves to Damascus. The reconnaissance party reported that 2 tombs in Lebanon had been successfully cleared, and they continued to do business with the traders. The girl said that it was just wonderful, because everything was going smoothly, as usual. All they had to do was resolve the issues with the Tomb of Envy. At that moment, the guys screamed and told Professor Jin Chae that they were in trouble because Joo-hyun and his team had already escaped from the Tomb of Envy. Jin Chae asked them again in bewilderment. The guys said that those guys destroyed the tomb and took the relic. The girl said in surprise that this was strange because the tomb was guarded by her relics, wasn't it? At this moment, one of the relics said that Joo-hyun was using some kind of trick. He blew up his relatives and made a hole in the tomb. Accordingly, the guy was able to steal the relics that they were looking for. The girl screamed in bewilderment. Jin Chae immediately asked her squad if they had found the relics that needed to be taken from the tomb. They said they haven't found it yet. The relics said that they had already been destroyed, but they would have been able to stop those freaks if they had come yesterday. Jin Chae told him to stop whining because they had work to do yesterday. The girl just asked the relic if she told her that supervision was enough, or maybe she is in charge of the relics and therefore her aura is enough. The girl's relic said that things aren't that simple with Joo-hyun. They will have to deal with it together. The girl suddenly said that this was funny. Relic asked why she was so calm, to which Jin Chae replied that she lived a life where she got everything she wanted. But this is the first time something like this has happened to her. She was shocked that someone could stop her. She wanted to know who this guy was and what he did. She needs to know everything. Will she find out if she eats him? At that moment, the guys from her squad called the professor saying that Richard Chang was calling her. The girl asked to connect her with him and finish the report later. The guys bowed and said that they understood. The relic told the owner that they did not have time for this stupid person. Jin Chae asked her to be patient, because she was the one who contacted him. Thanks to him, they were able to observe the Tomb of Envy, and therefore they need to answer him at least out of politeness. In any case, she knew that she would not listen to the man's stupid requests, because now she only cares about Seo Joo-hyun. After some time, Richard Chang shouted in bewilderment and asked if he was really asking for so much. They only need to capture the 4th tomb! He understood that in this way, everyone would forget about his plagiarism. Jin Chae asked him to calm down. They need time to reorganize. Then she asked if he didn't have more important problems. Richard Chang asked her again in bewilderment. Jin Chae said she heard that a man was accused of plagiarism. He immediately asked how she knew, and then said that it was not true. The girl decided that in this case he would quickly solve the problem, so it would be better to deal with them first before going on a joint excavation. Then she said that they would talk after that and hung up. Richard Chang asked her to listen to him until the last moment. That's why he was going to cover up the scandal with excavations. In any case, screw them all. He decided that he could cope without her help. Having left Syria, our hero returned to New York after a long time. He had a lot to do, but first of all he had to answer various requests. Of course, including news channels, newspapers, radio, and even internet streams. He did not hide from the media. They used Edward's connections as best they could. They knew they had to make Richard Chang answer for his actions, and to do this they created a fuss about him. Our guys knew that the man would not be able to justify himself. After all, the pressure of such news would not give him peace. Also, if our hero remembers correctly, Richard is using a relic of a criminal-turned-detective, Vidocq Mirror Mask. His story has inspired many authors and consequently spawned many famous characters such as Lupin and Jean Valjean. Perhaps due to jokes about how he was good at disguise, his relic can make you into a copy of another person. But this was also its disadvantage. To draw as well as Yu Jae-ha, he needed to take the form of a guy. That is why he cannot use the relic in public, and therefore sits quietly, although such a scandal has erupted around him. The action moves to the park. Joo-hyun was surprised that he used to always turn down reporters. Yu Jae-ha, meanwhile, was not so happy, and therefore asked the boss if he was sure that this would be of any use. Our hero asked if he really hung his nose again. He assured the guy that everything would work out. Joo-hyun suggested checking it out and therefore opened yesterday's interview, which had already been uploaded. Yu Jae-ha said he would watch it too. There were already quite a lot of views and comments, and it gradually attracted the attention of the public. Unexpectedly, our hero learned that their first article had been deleted. But the reason for this was unknown. No matter how strange it may be, our hero immediately thought that this was the work of Richard Chang. The guy stood up angrily and said that they couldn't lose, so it was time to go to the next interview. And after that, all subsequent interviews were also deleted. Some news was not published at all. There was no doubt left. The guy was definitely sure that Richard Chang was up to something. Returning to his base, he began giving interviews, trying to refute their claims. His influence was too impressive. He appeared in all corners of the city. After all, he was a celebrity. The man's excuses sounded ridiculous, but they still attracted public attention. Our hero went into Yu Jae-ha's room and told him that they couldn't just leave it like that. They couldn't back down if their opponent was making such dirty moves. The guy asked in surprise what they could do. Haeon took out Marie's necklace, Antoinette. This is a relic that creates rumors about your opponent. Maria Antoinette suffered from gossip. The most common false accusation against her was the story of the necklace that she tried to buy while devastation reigned in the country. It was this story that was included in the relic. Our hero understood that she suited them perfectly. The guy then said that the problem was that to use it you need to see the target in front of you, but fortunately they have an excellent scout. At this moment our hero called Seola, and she literally immediately came up to them. Handing her the necklace, Joo-hyun asked her to use it when she was near Richard Chang. Since Richard Chang was constantly giving interviews, the girl was able to get lost in the crowd without any problems. As expected, the answer came in less than a day. The girl told the boss that everything worked out. Joo-hyun started smiling and telling Yu Jae-ha that it was time for them to check the results. As it turned out, there was no news about plagiarism. Our hero said that there was an article about a bad hand. Yu Jae-ha screamed and said it was just one article. Joo-hyun was upset because he didn't think about it. Rumors appeared on different topics. There was no specific story to latch onto. Our hero was certainly very depressed, because fighting such a celebrity is a very difficult matter. At that moment, a letter arrived in the guy's mailbox, which said that the sender could help Joo-hyun with their case, but he should remember to help when they meet. Our hero, having read the letter in bewilderment, asked what kind of freak this was, but Yu Jae-ha did not understand who it was. A couple of days after they received the letter, the unexpected happened. Richard Chang was accused of plagiarism, and the news seemed to come out of nowhere. This quickly became a hot topic of discussion around the world. Not only the US, but also Asia and Europe were flooded with news. Yu Jae-ha, having learned about this, also asked the boss in bewilderment how he did it, but he himself did not know. However, only one person was capable of this. King of Propaganda, Wade Harmon. He could control all media and press. He reveals any information that people are trying to hide, which means he holds everything tightly by the scruff of the neck. In any case, our hero couldn't call him a good guy. It cost him nothing to provoke people out of the blue to falsify information. However, Yu Jae-ha was wondering why he was helping them, since they didn't even know each other. Our hero said that Wade is not so much helping them as he is having fun attacking Richard Chang. That's all because the guy is a self-willed moron. But thinking about this situation, we can say that this is only to their advantage, because Richard is waiting for defeat.